At this point, they had to attack them again to regain their attention. It took a lot of effort, over an hour, to lure the zombies near the prison. Not a single altered zombie escaped. Seeing the prison nearby, Snake was filled with confidence. These altered zombies would surely cause trouble for the people at the prison. Maybe they could even breach the whole prison. We're almost there. Brothers, let's break into the prison. Snake boosted their morale. At that moment, he suddenly noticed several urgent messages flashing on the game log in red. Hint: you have received an emergency communication from Survival Radio. Hint: you have received an emergency communication from Survival Radio. Hint: you have received an emergency communication from Survival Radio. Snake's face changed slightly, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Why the urgency? Could something serious have happened? Snake quickly opened the Survival Radio to check. Players staying in the shelter sent consecutive messages. Joe, Snake brother, it's bad. The shelter is under attack by a horde of zombies. Joe, just like last night, they are all altered zombies. We can't hold them off. Chan Fai Hong, zombies. So many zombies, around 30 to 40. Snake brother, come back quickly. If you here can't handle it. Chan Fai Hong, Snake brother, we managed to escape. Wanzan, Snake brother, the zombies have started dismantling our shelter. We can't hold on. Chan Fai Hong, Snake brother, come back quickly. If you don't come back, our shelter will be completely destroyed. Reading the series of urgent messages coming through Survival Radio, Snake was drenched in cold sweat. Damn. The zombies besiege his base. Now they are dismantling his shelter, just like when the abandoned mine was attacked last night. Are these zombies crazy? Who did he anger? Why is the game system targeting him? If the shelter is destroyed, how will he survive tonight? Should he go for rescue or continue as planned? Snake's mind was in turmoil. Snake brother, we're nearing the prison. There seems to be someone in the watchtower over there. Snake raised his head to look at the prison watchtower. When he was here a few days ago, the watchtower was still in a damaged state, but now it seemed to be repaired. They must have noticed us by now. Should we continue charging? Snake clenched his teeth. Let's go for it. With the rogue plan almost accomplished, the prison was within sight. How could he give up now? Just 5 more minutes. The zombies couldn't dismantle the base so quickly. Concealing his uneasiness, Snake quickly sent a message to the team, informing them that they were on their way back and requesting them to delay the zombies as much as possible. Let's go. Charge. Snake led the way. Taking a few quick steps, he knew the prison area was just ahead. Inside the prison, there were NPC mercenaries. Once he entered their surveillance range and provoked an attack on the prison, those mercenaries, with their intelligence, would undoubtedly choose to shoot. The gunshot would attract all the altered zombies behind him. A perfect plan. It's all or nothing now. At such a distance, the handgun's lethality wouldn't be too high, and the accuracy would significantly decrease. As long as luck wasn't too bad, his life wouldn't be in danger. Brothers, charge with me. Snake shouted as he and his team of players ran towards the prison. Kill. Wipe them out. Understanding that this was their chance to fight to the end, the players ran swiftly, shouting as they rushed towards the prison to draw the attention of the NPC guards on the watchtower. Dang. A gunshot rang out. It was done. At the sound of the shot, Snake felt certain. However, the next moment, Snake's face turned white as a sheet. He saw the head of a player in front of him explode. Despite his body maintaining the forward-running motion, in that instant, his mind went blank. Dang. Another gunshot. Blood splattered on the right cheek of Snake. Instinctively, Snake turned his head. Another player to his right had their head blasted off, their bodies swaying and collapsing. It was a sniper rifle. At that distance, such severe wounds could only be caused by a sniper rifle in a zombie apocalypse game. They had a sniper rifle. Not only did they have a sniper rifle, but there was also someone skilled enough to use it. It's over. Completely over. Run. Every man for himself. Snake turned and shouted at the players behind him running towards the prison. Hurry. His words were cut short. Dang. A gunshot. Snake's head exploded in front of the players. Bang. Bang. Dang. On the tower, Liao Bufan stood by the elite mercenary of the Dark Knight faction. Each trigger pull, each gunshot, claimed a player's life with a headshot. Strong. It was truly too strong. With this combat prowess, what did he have to fear from the Dawn Game Guild? Truly, The elite NPC mercenaries of the Dark Knight faction lived up to their reputation. Headshot after headshot. Who would have thought? Staring at the scene, he had at least a level 10 mastery of firearms, right? Liao Bufin admired him greatly. But this group from the Dawn Guild is so strange. Why would they come rushing to their deaths like this, and shouting loudly, as if afraid we wouldn't know? Liao Bufin found it odd. He leaned out and continued observing outside the prison, silently watching as the Dawn Guild players who were trying to escape were each taken out by sniper rifle headshots. Sigh. If they insist on delivering themselves, we can't stop them. Dang, dang, dang. In less than 2 minutes, every player that Snake had brought along was sniped. None survived. The altered zombies that had been following Snake and his group saw them die and paused on the spot. They seemed to understand something, staggered back the way they came, and continued back to the mine to resume mining. Hint. Your zombie group has completed the dismantling of the player shelter. Dismantling and obtaining of firewood * 35,722, nails * 145, cloth scraps * 53, abandoned iron pieces * 156, abandoned plastic * 27. Hint. Through dismantling, you have gained the skill. Robust physique experience points 5,511. Hint. Your skill. Robust physique level has increased to LV. 4. The soundproofing effect in the basement shelter is very good. Fang Heng sat in front of the campfire, not even aware that a few hours ago, the Outer Snake team had been completely wiped out by the elite mercenaries of the Dark Knights. Strange, the resistance base seems so powerless. Ideally, the Dawn Guild isn't this weak either, Fang Heng muttered to himself. He felt a sense of powerlessness, as if punching cotton. Perhaps the Snake prisoners happened to be outside the shelter. Anyway, Dawn Guild's residence has been dismantled completely, so their best choice now is to find a new place before nightfall. Perhaps the Snake prisoners acted impulsively, choosing to take over the prison by force, which would be suicide. After solving the security upgrade of the shelter and dealing with the troublesome neighbor, the Dawn Guild, Fang Heng began planning the next development phase of the shelter. Set a small goal first. Establish the largest, strongest, most comfortable, and most secure shelter in the 8th server of the Zombie Doomsday game. Become the strongest power in the 8th server of the Zombie Doomsday game. Fang Heng's heart was burning with ambition. In the Doomsday scenario, a Blood Moon event would occur periodically. During this time, zombies would become berserk, and their perception abilities would greatly increase. They would group up and launch frenzied attacks on player residences and shelters, creating what players call a zombie tie. If a player's defense capabilities couldn't keep up and were breached, they would die in the midst of the zombie tie. As the game progressed, the strength of the zombie tide would increase. Currently, Fang Heng's prison shelter was guarded by 2 members of the Dark Knights wielding sniper rifles, along with powerful vine zombies. Fang Heng believed his prison could withstand at least 4 to 5 rounds of Blood Moon events. While other players were still gradually building shelters, he had already completed the construction with super large shelter and had even completed the security defense upgrades 2 steps ahead of others. Now, he could enter the game's 3rd stage, expansion and resource acquisition. Starting from the prison, he would gradually expand outward, occupy a large area, and collect resources in abundance. Fang Heng was 2 steps ahead of all players, giving him a significant advantage. Forest environments have the most abundant wood resources, Fang Heng calculated in his mind. With the free labor from zombie clones, I can be more thorough in the next step, eliminating any future troubles completely. Why not just dismantle all the system shelters and residences in the forest area? This could significantly reduce the chances of the central god refreshing new players nearby and prevent other players from entering the forest area. After all, zombie clones were prone to causing trouble when encountering players. Fang Heng wasn't afraid of trouble, but avoided it whenever possible. With determination, he divided the zombie clones into 2 groups. One group armed with small hammers would scout the forest paths, searching for hidden buildings in the forest. They would tear down small wooden structures on site and mark higher-level brick houses for incineration with gasoline cans. Then, they would dismantle them. On the other hand, we need to hoard usable resources to continue upgrading and expanding the shelter. Abandon iron ore is quite valuable. Fang Heng murmured to himself. He controlled the remaining zombie clones to return to the abandoned iron mine and started extracting iron ore. Iron ore was a crucial advanced resource in the game. With iron blocks made from iron ore, players could craft higher-level equipment and tools, such as small iron hammers, shovels, pickaxes, and more. Small iron hammers were at least twice as powerful as small hammers, greatly improving the efficiency of the zombies in dismantling structures. Dawn Guild isn't bad after all, giving me some furnaces and modules for free, saving me from spending points at the merchant camp. By tonight, the first batch of tools for the zombies will be ready to be made. After giving instructions to the zombie clones, Fang Heng placed a simple bet in the shelter and immediately logged off. While the zombies were idle, he could start thinking about finding an S-class talent enhancement plan. Logging off, Fang Heng emerged from the game. It dawned on him that he hadn't visited the game company in 2 days. He remembered Shen Qing mentioning 5 new recruits would join the 12th group. Bad. Were they still waiting for him? Phoenix Cry Game Company. The newly formed 12th group, Tianan and a few new recruits had been waiting for Fang Heng for 2 full days. Anxious looks filled their faces. Some of the new recruits were even more worried. Other new recruits allocated to different groups at the same time had already started working, while they were still sitting idly. As new hires, if they failed their probation assessments, they could potentially be dismissed. What to do? With the team leader yet to arrive, they felt hopeless. Amid their worries, Tianan suddenly stood up. Team leader. Others also stood up, looking at this new group leader. Oh, all newcomers. No need to be so formal. Come, have a seat anywhere. Fang Heng waved his hand, motioning everyone to sit back down. The newcomers, still stiff and formal, listen as Fang Heng assigned work tasks. Earlier, Fang Heng considered going directly to Qin General for information, but he couldn't reach him as he was currently in the game. Tianan, do you know about the S-class talent enhancement plan in our company? Huh? Tianan paused and quickly flipped through her notebook. Yes, team leader, you just wait a moment. You really know? Fang Heng was surprised. He believed the S-class talent enhancement plan was confidential, and Tianan might not know about it. Yes, there was an internal meeting regarding the zombie doomsday game within the small group yesterday that you couldn't attend. They discussed the allocation of the S-class talent enhancement plan during the meeting. These days, there have been issues in the vampire doomsday game, and Qin General took people to handle it personally. For now, the zombie doomsday game is temporarily under Li General's control. Some of the team leaders weren't entirely satisfied with the distribution method set by Li General and discussed it for a long time. Fang Heng frowned. Team leader Fang, are you also interested in this assignment? Please elaborate. What qualifications do I need to acquire it? In the end, Li General made the decision. According to fair competition principles, there will be a performance index evaluation for all the zombie doomsday game teams in the company at the beginning of next month. The team with the highest overall performance will receive the distribution rights for the S-class talent enhancement plan. Due to the difficulty and other reasons, there's a high chance this enhancement task might not be completed. Therefore, if the first-ranked team isn't able to finish it within 3 days, it will be passed on to the second team, and so on. Performance evaluation? Fang Heng's brows furrowed, realizing the situation wasn't looking good. Tianan, how is our group's performance? Our department was newly established, and team leader Fang recently completed the federal commission, earning 5,000 performance points, so our total is currently 5,000 points, placing us in the 12th position for now. 12th place, second to last. National game. Hanging out from the beginning of the Zombie Apocalypse Chapter 89 of the main volume. The meeting room was quiet. Fang Heng lowered his head in contemplation. He originally didn't plan to stay long at the company. With the rapid improvement of his strength in the game, staying at the game company seemed increasingly unnecessary. It was best to resign early and focus on personal development upon leaving the company. So why not take advantage of the current opportunity, strive for as much performance as possible, and then resign after obtaining the S-level talent enhancement plan? He had contributed to the company and exchanged it for the enhancement plan. Both sides got what they wanted without owing one another. At the beginning of next month, there are only 5 days left. I need to earn enough performance points. Having made up his mind, Fang Heng muttered softly, lifting his head. All right, then the focus of our team's work from now on will be on performance, striving to be the top in 5 days. Several newcomers raised their heads, looking at Fang Heng with strange eyes. Are you sure? People have accumulated so much performance in over half a year, and you plan to surpass them in 5 days. Isn't that too ambitious? The newcomers remained silent. Fang Heng didn't mind. He turned to Tianan. Tianan, prepare an application report for the S-level talent enhancement plan for me. Submit it directly after completion. Okay, I'll do it. Also, what are the ways to obtain performance points related to the company? Are there detailed explanations? Yes. Tianan took out a plan that had been printed out long ago and handed it to Fang Heng. Fang Heng carefully reviewed the materials. The performance at Phoenix Resonance Game Company was divided into 2 types: basic performance and mission performance. Basic performance was more complex, divided by various groups. For example, resources submitted by each group to the company, income from shelters in the area each month, etc. Exceeding the target could earn additional performance points. The second type was mission performance. The company would release missions from time to time. Each group could apply for these missions, and upon completion, they would earn mission performance points. Fang Heng quickly scanned the A4 paper, looking for missions that could be completed. What? Deep cooperation with the Federation? Phoenix Resonance Game Company had signed a deep cooperation agreement with the Federation. The Federation would purchase some min-game resources from the company, including familiar items such as food, boards, coal, iron blocks, etc. Each work group only needed to collect the resources and deliver them to the Federation to receive corresponding performance points. As it was a new area, the price offered by the Federation was very high. 1 board could directly exchange for 1 performance point. This is great. Fang Heng quickly estimated in his mind. The 7th work group of the company had completed 17,000 performance points in the first half of the year. In other words, just to be safe, he only needed to submit 15 million boards to securely obtain the S-level talent enhancement plan. It was equivalent to exchanging a batch of wooden resources for an S-level talent enhancement plan. Not bad. Let's do this then. Starting tomorrow, we will transport wooden resources to the Federation. Fang Heng looked at the 5 newcomers. Leave your IDs. Join the game in 3 hours, and I will invite you to my shelter then. Wooden boards. The newcomers were even more confused. Shouldn't the first step after entering the game be to collect resources, expand, and strengthen the shelter's defenses? Making boards was troublesome and required energy points. Even if they didn't have enough for themselves, how could they add extra boards to give to the Federation? The conditions for transferring in the main God game were very strict. Apart from meeting level requirements, after transferring, players would only retain God points and skills, while all other equipment would be cleared. Additionally, transferring required an additional 1 God point. For the vast majority of ordinary players, it would never be able to obtain 1 God point. Just like Liu Wei and the other for newcomers from Phoenix Resonance, they waited for 3 hours in the main God space before receiving Fang Heng's invitation to enter the game officially. This team leader doesn't seem very reliable. Completing the transfer operation, Liu Wei silently prayed in his heart, hoping to smoothly pass the company's probation period. When he opened his eyes, the scene before Liu Wei was a bit unexpected. This is a square. A prison? Why am I here? Didn't team leader Fang Heng invite me to his shelter? What's going on here? Could this be his shelter? Liu Wei was puzzled, and the remaining newcomers also appeared one by one in the prison square. Ahem, welcome. Are you all newcomers from Phoenix Resonance Game Company? The group turned their heads. They saw a chubby man in short sleeves swaggering out of a building. Let me introduce myself. I am Liao Bufan. Fang Heng is busy with other matters now, so your work life for the next few days will be arranged by me. Let me explain the rules here. Liao Bufan pointed to the building behind him. Look closely. This building will be where you will be active, and all the rooms on the 2nd floor are empty. Just pick a room to rest in. There will be NPC preparations for 3 meals a day, breakfast at 8 a.m., lunch at 11 a.m., dinner at 7 p.m. on time. Don't miss them. Food and water are in the 2nd warehouse on the 1st floor. If you miss a meal or need anything, you can help yourself, but you're not allowed to take anything out of the prison. Also, pay special attention. The locked basement is off limits. This is a rule set by Big Brother Fang Heng. Anyone who violates the rules, don't blame me for getting angry. Single rooms for resting. NPC preparations for 3 meals a day. Help yourself to food and water too. Like Liu Wei and the other players, they were all a bit confused. Were they here to survive or on vacation? Why was it different from what they learned during the company's internal training about the hardships of survival, fighting zombies, overcoming difficulties, collecting resources, and building shelters? Did something go wrong somewhere? Any other questions? Liu Wei cautiously raised his hand and asked, "Is this the shelter built by team leader Fang Heng?" "That's right. Following the big shot, you guys are in luck." Another newcomer raised his hand. "What do we need to do?" "Well, for the next 2 days, your mission is very simple. Just go outside and pick up raw wood." Liao Bufan walked up to the group in a carefree manner. "Don't worry about anything else. Go directly outside. Pick up ready-made raw wood. Remember to divide it. After bringing it back, divide it according to the grade of the wood, and all of it on the prison square. Also, put the honey you pick up in the food area. That's mostly it. Go outside and pick up raw wood." What kind of operation was this? Liu Wei was even more confused listening to it. Did they mean there were wooden boards scattered everywhere on the streets for them to just pick up? "Stop standing there like a statue. Hurry up. After dark, you're not allowed to go outside." Liao Bufan urged the newcomers who were still bewildered. "Come, I'll take you out together. Get familiar with the terrain." Liu Wei, still in a state of confusion, like the others, was inexplicably led outside the prison by Liao Bufan. Outside the prison, Liao Bufan pointed to the east side of the prison. "Look, you see it, the ground is covered with raw wood. Just pick it up as you like." Following Liao Bufan's direction, everyone looked over, each showing a shocked expression. They saw the scattered raw wood all over the place outside the prison. It was full of raw wood. This. Liu Wei looked at the other companions. What happened to this server? Why was it different from what they had learned in the company training? Why were there so many raw wood pieces on the ground? Could they really just pick them up as they pleased? Massive game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday, hanging up the main text Volume 90 Chapter 9. Waterline hint. During your offline time, your zombie group explored for residences, completed dismantling of 1 residence, and you gained 723 wood, 13 nails. Hint. During your offline time, your zombie group completed chopping down 166 trees. You gained skill. Robust physique experience 882. You gained 4,992 woodcutting experience. Hint. During your offline time, your zombie group collected 2,331 iron ore, obtained 2 additional gold ore, completed the production of 121 iron ingots by smelting iron ore, and you gained skill. Miner's Wisdom Experience 2033. Hint. Your woodcutting level has been upgraded to LV 10. Hint. Your Miner's Wisdom skill level has been upgraded to LV 7. In the abandoned mine, Fang Heng checked the hanging up income this time. Ordinary iron ore needs to be smelted in a furnace to produce iron ingots, which takes more time. After hanging out for almost a whole day, only 121 iron ingots were obtained. With the iron ingots, upgrading low-level tools and crafting ironware can be done next. Great. Officially entering the Iron Age. Muttered Fang Heng to himself. A progress bar appeared above his head. Hand rubbed small iron hammer. Hint. You have completed the production of the small iron hammer. Your basic crafting experience plus 11. After completing the crafting, Fang Heng waved the newly crafted small iron hammer in his hand a few times. Item. Small iron hammer. Damage. 10 to 12. Description. An advanced survival tool that can be used more efficiently for destruction and dismantling. Description. An advanced version of the God's Hammer. Theoretically, you can use it to break anything. Fang Heng was satisfied and put away the iron hammer. Next, he could make an iron axe to improve the woodcutting efficiency as much as possible and complete the federal delivery mission. 1 iron woodcutting axe requires 2 iron ingots. Currently, there are enough iron ingots to equip an entire zombie team. As for temporarily putting aside the issue of dismantling everything around to make iron hammers, let's wait a few days before deciding. Currently, due to the limited number of furnaces, a large amount of iron ore has accumulated and cannot be smelted in time. Fang Heng decided to leave the last 2 zombie clones to operate the furnaces, taking the zombie clones and the produce iron ingots back to the prison. Upon returning to the prison, batches of raw wood were already piled up in the prison square. These workmen have done a good job, Fang Heng muttered to himself, walking to a pile of raw wood. Item. Raw wood. Quality. Grade 2. Description. The product after cutting trees can be made into boards, firewood, etc. In the game, Raw wood is divided into 5 grades from 1 to 5, with grade 1 being poor quality, grade 2 being normal, grade 3 being better, grade 4 being excellent, and grade 5 being perfect. The higher the quality of the raw wood, the higher the quality level of the boards produced. In the early stages, building materials made with high-quality boards can withstand higher damage. Additionally, in the later stages of the game, some high-level item crafting will require the use of high-grade raw materials. For example, the commonly used material in the mid-game, reinforced composite solid wood board. Its composite materials are wood board *5 plus glue *2 plus scrap composite *2. After the production of the reinforced composite solid wood board is completed, it can provide 3 times the defense durability of a regular wood board. Currently, most of the raw wood piled up in the prison yard is grade 1 to 3, and grades 4 to 5 are rare. The Federal Wood Demand List does not specify the quality of the boards. 1 board counts as 1 unit of money. There are loopholes. Fang Heng rubbed his hands. Since the prices are all the same, it is better to give the low-quality ones to the Federal while keeping the good ones for oneself. No problem. Fang Heng continued to control the zombie group into 2 batches. 1 batch of zombies replaced the new iron axes and continued chopping trees around the prison, while the remaining batch was left in the prison square to start making boards. Lacking steel ingots, Fang Heng could not temporarily manufacture. Sawmill had to resort to the most basic manual method for now. For most normal players, hand-carving 10 boards a day would deplete all their stamina. But for the zombie clones, they had unlimited stamina. 4 zombies were responsible for transporting raw wood back and forth. 3 zombies were responsible for moving the finished boards and stacking them in a corner of the prison square. The remaining zombie clones were lined up to start making boards in a streamlined manner. Fang Heng spent half an hour carefully planning the single-threaded actions of the zombies, creating a perfect assembly line to maximize the efficiency of making raw wood into boards. Great! Board production on the assembly line is completed. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a different sense of accomplishment. At this efficiency rate, it would probably take no more than 5 days, maybe just 2 days, to complete the production of 15,000 boards. The next day, Liu Wei and several newcomers entered the company's 12th team to work. They entered the game together and went to the cafeteria on the first floor for breakfast. Free breakfast was a must in the game, as long as the basic ingredients were prepared. Even with level 1 cooking, the food made according to the recipe was very delicious. While eating, the newcomers exchanged whispers among themselves. That fat guy is definitely a liar. Who said he wasn't? If anyone tells me again that picking up raw wood is easy, I guarantee I'll slap him in the face. Exactly, that damn fat guy. Liu Wei nodded inwardly, talking about how easy picking up raw wood was. Easy my fault. Yesterday, after picking up raw wood for almost the whole afternoon, everyone had sore backs and legs. Liu Wei was in a worse condition. He had not slept well all night, dreaming about moving raw wood. But today, we should finally be able to take a break. True. We've picked up so much raw wood. Keep going and I bet the entire prison square won't be able to handle it all. I thought the team leader received a task to transport boards. Why do we have so much raw wood? The Federation doesn't even accept. Could it be that we'll be asked to hand-carve boards later? Hand-carve? You're kidding. How many could we possibly carve by hand? Let's listen to what the team leader says. He must have a plan. The group was whispering to each other when they heard footsteps approaching, and they immediately quieted down. Hey, everyone is here. Good job yesterday, Boss Fang said. The mission performance after going back will also count for your part. Liao Bufan entered the cafeteria. He was in a good mood. In the past, he was responsible for all the tiring work of moving boards, but now with these workers, he could finally watch others work. Today, we still need to work hard. After eating, hurry down and help with the goods. Loading goods. The newcomers looked puzzled. Liu Wei also mumbled to himself. Selling raw wood directly. Well, that could work. But this server is kind of strange, with raw wood scattered all over the place. Are you sure these raw woods can sell for money? After having breakfast, Liu Wei and the new recruits returned to the prison square together. Liu Wei was stunned. Where are the logs? Yesterday, there were piles of logs all over the square. How did they disappear overnight? Hey, look over there. A new recruit pointed towards the right side of the square. In the corner on the right side of the square, pieces of wood were haphazardly stacked together, forming several small mountains. What's going on? How did all the logs collected yesterday turn into wooden boards overnight? How was it done? There was no such operation in the novice training manual of the Phoenix Cry Company. The new recruits were puzzled, only to see a military truck approaching from the rear, stopping in front of the several piles of wooden boards. Liao Bufin jumped out of the car. Looking at these bewildered new recruits, Liao Bufin seemed to see his younger self. There was a time when he was as ignorant and clueless as these people. Brothers, stop staring. The wooden boards were arranged by the boss. Come help load them onto the truck. Liao Bufin shook his head. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly expose the boss's secret. The boss said these are all being sent to the federal delivery, and it will all count towards your work performance. Don't slack off. Is all these piles of wooden boards the work of squad leader Fang Heng alone? Liu Wei and others were shocked. The boss revealed the plan. Immediately, everyone burst into excitement. Performance. They didn't know how squad leader Fan Heng managed to turn so many logs into wooden boards overnight, or where the boss got the revelations from. The one thing they knew was that these mountains of wooden boards were at least a few thousand pieces. And each wooden board translates into some performance points. That would mean thousands of performance points. With these performance points, they could not only get through their internship period, but also receive handsome company bonuses. Promotion and salary increases were within reach. 3 hours later, at the Federal Temporary Warehouse Resource Point outside Hope Town, a truck filled with wooden boards stopped behind the warehouse. Federal players began unloading the wooden boards into the warehouse one after the other. Judging by the quantity, a truckload of wooden boards was only about 500 to 600. It wasn't considered a lot. However, in the early stages of the game, all kinds of resources were extremely scarce, and few factions could produce such a large quantity all at once. Chen Yu heard that Fang Heng brought a batch of wood resources over and came over to greet him. Fang Heng, I didn't expect to see you so soon. Have you considered the proposal I made last time? You mean joining the Federal? Sorry, I don't like being bound by things. All right. Chen Yu hadn't had high expectations anyway. He was more curious about where Fang Heng got so many wooden boards from. We are currently establishing shelters and resource collection points all around for the Federal. Wood resources like these are crucially lacking, and you've managed to solve an urgent need this time. Where did you get so many wooden boards from? It's a long story. It took a lot of effort for us to get those, and they were originally meant for our own use. Fang Heng didn't want to reveal that he just casually picked up the wooden boards from the prison quarters. That would lead to rapid depreciation of the wooden boards. He pretended to sigh. I heard that federal resources were running low, so the company immediately arranged for these to be sent over. Oh, that's really kind of you. I'll go talk to the team leader to have the company pay you more. No need. But I do have a question for you. Does the Federal have an S-level talent enhancement program? Well, Chen Yu hesitated. He looked at Fang Heng, thinking it was too early to search for an S-level enhancement program now. Level 10 was still far away. We do have it, but the S-level talent enhancement program isn't usually handed out to external users. I see. Fang Heng felt disappointed. Chen Yu took the opportunity to suggest, if you're willing to join the Federal, I believe the team leader will find a suitable enhancement program for you. However, he didn't have any plans to join the Federal, as once he did, he'd be tied down and lose his freedom, which would be troublesome. The last S-level talent enhancement program would have to be sought out in the black market. He contemplated if he could find information on advanced missions there. By the way, there's another thing. Hummingbird Company prepared a lot of wooden boards for the Federal, but we're having some transportation issues. The journey from the base to here is long, taking 6 hours round trip each time. Could you help solve this? Chen Yu was taken aback. What? Your company has a lot more wooden boards. Yes, at least there are 10,000 wooden boards waiting to be transported over. We lack transport tools, and transporting them one by one takes too much time. 10,000? Chen Yu was momentarily speechless. He even felt like Fang Heng might be bragging. It had been not too long since the game started, and they had been grinding day and night and still couldn't gather that many wooden boards, right? Let me report this to the higher-ups and see what the team leader thinks. Fang Heng was talking to Chen Yu when a team of Federal players walked out of the warehouse. The team members were all fully armed. They took out for modified motorcycles from their backpacks and placed them on the road. Two players directly sat on the four-wheeled carts attached to the back of the motorcycles. Isn't this overloading? A federal player walked up to Chen Yu and saluted. Captain Chen, the team is ready. Please give instructions. Rest for a while, and we'll depart in 10 minutes. Yes. Fang Heng was curious and looked at them more, asking, where are you heading to? Is there something new in Hope Town? Not really. Just heard something happened in the forest area. Captain received an emergency order last night and asked me to take a team to check the situation. Forest area. Fang Heng's heart jumped. An ambush for him? What happened? Is it confidential? Chen Yu shook his head. Have you heard of the Dawn Gang Guild? Dawn. Fang Heng's unease grew stronger. Yes, that group often robs regular players in the game. I personally despise what they do, but they haven't broken any laws, and the federal can't take action against them. Fang Heng nodded. What about them? Yesterday, their whole team of 40 people was wiped out in the game. Chen Yu's expression turned serious as he spoke. The news we received last night was that Dawn's large team was annihilated, their shelter destroyed, and according to them, someone has occupied the 507th prison in the forest area. Fang Hen, we've conducted an assessment internally, and under normal circumstances, current players aren't able to clear and occupy the 507th prison. Furthermore, the prison side has the capability to wipe out Dawn's guild. Chen Yu stroked his chin, analyzing seriously. Also, according to Dawn, the prison side is equipped with high-level sniper rifles, and there is a somewhat special mission involved in the prison that the Federal is particularly concerned about. In short, the upper levels of the Federal are worried that the people occupying the Federal are members of an extremely dangerous anti-Federal organization. This morning, the team leader asked me to go over and explore the situation over there. This mission is not simple. Fang Heng silently placed his hand on Chen Yu's shoulder. Hey! Chen Yu, who was deep in thought, looked up. Huh, what is it? Fang Heng took a deep breath. I confess, it was me who did it. Chen Yu? Actually, the prison belongs to me. Chen Yu, Fengming Game Company. In the office, Liu looked at the emails she recently received while propping up her cheek with one hand. Suddenly, Liu let out a sneer. Ha! Wishful thinking. What's so funny? Zombie Apocalypse Group 12 applied for the S-Class Talent Enhancement Plan. The middle-aged man sitting on the opposite chair, who is the leader of the 7th group of the Zombie Apocalypse game, DRIZZLE, frowned. 12 group. The newly established group. Yes, that one. Led by Fang Heng. Hearing the name Fang Heng, DRIZZLE's heart skipped a beat. Him? The one who recently completed the fierce task commissioned by the Federation. Did you approve it? They applied through the regular channels, so I had no reason to refuse. Liu turned to look at DRIZZLE. Are you afraid? Not really. Just a bit uneasy. In the past 6 months, I provided so many resources to the 7 groups in the game, setting a 6-month lead in performance. If we still can't get the S-Class Enhancement Plan this time, you can resign. Yes, we are already so far ahead. DRIZZLE composed himself. I understand. I've completed a big deal in the past 2 days, so I'll be able to accumulate a total of 20,000 points and achievements. We are destined to get this enhancement plan this time. Well, make sure nothing goes wrong. On a flat road, Fang Heng was driving a military truck back to the prison. Behind him, 5 federal motorcycles escorted him. In the back of the truck where goods were originally loaded, 8 fully armed federal players were now sitting. Fang Heng sat in the driver's seat, casting a sideways glance at Chen Yu sitting beside him. Initially, Fang Heng was unwilling to take so many federal personnel back to the prison for a visit, but Chen Yu mentioned that the Federation is willing to provide information about the S-Class Talent Enhancement Plan as a mission. The condition was to go to the prison to confirm that there are no hostile federal forces occupying it. What's the difference between this and freeloaders? Fang Heng agreed immediately. In the co-pilot seat, Chen Yu was constantly in contact through the survival radio. After a while, he put away the survival radio, looking serious, as if he had received a significant mission. What's the news? After discussions, the superiors agreed to our cooperation plan. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. We will provide you with a game mission where the final reward is the S-Class Talent Enhancement Plan, and we will assist you as much as possible during the mission. But there are 2 conditions. Fang Heng suppressed his excitement and asked, what conditions? Chen Yu said sincerely. First, we want to stay in the prison for a few days to ensure that it has not been occupied by some malicious anti-federal forces. We understand your reluctance for this request, but it's crucial for us, and we hope you can understand. Compromise a bit and let them visit. There's nothing much to hide in the prison anyway. Casually passing a few vine zombies is normal, right? It's also common to stack some logs in the prison square. Improving the environment by growing flowers and grass in the basement is quite ordinary, right? Van Heng agreed to the proposal after a brief thought. No problem. What about the second point? The second point is related to the mission of the S-Class Talent Enhancement Plan. After completing the mission, we, the Federation, want to retrieve samples of high-level mutated zombies. Ow. Just the bodies? Yes, only the bodies. You will have control over everything else, including the mission rewards. No problem. It's a deal. Van Heng thought the bodies wouldn't be of much use anyway. Can we discuss the details now? Sure. Van Heng. Chen Yu took out a notebook from his backpack and explained seriously. First, it's important to note that the main God Zombie Apocalypse game is divided into multiple servers. Each server's world is randomly generated. For example, let's talk about Alex we encountered before. In our server, it appeared in the underground secret research facility in Hope Town. But in the 6th area, there's no mention of Hope Town on the world map. The secret lad band Alex will appear elsewhere. I understand that, but some things are fixed, like the 507 prison you are in. In other servers, there's also the 507 prison, but its location may vary. It could appear in a small town or by the seaside. Well, in this server, it's on the outskirts of a forest and has been taken over by you. What I want to emphasize is that in previous servers, the mission trigger process was the same. According to the data we received from the Federation, the final mission reward is an S-Class Talent Enhancement Plan. Van Heng was taken aback, sensing something keenly. You don't mean to tell me that the S-Class Talent Enhancement Mission information provided by the Federation is in my 507 prison, do you? He had been searching everywhere, and the last S-Class Talent Enhancement Plan was right in his own prison. Damn. He was duped by the Federation. Chen Yu noticed Van Heng's expression. He had thin skin and scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, lowering his voice. The leader was right. I couldn't hide it from you. Careless. Who would have thought that Chen Yu, who looked like a simple single doc, would lie to someone? Van Heng felt he had been tricked. He had a vague feeling that something wasn't right before. It was unreasonable for the Federation to provide information about the S-Class Talent Enhancement Plan to outsiders unless the mission had already been triggered by him. Ow. Van Heng, this mission is very difficult. It's estimated that it will take at least 1 or 2 months to complete. During this time, the Federation will fully cooperate with you to complete the mission. They wanted to stay in the prison for a month or 2. Van Heng couldn't afford to wait that long. The mission had to be completed within 5 days to obtain the S-Class Enhancement Plan. Calming down, at least there was now a goal of getting the S-Class Talent Enhancement Plan and the support of Chen Yu and his group. Their understanding of the prison mission was clearer. After a brief calculation, Van Heng said, "All right, could you explain the mission process of the 507 prison? From what we understand, the 507 prison is one of the test sites of the Meteor Company. The prison director used prisoners to conduct unstable T-virus mutation experiments. The mission's difficulty level is the highest SSS class, with a large number of first-level mutated zombies and a small number of second-level mutated zombies in the prison. The most troublesome is the giant zombie, Areta. It's a T-virus variant infection with enhanced intelligence compared to normal zombies. However, it's still under the control of Bloodlust and is classified as a 4th-level mutated zombie. For some special reasons, we need to get Areta's body and collect samples from it. Another 4th-level mutated zombie." As Chen Yu spoke, Van Heng couldn't help feeling a headache coming. Last time, relying on the vine zombies' fear of fire, he dug a pit to deal with them forcibly. How would he handle this now? Digging a big hole in the prison again? It won't be easy. Deep in thought, Van Heng asked, "Does the Federation have a battle plan?" No. Chen Yu shook his head repeatedly, giving a straightforward answer. "Your battle plan against Alex in Hope Town has proven your outstanding command skills. According to the superiors, unless there's an emergency, in regular situations, we will completely follow your arrangements during the operation." It sounds like buttering him up. Nevertheless, Chen Yu at least knew his place as a tool. Van Heng stroked his chin, beginning to think about how to deal with the 4th-level mutated zombie. In the afternoon, the prison gate opened. The truck navigated through the piles of logs stacked on the prison square with difficulty, eventually coming to a stop in front of Building 3. Opening the door, Chen Yu jumped out of the car. He had already seen the mountains of logs inside the prison. There was no way around it. The entire prison square was filled with logs, making it hard to see anything else. Chen Yu even spotted several players still continuously carrying logs and stacking them on the prison square. Really? This is so exaggerated. Chen Yu muttered to himself, silently turning back. He looked at Fang Heng in the driver's seat with a strange look. Is this really prison 507? Why does it feel like he's entered a large logging site? And wait, didn't you say that acquiring wood resources was very difficult before? Why do I feel like your logs are as easy to come by as picking them off the ground? How did you manage to do this? After a day of hard work, Li Wei, who had been moving logs all day, also looked at Fang Heng and the federal players with a puzzled look. What's the situation with Captain Fang Heng? How did so many federal players suddenly show up? Could it be they are here to help pick up logs too? It's all right, brothers, these are all friends from the Federation here to help. Carry on with your work. Greet the other brothers, and I'll give you all a day off tomorrow, rest for a day, and continue the day after tomorrow. Fang Heng called out to Li Wei, then reached out to pat Chen Yu's shoulder, leading him to a corner. It was only then that Chen Yu noticed that there was still a large stack of timber in the corner of the prison. The quantity was around 7,000 to 8,000. In the past, Chen Yu would have been astonished by so many boards, but now, he found it rather reasonable. After all, the entire prison square was filled with logs. It would be abnormal if there were a shortage of boards. I'm not lying to you. All the boards we produce are here, Fang Heng said. Boards are too heavy and cumbersome to transport. It's best if your Federation people come and collect them personally. We can even negotiate a lower price. How does that sound? Chen Yu scratched his head. All right, I will contact my superiors about this. Ha ha, then I'll leave it to you. Come, let me show you around the prison. Fang Heng took Chen Yu's team for a detailed tour of Building 3 of the prison. Everyone, including Chen Yu, was amazed. Single rooms, luxurious meals, self-serve food, NPCs responsible for cleaning the building all day, and even electricity supplied every night. What kind of treatment was this? Even for the well-established Federation, at their current stage, they were barely managing to ensure daily sustenance. They often faced shortages of resources and had to personally gather food outside. Like his teammates, Chen Yu was extremely shocked at this moment. Looking at the overall structure of the prison, the only thing lacking was perhaps the defense capability. Chen Yu had noticed this when he arrived. Relatively speaking, the prison's defenses were not strong. There was only one NPC guarding the prison tower. If it were the Federation, they would definitely deploy a small team to guard the tower 24/7 and set up a circle of wooden traps around the perimeter. After all, the other party was just a player with company support. Being able to achieve this was already quite remarkable. Chen Yu mentally calculated. He decided that when he returned, he would report this matter seriously to his superiors. He must properly win over Phoenix Cry Game Company and Fang Heng. After a roundabout trip, Fang Heng led everyone back to the basement. Seeing a fortified wooden door with a sign that read "Do not enter," Chen Yu became alert. Fang Heng, what's in this room? Oh, it's a warehouse I set up to store supplies, Fang Heng replied. Can we go in and take a look? You can, but I suggest you stay near the entrance and don't get too close, Fang Heng cautioned as he pushed open the shelter door. Perplexed, Chen Yu stood at the doorway, peering into the room. The room was very spacious. He immediately noticed potted plants in the corner. What is this? Chen Yu's face suddenly turned pale, and he turned to Fang Heng with a horrified look. What is this? Just kidding. It's a hobby. Planting flowers and plants in my spare time to cultivate my sentiment, Fang Heng said. Flowers and plants. This was clearly a corpse vine. Chen Yu had seen the relevant mission reports from Alex and knew exactly what a corpse vine was. Alex was a monster created from corpse vines. How did Fang Heng manage to transport the corpse vines from the Meteor's secret lab here? Was he crazy, hiding such a dangerous thing underground? What was he trying to do? In case of an accident, if the corpse vines reacted unexpectedly ... Ha ha. Just kidding. It's just for research. Fang Heng noticed Chen Yu's expression and stopped joking. I received a mission related to corpse vines, and because they are especially dangerous, I stored them here for research purposes. Normally, no one comes in here. I see. Chen Yu was half scared to death. Who cultivates corpse vines as a hobby in the basement? After circling inside the prison, Chen Yu did not find any signs of anti-Federation forces within the prison. The only thing that seemed a bit strange to him was the corpse vines planted in the basement. It made sense if they were being used for research. As for whether there were hidden anti-Federation forces infiltrating the prison, that required further observation. Aside from the internal investigation of the prison, the Federation would also thoroughly investigate Fang Heng outside of the game, including background checks, financial transactions, interpersonal relationships, and so on. Trained for many years by the Federation, Chen Yu felt confident that if there were indeed anti-Federation forces lurking within the prison, they would not escape the Federation's scrutiny. In the end, the group arrived at the 3 iron gates at the end of the basement corridor. Chen Yu explained to Fang Heng, the information collected by the Federation is limited. We only know that beneath these 3 iron gates is the second basement of the prison, where the giant zombie Arita is locked up. The magnetic cards to open the other 2 iron gates can be found inside prisons 1 and 2. Chen Yu took a few steps back and pointed to the iron gates at the junction of the corridor. This passage leads to the basement of prison 2. You should have the key card to open it. Be careful. There are large numbers of level 1 mutant spider zombies and DK zombies inside prison 2. Very difficult to deal with. After clearing out prison 2, you will find the key and magnetic card to the main gate of prison 1. As for the situation inside prison 1, we are currently unaware. Fang Heng listened carefully to what Chen Yu said and nodded gravely. The estimated number of zombies inside prison 2 is between 3 to 5,000, with more than 10% being level 1 mutant zombies. Judging by the efficiency of our Federation team alone, it will take at least 10 to 15 days to clear them all. If any accidents occur during that time, it may take even longer. Fang Heng looked pensive, gazing at the corridor leading to prison 2 on the right. 3 to 5,000 low-level zombies. Excellent. That meant a large number of points would be earned. With this batch of points, the remaining zombies could be completely transformed into vine zombies. After all, this mission's ultimate reward is an S-level talent enhancement plan. The process won't be simple. Though difficult, we can slowly work through it and complete the mission. Chen Yu saw Fang Heng deep in thought and patted him on the shoulder as encouragement. Take it slowly. Our Federation will provide support and help you in clearing out the zombies. Fang Heng looked up. All right, thank you. The 3rd stage mission. Explore the 2nd basement floor of the prison. Mission name. Explore the 2nd basement floor of the prison. Mission description. You have discovered an unmarked hidden snow region on the map in the prison basement, which leads to the 2nd basement floor. Please try to enter and explore the 2nd basement floor without damaging the main structure of the prison. Mission reward. Survival points. At night, Fang Heng deliberately drank with Liao Bufan and others. Chen Yu is usually simple and kind, but he becomes even more generous when drinking. After a round of binge drinking, Chen Yu and others couldn't hold on, and after taking a hot bath, they went offline to rest. Taking advantage of no one's attention, Fang Heng alone returned to the basement. Behind him, 50 zombie doppelgangers blocked the narrow corridor entrance. It would take at least 10 days to completely clear a level to building. Joking. That's too long. Fang Heng acknowledged that he didn't have that much time to waste. He walked to the iron gate leading to prison block 2, took out a magnetic card. Deep beep. Verification successful. Ka. The iron gate rose again. Fang Heng raised his flashlight and scanned the interior of the level to building. Let's go check it out. Fang Heng stepped forward. The interior of the corridor was dark. Relying on the light from the flashlight, Fang Heng held a shotgun in one hand and cautiously moved forward to probe the corridor. Soon, after turning a corner in the underground passage, faint footsteps could be heard ahead. The zombies lurking inside Block 2 smelled the scent of humans. They swayed from the front of the passage. A dense group, numbering around a dozen. Trouble had come. They were toxic zombies. Fang Heng squinted. At a glance, he recognized the mutation zombie emitting a foul odor mixed among the regular zombies. First-tier mutant zombie. Toxic. Toxic zombies were well known among players. Its various attributes were ordinary, just slightly higher in health compared to regular zombies. However, it had a sac filled with a virus inside its body. Once a toxic zombie died, the sac ruptured, filling the surrounding area with poisonous gas. Fang Heng took a half step back. Behind him, 5 vine zombies doppelgangers gripped wooden spears, swaying as they moved forward. They lined up side by side, directly blocking the narrow passage entrance. As the zombies approached, the doppelgangers simultaneously raised wooden spears to strike. The spears pierced the rotted flesh of the zombie. When the toxic zombie mixed among the regular ones was attacked, it swung its arms in retaliation. Such normal attacks did almost zero damage to the vine zombies. But when the vine zombies were attacked, large and small vines quickly sprouted from their bodies. The vines swiftly entwined the toxic zombie, immobilizing it in place. Within moments, the toxic zombie and its doppelgangers were riddled with holes and fell to the ground. Dang. After the toxic zombie died, the gas sac inside its body burst open. Immediately, a light purple mist enveloped the air. Seeing the toxic mist, Fan Heng took several steps back, his brows furrowed. This kind of gas was very dangerous. Once inhaled by the human body, it would quickly lead to a mild poisoned state. If not evacuated promptly and continued to breathe in more gas, the poisoned state would rapidly turn into infection. Initially, players were unable to make effective anti-infection remedies. Infection would lead to death. Moreover, the toxic gas left behind by the toxic zombie would take 3 to 5 hours to dissipate. For ordinary players, toxic zombies weren't strong, but they were particularly disgusting. Chen Yu wasn't wrong. With such disgusting zombies, it would indeed take 10 days to half a month to clear them out. Fan Heng dared not approach at this time. However, unlike regular players, he had zombie doppelgangers. For the zombie bodies, this gas was ineffective. The doppelgangers stood unharmed in the gas-filled environment. Monster spawn safety verification successful. Fan Heng muttered to himself. It seemed that with the vine zombie doppelgangers, clearing the entire block to prison wouldn't be a problem. About to leave, Fan Heng paused. He heard several sounds of quick friction against the wall from the passage ahead. Fan Heng immediately raised his flashlight and shone it on the wall. 2 or 3 shadows were swiftly climbing along the wall. Spider zombies. Old friends. Fan Heng took 2 steps back towards the rear, hiding behind 2 of his zombie doppelgangers, raising his shotgun. The spider zombies swiftly attacked, wanting to approach Fan Heng but were blocked by the vine zombie doppelgangers at the intersection. Unable to advance, the 2 leading spider zombies leapt up, swinging their claws at the vine zombies. The spider zombies' claws left 2 long wounds on the vine zombies. In the blink of an eye, several vines sprang from the wounds on the doppelgangers. The vines pounced on the spider zombies. The spider zombies hesitated for a moment. Their arms were entangled. Unable to break free, more and more vines surged towards them. The spider zombies were tightly entwined by the vines, stuck in place. Soon, the remaining doppelgangers surged forward. They raised wooden spears. Quickly, the spider zombies entwined by the vines were also riddled with holes. Fan Heng watched and then put down his shotgun. Wow! Impressive. Fan Heng now had a new understanding of the combat abilities of the vine zombie doppelgangers. Once the number of vine zombies reached a certain level, these first-tier mutant zombies couldn't pose a threat to them at all. With the vine zombies at hand, clearing the entire block would be effortless. Fan Heng issued the auto-battle command to the doppelgangers to clear the entire block to prison. With a wave of his hand, he controlled the remaining 30 or so doppelgangers left behind, flooding into the corridor. Fan Heng then turned and left the block to prison corridor. He once again used the magnetic card to close the iron gate. Back in the shelter in the basement, Fan Heng lit a campfire. Opening the game log, a line of prompts for the auto battle. Last night, after drinking a bit of alcohol and staying up late, Fan Heng slept deeply until past 10 o'clock. Feeling lazy to go to the gaming company, Fan Heng decided to directly log into the game warehouse at the villa. Upon entering the game, Fan Heng immediately opened the game log to observe. Hint: during your offline time, your zombie group completed the clearance mission of Prison Building No. 2, and your zombie group is currently on standby. Hint: during your offline time, your zombie group killed normal zombies 3512, spider zombies asterisk 233, toxic zombies asterisk 566. Gained 11,990 to survival points. Evolution crystal fragments asterisk 677. Intact evolution crystal asterisk 199. Hint: you gained experience points for the healthy physique skill 5,432. Constitution basic training skill 67,811. Strength basic training skill 81,271. Agility Basic Training Skill 22,419. Hint: your Constitution Basic Training has reached level 10, your Strength Basic Training has reached level 10, your Agility Basic Training has reached level 10, your Healthy Physique skill has reached level 10. Hint: your skills have reached the current character level limit, unable to continue earning experience points. Please elevate your character level as soon as possible. A harvest of 12,000 survival points, able to further evolve for zombie minions, but unfortunately, the points are still not enough. Fang Heng muttered softly. He packed up the campfire and makeshift bed, and returned to the passage. Verification passed. He opened the iron gate between Building 2 and Building 3, and the vine zombies returned to the basement shelter one by one from the passage. As they passed Fang Heng, they casually threw the loot obtained from killing monsters in front of him. Fang Heng began to inspect the loot from the AFK zombie killing of last night. Hint: you obtained scrap *21, cloth scraps *77, a damaged wrench, damaged engine parts, scrap metal *33. Fang Heng directly threw the miscellaneous loot collected by the zombies into his backpack, focusing on examining skill books. Recipes: fried potato cakes. Recipes: home-style braised ribs. Recipes: home-style eggplant. Hey! More recipes: home-style stir-fried pork. It seems like home-cooked dishes today. While Fang Heng was speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up. Hint: you obtained a blueprint for a small sentry tower. Finally something good. Blueprint. Small sentry tower. Description: can be used to build a sentry tower. Sentry tower attributes: the small sentry tower can accommodate up to 5 people at once. Players including NPC mercenaries inside the tower gain an additional 1500 visibility range, 30% additional remote weapon hit rate, 50% additional remote weapon critical hit rate, 10% additional remote weapon attack speed, and a 20% additional effective attack range for remote weapons. Blueprint learning condition: basic construction level 10. Sentry towers are great. In fact, in the game, even without blueprints, players can simulate the construction of structures like the sentry towers, standing in high places to attack zombies. However, the buildings completed by player simulation cannot enjoy the additional attributes. Moreover, the formed buildings are very fragile, unable to be perceived by the main god as a whole, with lower durability and more susceptible to damage by zombies. Prison 507 already has two ready-made intermediate sentry towers. When there is some free time in a few days, they will encircle the prison with sentry towers, recruit more elite NPCs from the Dark Knight group, and significantly enhance the prison's defensive capabilities. Then they won't fear even more Blood Moon rounds. Fang Heng felt content, raised his cooking skill, and learned how to build a small sentry tower. After sorting through the harvest, Fang Heng ordered his zombie minions to search Building 2 and led 10 zombie minions into Building 2 for exploration. Building 2 of the prison had already been slaughtered by the zombies. However, due to the zombies' lack of intelligence, they would not forcibly enter locked rooms. Fang Heng didn't have time to search carefully and went straight to the control room on the first floor. As mentioned by Chen Yu before, the magnetic car in Building 2 could be found in the control room on the first floor of the prison. Upstairs through the underground passage to the first floor, walking straight along the corridor and passing by the prison area, Fang Heng quickly found the locked control room. Fang Heng gestured, and several zombie minions behind lifted small hammers and hammered the door lock vigorously. Dang! After several rounds of knocking, the door lock was destroyed. Fang Heng pushed open the iron door. Several zombie minions inside the room slowly turned their bodies to face Fang Heng. Before they could attack, the zombie minions had already pounced and stabbed them into a sieve with wooden spears. Confirming there was no danger, Fang Heng entered the room to investigate. The control room was in chaos. The monitoring platform was out of operation due to a power outage, and the screens were pitch black. Fang Heng immediately noticed a blood-stained book beside the table. Hint: you obtained the prison management duty log. Fang Heng flipped open the log to read. 2.1 nothing unusual. 2.2 nothing unusual. 2.3 nothing unusual. 2.13 an unexpected malfunction occur in the underground cellar below Building 2 of the prison. The magnetic car is malfunctioning, and it has been reported. Please note, the highest authority magnetic cart is stored in the safe in the firearms room on the second floor of Building 1 of the prison. In emergency situations, it can be used. The safe small password is -2391. 2.1 for nothing unusual. 2.15 nothing unusual. Closing the log, Fang Heng furrowed his brows slightly. Strange. The magnetic cart is stored in the firearms room on the second floor of Building 1. Can the highest authority magnetic card directly unlock all the locks? How come it's different from what Chen Yu mentioned earlier? Probably his mission information had a small problem, Fang Heng thought, and casually picked up the keychain hanging on the wall of the control room. Chen Yu was in high spirits. He and his team had never had such a relaxed day in the Doomsday game. Last night, they ate their fill for the first time in the game, and even drank several bottles of ice-cold beer. They even took a hot bath before going to bed. What made Chen Yu even happier was that he found no signs of infiltration by the anti-Federation organization in the prison. Today's news from the Federation also proved Fang Heng's innocence. The Federation confirmed that Fang Heng had completely cut ties with his dangerous ex-girlfriend for over a year. The only thing that made Chen Yu slightly worry was the accumulation of logs on the square. Fang Heng seemed to have an efficient way of collecting wood. Perhaps it was a talented skill. Chen Yu felt that these matters were not within his scope of investigation. Many people preferred not to reveal their innate skills in the game. Chen Yu very much understood this. Moreover, he believed that with Fang Heng's large amount of resources, the Federation could establish larger shelters and protect more people. Chen Yu thought this was a great thing. After a day of free meals and drinks in the prison, Chen Yu felt somewhat embarrassed. He was already prepared to help Fang Heng complete the prison mission to achieve the S-level talent enhancement plan as soon as possible. But strangely, after wandering around the prison, he couldn't find Fang Heng. Hint: your survival radio receives an emergency message. Chen Yu opened the survival radio. Fang Heng, come to Building 1 of the prison with your team in 10 minutes. I'll be waiting for you. Chen Yu. Got it. Chen Yu scratched his head. Building 1? Strange. Why not Building 2? After receiving Fang Heng's message, Chen Yu's team gathered in front of the prison's No. 1 building, waiting for orders. Before long, Fang Heng arrived with a key in hand. Did you sleep well last night? Of course, the environment here is much better than the Federal Warehouse Resource Point. Given the choice, Chen Yu would prefer to stay here indefinitely. Fang Heng, why did you arrange to meet here? Are you planning to take action at No. 1 prison first? You guessed right. Chen Yu found it strange that they were going for the most difficult target first. They had agreed beforehand that Fang Heng would be in charge of the prison operation, and Chen Yu did not ask further questions. He waved his hand, indicating the federal team to cooperate. According to the intelligence we have, there are second-level mutated zombies inside the No. 1 building, very difficult to deal with. We need to be fully prepared. Okay. This time we'll go in to explore the types and quantities of second-level mutated zombies inside. Got it. Fang Heng took out the key and walked to the tightly chained gate of the building. Click. Unlocking the padlock on the chain with the key, Fang Heng painstakingly removed the chain. The federal team stood guard behind Fang Heng, ready to act. Dang. The heavy chains were taken off and thrown to the ground. Fang Heng pulled out a large machete and cautiously pushed open the door of the No. 1 building. The interior of the prison building was eerily silent. A scene of chaos greeted them, with overturned tables and scattered papers. Dried-up bloodstains were visible everywhere. It was evident that a riot had taken place here. Strangely, the entire No. 1 prison building was extremely quiet. Fang Heng turned to Chen Yu beside him. Doesn't it seem weird? Yes. Chen Yu also sensed something amiss and explained softly. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. The mission for prison No. 507 was obtained from another source, the Federal. We know the least about this part of the mission concerning the No. 1 building. We only know that a magnetic cart can be found here, which corresponds to opening the electronic lock to the underground passage. There is a severe lack of intelligence on this mission process, with the possibility of errors in the sequence of previous and subsequent missions. The intelligence department believes that these discrepancies might be caused by slight variations between different servers. Fang Heng nodded in understanding. Let's go in and take a look together. Chen Yu became increasingly alert, gesturing to the members of the team behind him. The federal team of 20 covered each other as they entered the interior of the prison. Soon, they arrived at a fork in the hallway after passing through the lobby. One path led to the prison area, while the other led to the medical isolation room in the management area. Chen Yu looked at Fan Heng and asked, "Should we go to the medical room first?" "No. Let's go to the second floor first." "The second floor?" "Yes. I received information that there is a safe in the armory on the second floor, where the magnetic card is stored." "All right. Let's investigate the second floor first." Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. He was slightly puzzled about where Fan Heng had obtained this information, but it was not the time to discuss that. With a wave of his hand, the federal team began to move, exploring the right staircase one by one. The team carefully ascended the second floor corridor, heading towards the management area on the second floor. Fan Heng and Chen Yu were at the front of the team. They did not encounter any zombies along the way. "It's too quiet all the way. Something is definitely off." "Yes." Fan Heng shared the same sentiment. As they moved forward, Fan Heng suddenly felt a sense of danger looming. The threat seemed to be coming from the right side. Fan Heng instinctively turned his head. On the right side was a meeting room with closed blinds, making it impossible to see inside. Hiss, hiss. Fan Heng keenly heard a sound of something quickly brushing against the wall. The noise was coming from behind the glass window, and it was rapidly approaching. "Watch out!" Chen Yu froze. Dang! The glass window shattered open. A red figure leapt out from the broken window, heading straight towards Chen Yu. Sharp white claws extended forward. Fan Heng shouted, "Get down!" Chen Yu's reaction was swift. Trusting Fan Heng's warning, he immediately assumed a protective posture by rolling to the ground upon hearing Fan Heng's shout. Standing behind Chen Yu, Fan Heng raised his shotgun, the barrel aimed at the charging crimson creature. Dang! Fan Heng pulled the trigger. The shotgun hit its mark accurately. The red creature was blasted backward. "It's a licker!" Someone immediately screamed. "It's a licker!" One of the most challenging creatures among the second-level zombies. Fan Heng's pupils constricted. A flood of memories related to the licker surged in his mind. Unlike regular zombies, the licker was a product of the direct injection of the T-virus into a live subject. Cultivated and manufactured by Umbrella Corporation, in the cultivation stage, researchers directly fed it with live DNA. After absorbing enough nutrients, the T-virus continued to operate, leading to the necrosis and shedding of the skin, abnormal growth of muscle tissue. After the skin fell off, the subject gradually lost the human function and purpose as a hand due to the mutation of the forelimbs into claws. Due to these changes, Umbrella Corporation named it Licker. They were more skilled hunters than humans. Lickers excelled in moving and hunting on ceilings, walls, and other unconventional places. Their weak points were the head and the heart exposed outside their bodies. Lickers often remained in a crouched position, which protected their hearts. Heart. Brain. Fan Heng's gaze focused on the two fatal points of the licker in front of him. With the licker struck by the shotgun at close range, the massive sound and impact momentarily stunned it. In this vulnerable state, it revealed its heart. Fan Heng drew his large machete. After the mission in Hope Town and some time of AFK leveling up, Fan Heng's level skill, strong physique, had been upgraded to LV 10. At 10 levels, his skill provided an additional 7 points of base strength and base constitution attributes. Coupled with the genetic enhancement liquid gifted by Kyu-Ya-Kon, all three basic attributes were maximized by an additional 5 points. Along with basic strength training, Fan Heng's strength had reached an astonishing 19 points, nearly 4 times that of an average player. Seizing the licker in its vulnerable state, Fan Heng took a quick step forward, wielding his machete, putting all his strength into a forward slash. Hiss. The blade struck down from above. A huge gash was carved into the licker's body. This strike directly split its exposed heart in half. Sout. The licker fell to the ground. It struggled for a moment, its body gradually stiffened, limbs twisted into an unnatural pose, curling up into a ball. Tip. You have killed a second-level mutated zombie. Licker, you receive a complete evolutionary crystal, gaining 20 survival points. Sorry. I didn't realize it would be a licker. Fan Heng finally understands now. No wonder ordinary zombies can't be seen here. In a hungry state, lickers will eat ordinary zombies to obtain nutrients. Fan Heng turned his head and looked at Chen Yu, who had just stood up. Chen Yu still had lingering fears and nodded towards Fan Heng. The two of them tacitly did not speak. For some reason, after the evolution of lickers is complete, their visual nerves completely degenerate and lose function. However, correspondingly, the touch and hearing nerves of lickers far surpass ordinary animals. They are extremely sensitive to sound. The recent gunfire must have attracted many lickers to come over. They cannot stay here for long and must evacuate quickly. Chen Yu pointed to the entrance not far away leading to the prison area and quickly made a few hand gestures to the team members. He signaled the team to try to be silent as they quickly retreated. Survival is crucial. They must quickly retreat. Fang Heng also dared not linger. Dealing with one licker already made him jumpy. If 2 or 3 lickers came, their whole team might be done for here. The team cautiously retreated to a floor. They heard approaching friction sounds from upstairs. Fang Heng passively sensed another extremely dangerous premonition. Quick, run! Fang Heng shouted loudly. He was sure that many lickers were chasing them from upstairs. Continuing to stay quiet was meaningless. The team members heard Fang Heng's shout and immediately sprinted along the way they came. The sound of approaching friction from behind grew closer. Fang Heng's agile attributes were twice that of ordinary players, and he ran faster than the team members. He was leading the way, running to the prison gate and looking back. Nearly a dozen red lickers were quickly approaching the federal team players along the wall. Fang Heng switched to his handgun, aiming at the lickers and trying to slow their pace with shots. Bang! Bang! Dang! The lickers were very agile, dodging bullet attacks with their fast movements. Fang Heng emptied his magazine, with 60 to 70% of the shots missing. Seeing the federal player at the back about to be caught, Chen Yu turned his head and threw a blue flash grenade behind him. Bzzz. A piercing ringing sound accompanied by a strong flash exploded among the lickers. Fang Heng almost instinctively lowered his head and closed his eyes. The model of the flash grenade thrown by Chen Yu quickly flashed through his mind. GNT 200 flash grenade. Manufacturer: Falling Star Company. Besides emitting strong light upon detonation, it could also release high-frequency sound waves. This sound would affect the hearing of the lickers for a period of time. It costs 75 main god points just for a single flash grenade, used for emergencies. Under the influence of the high-frequency sound waves emitted by the flash grenade, the lickers were all temporarily immobilized. Taking advantage of the lickers' loss of mobility, the federal team quickly left the warehouse. The gate slammed shut, and several members of the federal team rushed up, working together to entangle the gate with iron chains once again. Dang! The lickers were unwilling to give up and the continuous sound of the gate being hit from inside the prison echoed out. The team members of the federal team had sweat dripping down their foreheads, and they raised their guns towards the gate. Thankfully, the prison gate was sturdy enough. After a while, the sound of the gate being hit gradually faded away. The team members sighed in relief, lowered their firearms, and relaxed momentarily. Fang Heng, however, still had a furrowed brow. He hadn't anticipated that this mission would be so difficult. Dealing with second-level mutated zombies was already challenging, but encountering the toughest lickers was beyond their capabilities. Just earlier, Fang Heng didn't count carefully, but he estimated there were at least 10 lickers present. Our mission is troublesome. The lickers are too strong, and at this stage, it's very difficult to deal with them. Chen Yu panted heavily, walking over to discuss with Fang Heng. Until now, his heart was still pounding rapidly. Their movement speeds are too fast. Forget about using crossbows, even hitting with firearms would be challenging. We need to figure out another way to complete the mission. Fang Heng leaned against the wall, lost in thought. He understood Chen Yu's concerns. Just earlier, he had first-hand experience attacking the lickers with his handgun. Even with his 15-point high perception ability boost, out of the 15 shots fired, only about 5 might have hit. Moreover, handguns didn't inflict much damage on the lickers. Simple attacks would not be fatal. Facing lickers, vine zombies were also inadequate opponents. The lickers' powerful strength directly countered the entanglement skills of the vine zombies. Fang Heng closed his eyes, quickly recalling the lickers' weaknesses. Chen Yu also felt a headache. The difficulty of this mission was much greater than what had been reported in the Federal Intelligence data. At this stage, no player, even their federal team, could handle so many lickers. How could they persuade Fang Heng to abandon this mission? After thinking it over, Chen Yu suggested, Fang Heng, why don't we give up for now? We can wait until our weapons and equipment arrive. And then ... Fang Heng suddenly opened his eyes. The lickers' visual nerves degenerate, relying on their powerful hearing to detect direction. We can try to take advantage of this. Chen Yu was puzzled once more. Following Fang Heng's train of thought, his eyes lit up. I see, you mean we try to be as silent as possible, sneak into the second-floor armory unnoticed, And get the key card? Fang Heng waved his hand dismissively. Forget about it. It's a typical game situation. The door to the second floor armory is likely locked from inside. If we force our way in, the noise would attract the lickers, leading us to a dead end. Ow. Chen Yu was at a loss for words. He found Fang Heng's logic reasonable. It's a shame that we only had one emergency flash grenade to use, and we've already used it up. Should I go back and request to more from the higher-ups? We can exploit the temporary disorientation caused by the flash grenades to buy time, go to the armory on the second floor, and take the key card. Chen Yu believed this was the most feasible way to complete the mission. He didn't expect Fang Heng to reject the proposal again decisively. No, it takes too long to request again from the federal authorities. Round trips alone would take at least 2 to 3 days, and the authorization may take even longer. The limited effectiveness of two flash grenades poses too much risk. Hearing Fang Heng's explanation, Chen Yu was left speechless. Even knowing that there were many lickers on the first floor, Fang Heng found 2 to 3 days too slow. 2 to 3 days to complete the mission would be more than enough to be grateful for. The federal team members listening to the conversation had the same thoughts. They couldn't understand Fang Heng's line of thinking. Fang Heng absently stroked his chin, deep in thought. He gradually took several steps back and turned to look at the small mountains built from logs in the courtyard of the prison. A plan slowly formed in Fang Heng's mind. Fang Heng raised his head to ask Chen Yu, "Do all the federal elite teams come equipped with handguns, right?" Not everyone. Handguns are still very rare in the current stage of the game. We only have 12 people equipped, and each person only has 15 rounds of ammunition. That's enough. I have a plan. I'll need your team to help me with something this afternoon. What? A plan? A plan related to the magnetic cart. Fang Heng leaned in and whispered to Chen Yu, "I need you to help me move some logs later." Move logs? Chen Yu looked at Fang Heng, looking puzzled. What could moving logs possibly have to do with the plan to kill the lickers? He felt that Fang Heng's thinking was a bit too abstract. Yes, move the logs first, and when moving them, we need some skillful coordination. Fang Heng took out paper and pen and quickly drew a schematic on the paper in front of Chen Yu. Look at this. Try to see if you can arrange the logs into this shape. Then think creatively, focusing on leaving these positions as vacant as possible. Looking at the rough schematic drawn by Fang Heng on the paper, Chen Yu was even more confused. The lickers are the strongest among the second-stage mutant zombies. They have extremely high agility, strong evasive abilities, and exceptionally robust physical defense. The most troublesome part is that they like to roam in groups. Even in the late game, players encountering the lickers will run if they can. If they can't escape, they use powerful long-range firepower to suppress them. Fang Heng believed that the best way to completely eliminate the lickers in Building 1 might be to burn it down or simply blow up the building. However, doing so would destroy the magnetic cards in the building, leading to mission failure. Therefore, a different tactical approach was needed. Relying solely on the federal tools wasn't enough. Fang Heng had a rough plan. While Chen Yu led the federal team to move logs in the prison yard, he drove a truck to the dark night camp located next to a valley, where a wooden house stood at the foothill of the valley. A sign hung outside the cabin read Apocalypse Bar, claiming to be a camp, but was actually a wooden house converted into a bar. Fang Heng entered the wooden house, where 2 or 3 NPC survivors were gathered around a table discussing something in hushed tones. When they saw Fang Heng enter, they all stopped. Behind the bar counter stood a tall, well-built young woman clad in revealing attire. Her tan skin and well-proportioned figure caught Fang Heng's eyes. "Fang Heng, you're the newcomer who's been making waves recently," the woman, Katelina, said. Waving at Fang Heng, she poured a drink and pushed it to him. "Nice to meet you. I'm Katelina, the head here. This one's on the house to celebrate our first meeting." "Thank you," Fang Heng said as he approached the bar counter. "Let me guess. You're here to take on a mission." Katelina leaned towards Fang Heng's face, casting a flirtatious glance. "I have plenty of missions that need doing. I've been behind in my tasks for the past 2 months. You'll help me out, won't you? Show me your missions, and if they suit me ... Katelina gestured with her hand, and a list of missions appeared before Fang Heng. Mission 1. Clear second stage zombies. Difficulty, SS. Reward, Dark Knight Order honor points. Mission 2. Find the Meteor Company branch in the city. Difficulty, SSS. Reward, Dark Knight Order merit points. Mission 3. Find clues related to the bioweapon project at Meteor Company. Trigger subsequent missions. Difficulty, SSS. Reward, Dark Knight Order Merit Points. Mission 4. Protect important members of the Dark Knight Order. Difficulty, SSS. Reward, Dark Knight Order Merit Points. Mission 5. Alex Living Sample Analysis. Fang Heng was astonished at the densely packed mission list. The Dark Knight Order missions were on a different level compared to the tasks at the Apocalypse Merchant Camp. The lowest difficulty of these missions was at the SS level. No wonder entry into the Dark Knight Order was so difficult. Fang Heng pondered silently. Caitlin's eyes were fixed on Fang Heng. Interested in any missions? Funny enough, I'm going to kill lickers later. Fang Heng casually accepted the missions to collect second-stage mutant zombie samples and study lickers. Hint: you've accepted the mission. Clearing second-stage zombies. Hint: you've accepted the mission. Liquor research. Mission name: clear second-stage zombies. Difficulty: SS. Mission requirements: clear at least 100 second-stage mutant zombies. Mission time limit: 72 hours. Mission name: liquor research. Difficulty: SSS. Mission requirements: obtain liquor samples within the specified time. Can complete mission over target. Mission time limit: 72 hours. You have 72 hours to complete the missions. Good luck. And one more thing, my survival count is in trouble, and I need to temporarily recruit help from the Dark Knight Order. Of course, your current honor level is 7. You can use honor points to make temporary recruits. Additionally, a Dark Knight Order elite mercenary can provide you with 24 hours of assistance. If they happen to die during the mission, you will have to pay a hefty compensation fee. Fang Heng glanced at the price list given by Caitlina. Temporarily recruiting a fully armed Dark Knight Order elite mercenary for 24 hours cost 300 honor points. If equipped with a complete set of weapons, it required a whopping 1,000 honor points. Moreover, during the recruitment process, the mercenary's weapon ammunition would be an additional cost for the player's survival points. The cost would fall on Fang Heng. Expensive. After calculating, Fang Heng had accumulated 41 times the completion of the relevant missions in Hope Town, acquiring 4.1 million honor points. I need to recruit 20 fully armed elite Dark Knight Order members. Oh, looks like you're gearing up for a big deal. Good luck. Caitlina was surprised, then her smile grew even brighter. Hint: your friendliness level with Caitlina has increased. Handsome, you've brought me a big business. I'll give you additional discounts for weapon wear and tear. When do you want them to assemble at your shelter? We need some time to contact them, so it will take at least 3 hours for the gathering. You can set up other assembly points. If the distance is too far, the assembly time will be adjusted accordingly. No need. Tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock assembly. No problem, they will report to your shelter on time. Chen Yu didn't know what Fang Heng was planning, but unlike other federal players, he had quite a bit of confidence in Fang Heng. The mass grave he saw in Hope Town last time was unforgettable for Chen Yu. Such a monster-spawning operation had never been seen, even in federal textbooks. It only existed in the players' trash talk on the forum. Chen Yu and the federal squad spent a whole afternoon carrying logs back and forth. They finally managed to lay out a layout similar to a maze according to Fang Heng's rough sketch before the sunset. After a lot of brainstorming, it was exhausting. Even the elite federal recruits who had undergone strict training in school were a bit worn out. After dinner and a shower, they quickly logged off to rest. Chen Yu also felt sore and tired. He thought about saying hello to Fang Heng before logging off, but strangely, the kid had disappeared again. I hope nothing goes wrong, Chen Yu muttered, and quickly logged off. He had to report the mission to the leaders. Shortly after Chen Yu and the others logged off, the zombie avatars completed the search of Prison Building 2. Supplies and materials were scattered in the shelter basement. Hint: your zombie group completed the exploration of Building 2 of the prison. You found 27 cans of leeks, 43 packets of instant noodles, 3 stimulants, 1 homemade knife, 23 bandages, 4,669 handgun bullets, 6 handguns Beretta 92FS, 2 medical alcohol. Fang Heng glanced roughly at the mission log. Good stuff. Firearms. Ammunition. The team currently lacked these. Fang Heng didn't have time to categorize the collected items. He just hurriedly stuffed the handguns and bullets into his backpack. With a wave of his hand, he led the zombie avatars out of the basement. After leaving the Dark Knight's camp in the daytime, he first went to the Doomsday Merchant's camp, to buy a lot of nails and machine lubricant. Then he took a detour back to the abandoned mine to retrieve the iron blocks he had forged during that time. Returning to the prison square, he saw the maze-like structure built from a large amount of logs. Fang Heng smirked. These guys led by Chen Yu are pretty reliable. A complex maze like this would never have been completed by the zombie avatars. Fang Heng looked around. There were still a lot of logs on the square. He directed the zombies to another area of the square to begin the next operation. Next, we'll set traps, relying on the zombies for production, restructuring the assembly line to speed up efficiency. Fang Heng felt invigorated and roughly divided the zombie avatars into 3 groups. One group made wooden spike traps, another group began making wooden frames, and the last group made hemp ropes. The next day, Chen Yu and the others completed their daily exercise offline and logged in as usual. Leading the team to the prison's first-floor canteen, Chen Yu saw Fang Heng enjoying breakfast. Fang Heng, we've completed the passage. Chen Yu sat across from Fang Heng with a tray. We had a bit of trouble during the actual operation. Since I couldn't find you yesterday, I made some modifications on my own. I saw it last night. It's perfect. You're really talented. I think you're a genius in architecture. How about a glass of chocolate milk? Fang Heng complimented Chen Yu in his heart and handed him a pack of chocolate milk. Having seen the structures built by Chen Yu, he even felt like trying to undermine him. Expanding and improving the maze buildings he casually drew, Chen Yu had a knack for architecture. A talented individual. Fang Heng winked at Chen Yu. If you're not working for the Federation in the future, consider coming to me. I'll pay you double the salary. Ow. Chen Yu was at a loss for words for a moment. He remembered that the team leader gave him the task of recruiting Fang Heng, so why did it now feel like something was off? Ha ha. Just kidding. Fang Heng took a sip of chocolate milk. I'll arrange things, and when we finish eating, we'll start the battle plan. Gather the Federal Squad at the square to eliminate those scavengers and reclaim Prison Building 1. All right. Chen Yu's expression turned serious. He realized Fang Heng wasn't joking. Fang Heng was very confident, but with such a seemingly comical maze, how was he planning to kill the zombies? Perhaps ... trap them in the maze and let them starve to death. Chen Yu scratched his head, discarding the unrealistic idea. They would just have to wait and see. He chose to trust Fang Heng's plan. After dinner, Chen Yu led the prepared Federal Squad to the prison square. Upon stepping into the square, Chen Yu was stunned. Not only Chen Yu, but also the Federal soldiers behind him were equally dumbfounded. The prison square was completely different from when they left last night. How did so many sentry towers pop up haphazardly in the square? My goodness, sentry towers? In just one night, how did he manage to build so many sentry towers? In bewilderment, Chen Yu looked up at the top of the towers. He immediately saw NPC mercenaries on alert inside the towers. More mercenaries? Were they all recruited by Fang Heng? Chen Yu, here you are. Sorry for the wait, said Fang Heng as he and Liao Bufan jumped down from a tall stack of logs. Liao Bufan was casually tossing an empty oil barrel to the side. Fang Heng, did you set up all these sentry towers? As soon as the words left Chen Yu's mouth, he felt silly for asking such a question. If it wasn't Fang Heng who built them, could they have magically appeared due to a bug? Yeah. Used a little trick, Fang Heng answered vaguely. The players of the Federal Squad looked at Fang Heng, all looking astonished. Don't worry about the details, let's talk about the plan to deal with the scavengers first, Fang Heng said seriously, pointing to the several towers around the maze. In simple terms, I'll find a way to lure the scavengers out of Building 1. Once they're within the attack range of the towers, follow my instructions to completely eliminate them together. Chen Yu fell into contemplation. He carefully considered Fang Heng's battle plan. With so many towers, it seemed feasible, but Chen Yu couldn't help but look up at the towers again. How had Fang Heng managed to create so many of them overnight? Due to the agility of the lickers, it's not easy to hit them, so I'll enter the watchtower later. Fang Heng continued to explain the combat plan to Chen Yu and his team. Relying on the advantage of the watchtower being in high altitude, combined with the additional long-range attack range and hit rate boosts in the watchtower, we should be able to deal with the lickers trapped in the maze. Any other questions? A Federal soldier raised his hand and asked, Mr. Fang Heng, I have a question. Please go ahead. We are short on firearms, ammunition is insufficient, and there is no guarantee on output. The prison will provide you with a portion of pistols and ensure sufficient ammunition, Fang Heng said, signaling to Liao Bufan beside him. Liao Bufan was prepared and ran to the side, pushing over a wooden crate from the corner. Opening the crate revealed over 10 pistols and a box full of pistol ammunition collected from the second and third floors of the prison. So much ammunition. The members of the federal team were dazzled by this box of ammunition. They once again experienced the abundance of the prison. The federal elite team at a 60% pistol equipment rate, but each person only had 15 rounds of ammunition. Before coming here, they thought this level of equipment was already top-notch in the game. Only after arriving at the prison did they realize that the ammunition here could be used at will. Chen Yu was now fully focused. He looked at the watchtower above, then at the maze built yesterday, and finally at the floor full of ammunition. Was this plan really feasible? Did he intend to trap the lickers in the maze for a while, then rely on the watchtower's high position advantage to shoot from above? It seemed theoretically feasible, but Chen Yu had never seen anyone play like this in a survival game before. Chen Yu, what do you think of the plan? It's Fine. Chen Yu was a bit confused by Fang Heng's imaginative thinking. But Fang Heng, this maze may be effective against normal zombies, but the lickers are good at climbing. When encountering such terrain, won't they just climb over from above? Fang Heng nodded. That's correct, so I made special arrangements, you'll see soon. Alright. After careful consideration, if this aspect had also been considered by Fang Heng, then theoretically, there shouldn't be any loopholes in this plan. But something felt off. How about we try it first? Okay, let's give it a try. Fang Heng was confident in his plan, but Chen Yu was right. It was the first time implementing this kind of tactic, so it was safer to try it out first. They tried to lure out a few lickers first, so even if the plan went wrong, they could remedy it in time. According to the plan, Chen Yu divided the federal team members into 5 small groups and led them to climb the watchtower. They took out their pistols and aimed at the exit of the first floor of the prison building. A federal team member noticed something and pointed above the maze. Captain, look up there. Hiss. Chen Yu took in a sharp breath. Good job. At the top of the pile of wood, a layer of wooden boards had been laid, with a layer of thorn traps added on top. It was undoubtedly Fang Heng's doing. Chen Yu silently nodded his head. Laying a layer of wooden spike traps could, indeed, prevent the lickers from climbing over directly from above. However, the effectiveness of this action wasn't certain. After all, they were lickers. Fang Heng and Liao Bufan then walked to the iron gate of the first floor. Fang Heng made a hand gesture towards Chen Yu at the high position. Chen Yu gestured back. Stay alert. Prepare for battle. Yes, team leader. Fang Heng lowered his hand and pushed open the iron gate. The tricky part was just beginning. This job was a bit difficult. After thinking for a long time, Fang Heng realized that only he could take on the task of luring out the lickers. Among all players, only he had the highest agility. Plus, with 15 points of perception and danger anticipation, he could buy time to escape as much as possible. If others were to lure the lickers, they might die before even luring them out. Fang Heng bravely advanced with a shotgun in hand. Following the path he had previously walked, he arrived at the entrance to the second floor. Instead of rushing up the stairs, he took out a yellow rubber duck toy from his backpack. He squeezed the belly of the rubber duck toy lightly. Squeak. The toy duck let out a loud, squeaky sound. Squeaking the toy rubber duck continuously was his way of luring the lickers. However, using sound directly to attract lickers would quickly be exposed. After a moment, Fang Heng heard faint rubbing noises from upstairs and felt a sense of crisis. He immediately turned and ran. Fang Heng sprinted forward desperately. His stamina began to decrease rapidly. He was sure that the lickers behind him were still in pursuit because the sense of danger hadn't disappeared. It was even stronger now. The hissing sounds from the creatures scraping against the wall were getting closer. Listening to these sounds, it seemed that the number of lickers chasing him this time was even greater than before. Trouble. The squeaking of the toad duck was out of control. It had attracted too many lickers at once. Fang Heng had no choice but to continue running forward with all his might. The exit was in sight. Fang Heng jumped out of the prison gate and immediately hid in the gap reserved on the right side of the maze. Liao Bufan quickly blocked the gap, and the two continued to run towards the distance. Within a few seconds of running, the first licker crawled out of the prison building. Lickers identified their targets using sound and perception. They moved extremely fast, immediately climbing the wall built of logs after rushing out of the building. Chen Yu followed Fang Heng's arrangements and did not order shooting until he received his signal. He was extremely tense, with his finger on the pistol trigger. staring fixedly at the approaching liquor. It was time to verify if the maze was effective. National Game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday, Hanging Idle Volume 101. Tower Defense Game. Lickers don't walk according to the maze route. Initially climbing along the wall constructed of logs, it quickly climbed upward, attempting to cross over from above. Chirp. It touched a wooden spike trap, and several small wounds were scraped on the licker's body. However, the licker continued to move forward rapidly. It carried the damage from the spike trap and crossed directly over. There were consecutive squeaking sounds. Dozens of red shadows came out of the prison building in succession. Chen Yu was shocked. Oh no. There are too many lickers. The small team led by Chen Yu, although not high in level and lacking combat experience, had all received professional training within the Federation. During the training, they had seen countless scenes of combat against lickers. Now, seeing nearly 20 lickers crawling out from inside, they still felt their scouts tingling. Dozens of lickers followed the path cleared by the seniors, crossed from above the maze, and quickly rushed towards Feng Heng and Liao Bufan. Chen Yu's heart sank. Not good. The damage from the spikewood to lickers was very limited. The lickers directly ignored this damage and charged through. The plan failed. Quick, get ready to shoot. Protect Feng Heng. Chen Yu was about to order shooting when he suddenly realized something, and then quickly gestured to his companions to stop shooting. Huh, what's going on? Why did the licker's speed slow down? Chen Yu showed a surprised expression. He found that several lickers that were climbing quickly along the edge of the wooden wall accidentally slipped off the wall. After several attempts, most of the lickers no longer continued to climb from above but struggled through the maze passages below, which took a lot of time and effort. Why? What kind of operation is this? Chen Yu wondered, turning back subconsciously to look at Feng Heng and Liao Bufan. By this time, Feng Heng and Liao Bufan had already run to a nearby watchtower. Chen Yu saw Liao Bufan holding a handgun and gesturing with a middle finger towards the lickers moving inside the maze from below. Heh. Lubricant, nice or not? Have you never seen this before? Lubricant. Chen Yu suddenly understood. So that's it. They applied lubricant on the spikes above. Because the limbs of the lickers were covered in lubricant, their movement speed decreased slightly, making it difficult for them to climb the walls. Chen Yu, let's go. Chen Yu heard Feng Heng's shout and immediately came to his senses, giving the order to attack the team. Shoot. Bang. Bang bang. Federal elite players hiding in the watchtower simultaneously raised their guns to shoot. Gunshots rang out. Bullets fell densely below. The lickers were very fast. They relied on their strong perception abilities to move back and forth in the narrow passages, avoiding the bullets' attacks. Although the lubricant slightly reduced their movement abilities and the watchtower increased the hit rate, the damage was still insufficient. Chen Yu was completely focused, sweating profusely with drops falling from his cheek, the area behind him soaked with sweat. The only hope now was the maze, which slowed down the licker's attack pace. Bang! Another gunshot. Chen Yu was astonished to find that the licker's head he was aiming at suddenly burst open. What's going on? The licker was shot in the head. He turned around suddenly, looking towards the watchtower in the distance. There was an NPC holding a pure black sniper rifle, aiming at the lickers below. A sniper rifle. A terrifying sniper rifle. At this stage, someone could use such a powerful weapon as a sniper rifle. Taking a closer look, there were at least 5 gun muzzles protruding from the watchtower. NTC. They are elite mercenaries of the Dark Knights. Seeing the armband on the NPC's shoulder, the name flashed quickly through Chen Yu's mind. That's right. At this stage, players' levels were very low. The condition to use a sniper rifle was Gun Mastery LV 10. Within this server, the Federation's highest level player is still nearly 1/5 short of the evolution crystal shards needed to level up by 5 levels. Aside from players, only elite NPCs of the Dark Knights could have the ability to use a sniper rifle. Does this mean that Feng Heng had already completed the Dark Knights questline? Being able to mobilize so many elite members of the Dark Knights indicated his high level within the Dark Knights. Moreover, he had to pay a large amount of honor points for this. Up to this point, the Federation team had just received missions related to the Dark Knights and were trying their best to rush through. And Feng Heng not only completed the mission, but also had a significant amount of honor points. How did he manage that? Chen Yu was somewhat at a loss for a moment. Ever since arriving at the prison, he found more and more things about Feng Heng that he couldn't understand. Bang! Bang! Dang! Gunshots rang out on the square. Chen Yu temporarily set aside these doubts and looked towards the prison square. The power of the sniper rifle was much greater than that of a normal pistol, although the sniper rifle still couldn't achieve a one-shot kill. Unless it hit a vital spot, it would take at least 3 shots from the sniper rifle to kill a licker. And there was also a limit to the hit rate. But every member of the Dark Knights who controlled the sniper rifle was an elite. Coupled with the Watchtower's bonus to the hit rate, their hit rate remained at 80%. The lickers running rampant in the maze had nowhere to hide and gradually fell under the sniper rifle's shots. It turned out that the Dark Knights were Fang Heng's ultimate move against these lickers. The Federal team was just icing on the cake. When did their Federal elite team become inferior? Compared to the elite members of the Dark Knights, Chen Yu felt a sense of inferiority rising in his heart, and he couldn't help but turn back to look at the Watchtower where Fang Heng was. How many secrets were still hidden behind Fang Heng? Hint: the Dark Knights member you temporarily recruited killed a tier 2 mutated zombie licker, and you gained 29 survival points. You obtained 1 licker sample. Current mission: collection of licker samples completion. 2%. Current mission: clearing tier 2 zombies completion. 1%. Hint: the Dark Knights member you temporarily recruited killed a tier 2 mutated zombie licker, and you gained 29 survival points. You obtained licker. Success. Seeing the gradually appearing messages in the game log, Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. The plan was perfect. The lickers were slowed down by the maze built and fell under the sniper rifle's attack. On the side, Liao Bufan, who had been chased for half a day, held a gun in one hand and took out a pack of chocolate from his backpack, nibbling on it. Sigh. He sighed quietly, watching the lickers continually dying under the firearms of the Federal and mercenaries, and then turned to look at Fang Heng. A survival game turned into a tower defense game. Dig brother, you really have something special. Bam. The bullet from the handgun precisely hit the licker's brain. Hint: you dealt critical damage to the licker with firearms, gaining 35 points of firearm experience. Hint: your skill, firearms proficiency, has been leveled up to LV22. With a good start, things became much simpler afterwards. Fang Heng even had the leisure to practice his marksmanship on the tower. After a wave of lickers was eliminated, Fang Heng and Liao Bufan immediately climbed down from the watchtower, closed the prison gate, and inspected the condition of the maze. After the devastation caused by the lickers, various parts of the maze were damaged. The durability of the spike traps built on the upper floor was only about half left, and the walls made of logs were even clawed through by the lickers, creating a big hole. After some repairs, Liao Bufan climbed back up to the top and applied a new wave of oil. Then they lured another wave of enemies. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Fang Heng had lured 5 waves of lickers back and forth. Bam! The last trapped licker in the maze was shot in the head by an elite NPC from the Dark Knights. Hint: the temporary recruits from the Dark Knights killed a level 2 mutant licker, gaining 26 survival points. Hint: you obtain 1 licker sample. Completion rate of the current mission: collect licker samples. 202%. Completion rate of the current mission: clear level 2 zombies. 100%. That's about it. Fang Heng had roughly patrolled the entire prison, making sure the majority of the lickers had been lured out and eliminated. 101 lickers were killed in total, which matched Chen Yu's estimate of the number of lickers. Next, he needed to go to the second floor to find the key card to complete the mission. As Liao Bufan finished the final repairs on the maze, Fang Heng, alone, entered the first building of the prison. Along the main corridor, Fang Heng went up to the second floor and arrived in front of the armory. Sure enough, just as he had guessed before, the armory door was securely locked. Fang Heng took out a newly made small iron hammer and started hitting the door. The durability of the iron door was 2000, and Fang Heng spent some time smashing it more than 50 times before breaking it open. He pushed the door open and entered. The armory had already been looted, with the gun cabinet in disarray and scattered bullets on the floor. Fang Heng walked over to the corner where a safe was located and opened it using the password from the notebook. Click. Inside the safe lay a key card and a piece of paper. Hint: you obtained a spare key card, prison 507. Item: spare key card, prison 507. Description: the spare key card grants the highest level permission in the prison, and it is labeled with a note for emergency use under special circumstances. Authorization from Meteor Company is required before use. Authorization from the Meteor Company before use. Is the Meteor Company higher in authority than the Warden? Fang Heng muttered to himself, picking up the paper underneath the key card to check. Notification: Prison 507 has been authorized by the government to secretly collaborate with the Meteor Company. The basement of Building 1 of the prison is off limits. In case of emergencies, opening the basement of Building 1 requires prior authorization from both the Meteor Company and the warden. This notification is classified and strictly confidential. Does this hint at a secret research facility of the Meteor Company in the basement of Building 1? Fang Heng put the note in his backpack. Previously, he had explored the basement as well. There was a passage blocked by an iron gate. If this was the case, the lickers lurking in Building 1 most likely escaped from the secret underground laboratory. Prison 507 was likely one of the sources of the zombie outbreak. If there were still many lickers in the basement, it would be troublesome. The mercenaries from the Dark Knights would leave at 8 o'clock the next day, so Building 1 had to be completely cleared before then. He needed to make a trip to the basement first to ensure it was clear. With a decision made, Fang Heng grabbed his shotgun and headed to the basement. The basement still had backup power supply. Fang Heng returned to the iron gate of the basement, using the newly obtained spare key card for verification. Beep. Verification successful. The iron gate blocking his way slowly rose up, revealing the corridor behind it. Unlike what Fang Heng had expected, there were no lickers in the corridor. He walked straight down the hallway. At the end, there were blast doors on both the left and right sides. The door on the left was slightly ajar, leaving a narrow gap. Fang Heng pushed the door to take a look. Hiss. Fang Heng drew in a cold breath. The room was lined with circular upright cultivation tanks filled with incubating lickers. Most of the tanks were damaged, leaking greenish liquid onto the floor. There were many liquor corpses remaining on the ground. Most of them had strange body shapes, indicating incomplete development. It seemed like these were failed experiments in liquor breeding. Fang Heng noticed that a few tanks were still operational, with some liquors twitching inside periodically. They seemed to be in a state of dormancy. Fang Heng cautiously looked around the room, ensuring there were no valuable items, before retreating and closing the blast door behind him. If the room on the left was for breeding liquors, then the room on the right was likely the secret research lab. Fang Heng tried to push the blast door on the right. It wouldn't budge. The door was locked. There was a card reader beside the blast door. Fang Heng tried swiping the spare key card in front of the reader. Beep. Unrecognized identity. How? Unrecognized identity. Wasn't this the key card? Fang Heng was puzzled. The blast door had a durability of several 100,000. Trying to force it open with a hammer was unrealistic. It would be more reliable to find another way, by breaking through a wall. Strange. Did he need to find another keycard elsewhere? Just as Fang Heng was wondering, he suddenly saw a green indicator light flashing above the blast door in front of him. Click. Did the blast door open? Fang Heng raised his shotgun cautiously. He then saw a face peeking out from the opening. A survivor. Great. I finally got rescued. This is fantastic. A young man with black-framed glasses spoke excitedly and incoherently, gesturing with his hands. Hurry. It's dangerous outside. Let's go into the lab first. Fang Heng entered the room, quickly scanning his surroundings. His guess was right. This was the secret laboratory established by the Meteor Company. The survivor immediately closed the blast door and locked it. I am Li Bo, a second-level researcher from the Meteor Company. Are you the special task force sent to rescue me? I've been waiting for you for so long. Li Bo had been trapped here for several months, and finally seeing a living person filled him with excitement. When can we leave here? When will the follow-up rescue team arrive? Li Bo looked at Fang Heng with hope, having waited for this savior for too long. No, I am not a special task force member, nor is there any follow-up rescue team. In truth, I just happened to pass by here. Li Bo was taken aback. Aren't you sent by the Meteor Company to rescue me? No. Li Bo realized something and clenched his fists. What's the situation outside? Have everyone outside been infected by the zombie virus? Has the world fallen? Yes. Fang Heng nodded. National game. Starting from the zombie apocalypse to hanging on auto mode chapter 103. Sigh. Li Bo sighed. He sat straight down on the ground, looking dejected. Several game prompts quickly flashed across Fang Heng's retina in the lower left corner. Prompt. You triggered a special mission. Meteor Company employee. Mission name. Meteor Company employee. Mission description. During the apocalypse, you encountered a researcher from the Meteor Company who holds many confidential secrets related to the company. Mission requirements. You can try handing him over to the Apocalypse Merchant or the Dark Knight Order, or recruit him as a member of your shelter. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. He also sat on the floor, handing Li Bo a bottle of cola. Meeting in the apocalypse is also fate. Would you mind chatting with me for a while? What actually happened here? Li Bo took the cola and took several sips, then smiled bitterly. Thank you. I am Li Bo, the infamous Meteor Company employee. Prompt. Your friendliness with Li Bo slightly increased. It had been a long time since Li Bo talked to someone of his kind. He really needed someone to confide in. Fang Heng listened quietly. According to Li Bo, he was recruited by the Meteor Company right after graduation to participate in a biological research project related to the T-virus. A few months ago, his team was assigned a mission to enter a prison and conduct live T-virus research using the strong prisoners inside. Unexpectedly, a crisis erupted. Li Bo took a deep breath, recalling the situation at that time, still feeling fearful. I was in the laboratory then. Suddenly a group of people rushed in from outside, shouting that a bio-crisis had broken out. They told me that there was a problem with the liquor breeding tanks. A large number of liquors being bred inside had escaped and started attacking researchers, causing the virus to rapidly spread. I don't know why such a thing happened. Usually our lab takes strict measures to ensure safety. Since then, I and the team leader, along with a few other survivors, have been hiding in this laboratory, monitoring the situation inside Prison Block 1 through external cameras. Li Bo's face turned bitter. Then, Block 1 lost power, and the internal monitoring systems failed too. There were about a dozen of us trapped here, and over time, people started going out to investigate. Some groups went out, some individuals went out. No one ever came back, and soon it was only me and the team leader left in the lab. Then, after a few months of waiting for rescue, which never came, we speculated that the outside world may have been plunged into an apocalypse, and there would be no rescue coming. The team leader couldn't bear the despair anymore and chose to end his life. Prompt. Your friendliness with Li Bo slightly increased. As Fang Heng listened to Li Bo's story, he contemplated the next mission choice. He knew that Li Bo, as an NPC, was a special reward for this prison stage. If he used forceful violent means, such as setting the building on fire or using explosives, Li Bo would die in the explosion, thus forfeiting the reward. Similarly, if they waited too long, with resources depleting, Li Bo would not last in his hungry state. So, what should he do? Li Bo was a researcher from the Meteor Company, a special NPC. Handing him over to the Dark Knight Order would undoubtedly earn him a lot of honor points. If he kept him, he could have him work in the shelter in the future. Researchers in the game were very rare. They could study zombie bodies and come up with strange gadgets. Fang Heng had read about this on the forum before. However, supporting NPC research also required a hefty sum, and only large player guilds and companies had the strength to recruit research-oriented NPCs in the past servers. After thinking for a while, Fang Heng raised two fingers. You guessed it right, the zombie virus has spread worldwide, destroying everything, and only a few humans survive barely. Now, you have two choices. First, I will take you out and hand you over to the Dark Knight Order. Li Bo couldn't help but interrupt. What is the Dark Knight Order? An organization trying to save the apocalypse believes that the Meteor Company is the source of the apocalypse. You possess a lot of information related to the company, and you would be valuable to them. If you cooperate, they will ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Li Bo turned tail and immediately waved his hand, refusing. No. No. I won't go there. Then you only have the second choice. Join my shelter. Your shelter? Li Bo looked at Fang Heng suspiciously. Can you provide me protection in the apocalypse? Yes, I have the ability to clear out the liquors in the prison, so naturally, I can be responsible for your safety. Really? Li Bo looked at Fang Heng, somewhat skeptical of his abilities. He lowered his head and sighed heavily once again. Li Bo knew he had no other choice. Going out alone would be a dead end. All right, since I have no choice, I'll join you. Smart choice. Welcome to join. Fang Heng smiled. The honor points mission from the Dark Knight Order he could find a way to accomplish, and a researcher was 1 in a million. This choice was too easy. Prompt. You completed the mission. Meteor Company employee. Prompt. Li Bo join your team. Character. Li Bo. Evaluation. S. Level 1. Strength 3. Constitution 3. Agility 3. Perception 4. Intelligence 11. Willpower. 3. Current loyalty. 88. Skills, basic science, zombie body research, scientific fitness, alchemy, liquor research and cultivation, T-virus branch research, G-virus branch research, efficient reading, super learning. Description: Chief researcher at Meteor Company, rated as an outstanding employee for 3 consecutive years. Surprisingly skilled. An NPC with an S rating. Fang Heng quickly scanned Li Bo's attribute status. Non-mercenary NPCs were different from players. Their non-combat skills often exceeded the character's level, but this much exceeded his expectations. Not sure who between him and Qiu Yakong was more powerful. Recruiting Li Bo into the shelter was definitely the right choice. Fang Heng started planning in his mind. From the skills perspective, Li Bo seemed to have a deep understanding of liquors. Once things settled down, could he help in rebuilding the underground lab in Block 1? Maybe he could find a way to transform his own zombie avatar into a liquor. Liquors were the strongest among the second-tier mutated zombies. In one-on-one combat, even the vine zombies were no match for the liquors. Li Bo noticed Fang Heng continuously analyzing him, with even a hint of eagerness in his eyes. He couldn't help but shrink his neck, feeling a chill down his spine. Fang Heng, what are you thinking about? Nothing much. Just to be safe, I need you to stay here for a while longer until I can ensure the safety of the prison tower completely before we go out. Fang Heng didn't dare to gamble. After all, Li Bo only had 3 physique points and 3 agility points, with slow running speed and low health points. If by any chance they encountered a leftover prey or predator when they left, they would definitely be in trouble. All right, I will wait here a bit longer. You must come get me immediately. Li Bo was quite afraid of death, and he didn't mind staying here for a bit longer. By the way, have you been to the 2nd floor of the basement beneath Building 3? Huh? Fang Heng raised an eyebrow as he was about to leave. He turned around and asked, I was just about to go check it out. Do you know about that place? Phew. Li Bo patted his chest, looking relieved. It's a good thing you didn't go. Otherwise, you would be in for some trouble. Why? It's very dangerous there. When we were studying the predators, we encountered a very rare individual mutation. Are you talking about Arita? You've heard of him too. Li Bo was a bit surprised and started explaining from the beginning. You're right, it's Arita. Arita was originally a prisoner, but due to his exceptional physical qualities far surpassing ordinary people, he experienced a special mutation during the predator's evolutionary process. For the Meteor Company, Arita has extremely high research value. Even after being infected with the virus, he was found to still possess some cognitive thinking ability. The company has been trying to research ways to completely control biological weapons, and having cognitive thinking ability is the foundation. Therefore, the team specially modified the 2nd floor of Building 3, establishing a special research department for Arita. Fang Heng asked, why can't I go in? Recently, the prison discovered signs of infiltration, so the company installed a special alarm system in Building 3 for safety. If an outsider enters the 2nd floor underground, Arita will immediately be awakened. A special alarm is using a spare magnetic card to enter still considered an intrusion. Yes, this is a method the company uses internally to prevent confidential leaks. In extreme cases, to protect the data related to the biological weapon project, just like 3 years ago, the company will choose to directly awaken Arita, causing a biochemical accident to destroy all evidence. Fang Heng frowned. Is Arita still in hibernation? It should be. After being trapped for so long, Li Bo wasn't certain either. The basement of Building 3 has solar power supply. As long as the nutrient solution in the cultivation chamber is sufficient, it can be maintained for 2 to 3 years without issues. The mission seemed to have changed again. Following the mission flow chart provided by Chen Yu earlier, he could enter the basement of Building 3 after obtaining the magnetic card. At that time, Arita, who was in a dormant state, would also be awakened. The final mission would require finding a way to kill Arita. Now it sounded like Arita had been well controlled all along and was still in a dormant state. It was likely that the previous servers or predecessors had mistakenly killed Li Bo during the mission, or Li Bo had already starved to death from exploring the basement too late. This triggered the alarm when they broke into the secret laboratory of Building 3, awakening Arita. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. Dealing with a comatose Arita should be easier, right? Maybe they could even complete the mission directly. Fang Heng looked up. Is there a way to enter the lab where Arita is located without triggering the alarm? You need verification from a researcher's permission. Besides the magnetic card required to open the 3 iron gates, you also need iris verification of the researcher. Fang Heng understood. Besides being a reward for this stage of the mission, Li Bo was also the key to opening the research lab of Building 3. Okay, after I completely clear the first floor, you accompany me to the laboratory. Do we have to go? It's too dangerous there. Li Bo's mouth turned bitter. Fang Heng thoroughly searched the prison tower again, breaking open all rooms to confirm that there were no lurking predators. After clearing the prison tower completely, they began to transform the maze. When the maze was designed roughly at the beginning, Fang Heng had already made plans to deal with Arita, so they only needed to make slight adjustments, changing the entrance of the maze to the exit of Building 3. Finally, they evacuated the NPCs inside Building 3. All members of the Dark Knights switched to armor-piercing bullets. Chen Yu led the federal team and stood by inside the watchtower. Everything was prepared to defeat Arita. They had to kill Arita by 8 a.m. the next morning. When all preparations were complete, Fang Heng led Li Bo into the basement of Building 3. In front of the 3 iron gates, Fang Heng swept the spare key on the device. Deep beep beep. Verification successful. The 3 iron gates in front opened one after another. Don't go in first. Li Bo pulled Fang Heng back. He walked to the side of the wall where the code was and pressed a few numbers on the keypad lock. With a click, a compartment in the wall above the code lock opened, revealing an identification device. Li Bo leaned in. Iris verification successful. Welcome back, Dr. Li Bo. Li Bo breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Fang Heng. Okay, you can go in now. Arita is inside. You're not coming in? Of course not. Li Bo said as if it was obvious, shaking his head repeatedly. This place is too dangerous. It's been so long already. What if something unexpected happens and wakes up Arita prematurely? Li Bo made his point clear. Fang Heng, I'm very grateful you saved my life. I advise you not to go in either. We don't need to risk it for that. Isn't it better to live peacefully? No. We have to go together. The prison is our residence, and this threat must be completely eliminated. Otherwise, do you want to sleep on the streets filled with zombies? Moreover, only you know how to operate the test bench. If I accidentally trigger a run operation and activate Arito, what will we do? But, no buts, come in with me. After hesitating in place for a while, Li Bo was ultimately dragged forcefully by Fang Heng into the underground second floor. Hint: your friendship level with Li Bo slightly decreases. Hint: Li Bo's loyalty decreases by 1 point. Going down the stairs led them to the closed door of the experiment lab on the second basement floor. Pushing open the door, a rush of cold air hit them. As soon as they entered, Fang Heng saw a steel glass partition facing the door, dividing the laboratory into 2. On the other side of the glass was a large vertical cultivation tank. The tank was for meters high and engraved with the company logo of Meteor. A tall figure, nearly 3 meters tall, a human, was quietly suspended inside the cultivation tank. Fang Heng and Li Bo exchanged a glance. He is Arita, Li Bo said softly. He held his breath, carefully walking to the side of the control console, swiftly entering a series of commands on the main control platform. Upon seeing the results displayed on the screen, Li Bo let out a sigh of relief. Phew. We're really lucky. The instruments are all normal. Arita is in good condition, still in a state of dormancy. Li Bo placed a document in Fang Heng's hands without skipping a beat and continued to check the machine's operation status. Experimental Observation Summary Report March 1. After being infected with the virus, Arita still retains some cognitive abilities, judged to be equivalent to that of a 2 to 3 year old child. 2. Influenced by the T-virus and the direction of the predator's transformation, Arita possesses strong aggressiveness, intense bloodlust, and strong hostility towards humans, easily entering a state of frenzy. 3. Arita was selected as an experimental subject for the biological weapon project. In the first stage of the experiment, attempts were made to alter its memory, implant memories, and control it to obey orders from the Meteor Corporation, but the results of the alteration were unsatisfactory. 4. The next stage of the experiment will use a more efficient control input mode. Li Bo's guts grew slightly bolder. He handed Fang Heng a report and continued checking the machine's operation status. Despite most of the content being full of technical terms, Fang Heng read through the entire journal with determination. Biological weapon project. Fang Heng muttered to himself, recalling seeing something related to it in the Dark Knight Order's mission list. Hints appeared. You have obtained ERITA Experimental Observation Summary Report March. Player completes the 3rd stage mission. Explore the 2nd underground floor of the prison. You obtain 500 survival points. Player triggers the 4th stage mission. Execution. Mission name. Execution. Mission description. After numerous explorations, you discovered the Meteor Corporation's secret research laboratory on the 2nd underground floor. Realizing it's the biological weapon ERITA the corporation is researching. To ensure safety, please eliminate it. Mission reward. Individual talent enhancement plan. Unidentified rank. S*1. Here comes the final stage of the mission. Just need to kill ERITA to get the S-rank talent enhancement plan. ERITA, a product of the Meteor Company's humanoid weapon plan, comparable to Alex. Both are 4th stage mutated zombies. Fang Heng believed that ERITA's living sample would be even more valuable than Alex's. The Dark Knight Order and Qiuya Khan would definitely be intrigued by its sample. He quickly glanced at his backpack. There were still 2 sample collectors inside. Is there a way to keep ERITA in a dormant state and extract some living samples from it? Fang Heng asked Li Bo. Li Bo was startled by Fang Heng's idea and immediately refused, citing the dangers of waking ERITA up. Despite the risks, Fang Heng insisted and proposed weakening ERITA while extracting samples. After administering a toxin into ERITA's body, the experiment began. Li Bo, though hesitant, helped Fang Heng with the process. After injecting the toxin, ERITA twitched briefly before falling into a weakened state. Satisfied with the progress, Li Bo decided to leave, while Fang Heng stayed behind to handle the situation. Title: National Game. Plug-in main chapter starting from the zombie apocalypse. Preface on shelves. Announcement tomorrow at noon. Newbies are shaking with excitement. Thank you to all readers for your support along the way. Every recommendation vote, monthly vote, every time you donate or comment, is what motivates me to keep writing. I am truly very grateful. Thank you also to the editor for signing me. They fought for me to receive many recommendations. Regarding updates, this book was written impulsively from the start, so there are no drafts saved when it is released. It is typed on the spot every day. During this time, I have been working as a volunteer at a vaccination center, and recently it has been scorching hot, making me restless and unable to update. It should get better once the volunteering period is over. Without making excuses, in the end, the slow updates are the fault of the author, no denying it. It will be on the shelves tomorrow. I took a day off, and I will try to update more. I type slowly, but I will do my best, with a clear conscience. Lastly, a confession from my heart. To be honest, I write to earn some extra money. If the results are really bad, it would be boring to continue writing. And maybe I will. Well, probably not. I see the number of collections has reached my lowest expectations. It won't crash like that. Anyway, I will try to write more and update more tomorrow. I hope everyone can continue to support me. Thank you once again. Finally, the final finale. Subscribe summoning technique. Tips. While you were offline, your horde of zombies collected a vast amount of subscriptions, a vast amount of votes, a vast amount of unread messages. Hush! Fang Heng made a gesture to silence Li Bo. This is my special ability. When we go out, don't say anything. Remember to keep it a secret from me. Li Bo stood still for a long time, unable to speak, just nodding stiffly. His heart was already in turmoil. Fang Heng had the special ability to control zombies. This is the ability that the Meteor Company has been dreaming of. The ultimate goal of the bioweapons program is to create powerful zombies that can follow orders. Li Bo shook his head. From confirming the destruction of the world at the beginning to now seeing someone who can perfectly control zombies, Li Bo had encountered too many life shocks today. He felt the need to calm down and absorb this information. Regardless, the most important thing was to preserve his own life. However, as soon as Li Bo opened the door, he immediately froze in place. Because he was too scared, he felt his legs go weak. He hurriedly reached out to grab the wall, leaning half of his body against it. Inside the passage, about 20 zombies were lined up, one by one passing in front of him, heading towards the direction of the secret research room. He could actually control so many zombies at the same time. Fang Heng stood next to the door of the research room. He controlled several vine zombies to enter the glass room from a side door. Divine zombies carefully opened the cultivation tank door. A zombie clone stepped forward and placed a lead sample collector on the muscular arm of Erita. Click. A very faint sound. Fang Heng's eyelids twitched slightly. Erita was still in a quiet state. A slow progress bar appeared above the zombie's head. Hint. Your zombie clone has completed the sample collection of Erita. Success. Let's be greedy for another round. Fang Heng controlled another zombie to continue. Another zombie clone also raised the sample collector and pressed it on Erita's other arm. Hint. Your zombie clone has completed the sample collection of Erita. With 2 successful collections, Erita showed no sign of waking up. Too bad. There are no more live sample collectors, or I could have been more greedy. The zombie clone staggered back and handed the collected samples to Fang Heng. Hint. You have obtained 2 live samples of Erita. Item. Live sample of Erita. Description. The live sample of Erita, the 4th level mutated zombie, can be exchanged for a large amount of survival points at the end time merchant. Fang Heng put away the live samples. The next step was to change the target. Killing Erita here was not realistic. How to lure him out? After all, there were many stairs in the passage, making it very difficult to transport, and the risks were also extremely high. Fang Heng thought for a moment, then turned his gaze to the vine zombies behind him. Got it. Perhaps they could be used. Fang Heng controlled more than 10 vine zombies to enter the glass room together, surrounding the unconscious Erita. Hiss, hiss. Dense vines twisted around the zombie clones. The vines gradually extended towards Erita, enveloping her. In just a moment, Erita was completely covered by the vines grown by the vine zombies from within her body. For safety, Fang Heng controlled the zombie clones to wrap several layers of vines beneath Erita's body. Almost done. Fang Heng estimated roughly in his mind, then raised his hand. The zombie clones received the command and simultaneously retracted the vines. Hiss. The vines tightened instantly, forming a straight stretcher. Erita was lifted into the air by more than 10 vine zombies. Done. Fang Heng ran out of the room first, guiding from the front, controlling the vine zombies to slowly carry the unconscious Erita forward, until they finally transported Erita to the lobby on the 1st floor. Fang Heng rummaged through his backpack and made a large wooden coffin on the spot. All that was left to do was to put Erita in the coffin and pull it out of the building. Wait. As he was about to put Erita in the coffin, Fang Heng thought of something. Add a little something. Fang Heng muttered to himself and then controlled the zombie clones to tie the 2 packs of small explosives he purchased from the end-time merchant camp the day before onto Erita's head. Once this step was completed, the zombie clones placed Erita in the coffin. They closed the lid and securely tied the coffin with several ropes. Done. Fang Heng lifted the other end of the ropes and slowly extended them outside of the prison building. Outside the building, Chen Yu and his small team were on high alert in the watchtower. Before this morning, Chen Yu never thought that today would go so smoothly. They cleared the entire 1st floor of the prison in just over half a day. What efficiency! Chen Yu thought that after Fang Heng emptied the 1st prison, he would temporarily stop and plan how to deal with the final 4th level boss. He didn't expect that Fang Heng had no intention of stopping at all. Less than an hour ago, Fang Heng directly prepared them for battle and even took a survivor NPC with him to investigate Erita's situation. Chen Yu felt that Fang Heng might be a bit impatient. In less than 3 days, they had completely cleared 2 prison buildings. This efficiency was already exaggerated. Even the Alliance couldn't match it. Chen Yu couldn't help but start worrying about Fang Heng. After all, Erita was a 4th level mutated zombie, and this rough maze likely couldn't trap him for long. He could probably punch through a wall with a single blow. Hope nothing goes wrong. A federal team member noticed movement in the 3rd prison building and alerted, "Captain, look, Fang Heng is coming out." Chen Yu's expression changed. Looking towards the entrance of the 3rd prison building, he saw Fang Heng walking out by himself from the building. Chen Yu immediately gave hand signals to the team. "Everyone, be vigilant. Erita is about to come out." All team members raised their guns, their sights fixed on Fang Heng. They noticed that Fang Heng had a thick rope wrapped around his waist. Fang Heng was struggling to drag something, taking slow steps forward. After a long distance, at the other end of the rope, a brown wooden coffin was finally pulled out of the building by Fang Heng. A large coffin? Liao Bufan was puzzled, wondering what kind of trick the boss was playing this time. The elite federal soldiers also had doubts and remained on high alert. Once the coffin was brought to the exit of the 3rd building hallway, Fang Heng untied the rope bound around him. Phew! Fang Heng shook his sore shoulders. hurriedly left, climbing up the tower where Chen Yu was. The coffin holding Arita was too heavy. If his strength wasn't already at 19 points, he wouldn't have been able to drag it alone. What's going on? Is Arita inside the box? Did you just pull Arita out of it? Chen Yuxin had already guessed most of it. What could be worth Fan Heng's effort to pull out from the building with such great strength? The box was so large that it could perfectly fit Arita inside. However, Chen Yuxin still couldn't quite figure it out. How did the final boss end up in a coffin? The version of defeating the final boss recorded in the data was not like this. Well, we encountered a minor issue, so I changed the mission process a bit, Fan Heng explained simply, shifting his gaze to the wooden box below. And there's good news. I injected poison into Arita's body, weakening his strength. Anyway, Arita will wake up soon. We need to act quickly. All right. Chen Yuxin nodded, looking serious. Now, they needed to consider how to deal with Arita. Fan Heng not only weakened the boss but also brought it to the most suitable spot for output, gaining the upper hand. Even so, Chen Yuxin still had doubts about this final boss battle. A fourth-tier mutated zombie, withstanding rockets and a ruthless character who dismantles buildings barehanded, was not to be taken lightly. Their biggest advantage should lie in the highest-level mercenary NPC in the game. The power of a sniper rifle should not be underestimated. Chen Yuxin was about to give the order, and Fan Heng stopped him. Wait, just a little longer, Fan Heng said, pressing the detonator of a small explosive device in his hand. Seeing that familiar remote controller, Chen Yuxin was shocked and blurted out, "You planted a bomb on Arita." "Of course not," Fan Heng chuckled, looking as if it were a matter of course. "It's always good to be prepared. It will explode in 5 minutes, so get ready." Doom. When the 5 minutes were up, a violent explosion echoed through the prison square. The coffin was blown to pieces. Wood splinters flew around. The dust from the explosion temporarily obscured the player's vision. Chen Yuxin stared at the center of the explosion intensely. The information recorded internally in the Federation about the final boss was very detailed. At one time, a large team even used extraordinary weapons like rocket launchers to kill the final boss. However, the effect of the rocket launcher was only average, and that boss battle took place over half a year after the server opened. Now, the server had not even been open for a month. Gradually emerging from the dust was a huge figure. Arita, who was unconscious, was now fully awake. He half-squatted on the ground, supporting himself with one fist. Fresh blood continuously oozed from under his shattered skin. He was injured. Chen Yuxin's heart skipped a beat as he immediately commanded, "Fire!" Dang, dang, bang. Bullets rained down on Arita. Forced, Arita had to lower his head as the bullets landed on his massive body. The Dark Knight Order had already switched to armor-piercing bullets. Each armor-piercing bullet cost at least several hundred survival points, but these bullets were very effective against high-level mutated zombies. Hiss, hiss. The armor-piercing bullets directly hit Arita's body, and some bullets even pierced through him. Blood splattered everywhere. Chen Yuxin raised his small pistol, aiming at Arita's head, continuously shooting. Taking advantage of Arita's weakened state, they tried to suppress his health as much as possible. Unlike Alex, Arita's self-recovery speed was not as fast. Continuously suppressing his health still had a good chance of killing him. Also, the maze could trap him for some time. The most significant output came from the elite members of the Dark Knight's NPC. Their sniper rifles were the main source of damage. Chen Yuxin coordinated the overall situation, constantly assessing the situation between them and the enemy. If necessary, they might have to resort to a tactics of overwhelming the enemy with numbers to buy time for the NPCs. Chen Yuxin's tension reached its peak. After half a minute of gunfire, Chen Yuxin suddenly frowned. He noticed that Arita, who was half kneeling on the ground supporting his body with one fist, was gradually falling down. Dang. Arita heavily fell to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. Chen Yuxin was stunned. He saw a prompt message quickly flash past the bottom right corner of his retina. Prompt: your team has killed the 4th-tier mutated zombie, Arita. Prompt: as the second player team to kill a 4th-tier mutated zombie in this world, you have received a reward. Random C-grade skill book *1. Prompt: skill randomly received. Prompt: you have received the skill book. Tracking technique. What happened? Did Arita die? Did we win? Chen Yuxin stood there dumbfounded, feeling a sense of inexplicability. The other members of the Federal Elite Team also saw the game prompts, and they each even obtained a D-grade skill book. They all stopped their attacks and looked towards Chen Yuxin. Huh, what happened? Is it over? Did we win already? Are we mistaken? Wasn't it a fourth-tier creature? Why does it feel weaker than even the Lickspittle? Is this it? Really? The higher-ups before going to the prison seemed to say something else, right? Wasn't Areta supposed to be an extremely dangerous fourth-tier zombie? Didn't they say that even a slight mistake could result in a team wipeout? Why does it feel less stressful than when facing the Lickspittle earlier? They had expected to spend a considerable amount of time in a prison, at least a month, and prepare for suffering. And now it's over. Have they won and are ready to go home? In total, it had only been 3 days since they arrived at the prison. Chen Yuxin also felt a bit bewildered. Killing Areta was completed, and they even got a C-grade skill book. From any perspective, this should be an extremely exciting achievement. Why does it feel like there's no sense of accomplishment? And just the thought of leaving the prison to return to the Federal Resource Point, Chen Yuxin unexpectedly felt a sense of reluctance. After all, the living conditions here were incredibly good. Chen Yuxin made a tactical gesture to the members of the Federal Elite Team, signaling the end of the battle. He quietly holstered his gun and turned to Fan Heng beside him. Fan Heng, is this it? Is it over? It's over, it's over. Fan Heng replied nonchalantly, quietly thinking to himself, after all this preparation, isn't it all about crushing it? What else did you expect? Fan Heng opened the game log to observe. Prompt, you killed the 4th-tier mutated zombie, Areta. Prompt, you obtained a 3rd-tier evolution crystal. Prompt, as the 2nd team in the world to kill a 4th-tier mutated zombie. Based on team contribution, you have received the highest level reward, a random B+ grade skill book. Hot, there are more rewards. Fan Heng didn't expect that the 2nd team in the world to kill a 4th-tier mutated zombie would also get rewards. However, the 1st team gets an A-grade skill book as a reward for the 1st kill, while the 2nd team only gets a B+ grade skill book. The difference between A and B grade was quite significant. Note: text has been edited for readability and clarity. Reminder: random selection in progress. Reminder: you obtained the skill book. Novice Concealed Aura. Skill: Novice Concealed Aura. Skill description 1. After learning, passive bonus of +1 to basic perception attribute. Skill description 2. This skill can be actively used to slightly conceal one's or after activation, making oneself less detectable by enemies. Skill description 3. This skill can be leveled up to level 20, with each level upgrade, enhancing the concealment effect slightly and providing an additional +0 point for basic perception attribute increase. Fan Heng was somewhat surprised. What a great find! He never expected to draw such a useful skill from a B+ grade. For Fan Heng himself, the effect of Concealed Aura was not very obvious, as its main benefit was to boost the character's perception attribute. But for using this active skill on zombie clones, it was extremely valuable. Zombie clones had unlimited stamina. In other words, this Concealed Aura skill became a permanent passive ability. Having permanently concealed aura on zombie clones saved a lot of trouble. Additionally, this skill book was upgradable. When he had the time later, he could try to continue enhancing this skill. After all, this skill was received for free. Fan Heng was already very satisfied with it, so he clapped the skill book to his head. Reminder: you have learned the skill, Novice Concealed Aura. Fan Heng ... on the side. Chen Yu scratched his head and said, according to our prior agreement, we need to collect the bodies left behind by Aerith after her death. Alright, no problem. Chen Yu waved his hand, indicating the team members to start transporting the body. Also, if we delay too much, Aerith's body may deteriorate, so we need to immediately return to the Federal Resource Point. So urgent? Can't we stay for dinner to celebrate? Fan Heng suggested politely. After all, without Chen Yu's help, this mission wouldn't have been so smooth. He thought Chen Yu was quite alright, and their cooperation was very pleasant. About that, just thinking about the food, Chen Yu hesitated a bit. He shook his head. Let's not, the mission is more important. Fan Heng nodded and glanced at Aerith's body below the watchtower. Alright then. Let's grab some food on the way. And regarding the matter we discussed last time about transporting the planks, any updates on that? It has been requested. It shouldn't be a problem for such a minor task. I'll keep an eye on it, and since you completed the task quickly, the leader will be very pleased. I will report the progress to the leader for you. I promise the transport vehicle will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. so prepare in advance. No problem. Fang Heng roughly estimated the planks on the prison square, then looked outside the prison. Looks like I have to work overnight to make the planks. Outside the prison, Liu Yi and four other company rookies were still busy moving raw logs to the prison. Due to knowing about the special emergency mission inside the prison, they had piled up the logs outside the prison. Due to the large quantity of logs, a circle of logs had been stacked outside the prison wire fence, making it impossible to see the situation inside the prison from the outside. Hearing occasional gunshots coming from the prison building, Li Yi turned back absent-mindedly. What special mission were Leader Fan Heng and the Federation executing inside? Why was there so much commotion? Liu Yi, hurry up. Don't slack off. Everything counts towards performance. I got it. Liu Yi waved to his companion and gulped down a bowl of chicken soup. Tomorrow, you will thank today's hard work. Let's go. Workers. Reminder. You completed the 4th stage mission. Execution. Reminder. You completed mission 507 prison circumvention and obtained the final reward. Personal talent enhancement scheme. *1. The enhancement scheme was in hand. A black scroll appeared in Fang Heng's palm. He was thrilled. Identify it. Reminder, you deducted 1,000 survival points to complete the identification and obtain the personal talent enhancement transformation scheme. Zombie virus. Personal talent enhancement scheme. Zombie virus. Enhancement level. S enhancement description. Collect related materials to complete the talent enhancement. Enhancement effect description. Your zombie clone will have the ability to infect enemies with the zombie virus, with a high chance of infection after attacking. Fang Heng glanced at the enhancement scheme. He felt this skill was slightly better than the S-grade teleport talent acquired earlier. The zombie virus significantly improved the combat ability of the zombie clone against players. At least in the early stages of the game, dealing with players, the zombie virus acted like a fatal buff effect in battle. From a strategic perspective in the later stages, the infection ability of the zombie virus could have unimaginable effects in other worlds. If there was a chance to enter other game worlds in the future, spreading the zombie virus in those worlds seemed like a good tactic, such as in a blood vampire doomsday scenario. But now in the short term, the applicability of this skill book was not very high. Fang Heng was still waiting to gather 3 S-grade schemes to synthesize an SSS-grade talent enhancement scheme, so he wasn't interested in using it. There was only one book left. The book from Phoenix Main Game Company, which he could acquire in 2 days. Thinking about the SSS-grade enhancement scheme, Fang Heng couldn't help but feel excited. He casually put the acquire enhancement scheme back into his backpack. Fang Heng saw Chen Yu calling him and walked down from the watchtower. Perhaps inspired by Fang Heng's previous coffin, Chen Yu and his team had created a large wooden coffin once again. They loaded Irit's body into it, tied it securely with ropes. Fang Heng, sorry to bother you, but there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. Can we borrow your military truck? We didn't expect to resolve Irith so quickly. If we wait for the transportation truck to arrive, it will be delayed till tomorrow. Chen Yu gestured towards the oversized wooden coffin box. It's too huge to carry. We want to return Irith to the resource point today, and in return, we'll give Phoenix Ming Company extra performance points as rent. Do you think this will work out? No problem. Fang Heng tossed the truck keys to Chen Yu. From his interactions with the Federation during this period, he was quite confident in them. Moreover, the Federation had agreed to help solve the delivery issue, so he didn't currently need the truck. Thank you very much. Also, I just communicated with the leader offline. I will definitely return the truck before noon tomorrow. We will also send a transport team to collect the planks. That's great. Fang Heng thought for a moment. Remember, bring along a few more people to load the goods. It's best to finish loading in one go rather than multiple times back and forth. Bring more people? Chen Yu looked puzzled, glancing at the stack of planks in the corner of the prison. How many more? Fang Heng followed Chen Yu's gaze towards the piled logs nearby, mentally estimating. Meeting the 20,000 point performance target was still uncertain. It wouldn't be good if things went wrong. With only one S-grade talent enhancement scheme left, it wasn't worth the risk. Maybe a bit more would be enough, considering there were already plenty of raw logs. Roughly 5 times the amount here. What? Chen Yu was startled by the number Fang Heng casually mentioned. You mean 5 times, asterisk. Asterisk, please remember the first release domain of this book. Website, address top, novels mobile reading URL. Website address National Games. Hang up from the beginning of the Zombie Doomsday. Chapter 110 of the main text volume 110. Bloody Return. Hint. During the time you were offline, your zombie group completed the production of wooden boards. You received 26,123 wooden boards, and you gained 62,783 basic manufacturing experience points. Hint. During the time you were offline, your zombie group maintained a hidden aura status. You gained 528,172 invisible aura experience points. Hint. Your invisible aura skill has been upgraded to level 10. Hint. Your invisible aura skill has been upgraded to the current level limit. Please quickly level up your character. The next day, waking up and returning to the game, Fang Heng began to take stock of the overnight hanging benefits. The effect of the zombie avatar hang-up was excellent. In one night, Fang Heng's hidden aura that he learned yesterday has upgraded to level 10, and an additional 5 points have been added to the basic perception attribute. In addition, 26,000 wooden boards were also produced. After removing high-quality wooden boards of tiers 4 and 5 for later personal use, the remaining 21,000 boards were all traded to the Federation in exchange for company performance points. If nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow he can receive the last S-level talent enhancement plan within the company, a 3-in-1 exchange for SSS level. Fang Heng sat in front of the bonfire, roughly considering the follow-up camp development plan. The wooden boards are temporarily sufficient, so it is necessary to focus on mining iron or resources next. It's been half a month since the game opened, and the zombie avatars are still using wooden spears, which is a bit lagging behind. It is necessary to upgrade and replace tools and weapons as soon as possible. Exchange the wooden hammer for an iron hammer, and the wooden spear for an iron spear, and then continue with the forest eviction plan until the entire forest area is under our control. Of course, this is just a preliminary plan, and if there is a substantial change in strength after the SSS level talent enhancement is completed, he will adjust the plan accordingly. Let's go back to the Dark Knight camp and submit the completed quests. Fang Heng arranged for the zombie avatars to go to the abandoned mine to collect iron ore. Then he rode his motorcycle alone to the Dark Knight camp. Perhaps he arrived too early as there was no one in the bar. Caitlin, dressed in cool attire, was cleaning behind the bar counter. Catching sight of Fang Heng, Caitlin waved to him. "Hi. Fang Heng, I heard from the mercenaries of the Dark Knight Order that the food at your camp seems to be very good. When can I go there to experience it for free?" "Of course. You are welcome anytime. You can enjoy the best VIP treatment," Fang Heng said as he sat down at the bar counter. "By the way, I'm here to submit quests." "You've completed the quests so quickly." David didn't misspeak. "You really are a formidable character. Let me see what you've completed." Hint. You completed the quest, Cleanse Tier to Zombies. You gained 1,000 Dark Knight Order Honor Points. Hint. You completed the quest, Liquor Research. You gained 3,200 Dark Knight Order Honor Points. Hint. Your current available Dark Knight Order Honor Points are 25,300. Hint. Your friendliness with Caitlin has slightly increased. Completing two quests only rewarded for 1,000 honor points, compared to the 20,000 honor points spent on hiring temporary NPC mercenaries. These two quests only made up for a small loss. Fang Heng was not very satisfied. Fortunately, when completing the quests earlier, he obtained some samples of Irita's blood. Fang Heng handed over the live samples to Caitlin. "Caitlin, this was not easy for me to obtain. I believe it should be very useful for our Dark Knight Order, right?" Caitlin took the live sample and observed it in her hand. Soon, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes, and her tone became less calm. "This is a live sample of a high-level mutated zombie. Where did you get this from?" "In the prison. It's a long story," Caitlin chuckled. She turned around and took out a bottle of vintage wine from the cabinet, pouring a glass for Fang Heng herself. "This is a 1992 vintage. You can tell your story slowly." Fang Heng briefly recounted the events he encountered in the prison. Caitlin listened carefully, recording them down on paper and nodding frequently. "Fang Heng, your experience is very important for our research. I will first take this sample and report your findings to the Dark Knight Order. After returning, our researchers will immediately start analyzing and researching the sample, which may take some time. Once we have news, I will inform you immediately." "Thank you." Fang Heng finished the wine in the glass. Then, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. He thought this was just a simple submission of a live sample in exchange for a reward. Unexpectedly, the game log suddenly displayed a series of prompts. Hint: you submitted a DRIZZLE sample to the Dark Knight Order *1. Hint: you received a special mission from the Dark Knight Order to search for Meteor Company's bioweapon project-related clues. Hint: you have completed stages 1 to 4 of the mission. Hint: accumulated rewards for stages 1 to 4 missions. Hint: Stage 5 mission will be triggered afterwards. Please contact the Dark Knight Order after 40 hours. Hint: you received 9,000 Dark Knight Order honor points. Hint: your Dark Knight Order honor level has been upgraded to level 9. Hint: the maximum number of elite Dark Knight Order members you can recruit has increased to 35. Hint: your friendliness with Caitlin has significantly increased. Fang Heng was a bit stunned by a long string of game logs. He carefully reviewed the information again. Unexpected happiness. He didn't expect Eureka's live blood sample to be so valuable. Submitting a sample could directly trigger a special mission, and even completing stages 1 to 4 directly. This was definitely a big win. Aside from the 9,000 honor points reward, he could also get a follow-up mission. Such mission chains were a waste of time in the main Gods game. The more stages completed, the better the subsequent rewards. Of course, if one stage is not completed, the rest will be forfeited. In addition, the weaponry and ammunition damage cost of the Dark Knight Order's mercenaries added up to 32,000 survival points, but I can give you the minimum discount within your jurisdiction, only needing 16,000 points. Caitlin threw Fang Heng a flirtatious look. You'll have to take care of my business more in the future. Hint: you deducted 16,000 survival points. Hint: your friendliness with Caitlin has slightly increased. The hard-earned survival points were once again depleted, causing Fang Heng some heartache. Next time, it will definitely. Heh. Caitlin giggled, covering her mouth. She leaned in close to Fang Heng's ear and whispered softly, "Congratulations on your increased honor level. Would you like me to help you negotiate for 2 additional elite protectors from the Dark Knight Order for your camp?" "Of course." Phew. Fang Heng breathed a deep sigh of relief. Another drop of blood was taken. 7017K_metadata. This text seems to be part of a narrative within a video game setting, involving quests, rewards, and character interactions. Let me know if you need any further clarification or assistance. 2 days later, Phoenix Games Company held its monthly meeting at the beginning of the month. Mr. Chin has been on leave during this period and has requested the board of directors for it. "I will be hosting today's meeting on his behalf," Li Aryu said, looking at Zhang Linhui beside her. "Secretary Zhang, please convey Mr. Qin's instructions to everyone." "All right, at this stage, our main focus is still on Bloodline Doomsday. Recently, Bloodline Doomsday has been under pressure from several major companies." Secretary Zhang spoke while displaying a PPT presentation. This was Fang Heng's first time participating in such a boring company meeting. He had no interest in the company's development and was only thinking about the S-level enhancement plan. Sitting beside him, Pei-An was even more nervous than Fang Heng. She was tense, with sweaty palms. Fang Heng thought, "Why are you more nervous than me?" He comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, we can take the first place." "Yes, we definitely can," Pei-An said firmly, as if encouraging herself. These past few days, the 12 new recruits had been sleeping in the company dormitory every night after the first day, spending the following days sleeping on the ground in the company. One by one, they would collapse on the game warehouse floor. It seemed like they were all putting their lives at stake in the game. Pei-An already considered herself a member of the team. She had been busy taking care of everyone's life outside the game for the past 2 days. After talking for over an hour, Li Aryu finally got to the main point. The last item is regarding the mission assignment related to the S-level enhancement plan in the Zombie Doomsday game. As decided previously, all 12 Zombie Doomsday game teams in the company will be evaluated based on their performance over the past 6 months. The team ranked first will receive the S-level talent enhancement plan as a reward. Li Aryu paused, looking around at the leaders of each team present. Some people believe this approach is not fair, but personally, I think this method is the most fair. Those who help the company grow and create value will receive more support from the company. Here it comes. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but adjust his sitting posture, sitting up straight. This was the part Fang Heng cared about the most, but coincidentally, It was the part the other zombie doomsday team leaders cared about the least. They listened to Li Ru's words, silent and disdainful. The distribution plan for the S-level enhancement plan sounded fair, but discerning people could see that there were too many tricks involved. In the past year, the 7th team had received significant support from the company. Not only were many high-quality assignments allocated to the 7th team, but Phoenix Games Company also provided the 7th team with a lot of manpower and resources. And yet they couldn't secure the first place. The leader of the 7th team, DRIZZLE, might as well go die. Everyone knew it. DRIZZLE was part of Li Ru's faction in the company, and she set up this distribution plan to pave the way for him. When Mr. Chin was still around, they could debate about it with reason. Unfortunately, Mr. Chin was considered to have made poor decisions in Bloodline Doomsday, leading to huge losses for the company. Rumors had been circulating that Mr. Chin had been urgently summoned back by the family. DRIZZLE, the leader of the 7th team, had a confident smile. He was determined to obtain this S-level enhancement plan. He had been waiting for this plan for 3 years. Li Ru looked expressionless, turning to Secretary John. Secretary John, have the performance statistics for the Zombie Doomsday game teams in the first half of the year been completed? Yes, Zhang Linhui said with a strange expression. The latest data received today has been cross-checked with the Federation several times, so the statistics are a bit delayed. Zhang Linhui pulled out a document from a folder and handed it to Li Ru. Director Li, please take a look. No need. Just announce the first place directly, Li Ru said. All right. According to the statistics, in the performance assessment of the first half of the year for Phoenix Games Company, the highest-ranking team among the 12 Zombie Doomsday teams is the 12th team, with a total of 35,440 performance points. Wait, did I hear that right? Not the 7th team, but the 12th team. The room fell eerily quiet. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone in the room was taken aback. Then, they all turned their heads at the same time to look at DRIZZLE, the leader of the 7th team. What's going on? Wasn't this mission supposed to pave the way for DRIZZLE? Where did this 12th team suddenly come from? Cough. Zhang Linhui coughed awkwardly and continued. The second place is the 7th team, with a total of 21,208 performance points. DRIZZLE's face turned pale. He couldn't believe his ears. The 12th team, Fang Heng, 35,000 performance points, which was almost twice their team's performance. This couldn't be possible. This couldn't be. Zhang Linhui suddenly turned to look at Fang Hen, who was sitting inconspicuously in the corner. Just 2 days ago, he was mocking this inexperienced young man. How did he realize this achievement in just a few days? There must have been a mistake somewhere. How could he gain 30,000 performance points in such a short time? Wait a moment, Secretary John. Are you sure there's no mistake in this number? Li Ru was also shocked by this number. She quickly calmed down and asked Zhang Linhui for confirmation. Yes, Director Li. This is the latest data we received from the Federation this morning. Since the numbers seemed abnormal, I personally called the senior officials of the Federation to confirm. Zhang Linhui explained. The Federation is very grateful for Phoenix Games Company's assistance, praising our high efficiency, which helped them a lot. Hearing this, the people in the room began whispering quietly. The 12th team in the Zombie Doomsday game. I have some impression. Isn't it the new team formed a few days ago? Impressive. Just a few days. Can achieve so much performance. Oh, I remember now. It was Mr. Chin who personally established that team. Mr. Chin is amazing, with great insight. I remember his name is Fang Heng. The last time it was him who completed the mission from the Federation. At that time, no one dared to take on that mission, but he did it and succeeded. He's a remarkable player. The 12th team, quite interesting. Li Ru listened to the quiet discussions of the people, maintaining a calm demeanor on the surface, but she gripped the pen in her hand tightly. Qin Shuren. It must be her scheming behind this. A newly established department, a newcomer recruited into the company. In 3 days, they had earned more performance points than others had accumulated in half a year. How could this be possible? It was clear that there was foul play involved. Qin Shuren had provided extensive support to Fang Heng's team behind the scenes. Even though she had been recalled by the family, she was still causing trouble for her. Li Ru's face darkened almost to the point of dripping water. Hey, Team Leader Fang. First place. We won. We are the first. An excited Pei Anan waved her tightly clenched little fist. I will share this good news with everyone. She bowed her head and opened the work group chat on WeChat. Fang Heng nodded, looking calm. The results were evident. For safety, he had inflated the performance to 25,000 points. Plus, Chen Yu was very proactive and generously gave him an additional 10,000 performance points to thank Fang Heng for helping the Federation quickly eliminate Elitaire and resolve the hidden dangers. It seems that the first place has been confirmed. The discussion paused, and Gu Yiji, who was sitting in his chair watching the show, stood up. He didn't like getting involved in internal struggles of the company, but he really enjoyed watching a good show. Especially seeing Liu, an old lady, make a fool of herself. How amusing. Gu Yiji looked at Fang Heng. So, as agreed, the S-level talent enhancement plan task is assigned to Fang Heng. Team leader Fang Heng, congratulations. Wait a moment. Daiji, the leader of the 7th team, stood up from his seat with a grim expression. What's the matter, Leader Dai? Daiji looked at Fang Heng with an angry gaze. No problem, I just wanted to remind team leader Fang Heng. According to the rules, once the team ranked first fails to complete the mission within 3 days, the task will automatically be transferred to the second place team, and so on. Additionally, this task cannot be transferred to anyone outside of your 12th team. Yes, Fang Heng, according to the rules we set beforehand, you have 3 days to complete the mission. No problem, Fang Heng dismissed. Was he about to let a mission he'd already got slip away? Please remember the original website of this book. Website address. The National Game. Hang up starting from the Zombie Apocalypse Chapter 112 The Gift of the Main God. The Ceiling Ball. The meeting ended, and Daiji walked into Li Ru's office with a dark face. Closing the door, Daiji couldn't help but ask, what happened? Qin Shuren secretly provided such great assistance to the 12 groups. Why didn't we receive any information beforehand? I haven't even asked you. How did you guarantee it to me? Even this can be taken by others. How could I have known that he could improve his performance to 30,000 in such a short period of time? I struggled for half a year just to reach 20,000. Liu was also filled with anger. Being caught off guard by Qin Shuren, she felt as terrible as if she had eaten shit. Liu took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Enough of the complaints. It's meaningless to talk about it now. Let's look forward and try to salvage the situation while we still can. Daiji closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. Well, thankfully, I found out that all members of the 12 groups are playing the newly opened 8th server in the Zombie Apocalypse. It's been open for less than half a month, so he couldn't have completed the mission. After thinking it over, Li Ji felt that the impact of this incident wasn't significant. Let's wait for him for 3 days. After 3 days, this mission will still fall on my shoulders. HMPH, idiot, Liu coldly snorted. Daiji's temper flared up again, glaring at Liu. What did you say? I said you're an idiot. Qin Shuren put in so much effort and invested so much money to help Fang Heng complete the mission. Do you think she wouldn't have made preparations in advance to assist him in completing the mission? Do you think Qin Shuren is as foolish as you? Unable to think of even this, Daiji was taken aback after hearing this. Yes, Fang Heng alone couldn't possibly complete such a high-difficulty mission, but with Qin Shuren's help, it was different. Daiji had spent 3 years on this mission. Seeing the reward almost within reach, being stopped at the last moment, how could he not be anxious? How could he not panic? Daiji completely lost his composure, almost kneeling down to plead with Liu. What should I do? How can I handle this? Director Li, you must help me this time. In the future, in the company, I will respect you as my superior and follow your lead in everything. Liu glanced at Daiji. There is still a wait, but it depends on whether you are willing to do it. What do you mean? With Qin Shuren not around, directly kick him out of the company. Daiji was stunned. What's the reason? Just make up one. Say there are issues with the company's accounts. Haven't you checked this kid's background? He was involved in cheating in game clubs before. I can't take action on this matter. You go handle it, report it publicly, and I'll immediately approve. It needs to be done quickly while he hasn't completed the mission. Daiji's eyes lit up. Okay. Whether he had done it or not, he would throw dirt on him first. By the time he cleaned up, the 3 days would have passed. Just one last S-level talent enhancement plan left. The more it reached the end, the more Fang Heng felt impatient. He couldn't spare time to chat with Gu Yiji a few more words, hastily exchange friend requests with him, and immediately returned to the game. Entering the world of the main god, Fang Heng received a game prompt. Hint: you have received a cash-on-delivery package from High Dimension Games. You need to pay 60 main god points to receive the package. Fang Heng shook his head, no longer thinking about it. Hint: you have paid 60 main god points and obtained a special sphere *1. Fang Heng held an amber crystal ball in his hand. It was 2 circles smaller than a basketball, just right to be held by one hand. The all-people game. Hang up from the zombie apocalypse. Hint: you have opened the seal ball. Hint: you received a personal talent enhancement plan *1. Got it. The crystal ball burst, a black scroll floating in the air. Fang Heng excitedly reached out to grab the scroll. Hint: do you want to spend 1,000 survival points for appraisal? Appraisal? No. Not appraising. After all the effort to gather 3 scrolls, they were definitely going to be fused into the highest SSS level. Throw away 1,000 points just to hear a splash. Meaningless. Fang Heng hurriedly packed the 3S level enhancement plans into his backpack, immediately drove a military truck to Qiu Yaokang's villa. In the VO's backyard, Qiu Yaokang still just lifted a corner of the well cover. He showed his eyes under the well cover, looking coldly at Fang Heng. What's up? Hurry up and open the door. According to our previous agreement, I have gathered 3 talent enhancement plans. You act fast, Qiu Yaokang commented. Put on protective gear first, and come to the laboratory. Fang Heng quickly ran to the next room to change into protective gear, then followed Qiu Yaokang into the adjacent laboratory. Take it out. Qiu Yaokang stood in front of an experimental platform, gesturing for Fang Heng to place the enhancement plans on the platform. This is... Seeing the black scroll Fang Heng took out from his backpack, Qiu Yaokang's expression changed slightly, his eyes narrowing. An S-level enhancement plan. He didn't expect Fang Heng to actually obtain an S-level plan. Yes. You're impressive, Qiu Yaokang reminded, but you need to gather 3 identical S-level enhancement plans to proceed with the fusion. I know, and Fang Heng said, placing the second and third S-level talent enhancement plans on the platform one by one. Can he really have 3 S-level talent enhancement plans? Watching these 3 enhancement plans, Qiu Yaokang's eyes widened. He was amazed at how Fang Heng managed to gather 3 top-tier enhancement plans in such a short time. How did he get them? Initially, Qiu Yaokang thought Fang Heng had only found 3 level enhancement plans to fuse, but to directly gather 3 S-level plans? For a long time, Qiu Yaokang finally spoke up. You're off. No. You're off. Fang Heng didn't want to waste time arguing with Qiu Yaokang. He, filled with anticipation, urged, stop staring at me. I have my ways of obtaining the S-level enhancement plans. How do these 3 plans look to you? Are they viable? Qiu Yaokang moved his gaze away from Fang Heng's face. He picked up the scroll and carefully inspected it. The enhancement plans are fine, Qiu Yaokang said. Closing his eyes, he extended his hand, emitting a red light above the 3 scrolls on the table. Fang Heng swallowed nervously as he saw a red light enveloping Qiu Yaokang's hand. The 3 scrolls on the table gradually floated in the air under the red light. Suddenly, the 3 black scrolls merged together. A golden light burst into the room. The light was too dazzling. Fang Heng couldn't help but turn his head and shield his eyes with his hand. After a few seconds, the light gradually dissipated. Fang Heng turned to the scrolls. Plop. The suspended dark gold scroll fell on the table. Qiu Yaokang slowly opened his eyes. He looked pale, clutching his chest, his expression extremely unnatural. Hey. Are you okay? Qiu Yaokang waved his hand without speaking, just pointing to the scroll on the table, urging Fang Heng to check it quickly. Fang Heng nodded, unable to resist reaching out and grabbing the dark gold scroll on the table. As he picked it up, a game prompt appeared in the lower right corner of his retina. Hint: you completed the cooperation research mission. Your favorability with Qiu Yaokang slightly increased. Hint: you received a personal talent enhancement plan *1. Great. SSS level. Fusion successful. Fang Heng was extremely excited. After all the effort, he finally completed it today. Activate. Hint: players consume 5,000 survival points, activating the talent plan. Hint: generating an SSS level enhancement plan suitable for the player's talent attributes. Hint: generation successful. You can choose one of the following 3 evolution plans. 3 options. Different from the previous S-level plan, an SSS level could be chosen between 3 options. You get what you pay for. thus reducing the chances of obtaining junk items. Fang Heng clicked on the talent details, scanning through them one by one. Enhancement Plan 1. Efficient Evolution. Enhancement Plan 2. Zombie Cloning Individual Enhancement. Enhancement Plan 3. Rapid Proliferation. What about the rest? Where are the detailed descriptions? Unable to open more details, only one name. Seeing these three options, Fang Heng pondered. The SSS level provided three selectable options, but he could only see the names of the chosen plants, not their specific enhancements. This was the game setting. He had to guess based solely on the names. First, rule out the second option, Zombie Cloning Individual Enhancement. Judging from the name, it should mostly enhance the strength of the zombie clone. At the SSS level, Fang Heng guessed this skill would significantly increase the strength of the zombie clone. Powerful, but not what he urgently needed. That left two options, Efficient Evolution and Rapid Proliferation. What did evolution entail? Fang Heng stroked his chin, deep in thought. Considering that ordinary zombies infected by corpse vines in a hospital in Hope Town evolved into higher-level vine zombies, evolution likely related to that. Literally, high-efficiency evolution was likely related to this aspect, but the specific effect remained indiscernible. Selecting this option carried risks. As for the last option, Rapid Proliferation, Fang Heng's heart accelerated. Proliferation implies quantity. He had a hunch that proliferation referred to the number of zombie clones. Currently at level 10, advancing to level 11 would yield 11 zombies. As levels increased, the percentage increase per level gradually decreased. Even at level 100, there would only be 5,050 zombies. Proliferation. Choosing this option would probably allow him to obtain more zombie clones. Fang Heng quickly made up his mind. For him, zombie cloning was essential. Besides their formidable combat abilities, zombie clones played a vital role in logistics during the apocalypse. With more zombie clones, he could expand his influence more efficiently. Without rapid proliferation, Fang Heng might have taken a gamble on efficient evolution. I choose the third option, rapid proliferation. Popular game. Starting with the zombie apocalypse, players choose Plan 3. Rapid growth. You have obtained personal talent enhancement and transformation plan. Rapid growth. Personal talent enhancement plan. Rapid growth. Enhancement plan level. SSS. Enhancement description. SSS talent enhancement plan can be directly triggered for use. Enhancement effect 1. After enhancement, players can gain an additional 20% of the current number of zombie avatars each time they level up. Enhancement effect 2. After enhancement, in a non-combat state, players' zombie avatars undergo rapid growth every 6 hours. Detailed explanation of Enhancement Effect 2. After growth, players will gain a zombie avatar growth body, with the same attributes and skills as the zombie avatar, and cannot be resurrected after death. Rapid growth. Quantity. Guessed correctly. It is indeed an effect that increases the number of zombies. Moreover, unlike the regular S-Class plan, the S-Class enhancement plan not only completes enhancement without needing to gather materials, but it also has two additional effects related to quantity. Fang Heng was very satisfied. He quickly did some mental calculations. For example, if he currently has 55 zombie avatars, he can gain an additional 20% of zombie avatars rounded up each time he levels up. 55 multiplied by 0.2 means he will gain 11 avatars. Why does it look the same as before? When he wasn't upgraded, even at level 11, he had 11 zombie avatars. Fang Heng was in a good mood and chuckled self-mockingly. Isn't this a happy coincidence? But according to this formula, the growth effect becomes stronger as it progresses. If he can reach level 100, he will have at least hundreds of millions of zombie avatars, which is completely different from the previous peak of 5,050. At the current stage, the additional effects of the SSS class talent are considered a long-term investment. Effect 2 provides an immediate boost. Growth. Avatars can continue growing avatar bodies. In an ideal scenario, the next zombie avatar can have up to 3 growth bodies. The most intuitive performance is that Fang Heng, even if he does nothing now, his zombie team will triple after quietly waiting for 18 hours. A full 3-fold increase. Fang Heng was extremely excited. This also meant that his development efficiency in the game had effectively tripled. Despite the time spent collecting SSS class talent, it was all completely worth it. Fang Heng was confident that he could quickly make up for the lost time. He clenched his fist lightly. The scroll in Fang Heng's hand emitted a golden light. It gradually melted into a golden liquid, which fused into the back of Fang Heng's hand. It felt hot on his hand back. Hint. Fusion complete. Hint. Your talent skills have been enhanced. Hint. You have completed a first-year talent enhancement. Player. Fang Heng. Level 10. Health. 240,240. Stamina. 100,100. Spirit. 100,100. Energy. 100,100. Strength. 19. Agility. 12. Constitution. 19. Willpower. 5. Perception. 20. Insight. 5. Talent. Super Zombie Transform. Enhancement. Tier. SSS. Talent Description 1. Players can control zombie transform avatars, which possess 50% of the original attributes and an additional 300% health of the original body. The zombie avatars can inherit most of the original skills and passive skills. Additional note 2. Every time your character level increases, you will gain an additional 20% of zombie avatars. Additional note 3. Zombies will automatically resurrect 18.5 hours after death. Resurrection time will shorten with player level increases. Additional note 4. In a non-combat state, player zombie avatars undergo rapid growth every 6 hours. It's done, Fang Heng muttered softly, looking at his palm. His right hand back, which had been burned by fire earlier, had already returned to its original state, showing no signs of change. Ahem. Qiu Yaokon turned away, coughing several times, while leaning against the wall with one hand. Hey. Are you really okay? Fang Heng realized that Qiu Yaokon didn't seem to be in good condition. Qiu Yaokon had mentioned that his fusion skill caused significant damage to his body. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Qiu Yaokon said coldly, tossing aside a tissue. The transaction is done. I need some rest. You can leave now if there's nothing else. Hint. Your affinity with Qiu Yaokon has slightly increased. This seemed like a dismissal. It seems like the affinity did increase. Fang Heng muttered softly. He was very worried about Qiu Yaokang's safety. Would it be okay to leave him alone here? After all, he had suffered serious injuries. Should he? Wait. Fang Heng suddenly remembered something. He recalled that the researcher Li Bo, who he had encountered in the secret research facility, had been deceived into a shelter. So theoretically, Qiu Yaokon, another NPC, should also be able to deceive him in as well. Right. And clearly, Qiu Yaokang's level was higher than Li Bo's, making it even more difficult to deceive him. Fang Heng pondered as he observed Qiu Yaokon silently. He contemplated the success rate of tricking Qiu Yaokon into the shelter. Forget it. Let's give it a try. Lao Qiu, it's very dangerous for you to be alone here. What if you encounter zombies? Why not come to my shelter? I have people protecting your safety 24/7, as well as professional chefs. Your shelter? Qiu Yaokon shook his head, with a look of disdain on his face. There's no need. I'm not interested. Don't rush to refuse. The environment in my place is much better than here. And, if there's nothing else, you can leave now. Qiu Yaokon cut off Fang Heng's words without hesitation. He turned away and rummaged through something on the shelf behind him. Oh really? Think about it. The basement of my place used to be the hidden research lab of Meteor Company. Qiu Yaokon finally reacted, stopping his movements, slowly turning around to face Fang Heng, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. What did you say? I'm not lying. It used to be where Meteor Company cultivated lickers, the most powerful hunters among the second-tier transformed zombies. You know, Fang Heng knew Qiu Yaokang's character and tried to entice him with research. Qiu Yaokon indeed showed a very interested expression. Fang Heng intentionally left him in suspense. Do you know, since the outbreak of the biohazard virus, a lot of Meteor Company's research equipment is still there, much of it intact. Can you guess what I found in the lab? All citizens game. Starting from the zombie apocalypse, Qiu Yaokon said coldly. Speak. Interesting. He was indeed interested. Fang Heng remained calm on the surface, but was secretly delighted. Hey. Let me tell you secretly, there are even 3 nurturing liquors in the research laboratory. I've checked, everything is fine. The liquors are in good condition, not affected by anything. Speaking of this, Fang Heng inwardly muttered. Since Li Bo joined his shelter, the secret research laboratory for nurturing liquors has been closed off. Li Bo is high in NPC level, but he is too afraid of death. Even with the accompaniment of the Dark Knight order, he dare not enter the liquor cultivation laboratory to take a look. Li Bo claims that the prison's biochemical virus outbreak started from the liquor cultivation room. He believes that there may be significant safety hazards in the liquor cultivation warehouse. If an angel suddenly wakes up and runs out, people will die. According to Li Bo, even before the outbreak of the biochemical crisis virus, he rarely entered that room. Now that there is a precedent, he would not enter the cultivation laboratory. Fang Heng also has no good solution to this. Every time this matter is mentioned, Li Bo's loyalty and goodwill begin to weaken slightly. Therefore, the research project on liquors in the shelter is currently on hold. Fang Heng now really needs a leader for the experimental team. Coincidentally, Qiu Yaokon is a great fit. He is obviously fearless. He can even stay alone in the villa in the wilderness for research. Liquors, Qiu Yaokon murmured to himself, showing a pensive look. Are you talking about the biological weapon research project? Yes. Do you also know about the Meteor Company's biological weapon research project? That's great. Liquors are a subsidiary of the biological weapon project. They are products injected with the T-virus while still alive. What do you think? Are you interested? If you come to my shelter, all of the Meteor Company's laboratories will be yours in the future. They will all be under your responsibility. Seeing Qiu Yaokon already showing interest, Fang Heng continued to entice. By the way, there are even living corpse vines there for your research, which are advanced strains modified by the Meteor Company. Corpse vines. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yaokon involuntarily clenched his fists. He seemed to be hesitating to the extreme. Fang Heng threw out the final bait, handing a small booklet to Qiu Yaokon. Here, take a look at this. Eritrea Experimental Observation Summary Report. Qiu Yaokon took the booklet thrown to him. Upon seeing the title of the booklet, his breath seemed to stop. Qiu Yaokon quickly opened the booklet and began to read it rapidly line by line. His eyes never left the booklet, completely unaware of what was happening around him, until he finished reading the entire book. Fang Heng had long known Qiu Yaokang's temperament. After he finished reading the entire booklet, Fang Heng continued, "How about it? The live samples from Eritrea, do you want them?" Qiu Yaokong suddenly raised his head, his eyes fixed on Fang Heng. "You have them? Heh, of course. You know I'm always greedy. How could I not bring something back after a visit?" Fang Heng said, shaking the Eritrea lead samples he had collected earlier in his hand. "As long as you join my shelter, the Eritrea samples can also be provided to you for research free of charge. And I can promise you that after you join, I will do my best to assist your experiments as much as possible. I'm serious. Consider my proposal." Qiu Yaokon fell silent. For him, this temptation was just too difficult to resist. Initially, he had no interest in Fang Heng's proposal, but as Fang Heng gradually added more chips, until Fang Heng presented the live samples from Eritrea, Qiu Yaokang's psychological defense was almost collapsing. With a strong will, he almost gritted his teeth and said, "No, I cannot." He hasn't agreed yet? Fang Heng was very surprised. Qiu Yaokon took a deep breath. "Unless you can promise me one condition." Phew. Fang Heng let out a big sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that recruiting Qiu Yaokong was already half successful. "Just hope you speak up about your conditions. Once you do, everything will fall into place." "All right, you tell me. What's the condition?" Qiu Yaokong stared at Fang Heng intently. "You say you have the ability to help me gather various research materials. I need you to prove this to me." "No problem. How would you like me to prove it?" "I stayed here for a reason." Qiu Yaokon turned away again. He rummaged through a nearby cabinet and pulled out a map, spreading it flat on the experimental table. Fang Heng leaned in to check. He saw a clearly circled area on the map marked in red. "Where is this?" "Abandoned chemical plant." Qiu Yaokon continued to explain to Fang Heng. "Since the biochemical virus occurred, special mutated zombie bodies have appeared in the drainage pipes of the abandoned chemical plant. Have you heard of the infection zone?" Fang Heng raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit uneasy. The infection zone is an area in the game. Once a player stays in the infection zone for over 30 seconds, they'll enter an infected state. The longer they stay, the higher the infection level. This is an area that can only be explored in the late stages of the game. There are various opinions about the infection zone on the forums, but there is still no definite explanation of how the infection zone was formed. But one thing is certain. The infection zone is related to the Meteor Company. It's tough to think a recruitment mission would be related to the infection zone. Fang Heng felt bitter in his heart, but he also became serious. Qiu Yaokong is crucial, and for the development of the shelter, he must bring him in. Yes, I've heard of it. I've observed that the range of the infection zone has been continuously expanding recently. Indeed, Fang Heng knew. In the early stages of the game, the area of the infection zone kept expanding, but by the later stages, the expansion gradually stopped. Fang Heng was also unclear about the specific reasons for the halt. In order to prevent the endless expansion of the infection zone, we must go in and see what happened inside. What exactly caused the existence of the infection zone? These types of zombies found in the chemical plant are very peculiar. The gas they release is very similar to the gas in the infection zone. Recently, I have been researching them. I believe we can study method to enter the infection zone from them. Upon hearing this, Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Good pal. Qiu Yaokong was catching his breath. He thought Qiu Yaokong would ask him to personally venture into the infection zone. I'm at a critical stage of research on the mutated zombie bodies now. I won't agree to leave unless you can guarantee a continuous supply of live zombies from the chemical plant for my research. Research on live zombies. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow, pondering the meaning behind Qiu Yaokong's words. Are they asking for live specimens? While Fang Heng was still contemplating, he heard Qiu Yaokong make a request. I need you to prove your ability by capturing 10 zombies that have undergone mutation in the abandoned chemical factory for me. After thinking for a moment, Qiu Yaokong added, I want them alive, and you only have 24 hours. Hint. You have triggered the mission. Qiu Yaokong's challenge mission name. Qiu Yaokong's challenge. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description. To prove that you are capable of providing Qiu Yaokong with a safe research environment and experimental materials, please obtain 10 live mutated zombies. DK Poison. Time limit. 24 hours. Failure penalty. Qiu Yaokong's friendliness significantly decreases. No problem. I don't think I'll need 24 hours. Fang Heng glanced at the mission. In front of Qiu Yaokong, he took out all the remaining first-tier evolution crystals from his backpack. For other players, this mission would indeed be very challenging. To DK poison zombies possess poisonous gas skills, and once approached, one would inhale the gas released by them, causing infection. Not to mention capturing them alive. The difficulty is increased several times, but Fang Heng was different. He had zombie avatars. Dang, dang, bang. The first-tier evolution crystals in Fang Heng's hands burst one by one. A crimson mist swirled around Fang Heng's palm, gradually absorbed by his hand. A series of game prompts quickly refreshed in the game log. Hint. Your character level has been raised to LV 11. Hint. Due to talent skills, you have gained an additional 11 zombie avatars. Hint. Your character level has been raised to LV 12. Hint. Due to talent skills, you have gained an additional 14 zombie avatars. Hint. Your character level has been raised to LV 13. Hint. Due to talent skills, you have gained an additional 16 zombie avatars. In an instant, magical arrays appeared at Fang Heng's feet. Under Qiu Yaokong's astonished gaze, in a short moment, a total of 41 zombie avatars crawled out of the magic arrays. The laboratory was almost filled with zombies. Qiu Yaokong stared blankly at Fang Heng. He had witnessed too many wonders from Fang Heng today and finally said, Is this your talent? Yes. Isn't it cool? Now, I'm going to capture people. Do you want to come and see? I promise, it will be quick. 1.5 hours later, outside the chemical factory, Qiu Yaokong watched in amazement as the DK poison zombies were brought out one by one, all tied up by regular zombies from the abandoned factory. He was extremely shocked, unable to speak for a long time. How is it? Not bad, right? Fang Heng walked over and patted Qiu Yaokong's shoulder. He thought he was lucky, as the special skill of DK poison zombies may be troublesome, but their attributes rank at the bottom among all mutated zombies. Their poisonous gas skill had no effect on zombie avatars. With the high number of avatars, high HP, and a skill that instantly restores 80% of their health, Fang Heng could easily surround the DK poison zombies and tie them up with ropes, enduring their poison damage. If the mission required capturing other first-tier mutated zombies, like spider zombies, it would be troublesome. In that case, ordinary zombie avatars may not be able to handle it. I would need more time to go back to the prison once and bring back vine zombies to complete the mission, since their vine entwinement skill would be excellent for capturing zombies. This mission is nothing. I have more challenging tasks in my shelter. When we go back, I can show you. More challenging. Qiu Yaokon, still in shock, looked back. He gazed at Fang Heng. Really? Come on. When have I ever lied to you? How about now? Can you come with me to the shelter? I agree, but I need some time to organize my laboratory. Many things here are specially made, and I need to bring them all back. Great. Fang Heng was delighted. Not only did he bring back a talented individual, he also fooled many experimental materials. This business deal was profitable. No problem. How long do you need? I'll come with people and cars tomorrow to help you transport. Okay. Thank you. Tomorrow morning then, Qiu Yaokon said, turning back towards his mansion. Hint. You have completed the mission. Qiu Yaokang's challenge significantly early. Hint. Your friendliness with Qiu Yaokon slightly increased. Hint. Qiu Yaokon joins your shelter. Hint. Due to your outstanding performance, Qiu Yaokang's loyalty has increased. He is a cool guide, Fang Heng muttered under his breath, then anxiously opened the shelter interface to check Qiu Yaokang's attributes. Character. Qiu Yaokon. Rating. S+. Level. 4. Strength. 7. Constitution. 8. Agility. 7. Perception. 6. Insight. 15. Will. 8. Current loyalty. 85. Status. Weak. Skills. Basic science. Zombie body research. Scientific fitness. Drug development. Drug production. T-virus branch research. T-virus mutation branch research. Super learning. Focus. Awaken talent skill. Mutation fusion. Talent skill level. S. Talent skill description. Confuse 3 items of the same grade and type to create a higher level item. After using, the character will enter a period of weakness. This. What a fine. Fan Heng's mouth couldn't close due to Zhou DS+ rating. To grades higher than Li Bo. His various skills matched the S+ rating. Extremely outstanding. The key point was that Qiu Yaokon, like ordinary players, awakened a special talent skill. This means, can Qiu Yaokon upgrade through talent reinforcement after reaching level 10? Aside from various strict conditions, his talent skill is almost cheating in its support effects. I need to find a way to help Qiu Yaokon with an S-level talent to enhancement plan. It should significantly reduce his skill cooldown time. Also, I need to quickly raise his loyalty. I mustn't let him slip away. Fang Heng stroked his chin, deep in thought. Hint. Your game warehouse has received an urgent warning. Please choose a safe location to log out promptly. Urgent warning from the game warehouse. Fang Heng was perplexed. What was going on? Having been with Phoenix Gaming Company for so long, he had never encountered such a situation before. Furrowing his brow, Fang Heng gestured for the zombie avatars, holding the mutated zombies tied up, to return along the original path to the prison shelter. It might be trouble brewing. I'll go offline quickly to see, Fang Heng thought, hastening back to Qiu Yaokang's mansion. Huanming Game Company. DRIZZLE led a group of people bursting with momentum into the 12 group office area. Where is Manager Fang? We have important matters to discuss with him. PNN stepped forward to stop the incoming crowd. Manager Fang is still in the game. Please wait a moment. I will contact Manager Fang. No need. DRIZZLE signaled to a member of the 7th group behind him. That person quickly walked past PNN and pressed the emergency button on all the game warehouses. What are you doing? Manager Fang is still in the game. In case of emergency, we want to inquire with Manager Fang about something. DRIZZLE looked around the 12 group office area. He felt even more disdainful. With so few work desks in the 12 group, how could they complete a 35,000 point order? We found a significant discrepancy in the company's funds related to the 12 group, with no specific records in the company regarding their use. So this time, we came to ask Manager Fang about the use of this money. PNN exclaimed in surprise. What money? The 12 group has never received any money from the company. Have you mistaken something? Liu Yi and a few new staff received an emergency alert from the game man successively came out of the game storage. Hearing PNN's account, the newcomers also felt puzzled. Manager embezzlement? Just kidding. Manager has hardly left the company these days. He is practically in the game for almost 24 hours. Liu Yi immediately realized something was wrong. What money? We have been in the game all this time. How could we receive money? Are you from the 7th group? Are you jealous of our 12 group? DRIZZLE shook his head. This has nothing to do with personal positions. I am here on behalf of the company. You can ask Manager Fang for the specifics. As the argument ensued, Fang Heng's gaming warehouse was opened. Fang Heng had not even had a chance to come out of the gaming warehouse when he heard the commotion outside. Manager Fang, I apologize for disturbing your game, but I need you to give a reasonable explanation, DRIZZLE said. Explanation? What explanation? Fang Heng looked at the 7th group manager DRIZZLE in confusion. Liu Yi couldn't help interjecting. Manager Fang, they are slandering you, accusing you of embezzling the company's funds. DRIZZLE maintained a smile throughout. He was prepared to come here for this money. This was his last chance to regain the S-level talent enhancement plan. Manager Fang, could you come with us and clarify some questions in the upstairs conference room? No need. I resign. For a moment, the entire office fell quiet. Everyone looked at Fang Heng in astonishment. DRIZZLE was especially incredulous. Resign. DRIZZLE suddenly felt extremely uneasy and hurried a few steps forward, blocking Fang Heng, who was preparing to leave. Fang Heng squinted his eyes slightly and looked at DRIZZLE. Move aside. For some reason, meeting Fang Heng's gaze head-on, DRIZZLE felt his own momentum being suppressed. He composed himself and said, Manager Fang, why are you in such a rush to leave? Don't be rash. Even if you resign, you still need Mr. Li's approval, right? You accused me of embezzling public funds. Do you have any evidence? I just mentioned some discrepancies in your accounts that need to be verified. If you find evidence, feel free to report at any time. This has nothing to do with my resignation. I have other matters to attend to. I'll leave first. With all eyes on him, Fang Heng left the office quickly. The atmosphere in the office became awkward. A member of the 7th group rolled his eyes. He must be feeling guilty, otherwise why resign? Shut up. DRIZZLE scolded him, then turned around. A cold smile appeared on his face. Is he really gone? Good riddance. He didn't know what tricks Fang Heng was playing, but once he left, he wouldn't be allowed back, right? S-level talent enhancement plan. He needed to contact Gu Yiji quickly to have him retrieve the plan immediately. DRIZZLE couldn't help but walk briskly to the end of the office corridor and dial Gu Yiji's phone. Hey. Yeah. It's about Fang Heng. He just resigned from the company. No. It's not about me. It was his own voluntary resignation. I was also surprised. With so many people watching, you can't talk nonsense. Yes. According to the company's regulations, he needs to return the S-level enhancement plan items he got from the company immediately. Can't do it? Why not? You say what? He has already completed it. DRIZZLE's face turned pale. He was almost out of breath. Completed it. Just a few hours passed. Fang Heng had already completed the mission, so he chose to resign just now. But why was it so fast? No. Something's not right. It must be Gu Yiji deceiving him. They must be up to something. Leaving Huangming Game Company, Fang Heng hailed a taxi back to his cottage. After some thought, he sent a message to Zia Shi. Fang Heng, I resigned. Zia Shi. Ah. Fang Heng, you seem to be in a good mood. Zia Shi. Hum. Fang Heng, aren't you going to ask me why I resigned? Zia Shi. Because I know. Fang Heng, Zia Shi. Federal agents reopened an investigation into you a couple of days ago. Zia Shi. I had someone check the reasons behind it. Zia Shi. You're doing so well in the game. Naturally, you don't need to work for others. Zia Shi. Don't worry, I covered your tracks when the Federation investigated you. They won't be able to find anything. Zia Shi. How will you thank me? Oh, and when are you going to repay the meal you owe me from before? Fang Heng held his phone. He entered the message several times, then deleted the content repeatedly. Covering tracks. What tracks did he need Zia Shi's help to cover? For some reason, Fang Heng felt a vague sense of unease. Fang Heng, next time. Definitely next time. Zia Shi. HMPH, avoiding me. Ha. Zia Shi. Cheer up, the past is behind us. Don't dwell on it, let's start anew. Fang Heng, thank you. The text is quite lengthy, but here is the translation. The national game. Hanging out and opening the door from the zombie apocalypse, Fang Heng returned to the dilapidated rental house. Leaving Phoenix Games was a step in Fang Heng's plan. Now he could devote 100% of his energy to the game. In order to become the dominant force in the game in the future, to become a landlord in the game. Fang Heng still remembered his initial dream when he first entered, to build the biggest and best shelter in the game, earning billions every day just from rent. Being his own boss. Isn't this better than staying in the company? Fang Heng felt uplifted. For now, the development goal in the game is still to accelerate expansion. Making money is not urgent. It still needs some time to wait until the shelter expands to a certain extent before. Asterisk ding. Asterisk. The phone rang. Fang Heng picked up the phone. It was Painan calling. Hello, Leader Fang. Are you okay? I'm fine, Fang Heng said as he sat back on the sofa holding the phone. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Leader Fang, I heard they are about to deduct your performance bonus. Quickly contact General Qin. Fang Heng frowned. He really didn't care about that amount of money, but being taken advantage of, he was still a bit unhappy. Just then, the voice on the phone changed to Liu Yi's. He was furious. Leader Fang, those bastards from Phoenix Team 7. They are not human at all. You have been working so hard for the company, not sleeping for days and nights. And they took all the data from our 7th team to investigate thoroughly. It's really unforgivable. I was blind to return to that stupid company in the first place. Leader Fang, please come back. We have already contacted General Qin. She will definitely help us get justice. Don't act impulsively. Ahem. Fang Heng coughed lightly. Liu Yi, why don't you come work for me instead? I'll pay you double salary. Fang Heng had the idea of poaching employees. Relying solely on zombie avatars had many inconveniences, especially in transporting goods. The zombies' movement speed was too slow, the efficiency was too low, and going outside to find people, besides being risky, was also troublesome. At least Liu Yi and his group were somewhat familiar to Fang Heng. Fang Heng thought that these new player Liu Yi and his group were very qualified tools. Liu Yi, who was still furious, was taken aback. He paused for a moment. He didn't expect Fang Heng to turn the tables. Think about it. Tell the others in the 12th team. If interested, send me a message or find me in the game. I have things to do. We'll chat later. Fang Heng said. Hanging up the phone, his gaze focused on the photo on the opposite wall of the sofa. He looked serious. In the photo, Fang Heng was hoisting the trophy surrounded by a crowd, looking proud. Fang Heng slowly stood up, step by step approaching the photo, until he stood in front of the frame. Something isn't right, Fang Heng muttered softly. This frame was often moved. Why hadn't he noticed before, but suddenly noticed it today? It must be the influence of the perception attribute in the game affecting reality. Fang Heng had noticed this before. With his perception attribute in the game already increased to 20 points, 4 times the original, he could perceive subtle changes in the surrounding environment more clearly. Asterisk click. Asterisk. Fang Heng tried to disassemble the entire frame, opening the back of the frame. Sure enough, inside the frame was a small, thin notebook the size of a palm. The notebook was still very new. Who left this? Fang Heng had no memory of this notebook at all. He tried flipping open the first page. Messily written on top were 5 words. These 5 words were circled several times. Europolis. Seeing this word, Fang Heng felt his heart pounding. He immediately turned the page back. The handwriting behind was even more messy. I must have encountered some trouble. I must have forgotten something extremely important. Every morning, I wake up, and my memory lacks a part related to the game. I don't know what else I will forget tomorrow morning. I can only recur these important things. Europolis. What is it? Why can I only remember this name? I remember there seemed to be a ceremony held for me. Was it Europolis? What is Europolis again? I've forgotten. Why can't I remember? I suspect I may be dreaming. The apocalypse is coming. The game is gradually reflecting reality. The Federation is concealing the news of the apocalypse from the public for selfish reasons. Only by playing the main god game can one seek a glimmer of hope. This is the only way for me to survive. I must establish a safe shelter in the game to hide from the coming apocalypse. No one can be trusted. In the past few days, I feel like someone is following me. The game-specific bank account I bought on the black market has also been seized and frozen by the Federation, and the funds are running out. Soul Seal. What is it for? I've forgotten how I obtained that thing. I just remember it's very important. I hid it in the place where I used to hide toys when I was a child. If the person reading this is me, then I will definitely remember. Beware of Zia Shi. Don't ever trust her. I've forgotten why. Never trust her. The content in the notebook left Fang Heng somewhat at a loss for a while. Fang Heng's first reaction was that the original owner of this body might have some mental problems. Zia Shi. Fang Heng muttered softly. He felt a sense of unease. When he first crossed into this body, Fang Heng thought his memory loss was caused by the soul crossing. But now it seems not to be the case. Fang Heng took a deep breath, reopening the notebook. He tried to analyze the content. First was Europolis. He could be sure that this name was completely absent from his memory. Then the passage recorded in the notebook. A ceremony? What kind of ceremony did he once hold? Does Europolis sound like a cult organization? And, the apocalypse is coming. The game is gradually reflecting reality. Are the recent changes in his body a concrete manifestation of the game reflecting reality? If so, would others also experience similar changes? What is the soul seal thing? Where did he hide it again? The place he used to hide things was in a small hole he secretly dug out in a corner of the warehouse at his old home. His body's original owner's father found it and gave him a severe beating. Fang Heng was deeply impressed by this, but there was no warehouse in the rental house he now lived in. The warehouse of the old house had been demolished and rebuilt. Where was the soul seal hidden? Lastly, beware of Zia Shi. Fang Heng felt his mind in chaos. He opened his phone, searching the internet using Europolis as a keyword. Ding. A red warning box popped up on the web page. Due to federal policy restrictions, you cannot search for this information. The search is restricted by the Federation. Fang Heng frowned. He tried searching for Soul Seal. Got it. A message popped up. Fang Heng clicked on the message to view its content. Ding. A huge page popped up on the web page. I'm sorry, you are searching for more advanced content related to the main God game. Please go to the nearest federal main God game department to register. Thank you for your cooperation. Sorry. Your Chi Federation. Phishing enforcement. Fang Heng rolled his eyes and closed the search page. It looked like the original owner of this body had likely gotten into some kind of trouble. Lying on the sofa, Fang Heng took a deep breath. If it was true as described in the notebook that the game was reflecting reality, and the apocalypse was approaching, he had to become as strong as possible as quickly as possible. Popular game. Hanging out since the zombie apocalypse. Volume 119 of the expansion plan. Hint. Your zombie group has excavated iron or *1207. You have gained 4,126 mining experience. Hint. Some of your zombie clones have completed one round of reproduction, granting you 55 zombie clone reproduction bodies. Hint. Your mining skill has leveled up to LV 11. When Fang Heng drove back to the abandoned mine, some zombies that had not yet engaged in battles had already completed the first wave of reproduction. He checked briefly. The newly born zombie reproduction bodies had the same attributes, skills, and appearance as the clones. In simple terms, the vine zombie offspring produced from splitting were also evolved vine zombies. Ordinary zombies could only reproduce ordinary zombies. Fang Heng did some calculations. Originally, there were only 55 zombies when he was at level 10. Now, at level 13, and after enhancing his SSS grade talent, he was expected to have a total of 384 zombies in about 15 hours. Nearly 7 times the original count. With a 7-fold increase in numbers, the efficiency of hanging out must have increased at least 4 or 5 times, right? But along with the headache of having so many more zombies, it meant Fang Heng needed over 300 more sets of iron tools to equip the zombies. Suddenly, the iron ore supply was insufficient. Fang Heng pondered for a moment and decided that most of the zombie clones could only use basic wooden tools. The increase in zombie numbers would definitely boost the mining efficiency. On the other hand, enhancing the iron smelting speed required more furnaces. The Dawn Guild had indeed given him 3 furnaces, but they were no longer sufficient. He would have to purchase another batch from the post-apocalyptic merchant, Vettel. The most significant issue remained the lack of survival points. Relying solely on the zombie clones for jungle grinding to collect survival points was too slow. Making up his mind, Fang Heng first crafted a batch of newly produced iron blocks into iron pickaxes and had the zombie clones continue mining. Then, he called a few zombie clones to load the unprocessed iron ore piled on the side into the truck. It's been a long time since I visited my old friend, Vettel. Fang Heng started the military truck, revealing a smile. It was time to fulfill his long-time wish, to empty his store. Fang Heng drove back to the post-apocalyptic merchant camp. As usual, upon seeing the large truck entering the camp, the NPCs instinctively gathered around it. Seeing me or Stack on the truck, the NPC porters began unloading the iron ore outside one by one. Fang Heng, long time no see. Vettel came out of the house holding two bottles of beer, handing one to Fang Heng. Let me guess, what good stuff did you bring me this time? No need to guess. It's iron ore. Your camp must be in dire need of these, right? Of course. We desperately need them. You are truly my lucky star. Vettel glanced at the laborers moving the iron ore outside. You brought this much? He was somewhat surprised. I remember there's an abandoned mine nearby. Are you the one occupying it? You guessed it right. Kent, you submitted 200 units of iron ore to the post-apocalyptic merchant Vettel, earning 600 survival points. Kent, you completed the mission. Collect iron ore. Hint, your friendly level with the merchant Vettel has increased. Hint, you submitted. The hints continued for over 20 minutes until the porters finally emptied the truck. Vettel had finished his beer long before. Fang Heng checked the game log. With this load of iron ore, he earned a whopping 45,000 survival points. The camp was still purchasing, not reaching its limit. There was more to be earned. Fang Heng looked at Vettel nearby. Empty his shop. Vettel, I still need to buy some furnaces from you. Furnaces, let me see. These are not easy to obtain. The ones I sell each month are limited. You're lucky. Currently, not many survivors are using them, so I've accumulated plenty. Don't worry. With our relationship, I'll give you the lowest price for sure. Fang Heng opened the trading interface to check. The camp had a stock of 20 furnaces, priced at 2,000 points each. Fang Heng made the decision. Buy all. Hint, you spent 40,000 survival points to purchase 20 furnaces. Welcome back next time. After the trip to the post-apocalyptic camp, Fang Heng returned with a load of furnaces to the abandoned mine. Inside the abandoned mine, Fang Heng controlled the zombies to put all 23 furnaces into operation simultaneously. The temperature inside the mine skyrocketed. A few minutes later, Fang Heng's back was already drenched in sweat. Zombies were indeed good workers. They could work even in such extreme conditions. With the furnaces, the smelting speed of iron blocks significantly increased. However, the consumption speed of coal, the fuel, also drastically rose. It was estimated that the fuel would run out in 3 or 4 hours. For the time being, he could use logs split into firewood as a substitute. But this method was too wasteful. The small coal mine found earlier was not yet fully exploited, so it could be continued. To put everything on the right track, there's still much to handle. Fang Heng wiped the sweat off his forehead, instructing some zombies to split the logs to be used as fuel after the coal ran out. Take it slowly, holding on until 1 a.m. Finally, all zombies completed 3 rounds of reproduction. The abandoned mine was now filled with densely packed zombie clones. There were exactly 384, no more, no less. Fang Heng counted the number, starting to control the zombies in batches for hanging out. He separated a group of vine zombie offspring first. With clones present, the offspring could resurrect in about 6 hours, making death less painful. Equipped with small pickaxes, they were sent outside to execute a slightly risky relocation plan, which involved thoroughly dismantling all visible small shelters in the forest area to significantly reduce player spawn rates in the vicinity. The remaining zombie clones were split into 3 waves. One wave continued mining iron ore, another was in charge of controlling the furnaces for iron block forging, and the last wave equipped with iron pickaxes and to the former coal mining site to dig coal. This should be about enough. After careful planning, Fang Heng finally arranged the hanging out plan for the zombies. Mentally estimating the efficiency, in no more than 2 days, the clones could be upgraded with new equipment and officially enter the Iron Age. Exhausted, after yawning, Fang Heng could hardly hold on and went offline. At 2 a.m., the offices of the Phoenix Gaming Company were still brightly lit. Director Lee, we've checked, and we couldn't find any issues with Fang Heng on the records. Li Ryu was feeling very frustrated. Fang Heng's resignation had brought considerable criticism to him within the company. She tried to suppress her anger. Couldn't find anything? Are you telling me I made a mistake? Then let me ask you, where did the wood Fang Heng submitted to the Federation come from? There has to be a source, right? Secretary Zhang's heart was in bitterness. He couldn't figure out this question either. We asked several new employees working in Group 12 about it. And then, what did they say? Zhang Linhui's expression was extremely peculiar. He hesitated and said, "They said that the wood was just picked up randomly in the forest." "Did you just pick this up randomly? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Liu was furious. She felt that her subordinates were becoming more and more useless. "Do you believe what they're saying?" Zhang Linhui felt bitter in his heart. He didn't believe it either. But what could he do? I also find it strange, but these new recruits were all questioned separately, and their answers were all the same. Not like a planned collusion. Also, they mentioned Fun Heng's large shelter in the game, said to be a shelter built on the basis of a prison, fully stocked with resources. That's odd. I didn't find any records of Fun Heng's shelter related to Groups 3 and 12 in the accounting books. Liu nodded. It was impossible to establish a large shelter in the game in such a short time with only Group 12. Qin Shuren must have used company resources to provide them with strong support behind the scenes. This incident could be a breakthrough. Continue investigating. What happened next? Later, several new recruits from Group 12 resigned in the afternoon. They all resigned. Liu was surprised for a moment. Yes, all of them, including Pei An. You can leave first. Liu frowned. Perhaps it wasn't a bad outcome for all of Group 12 to resign automatically. The fact that Fun Heng was being investigated was approved by her. For this reason, she needed to explain to the board of directors. Since all those involved had resigned out of guilt, the investigation was forced to stop. Would this reason really silence the board of directors? Liu kept pondering. Knock, knock, knock. Director Li. Come in. The office door was pushed open. Director Wang from the procurement department, cheerfully smiling. Director Li, you're still not resting so late? It's all for the company. Aren't you the same? What's the good news? Ha ha. Great news. Director Wang was in a great mood. Federal has placed a big order with us again, this time more lucrative than before. However, they want us to complete it quickly. I rushed to inform you as soon as I got the news. Liu rubbed her temples. What order? Director Wang handed over the order report. What order? I've confirmed it. No issues. We've accepted it. Please handle it quickly. Once this order is completed, we'll have achieved most of our performance targets for the second half of the year. What? Liu glanced at the order. Her eyelid twitched. She had checked Fun Heng's performance records. In just 3 days, Fun Heng supplied an enormous quantity of wood to Federal. Liu could now be certain. Everything was related to Fun Heng's shelter in the game. Qin Shuren was secretly helping Fun Heng establish the shelter there. There must be a way to obtain large quantities of wood there. Liu sneered inwardly. Now that Fun Heng had resigned, her people could easily take over the shelter, reaping the benefits without effort. As long as she reported this to the company's board of directors, the prison shelter would surely fall back under her jurisdiction. Thinking of turning the tide in her battle with Qin Shuren lifted Liu's spirits. Well done. I know about this order. I will urge each game team to complete it as soon as possible. Hint. While you were offline, your zombie horde continued mining iron ore. You obtained 6,721 iron ore and gained 44,633 mining experience. Hint. While you were offline, your zombie horde continued mining coal. You obtained 6,923 coal and gained 32,611 mining experience. Hint. While you were offline, your zombie horde found a total of 7 system shelters, dismantled to uninhabited wooden small shelters. Through dismantling, you obtained firewood * 6,712, scrapped iron * 273, scrapped plastic. Gained skill. Endurance training experience 77,261. Hint. Your mining skill level has increased to 13. Your stealth skill level has increased to 13. Your endurance training skill level has increased to 13. The next day, as soon as he logged on, Fang Heng glanced through the game log as usual. Great. The efficiency of AFK leveling has significantly increased. Continue transporting supplies in the morning, empty out the vitriol store, and in the afternoon, go fetch Qi Yaokong back to the prison. Fang Heng muttered to himself. Just as he left the break room, a few familiar figures approached. They were new employees from Phoenix Ming Company. Team leader Fang. How's it going? Have you made up your mind? Are you ready to stay? Yes, We've made up our minds. Yesterday we were interrogated by the company as if we were criminals. No fun at all. We'll stick with team leader Fang from now on. Li Yi nudged his companion and said softly, "Dumb, you should address the boss." "Yes, boss." Smart move. You're the team leader now." Fang Heng patted Liu Yi's shoulder. "Go do well." "Yes, boss." Liu Yi continued, "Boss, we have a few fellow alumni who haven't been doing well in their internships at the company and also want to join us. Are you still recruiting?" "Recruiting, of course." After leaving Phoenix main game company, Fang Heng immediately had plans to recruit new people. With the quick growth enhancement talent, the expansion of his shelter sped up significantly. By himself, he'd run his legs off just moving supplies in the future. He needed to hire trustworthy help. Recruiting a batch first, then gradually identify who could be trusted. These people wouldn't initially have access to the core of the shelter, ensuring manageable risks. Have them come for an interview tomorrow. As for the location, I'll let you know later. Recruiting would also require a bit of startup capital. He needed money. Fang Heng pondered for a moment. Sell resources, the quickest and easiest way. Dealing with ordinary players would bring about various troubles, much like running an online store, which was very troublesome. Fang Heng didn't think he had the energy to handle it. Selling resources to the Federal was the most efficient and quick way. These matters could all be handled by Pei Anan. Yesterday he had communicated with Pei Anan on the phone for a long time. The Federal's control over game-related matters was still very strict, so he would establish a game studio. Pei Anan had the experience in handling the procedures. After accumulating the money, they would need to lease an office as a place of business. Fang Heng had even less time and energy to deal with these problems. Pei Anan would be an employee of the studio and would be responsible for handling all sorts of troubles encountered in the game. "Yes, boss." The new employees were full of energy. A new team member rolled up his sleeves. "Boss, what are we doing today? Are we going to pick up logs outside?" National game. Hanging out from the beginning of the zombie apocalypse. Chapter 121 Demolition and Relocation. "No, today I have a new task for you all," Fang Heng said, as he took out a map of the forest area from his backpack. Several newcomers gathered around to observe. "Look, here is the location of the prison where we are currently stationed." Fang Heng pointed on the map and then circled 5 points with a pen. "These are several small shelters I have explored nearby. Today, I need a few of you to go together to these 5 locations, bring gasoline with you, and help me burn down these points," he continued. "Burn them down." The newcomers looked at each other in confusion. What kind of operation was burning down shelters? "Well, if you encounter players in the shelters, then," Fang Heng pondered. The forest area lacked natural food in the early stages, making it unsuitable for early development. Usually, ordinary players who were unlucky enough to spawn here would try to leave after a few days to find a more suitable place to live. Coupled with the chaos caused by the Snake Prison gang previously, it was likely that all ordinary players near the forest area had already left. "We can discuss with them and persuade them to move out of the forest area. We will provide some food and basic resources as compensation," Fang Heng explained strategically. In the mid-game stage, large guilds would usually offer compensation for demolition in the game. The only difference was the amount of compensation, which also impacted the company's reputation. For guilds like the Snake Prison, their reputation among players was extremely poor, making it almost impossible for them to continue developing in the game. But what if they refused to move? Fang Heng sighed and patted the shoulder of the young university student beside him. "Then we'll have to show them the dark side of society. No need to ask. When faced with unscrupulous lions, just use zombies to demolish their homes. This is the cruel reality of the apocalypse. All right, if you encounter players, try to contact them and convince them to relocate. The compensation standard will follow the federal relocation compensation. If you can't reach an agreement, put it on hold, then I will handle it later." The newcomers exchanged glances. The federal relocation compensation standard was known to be generous, and it was rare for companies to offer such high compensations. "Any more questions?" "No. We're good." The newcomers nodded in agreement and went to get gasoline and other supplies from Liao Bufan, preparing to carry out the demolition and relocation plan. Fang Heng rubbed his neck. Next, he had to continue completing the plan to clear out the post-apocalyptic merchant camp. "That's enough, Fang Heng, really," It's enough here. We don't need any more iron ore in our camp. Vettel wiped the sweat off his forehead and handed Fang Heng a bottle of cold beer. The 50 furnaces in the post-apocalyptic camp were operating at full speed 24/7. The camp now resembled a massive furnace, and we really can't store any more resources here. We need time to process what we already have. Vettel chuckled, feeling uneasy about having received too many resources. It was a happy yet troublesome problem. With the iron ore and coal you provided, we could upgrade our camp to level 3. Even other resources can't be stored here temporarily, Vettel explained. With Fang Heng's involvement, Vettel felt it was necessary to upgrade the camp's warehouse first. It will take some time for us to expand the warehouse. Let's wait until it's done. Fang Heng thought to himself, realizing it would be challenging to completely empty Vettel's shop. He had made several trips back and forth that morning alone, earning a total of 15.7 survival points. Vettel, my good buddy, I just heard from Uncle that if you don't upgrade your warehouse first and expand it to level 3, aren't you inflating yourself? A cheerful and enthusiastic girl walked into the entrance of the post-apocalyptic camp, around 17 or 18 years old. She had neat short hair and mischievous eyes. Hi, Fang Heng, nice to meet you for the first time. I've heard about your reputation, the girl, Qiaoling, said as she approached Fang Heng with a smile. You're Qiaoling from the Shadow Knights, right? She greeted him. Hello, I'm Fang Heng. Qiaoling is David's daughter. Hard to believe, right? That rugged old man. Vettel sighed before asking Qiaoling if she had encountered any trouble arriving. Not really. Dad is on a mission and couldn't leave, so Caitlin asked me to come find Fang Heng, Qiaoling explained, surprising Fang Heng. Me? Fang Heng inquired. Yes, it's related to the Arita sample mission you completed last time, Qiaoling said. After analyzing the Arita samples, our Shadow Knights research team discovered some information. Come inside. Let's talk there, Vettel said, leading them into the house, closing the wooden door, and distributing bottles of cold beer to everyone. Qiaoling sat on the counter. Through our Shadow Knights internal research group analysis, we believe that the Meteor Company has completed an initial bioweapon weapon plan. Combined with recent information we've received, there have been reports of modified zombie bodies appearing worldwide that can take instructions. Rumors have even spread about zombies, with high-intensity weapons capabilities being used in some areas. What does the Meteor Company plan to do? Fang Heng asked with a serious expression. Not sure, but recently we've discovered something odd. On the day of the biochemical crisis outbreak, several simultaneous incidents of biochemical virus leaks occurred worldwide. You mean the apocalypse wasn't random? Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. Yes. It's just a speculation. We had suspicions about this internally earlier, and a recent event at the 507th prison confirmed our suspicions. Confirmed reports indicate that there were 4 cases of biochemical virus leaks nationwide, all occurring on the same day. Fang Heng nodded. This level of coincidence was highly improbable. What do you need me to do? We will organize a team to head to Pine City as soon as possible, and we hope you can be a part of the team. Game for all. From the start of the zombie apocalypse, Vettel was very impressed with the city of Songmu, and he set down the beer at his lips. If I remember correctly, Songmu City is one of the headquarters of Meteor Corporation. Yes, it's where Meteor Corporation's largest branch is located. In Songmu City, over 30% of the population are employees of Meteor Corporation. The most important point is, our investigation found that Songmu City was the first place in the world where a biological virus leak, but official reports did not mention this incident. It's like Meteor Corporation deliberately covered it up. Fang Heng lowered his head in thought. Uncle Julius believes that the biological crisis that erupted in Songmu City was an accident, and all subsequent biological crises in various locations were intended to divert attention from the events in Songmu City. But ultimately, perhaps even Meteor Corporation did not anticipate that the biological virus leak event would completely spiral out of control, leading to the arrival of the apocalypse. We think that perhaps we can find some information related to biological research programs there. The Knights Group will organize a team to investigate Songmu City in the near future, and due to the long distance, we will use a helicopter to get there. Furthermore, gathering manpower will also take some time, so the specific operation will likely take place in 5 days. Can you participate in this operation, Fang Heng? Hint: you have triggered the 5th stage mission. Explore Songmu City. Mission name: Explore Sonmu City. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description. The Dark Knights Guild has invited you to board a helicopter and head to Sonmu City in 5 days to explore all events related to the zombie crisis in Sonmu City. Current stage mission requirements. Enter Sonmu City and try to find the trigger for the next mission. After a short pause, Fang Heng nodded and said, "Yes, I accept." Obviously, this mission is related to Meteor Corporation's biological weapons program. It even involves the plot of the game world. The rewards for this mission are absolutely lucrative. It can't be missed. That's great. Qiaoling was very happy. This mission is extremely difficult, and the team members are still being assembled. I will contact you a day in advance. All right, Fang Heng agreed. The mission will commence in 5 days. During these 5 days, he could focus on developing the shelter and bringing it into a beneficial cycle. Fang Heng thought for a moment, then turned his gaze to Vettel on the side. Let's start by emptying Vettel's shop. Although all the collection material missions posted by the current Doomsday Camp had been completed, aren't there other missions to do? Vettel noticed Fang Heng's unabashed gaze and looked at him somewhat puzzled. Fang Heng, what's up? Oh, nothing, Vettel. Just thinking that I'm about to leave soon to complete a mission, so I might not be able to enjoy your free beer. Fang Heng chuckled and shrugged. Since there's still a bit of time these days, let me see what missions are left in the camp and try to solve some for you. Ha ha ha. Fang Heng, you're a great friend. Tonight's dinner is on me. Don't compete with me. Fang Heng opened the mission interface. In the early stages of the game, as there were still few players nearby, there were still many uncompleted missions stacked up in Vettel's camp. Fang Heng glanced over them roughly, then used the filtering function. Filter missions within a 15-kilometer radius outside the center of the prison camp. Filter mission content. Clear out zombies, kill zombies, explore areas, clear out areas. Then filter for missions with a time limit of over 48 hours. All selected. Finally, bulk accept. Hint: you have accepted the mission. Kill ordinary zombies. Hint: you have accepted the mission. Explore the area. Hint: you have accepted the mission. Clear out a group of zombies. Hint: you have accepted the mission. Clear all zombies in the area. Hint: you have accepted the mission. Clean the water truck. Hint: you have accepted the mission. Clean the abandoned storeroom. Hint: you have accepted the mission. Kill wandering zombies. Hint: you have accepted the mission. Hint: you need to submit a total of 131,000 survival points as a deposit. If the mission fails, the deposit will not be refunded. Since Vettel's camp did not lack resources, he decided to approach missions differently to earn survival points. There must be a way to clear out Vettel's shop. Fang Heng glanced at the full mission list. For ordinary players, they couldn't accept missions in large quantities. But Fang Heng's advance in the main god game space was extremely high. Combined with the high level of goodwill between him and Vettel, he only needed to pay a little over 10,000 as a deposit. By the way, Vettel, do you have any new goods recently? Show me. Ha. It's a coincidence. I just received a batch of Go items the day before yesterday. These are my treasured products that I wouldn't normally show to just anyone. For weapons, Fang Heng didn't need high-level ones, so he skipped them. Small explosives would be handy to have. 2 new modified motorcycles were also worth considering selling to have Liu Yi and the newcomers help transport ores. Bullets, rare items, can't have too many. Bought them all. Skill books. At the end, Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Item: Survival of the Apocalypse. Will training type. Skill book description. Master the skill. Will training after learning. Each level increases the player's base will attribute by 0.2 points, with this skill able to be upgraded to level 20 at the highest. Item: Survival of the Apocalypse. Perception training type. Skill book grade. D description. Master the skill. Perception training after learning. Each level increases the player's base perception attribute by 0.2 points, with this skill able to be upgraded to level 20 at the highest. Alright, 5 out of the 6 basic player attributes have been found through these skill books, except for insight. It would be a waste not to learn the freely found attributes. Fang Heng continued reading. Item: Skill, Melee, Block type, Skill book grade, D skill description 1. When attacked in melee, you can block, increasing the success rate of blocking, allowing for full or partial reduction of damage upon successful blocking. and decreasing the penalty for blocking. Skill description 2. The higher the skill level, the higher the success rate of blocking, the higher the amount of damage reduced, and the smaller the block penalty. Skill description: I block, I block, I block. Item: skill, melee, dodge type, skill book grade, C+. Skill description 1. When attacked in melee, it is easier to evade, increasing the success rate of evasion, and reducing the damage from this attack. Skill description 2. The higher the skill level, the easier it is to evade during combat, and the higher the success rate of evasion. Skill description: in theory, the correct rolling posture can avoid all damage. Mobile game. Chapter 123. Hang up. Starting from the zombie apocalypse, there's even a C+ skill book for sale at DRIZZLE. Fang Heng looked at DRIZZLE in surprise. These two skill books for blocking and dodging are very useful. For players, even without learning the skills from the books, they can still perform blocking and dodging actions. That after learning the skills, players can gain additional success rate bonuses. Needless to say, these two books must be bought. DRIZZLE, I'll take all these skill books, Fang Heng said. Welcome, welcome. I must say, your vision has always been exceptional. Reminder: you consumed 52,000 survival points to purchase the Survival Willpower Training, Survival Perception Training, Melee Skill Blocking, and Melee Skill Dodging. Reminder: your friendship level with DRIZZLE has increased. Fang Heng continuously tapped each acquired skill book on his head. Just got some survival points and already spent half of it. I'm still short on survival points. In the afternoon, approaching 4 o'clock, a group of 5 hurriedly walked around the forest perimeter. Team leader: we're almost there. According to the coordinates, we'll reach the target prison coordinates in half an hour if we keep going. One of them said. Okay, let's pick up the pace. Daiji nodded. He was in a hurry. After learning about the prison-related incidents, the approval from the Phoenix Sound Company's board quickly arrived. Facility 507 was handed over to the 7th group for management. The company's resources couldn't just sit idle. Not to mention, the marketing department had already taken on orders in advance. They also had federal orders waiting. Delaying sending wooden boards to the Federation was not an option. Normally, after receiving the board's approval, the 7th group would need to go through some internal procedures before formally operating the prison. But Daiji didn't want to wait another minute. He took the approved documents from the board and the appointment letter Li Ryu gave him, leading the team directly to transfer and enter the 8th area. He urgently wanted to get to the prison as soon as possible. Find Fang Heng first. The prison was secondary. Daiji still harbored great fantasies about the S-rank talent enhancement mission. He believed that it was impossible for Fang Heng to complete the S-rank talent enhancement mission on the new server. Not only Fang Heng, no one could accomplish that. Even the Federation couldn't. Unlocking the seal orb was too difficult. It was simply impossible in the new area. Daiji wishfully thought that Gu Yiji and Qinzong might have colluded, deceiving him. Therefore, the seal orb was still in Fang Heng's hands. Fang Heng should still be in the prison shelter. Find him. Force him to hand over the seal orb. If not, kill him. Killing him could also make the seal orb drop. It had to be done quickly. If time dragged on, it would be troublesome if Fang Heng actually completed the mission. A cold expression flickered in Daiji's eyes. To bring the team personally, Daiji risked everything this time. He used the 100 main god points he had accumulated over the years to buy a reforging Dan in the main god space, bringing his character level back to level 1, forcefully meeting the transfer condition. But the negative effects were significant. Besides the character level forcibly returning to LVL 1, all the skills learned through skill books would be forgotten. This meant that all the character advancements he made in the game over the years were reset to 0. Daiji believed it was all worth it, as long as he could obtain the S-rank talent enhancement plan. If everything went smoothly, he could even gain control of an 8th area prison for free. There it is. The prison. Catching sight of the corner of the prison ahead, Daiji's face lit up with excitement. The prison was even larger than he had imagined. Let's go. Let's take a look. Daiji led the group of players towards the prison. Team leader, look over there. There are watchtowers. So many watchtowers? Daiji was surprised. Inside the barbed wire perimeter of the prison, more than 10 wooden towers were built in a row. Obviously, most of the towers were players' constructions, except for 2 watchtowers in the corners. Qinzong really spared no expense. Daiji said fiercely. If he could obtain both the seal or ban the prison this time, it wouldn't be a loss. After all, his game character in the 5th area didn't learn many skills from books. Daiji looked up at the watchtowers. There were NPCs keeping watch. The Dark Knight soldiers saw the intruders and immediately signaled to stop suspicious individuals from approaching. Warning, this is private property. Please do not approach, one of the soldiers warned. Daiji had doubts in his mind. He took a few steps forward and stopped at a distance from the watchtower. I am the 7th group leader of the Phoenix Sound Company, who is in charge of the prison here. Bring him out to talk to me. I have important matters to discuss with him, Daiji declared. The elite mercenaries of the Dark Knights Guild looked down at him. Stand here. Don't move, I'll contact him. After a few minutes, the mercenary poked his head out of the watchtower and shouted outside. State your purpose. Daiji squinted his eyes and continued to shout at the mercenary. Who is in charge here? Is Fang Heng inside? Let them all come out to meet me. I'm here on behalf of Phoenix Sound Company. The mercenary remained unmoved, coldly repeating, State your purpose. Damn it. Daiji raised the appointment letter signed by Li Ryu and the board's approval, waving it in the air. He shouted at the mercenary. I received an appointment from the company to take over the prison. Here are the appointment letter and the board's approval. Quickly let your leader come out. Otherwise, the consequences are yours. Hearing this, a chubby head appeared from the watchtower. Bullshit. Take over the damn prison. Who gave you the face? How come I don't know this prison belongs to your company? Who are you? Liao Bufan raised the gun in his hand. There is only one boss here. Fang Heng. Don't give me nonsense. Get lost. Fang Heng. He was indeed here. Daiji clenched his fist, continuing to shout in the direction of the watchtower. I knew Fang Heng was hiding here. He caused significant losses to the company. Think resigning can solve everything. Let him come out. I have something to say to him. You're not from Phoenix Sound Company. Don't interfere with our company's internal affairs. And don't try to shield Fang Heng, or else, fuck it, won't leave. I'll help you. Liao Bufan waved his hand. Kill them all. Don't let a single person escape. The Great National Game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse, Chapter 124 of the main story rolls. What is science research? A sniper rifle. Seeing the dark barrel protruding from the lookout tower, Daiji felt an extreme sense of unease from the depths of his heart. Bang, bang, bang. Before he could even say a word, Daiji's vision went black. After a few gunshots, Daiji and the few remaining players who had rushed over from afar were all shot in the head. HMPH. Junk. Who do they think they are? Show them once. Kill them once. Liao Bufan spat disdainfully outside. Since the shelter recruited a group of new players led by Liu Yi, Liao Bufan temporarily became a security supervisor and logistics supervisor of the prison. He faithfully executed the strategy against enemies formulated by Fan Heng. Whenever the prison guards encountered hostile individuals, they aimed to kill all of them to avoid future trouble. Is it daring to attack with such limited strength? I admire their courage. Liao Bufan scoffed at the bodies of players outside whose headset exploded. He glanced enviously at the top NPC beside him. I wish I could use a sniper rifle sometimes. Prison Building No. 3. Secret Research Lab on the second basement floor. Fang Heng raised his head to look at the ceiling. Huh, was that gunfire outside? Fang Heng, you didn't deceive me. Unfortunately, a large part of the research equipment here is severely damaged. Hint. Your friendship level with Qiu Yaokan has greatly increased. Hint. Qiu Yaokan's loyalty level has increased to 93. Qiu Yaokan bent down, focused on observing the feeders in the cultivation tank, his eyes full of exhilaration. Meanwhile, Libo did not dare to enter, watching the scene in the room next door through surveillance cameras. Reading the game log messages, Fang Heng fell silent for a moment. Good buddy. I did so much for you before and your affection level slightly increased, but giving you a found research lab led to a significant increase. Qiu Yaokan observed the cultivation tank while asking, do you want me to continue researching the evolution and modification of the feeders? Fang Heng nodded and pointed to the two zombie clones standing on the side. Yes. Try to transform them into the shape of feeders. Qiu Yaokan, and afraid of the zombies, stood up and approached the zombie clone created by Fang Heng, examining it carefully. After a while, he even began to fiddle with the zombie clone. Lost in thought. At least 10 minutes passed as Qiu Yaokan pondered. He finally spoke. Theoretically, it is possible. Excited, Fang Heng's eyes lit up. But then, Qiu Yaokong poured cold water on him. However, it will take a very long time. Be prepared to have no breakthroughs within 1 or 2 years. 1 or 2 years with no breakthrough. That long. Otherwise, what? There are only 2 researchers here. Me and Li Bo. Qiu Yaokong coldly remarked. Li Bo's courage doesn't even compare to the neighbor's pet cat. He can't even be considered a qualified assistant. He has to handle everything himself. Li Bo, a person who has entered the S-class level, wasn't even considered a qualified assistant. Ridiculous. Fang Heng glanced at the corner where the camera was. He thought Li Bo was getting roasted harshly this time. Luckily, the microphone switch wasn't on, and Li Bo couldn't hear. Why did the zombie bodies quickly complete the evolution into vine zombies when encountering the vine? Fang Heng wondered, then suggested, with the same approach, can we directly inject the T-virus into the zombie clones for experimentation? No. There are 3 reasons. Qiu Yaokong turned around. First, luck. The vine parasitizes lifeless bodies, which your zombie clones are. You were lucky to have it match. But this time is different. The feeders are live organisms, greatly differing from the previous situation. And secondly, the vines found in the secret lab were products specially modified by the Meteorite Company. With the Meteorite Company's advanced research capabilities, coupled with 3 years of precise research and breeding, the improved vines suitable for parasitism are only possible. Qiu Yaokong confidently said, if you can provide me and the Meteorite Company with the same resources, I can research and develop a specific plan within a month, formally entering the live clinical trials within 5 weeks. The question is, can you do it? Can you provide me with these resources? Fang Heng sighed internally. He knew he couldn't. In the real world, scientists couldn't assist in game research. That's the setting of the main god game. In the zombie apocalypse, finding a living NPC was not easy. Recruiting a scientist was even more difficult. And third, the biggest dilemma we currently face. There's more trouble? Yes. This is very strange. I just checked, and I didn't find any improved T-virus for live experiments on the feeders in the lab. What? No improved T-virus. Fang Heng furrowed his brows, stunned. He immediately pressed the microphone button on the instrument panel. Li Bo, can't find the T-virus in the lab. Yes. Dr. Q and I discussed this matter, and I also find it very strange. Li Bo's voice came through the room's loudspeaker in the lab corner. I remember that just a few days before the biohazard incident broke out, a batch of improved T-virus for live experiments was delivered to the lab. I signed for it at the time, and we've always had backups of the improved virus. But now, they can't be found. Neither the backups. It's bizarre, Fang Heng muttered quietly, contemplating. Combining the recent intelligence from the Dark Knights, it seemed that the outbreak of the bio-crisis was indeed created by the Meteorite Company themselves. They didn't want the improved T-virus used for researching feeders to leak out, so they collected it before causing the bio-crisis event. Qiu Yaokong turned around, looking at Fang Heng with a serious expression. So Fang Heng, do you still want to continue researching? Before he could answer, Fang Heng saw rows of game prompts refreshing on his retina. Hint. Evaluate the current comprehensive level of your shelter, LV. 17. Hint. Evaluate the current research level of your shelter, LV-1. Hint. Player has at least 2 grade or above research personnel. Hint. Player meets the conditions to open the research tab. Hint. Players can open detailed information and choose their current research direction. 7017K. Research. Suddenly, a series of prompts popped up, surprising Fang Heng. He carefully read through the detailed instructions. It was the first time Fang Heng had heard of such a thing. There had never been any related information on the official player forum set up by the Federation. It's probably another hidden special game setting, he thought. Upon further consideration, Fang Heng realized that ordinary players could simply survive in the game peacefully. Even if they built shelters, they wouldn't spend a lot of money to establish a research lab, nor would they be able to recruit rare researchers. Fang Heng felt that only mega-organizations like the Federation had the capital to conduct research in shelter areas. Lost in thought, Fang Heng opened the shelter's detailed list for further exploration. So many, rows and rows of densely packed refresh messages surprised Fang Heng. Could there be such an operation? Basic Research Directions. Basic Research Direction 1. Strengthening Material Building. Basic Research Direction 2. Zombie Weakness Analysis. Basic Research Direction 3. Tool Efficiency Improvement. Basic Research Direction 4. Efficient Weapon Development. Basic Research Direction 5. T-Virus Research. Special Research Direction. Special Research Direction 1. Advanced Zombie Genetic Modification Drug Development. Current Research Progress 33.1%. Special Research Direction 2. Tier 1 Mutation Zombie. Rodent Toxic Zombie Gas Study. Current Research Progress 56.9%. Special Research Direction 3. Meteor Company. In-depth research on the Biological Weapons Project. Special Research Direction 4. Corpse Vine Organism and Parasitic Zombie Study. Special Research Direction 5. Deep Research and Cultivation of Liquors. Current Research Progress 3%. Special Research Direction 6. SSS Talent Skill Zombie Cloning. Liquor Transformation Plan. So many. Fang Heng carefully examined the research instructions. He roughly organized his thoughts. The basic research projects were probably aimed at the shelter. Completing the research would mostly have positive effects on the shelter. As for the special research directions, they relied on special characters, events, and items to trigger. Fang Heng believed that for him, the greatest power increase would come from Research Direction 6, transforming his zombie clone into a liquor, boosting combat power significantly. Fang Heng clicked on the detailed information for the Special Research 6. Research. SSS Talent Skill Zombie Cloning. Liquor Transformation Plan. Research Level. SSS. Research Difficulty. SSS. Current Research Predicament. Lack of large-scale experimental hardware conditions. Lack of research personnel. Lack of T-virus infected body samples. Lack of related previous liquor research. Lack of high-level materials. Lack of prior T-virus research relations. Estimated research completion time. 7 to 8 years. 7 to 8 years? That's too long. Fang Heng was speechless for a moment. Fang Heng, considering the current situation, it's undoubtedly a waste of time to research the liquor transformation directly. Qiu Yaokan offered his opinion. I believe this research project should at least wait for us to find an improved T-virus sample for infecting liquors before it can be initiated, so the research would be necessary. Well said. Fang Heng gave up. The liquor transformation could wait. Looking back, in 5 days, he would head to Songmu City, one of the branch offices of the Meteor Company. Perhaps there he would find an improved T-virus sample. By the way, I remember you wanted to conduct research on the rodent toxic zombies, right? Yes. This has great significance for our survival in the apocalypse. Qiu Yaokan nodded, a hint of worrying in his expression. During this time, let's start researching the rodent toxic zombies first. I will begin rebuilding the repair lab. And if there are any difficulties, come to me. You can ask Liao Bufan for basic supplies, and the shelter will try to satisfy your needs. Okay. Qiu Yaokan nodded, with an air of expected responsibility. Prompt. You have selected the current shelter's experimental team research direction. Tier 1 Mutation Zombie. Rodent Toxic Zombie Gas Study. Prompt. Your friendship level with Qiu Yaokan has slightly increased. Prompt. Qiu Yaokan's loyalty rating has increased to 95. The biggest issue now is that many pieces of equipment in the secret labs left by the Meteor Company have been severely damaged, greatly reducing our research efficiency. And these devices need manual repair. It would be best if you could find an excellent mechanical technician for us. But given the current conditions outside, in the apocalypse, I doubt you will be able to find one in a short period. Fang Heng nodded, thinking that the S+ rank NPC was indeed impressive and had considered the problem very comprehensively. He knew that making a request that I cannot fulfill would be futile. Qiu Yaokan took out a rusty wrench from his pocket. I need you to provide me with some skill books related to repair tools and experimental equipment, preferably geared towards mechanical repairs, Qiu Yaokan explained. What I mean is, try learning how to repair experimental apparatus yourself. Fang Heng was speechless. This guy. I'm impressed. An S+ rank senior had started self-studying mechanical repair skills to pursue research. Okay. I'll go check with the shop if it has any relevant skill books for sale. Mechanical repair skill books were not expensive but relatively rare. If they were not sold in the Apocalypse's merchant camp, he would have to look for them on the player forum. Since the start of the server transfer feature, the trading channels between players had gradually opened up, leading to the emergence of many good items. I'll wait for your good news. By the way, I don't need this. Qiu Yaokong took out a book from his backpack and tossed it to Fang Heng. What's this? Fang Heng took the book. A skill book. Prompt. You have reached the friendship threshold with Qiu Yaokong, and you receive a gift from Qiu Yaokong. Prompt. You have obtained a skill book. Butcher's teaching. Hemorrhage. Item. Butcher's teaching. Hemorrhage. Type. Skill book. Level. B. Skill description 1. There is a chance of causing a bleeding effect when using specific weapons to damage players. Skill description 2. Each skill upgrade adds an increase in triggering probability and bleeding damage. This skill can be upgraded to LV 30. Fang Heng took a while to collect himself. He turned to Qiu Yaokong. A B rank skill book. So a boost in friendship level can also come with such benefits. Fang Heng got off work hastily. He had made plans with Pei Anan last night to scout locations for the newly opened studio today. Upon opening his phone, he saw that Chen Yu had transferred $2 million to him. The efficiency of the federal system was indeed high. Last night, he had discussed with Chen Yu about exchanging a batch of wooden boards for cash, and Chen Yu readily agreed, sending the deposit early in the morning. Fang Heng messaged Chen Yu to confirm the money had been received. Fang Heng, receipt. Pleasant cooperation. Chen Yu, I saw something online. Do we need to intervene? Online? What's going on? Fang Heng was puzzled, quickly logging onto the forum to check. Former professional player Fang Heng accused of misappropriating company funds, occupying company assets. He actually did such a thing. Uncovering the downfall story of former professional player Fang Heng, a successful person. Fang Heng squinted. How could Phoenix Resonance Gaming Company play this game? He continued reading. To his surprise, there were immediate clarifications posted online. The statement not only showcased the contracts Fang Heng signed with Phoenix Resonance Gaming Company, but also presented certification from the federal authorities. The online discussions shifted focus, demanding substantial evidence of Fang Heng embezzling company funds. They asked the company to provide evidence of his association with Cell 507. Seems like it's Pei Anan's doing. Must have cost a lot, Fang Heng muttered under his breath, closing the forum. With logical and evidence-backed statements, rebuttals were made, clearly by experienced individuals, and a significant portion of the online discussion seemed to be from paid commenters. Didn't expect her to be quite adept. Just as he thought this, Pei Anan called. Fang Heng picked up the phone. Fang Heng, Phoenix Resonance is really bullying us. I've had a friend post a clarification, but my friend mentioned that Phoenix Resonance might retaliate, so we need to be cautious. Thank you. You've done well. In the past, Fang Heng wouldn't have cared about such public opinions outside of the game aspect. But now things were different. After finalizing the studio location, all future external material transactions would happen under the studio's name. Additionally, he would be collecting rent in the game in the future. With a bad reputation, what if he couldn't find tenants and it impacted his business? Perhaps it's best to seek help from the federal big shots. If needed, he could sell them a batch of materials as compensation. With the new studio just established, the 2 million yuan was not enough in terms of funding. Apart from selling materials, there were no other profit points at this stage. Fang Heng rubbed his chin in contemplation and messaged Chen Yu to help handle the matter with Phoenix Resonance Gaming Company's antics. Oh, have you decided on the company address? Yep. Following your suggestion, we rented a floor in a commercial building. The address is on Hongmai Road. I'll send you the link. Could you come over and have a look? Phoenix Resonance Gaming Company. No? What do you mean? No. Liaoyu raised her head, her gaze piercing. Zhang Linhui's eyes were bloodshot, his face showing weariness. Really none. Swearing on his conscience, he and his entire department had spent the whole day searching through the company's documents, but there was absolutely no information about Cell 507 prison. He couldn't just conjure it out of thin air. We've searched for a whole day, and there's no report or data related to the prison location. Zhang Linhui shook his head in frustration. We're still unclear on who is in charge at the prison, but it's certain that they're not with the company. Li, could the prison be an investment of the Qin family? Hence, there's no official record within the company. Liaoyu remained silent. Her sense of unease was growing stronger. The atmosphere in the office stagnated. This seemed the most plausible theory. What a mess. John, noticing Li's tension, cautiously suggested, shall we just apologize to President Chen? Give her a call and ask about the details of Cell 507. Or maybe try to bring Fang Hen back. After all, it's Phoenix Resonance's asset. President Chin wouldn't just abandon it. Get out, John, said Dar, pushing John Linhui out of the office, focusing on Li Ryu. What else do you want to say? If not for your impatience, and waiting to act until everything was clear, we wouldn't be in this passive situation now. It's pointless to say all this. I ask you, do you want about a Chinshuren? Hoping she spare you? Slap. Li Ru's pen flew out of her hand with a snap. She can forget it. Fine. I have one last idea for salvaging the situation. What idea? Dar's gaze was icy. At all costs, grab hold of cell 507. Once we have the prison in our hands, there's room for recovery. Tianan's rented office is near Fang Hen's rental house. After hanging up his phone, Fang Hen ran over to take a rough look. In terms of various aspects of the office surroundings, it can only be considered above average. The advantage is that the office space is very large. There is enough space inside the office to provide each employee with a separate lounge. No more worries about working overtime at night. This is it. Fang Heng didn't have time to choose more options. He signed the contract on the spot, paid half a year's rent in advance, and ordered 20 of the latest game consoles. If everything goes smoothly, he can start working tomorrow. Registering a federal registered studio is not troublesome. Fang Heng didn't want to waste time, so he directly signed a few commission contracts and will entrust the agency to handle the studio license documents. The registration can be completed within 3 days, officially opening the studio for external business. After completing the procedures, Fang Heng hurried back to the rental house. Dang. He closed the door behind him and took a deep breath. On his way back, he purposely took 2 detours. With a perception score of 20 points, for times that of an average person, Fang Heng was sure he wasn't being followed during that trip. Unless the other party's strength far surpassed his own. In that case, no amount of caution would be of use. Fang Heng felt slightly relieved. If someone had wanted to harm him, they would have done so already and wouldn't wait until now. The necessary vigilance still needed to be maintained, but the focus was currently on the development in the game. Having made up his mind, Fang Heng went back to the rental house and entered the game room. It was already 4 p.m. when he returned to the underground shelter in the prison and lit a pile of bonfires. In the morning, he received many missions from Vite. It was time to start clearing missions. Fang Heng immediately recalled the zombies who were executing the eviction mission. He roughly divided the zombies into 4 groups and began to remotely control them to perform tasks. First, categorize and allocate according to the received missions. The first category was area protection, where players needed to clear all the zombies in a designated area and wait for a period to ensure any subsequent appearance of zombies is eliminated. This was simple. Fang Heng controlled the zombies to go to the target location, arrange for them to eradicate the zombies, and continue to stand by for a period to complete the task. The second category was clearing buildings. The tasks mainly involved clearing zombies inside specific buildings. Also simple. Direct remote control of zombies to complete the task. The last category, exploration missions, was more troublesome. Players needed to personally reach the target location to conduct the exploration. Typically, there would be a few zombies in the target area that players had to clear to complete the mission. So, dispatching zombie clones to the mission site for search and eradication first, then riding a motorcycle to the mission location to complete the task was a viable strategy. Fang Heng assigned the 4 teams of zombies to complete their respective tasks. Because the zombies couldn't accumulate commands in batches, Fang Heng had to handle tasks one by one, in batches. While the zombies were working, Fang Heng took out a survival radio he hadn't used for a long time from his backpack. He quickly edited a message and sent it out. Looking for mechanical repair skill books. Will exchange for food or resources. Prices are favorable. Hurry. The Blackthorn Mercenary Corps, occupying the 5th and 6th positions on the top 10 ranking list of mercenaries released by the Federation. With good reputation and strong strength, fierce competition existed within the mercenary world. Different from other mercenary groups, Blackthorn took a unique path, specializing in the 3 major beginner games in the main God game. Led by Black Tiger, the 7 teams ensured that all members were elite below level 5. They strictly implemented a card level plan, allowing them to complete tasks that many other mercenary groups couldn't accept. 2 hours ago, Black Tiger's team received a mission to take over the prison shelter stronghold. The 20-person team immediately switched to the 8th zone and swiftly moved towards the prison direction. Leader, I heard it's a big fish this time. Black Tiger, the leader of the 7th team of the Blackthorn Mercenary Corps, nodded. This mission is rated S level in terms of difficulty, and the employer requires the operation to be kept confidential. S level? Is it necessary to set it so high? Yes. The price offered by the employer is very good. Everyone is eager, and the bonus shared among the brothers will surely satisfy everyone. Unlike ordinary miscellaneous troops, Blackthorn was an established mercenary group with strong strength. They were all equipped with tactical suits, bulletproof vests, pistols, machetes, a flash grenade, and 2 small explosive bags in the supply point. Their combat power in the early stages of the game was terrifying. The target location of this mission is the prison, and we're expected to arrive at the target position before sunset. Halfway through the team's march, the front team suddenly stopped and signaled for stealth. The team immediately hid their figures in the bushes. Noticing something amiss, Black Tiger moved to the front of the team and questioned, "What's wrong?" Cheng Bin, the reconnaissance player of the team, pointed not far away. "Leader, look over there, something seems wrong." Black Tiger looked in the direction Cheng Bin had pointed. What he saw was astonishing. A group of zombies wielding wooden spears were attacking another group of completely defenseless zombies. Zombies were using wooden spears as weapons, and they were attacking each other. What's going on? The players were also seeing this bizarre situation for the first time, and were all confused. Were the zombies collectively confused, starting to eat their own kind? But how did they manage to use weapons? Have they evolved? Have they started using their brains? It was also strange that there were so many of these zombies. A large group of zombies gathered in front, numbering around 40 to 50. After killing their own, they casually blocked the road at the intersection. What was the meaning behind this? Were they demarcating territory? Such a situation was rare in the early stages of the game. Watching from the bushes in confusion, the players were collectively bewildered. "Leader, what should we do?" Black Tiger faintly sensed a possible trap and asked quietly, "Can we detour?" "We can, but it will take nearly half an hour." Black Tiger frowned. They were running out of time for the mission. As soon as they received the mission, the mercenary group departed for the 8th zone, racing against time. According to the planned schedule, they were supposed to reach the prison before sunset. However, now with this group of zombies blocking the road, delaying the journey meant a significant reduction in combat power upon reaching the prison after sunset. No more waiting. Charge with me. Drawing out his iron knife, Black Tiger made a tactical gesture towards the players at the back, signaling them to prepare for an attack. All elite team players were proficient in knife skills and basic strength training, practicing tactical positioning every day. They were all experienced to old players. After analyzing the combat power of the two sides, Black Tiger felt confident that dealing with these zombies wouldn't be a problem. "Attack!" Black Tiger shouted and dashed out of the bushes. Leading the charge, he advanced towards the zombies, who were attracted by Black Tiger's voice and turned to face him. Stepping forward, Black Tiger raised his machete and swung it down onto a zombie's shoulder. Crack! Wrinkling his brow, Black Tiger felt something was off. Why did this zombie feel so tough? National game. Hanging out from the beginning of the zombie apocalypse. Tut, tut. Several vine-like objects crazily crawled out from the wounds opened by the machete, rapidly extending and climbing up along the machete. What? Black Tiger was shocked, exerted force on his wrist, and struggled to break free. This special attack method turns out to be vine zombies. However, there are significant differences between them and his vine zombies in appearance. They look like ordinary zombies. They are even more meaty than vine zombies. Not good. Retreat now. Black Tiger immediately shouted, but it was already too late, as most of the team players rushed towards the zombies. The team members immediately encountered trouble. Many players were already entangled by the vine zombies. Damn. Black Tiger no longer hesitated, took out an emergency blue flash grenade, and threw it down with force. Boss. Accompanied by a near-piercing sound, a strong flash exploded in the midst of the zombie group. Sonic waves and strong light have a great suppression effect on zombie bodies. All zombies instantly stopped their attacks. The vines quickly retracted. The team players also subconsciously lowered their heads to avoid the dazzling light. Quick, follow me, run. Black Tiger shouted. Taking advantage of the zombies being stunned and blinded, he led the players quickly through the zombie horde, gradually getting away from the zombies. In just a few tens of seconds, the team suffered casualties. Escaping from the pursuing zombies, Black Tiger breathed heavily. His heart was bleeding. The losses were too heavy. Not to mention that each person only has 3 reincarnation chances. Just one flash grenade would cost 80 main god points. What perplexed him even more was why 2-tier zombies appeared in this damn place. And they were none other than the Vine zombies, known as melee players' nemesis. If he hadn't decisively used the flash grenade, their entire team would have a high chance of being wiped out there. Damn it! Escaping from the zombie horde chase, Black Tiger cursed loudly to vent his frustrations. Phoenix Game Company, these bunch of trash, didn't even declare such important information beforehand. I'll give them a hard time when I get back. Captain, it's getting dark. Should we complete the mission first? Yes. Black Tiger took a deep breath, controlling his emotions. The priority now is to complete the mission. It was almost dark, and the best thing to do now was to quickly capture the prison shelter. Rest for 5 minutes, replenish your energy. Everyone quickly took out some food from their backpacks to replenish their energy, then continued heading towards the direction of the prison. In the shelter of the prison basement, Fang Hen, who was barbecuing meat on a grill, was slightly surprised. The game logs displayed message after message. Tipped. Your zombies are under attack by players. Tipped. Your zombies tried to block the attack, but failed. You acquired the skill parry. Experience +1. Tipped. Your zombie killed a player. You gained the skill. Butcher's Teaching. Bleeding experience 1. You gained the skill. Evade experience +1. Tipped. Your zombie. Encountering players? A rare occurrence. There are not many players in the forest. Fang Heng smirked. Due to the limited number of people, the skill book acquisition information he recently broadcasted through the survival radio went unnoticed. These people encountering zombie clones could only be seen as unfortunate. However, tipped. Your zombie group has been affected by a flash grenade, entering a blinded state. Tip. Players have retreated from the combat area. Tipped. Your zombie group is not pursuing, carrying out the original mission. Guarding standby. Tipped. In this battle, your zombie group killed 2 players, gaining skills. Block experience points 334. Skill. Evade experience points 277. Skill. Butcher's Teaching. Bleeding experience 1. Tip. Your blocking skill has increased to level 2, and your evade skill has increased to level 2. These people even have flash grenades. Fang Heng was somewhat surprised. He carefully examined the game logs and discovered something strange. During the automated mission process, the Bloody Kill skill did not gain any experience points. After all, the Bloody Kill skill's bleeding effect only works on players, so gaining experience could only be achieved through battling players, which makes sense. Why did parry and evade skills also gain so much experience? Even though they killed numerous zombies during the mission, including first-tier mutated zombies, these 2 skills did not accumulate any experience. Could it be because ordinary zombies do not actively attack? No. First-tier mutated zombies do attack actively. Or is it that these 2 skills can only gain experience through battling with players? This is a bit of a pitfall. Fang Heng pondered, thinking about where to find some players who were not alert to brush up on experience. After all, they will be heading to the danger-filled Pine Town in 5 days, and maximizing the evade and block skills will effectively increase combat strength. It would be best to have them fully upgraded in advance. Tipped. Your zombie group completed the task of clearing out the mission, killing 229 ordinary zombies, 1 mutated zombie, gaining a total of 411 survival points, 30 for evolution crystal shards. Tip. The mission you received, clearing the abandoned camp, has been completed. Please promptly find Vidal to receive rewards. Tipped. Your zombie group completed the search for the abandoned Travelers camp mission. Seeing the completion of the phase task by the zombie group, Fang Heng continued to send them to the next mission location to continue automated grinding for experience. An hour later, outside the prison, Black Tiger stood on a hilltop, looking through binoculars at the prison in the distance. It turned out to be elite mercenary NPCs of the Dark Knight's Order. How is this possible? Could it be a shelter established by NPCs and players together? Cold sweat dripped from Black Tiger's cheeks. This prison is too terrifying. All the trees surrounding the prison had been cleared by players. Anyone attempting to approach the prison can easily be spotted by the guard towers. Yes, the guard towers. A row of guard towers densely lined the inside of the prison. And with the elite members of the Dark Knight's Order on the guard towers, their group would never be able to break into this prison. Phoenix Game Company is crazy, right? They actually offended such a formidable foe. Aren't they afraid of death? Black Tiger cursed quietly to himself. Phoenix may not be afraid, but they surely are. He was relieved that he remained vigilant and conducted reconnaissance before attacking the prison. Otherwise, if they had forcefully attacked the camp, besides being annihilated, he couldn't think of a second possible outcome. There are at least 2 Dark Knight's Order NPCs on the sniper-guarded towers. This is the overt defensive strength of the prison. In reality, they don't need to. Just one elite member wielding a sniper gun could wipe out their entire team. Damn it, Phoenix. Trying to deceive our mercenary group. Deceived from afar. Black Tiger was exceedingly angry. He almost led the team's brothers over to their deaths. The other brothers in the team were also dripping with cold sweat. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of zombies, they almost died at the hands of the elite mercenaries of the Dark Knight's Order. Today was truly a day of teetering between life and death several times. Captain, what do we do? Retreat. Before it gets dark, find a nearby residence and stay overnight. Tomorrow we change routes and leave. Black Tiger gritted his teeth. When he returned, he would definitely demand an explanation from Phoenix Game Company. How can this mission difficulty be only S? It's an impossible task. Fang Heng was riding a motorcycle, speeding through the forest. Mission prompts kept ringing in his ears. So cool. Last night, Fang Heng spent the whole night completing missions in the game. He didn't log off and rested for only 2 hours after clearing all the missions. His efficiency was astounding. As soon as it was bright in the morning, Fang Heng drove his motorcycle to each mission location to complete exploration missions. After circling through all the mission locations and completing all 103 missions received from DRIZZLE yesterday, Fang Heng finally drove back to the end-time merchant camp. Fang Heng, how did you do it? DRIZZLE asked, perplexed. With a thick stack of mission slips on his desk, he was a bit bewildered. Completing over 100 missions in a day was impressive. Fang Heng single-handedly cleared most of the camp's missions. He was truly a mission completion machine. I can only say it's related to my talent, Fang Heng replied. And DRIZZLE nodded, not pressing further. All right, what else can I help you with? I still need a skill book related to mechanical repair. You don't seem to have it here. Indeed, to be honest, you've seen my inventory. DRIZZLE shrugged helplessly. Is that so? Fang Heng found this issue a bit tricky. Repairing damaged experimental instruments would significantly increase research speed. He needed it badly. Maybe he should log off and post a request for skill books on forums or look for one in the black market. But since we're friends, DRIZZLE winked at Fang Heng. I know there's a hardware store not far from here. The owner there and I have a bit of a connection. But sadly, I haven't heard from him since the apocalypse. I presume he's in dire straits. The hardware store should have the skill book you're looking for. Fang Heng arched an eyebrow. By the way, I've heard recently that someone saw special mutated zombies in the hardware store, so be careful if you go. Thank you so much, DRIZZLE. Fang Heng checked the map for the location marker. The hardware store was outside the forest area, and it would take approximately an hour and a half to drive there from here. Finish the mission and then log off to sleep. Despite staying up all night, Fang Heng was still very excited. After bidding DRIZZLE farewell, he downed another bottle of coffee, drove a military truck towards the hardware store. According to DRIZZLE, there might be mutated zombies inside the hardware store. To be safe, Fang Heng detoured to an abandoned iron mine. The iron production at the abandoned iron mine was back on track. With 23 furnaces running 24 hours a day, the iron output was continuous. It was estimated that all zombie equipment upgrades would be completed in 1 to 2 days. Fang Heng selected some zombie doppelgangers that had completed equipment upgrades and stacked them at the back of the truck. There were over 50 of them. Theoretically, the truck could carry more zombies. After all, vine zombies could easily hang outside the vehicle with their vines. But Fang Heng didn't do that. It would be too risky. After half an hour, Fang Heng parked the truck in front of the hardware store. The entire hardware store building had been reinforced. Several layers of wooden boards had been added to the outer windows. Someone had already been here? Fang Heng furrowed his brows. He noticed signs of forced entry at the entrance of the hardware store. "Let's go in and check the situation." Jumping off the truck, Fang Heng controlled the vine zombies to enter the hardware store for reconnaissance. The vine zombies staggered into the store. Fang Heng followed them, holding a shotgun in one hand. As soon as he entered the room, Fang Heng sensed danger and turned his gaze to the corner. The danger was there. Due to the darkness, Fang Heng could only see a shadow at the end of the corner. It was a zombie. The zombie in the corner sniffed the scent of a living person and staggered to its feet. Subsequently, the room was filled with the groans of zombies. Fang Heng quickly scanned the surrounding environment. The interior of the hardware store was tight and poorly lit, not suitable for combat. Lure the zombies outside and kill them one by one. Formulating their plan, Fang Heng immediately retreated, guiding the zombie doppelgangers out of the hardware store. The zombies, with low intelligence, were attracted by Fang Heng's scent and stumbled towards him to chase outside the hardware store. The vine zombie doppelgangers, under Fang Heng's control, surrounded in a circle, each raising their iron spears and boldly standing outside the hardware store in ambush. Fang Heng closely watched the entrance. "They're coming." Seeing the mutated zombies coming out of the hardware store, Fang Heng was somewhat surprised. G-Virus variant. It turned out to be a Tier 2 mutated zombie. Ghost Claw. The effect of the G-Virus caused the entire right hand of Ghost Claw to undergo mutations. Starting from the arm, Ghost Claw's right hand looked burnt black. The twisted muscles bulged along the arm, constantly wriggling. Even the 5 fingers mutated into sharp claws. Ghost Claw's right arm was its most powerful weapon. A close-range puncture attack was enough to penetrate through a steel plate. Ghost Claw had formidable destruction capabilities against buildings. Fang Heng didn't want to get too close to such a dangerous zombie and kept his distance. The vine zombies, lacking consciousness, raised their spears and lunged towards Ghost Claw. Being attacked, Ghost Claw immediately swung its claw back in retaliation. Hiss! Fang Heng raised his brow. The black arm of Ghost Claw pierced through the body of the vine zombie, leaving a hole in it. However, vine zombies had thick vitality, and their life force was resilient. Vine swiftly spread out from the pierced body, attempting to entangle Ghost Claw's right arm. Unfortunately, Ghost Claw's claw power was terrifyingly high. Hiss! With a little force, Ghost Claw easily freed itself from the vine's bind. There were a total of 5 Ghost Claw zombies. Fang Heng's face turned serious. Slightly troublesome, Ghost Claw's highly potent claw attacks directly countered the vine zombies' defense capabilities. Can't confront head-on. Fang Heng immediately controlled the vine zombies to retreat and maintain a short distance from the Ghost Claw zombies. In terms of difficulty in killing, dealing with Ghost Claw was much easier than handling lickers. Following the proliferation of firearms, ordinary players only needed to be cautious, draw Ghost Claw zombies to open spaces, carefully control the distance, continue remote attacks until worn down to defeat them. The same strategy as killing vine zombies. Fang Heng pondered briefly. Hehe. Got it. He thought of a more clever maneuver. Game of all people, hang up from a zombie apocalypse began to hide in the distance. Fang Heng controlled more than 50 vine zombies, constantly extending vines from their bodies. The vines spread rapidly towards the Ghost Claw zombies, trying to entangle them. The Ghost Claw zombies moved slowly, being entangled by the vines, and had to use their right arm Ghost Claws to break free from the binds of the vines. But just as they escaped, new vines wrapped around them. Overwhelming number. 5 Ghost Claw zombies were firmly trapped in place by over 50 vine zombies, unable to move. At this time, Fang Heng kept a safe distance. He took out his gun, aimed at the heads of the Ghost Claw zombies, and began shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Hint. Your attack missed. Hint. You hit the vital spot of the 2nd level mutated zombie Ghost Claw. Your gun mastery skill experience +5. Hint. You hit the vital spot of the 2nd level mutated zombie Ghost Claw. Your gun mastery skill experience +5. In the game, obtaining experience in gun mastery was extremely difficult. It depended on the shooting difficulty and the strength of the target. Skill experience could only be increased by hitting vital spots or killing targets. In the early stages, players' attributes were low due to the game's limitations, and their gun skills were also low, with even lower accuracy rates. To improve gun mastery level, one needed to use a large number of bullets. After playing for so long, Fang Heng was only at level 3 in gun mastery. Take advantage of this opportunity to practice marksmanship, level up to 10 early, and be able to use a sniper rifle then. Seeing several Ghost Claw zombies entangled by the Vine zombies, Fang Heng became calm. After all, facing second-level mutated zombies was a rare opportunity. Why not take the chance to practice marksmanship? Fang Heng focused and aimed at the heads of the Ghost Claw zombies to practice his shooting. Dang, dang, bang. Hint. You hit the vital spot of the second-level mutated zombie Ghost Claw. The mutated zombie Ghost Claw die. Your gun mastery skill experience plus 25. Hint. Your gun mastery skill is upgraded to LV 5. It took nearly 20 minutes before Fang Heng finally raised his gun skill to level 5. Only one of the 5 Ghost Claw zombies was left struggling. It had been entangled by layers of vines extended from the remaining vine zombies, leaving only its head vulnerable. It was still trying to break free. Fang Heng stood 30 meters away, shooting at it. Unfortunately, shooting at close range could ensure accuracy, but it lowered the difficulty rating, and even headshots didn't earn experience points. Fang Heng continued aiming at the zombie's head and kept pressing the trigger. The vital hit rate was about 1 in 3. His accuracy had improved significantly compared to level 3. As he kept shooting, Fang Heng had new ideas. He put down his gun and pondered. He remembered studying the manner of the decayed zombies at the shelter with Qiu Yaokong yesterday. Similarly, the living lick eaters could also be researched in the shelter's laboratory. Following this train of thought, then, could the Ghost Claw zombies also be captured alive for research at the shelter? Imagine if one could transform their zombie clone into a Ghost Claw zombie. Fang Heng quickly reasoned it out. No, this guy is still too stupid. The lick eater would be more useful. Regardless, the research could still proceed. By bringing it back and infusing the advantages of the Ghost Claw zombies into it. Who cared? Encountering a second-level mutated zombie was rare, so why not bring one back? Fang Heng squinted, feeling pleased with his idea. He put away his gun, controlled the remaining vine zombies, and surrounded the struggling Ghost Claw zombie, wrapping it with layers upon layers of vines. This should do it, Fang Heng muttered softly, commanding the vine zombies to drag the captured Ghost Claw zombie back inside the truck's rear compartment. With the zombies cleaned up, the search should proceed. Fang Heng turned to the hardware store. Besides 5 mutated zombies, there were no ordinary zombies inside the hardware store. Fang Heng guessed that perhaps other players had explored the store and dealt with the ordinary zombies. Unfortunately, they couldn't handle the second-level mutated zombies and had to leave in disappointment. Fang Heng stood at the door, commanding the remaining dozen zombie clones to enter the store and search for supplies. Shortly, the zombies emerged from the store, dropping the collected items in front of Fang Heng. Hint. Your zombie group has discovered crowbar, mechanical maintenance manual *3, wrench *5, tires *3, jack *1, forged steel *2, simple repair kit *2, vice grip *3, steel wire, mechanical assembly details, skill book, wire mesh, haha. Skill book obtained. A great harvest. Fang Heng picked up the loot to inspect. Mechanical maintenance manual type. Skill book. Skill description. Master the skill. Mechanical maintenance after learning it. Maintenance requires specific tools and consumable materials. Blueprint. Spike wire mesh type. Blueprint. Description. Can build the spike wire mesh after use. Spike wire mesh. Upgrade from ordinary wire mesh. Additional 20% durability. And deals back 20% of the damage received when attacked at close range. Blueprint learning condition. Basic construction. Great items. This harvest was simply explosive. 3 maintenance manuals. Besides giving one to Qiu Yaokong, Fang Heng could learn one and assist him. With the help of the zombie clones, Fang Heng could quickly raise his skill levels in a short time. As a player, Fang Heng's skills couldn't surpass his character's level and could only reach level 13 at most. Qiu Yaokong was different. Theoretically, he could infinitely raise his skill levels. Also, the blueprint for the spike wire mesh was fantastic. A defensive weapon for the shelter. Aside from the backlash, it had a hidden effectiveness. It was particularly useful against spider zombies. Attempting to climb the spike wire mesh would cause substantial damage to them. Very effective. There's one book that I missed. Fang Heng turned the bottom book among the loot. Elliot's Mechanical Lecture. Mechanical Disassembly and Assembly Details type. Skill book. Skill description 1. Learn the skill. Mechanical disassembly after completion. players can dismantle mechanical objects using tools like wrenches, obtaining some mechanical parts, components, etc. Skill description 2. Disassembly will consume additional stamina. Amazing! A disassembly skill book. Fang Heng was pleasantly surprised. The applications of the disassembly skill were incredibly broad. It had been hyped on the old servers and reached the price of a B+ tier skill book amongst the black market. It had even seen a time when it was not available. Without this skill, ordinary players would have to use a small sledgehammer for mechanical disassembly, typically getting only some scrap iron. But with the mechanical disassembly skill, it was different. Using a wrench could dismantle machinery to obtain higher level parts and components. Disassembling machinery. Wasn't this precisely what he needed for the relocation office right now? Fang Heng tapped the 3 skill books on his head. Hint: you have learned the skills. Mechanical maintenance, mechanical disassembly. You have acquired the blueprint. Spikewire mesh. Now he could command his zombie clones to dismantle machinery. But before that, Fang Heng needed to equip each zombie clone with a wrench. Thinking quickly, he immediately ordered the zombie clones busy melting iron blocks inside the abandoned mine to produce wrenches. National game. Hanging from the Zombie Apocalypse Scroll 131th chapter. The G-Virus returns to the shelter with Fang Heng in control, guiding the vine zombies, dragging the ghost claw zombies, wrapped in layers of layers, into the breeding chamber research laboratory. Inside the laboratory, Qiu Yaokon was examining a damaged instrument analysis report. The damage to the experimental instruments was more severe than he had expected. Lacking the relevant skills, repairing them was exceptionally troublesome, but on the whole, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. After all, he had gained control of a laboratory. As long as he could complete the repairs, his overall research speed could greatly increase. Dang! Qiu Yaokon slightly furrowed his brows as he turned around to face Fang Heng, who had entered the laboratory, showing a displeased look. Where is your protective suit? In an emergency. Next time, I promise. Fang Heng nonchalantly walked into the room, then gestured for the vine zombies behind him to bring in the ghost claw zombies. What is this? Heh. Good stuff. Ghost claw zombies. Alive. Fang Heng smiled. Second-tier ghost claws. You mean carriers of the G-Virus? Qiu Yaokang's spirits lifted. He forgot about the protective suit issue and went towards the ghost claw zombies, regardless of the danger. Be careful. It's very dangerous. Qiu Yaokon halted his steps in front of the ghost claw zombie, observing it cautiously at close range. After observing for a while, he noticed that the ghost claw zombie was covered in layers of vines. In this state, it was impossible to see clearly, making it difficult to study. Qiu Yaokon turned and pointed to a nearby breeding chamber. Is there a way we can place it inside for observation? As long as it is immersed in a special liquid, it will enter a dormant state like the liquors. Let's try. Open a slit on top of the breeding chamber, Fang Heng suggested. Wait. Qiu Yaokon walked to the nearby instrument and pressed a few keys. Click. The chamber door above Fang Heng was opened. The vines inside the vine zombies began to squirm again. They worked together to lift the live ghost claw zombie encased in vines high up and forcibly inserted it through the chamber door from above. Quick. Inject the solution. Got it. Qiu Yaokon pressed a button again. The green liquid gradually filled the chamber until it overflowed the entire body of the ghost claw zombie. As a safety measure, they waited a few minutes before Fang Heng controlled the vine zombies to slowly withdraw the vines wrapped around the ghost claw zombie. The ghost claw zombie submerged in the solution revealed its original appearance. Dang! The chamber door above closed again. Watching the sleeping ghost claw zombie, Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. The ghost claw zombies were powerful attackers. In a woken state, they could shatter the tempered glass of the breeding chamber in a single strike. A row of game prompts refreshed once again. Hint. You obtained a live experiment. Ghost claw zombie. Hint. You obtained a new basic research direction. G-Virus research. Hint. You gained a new special research direction. Ghost claw zombie research. Hint. With the new research material, your shelter's research level has been raised to level 22. Hint. Your friendship level with Qiu Yaokon has significantly increased. Hint. Qiu Yaokang's loyalty has increased to 99. Qiu Yaokon stood before the breeding chamber. He closely observed the ghost claw zombie and showed a pensive expression. Not bad. It's a second-tier mutated zombie. Ghost claw. Where did you find it? At a hardware store, in the outskirts of the forest. A bit far from here, near an abandoned small town, Fang Heng responded. Qiu Yaokong furrowed his brows again. What's wrong? There seems to be something off. The G virus is a special virus developed based on the T virus. Besides being able to alter the genetic factors of organisms, it will also cause genetic evolution and mutations in infected organisms, Qiu Yaokong stated, eyeing the ghost claw zombie. The origin of this leak of the biohazard virus is the T virus. The G virus mutations are theoretically a secret research of the Umbrella Corporation. The appearance of the ghost claw zombie in that location strikes me as strange. There seemed to be a problem. Pondering, Fang Heng lowered his head. He hadn't conducted a thorough search when he entered the hardware store earlier. He just let the zombie group in to search and ensure that there were no locked rooms. Zombies were highly efficient and thorough in their search, but they automatically ignored various hidden spots and locked doors. Fang Heng couldn't confirm if there were any other hidden things inside the hardware store. Hint: you have triggered the mission. Qiu Yaokang's confusion. Mission name: Qiu Yaokang's confusion. Mission difficulty. Mission description: Qiu Yaokong believes that there is an abnormality in the G virus discovered in the hardware store and may have been overlooked. Please return to investigate again. Alright, I will go back there and search again in detail when I have the time. Qiu Yaokong nodded. Stay safe. Also, in a few days, I am planning to visit Pinewood Town. Have you heard of it? Qiu Yaokong turned his head and sized up Fang Heng. What's up? I will ensure my safety on the trip. This time, I will go with members of the Dark Knight Corps. Then you need to revisit the hardware store as soon as possible, Fang Heng advised. Why? Pinewood Town has the largest branch office of the Umbrella Corporation's research facility. My friend mentioned that after the outbreak, the virus content in the air there increased significantly. If you can get a sample of the G virus, I can formulate some potions to reduce your risk of infection. Okay, I will do it as soon as possible. Also, here is something for you. Fang Heng handed over a compiled maintenance skill book. This is a mechanical repair skill book I found for you. Thank you. Qiu Yaokong took the skill book, glanced at the cover, and started to read. He read the book at an extremely fast pace, flipping through the pages one by one. Do you need help, you? Qiu Yaokong, who was speed reading, raised his head and glanced at Fang Heng quickly. What? Do you think I can't do it? Fine. I will show you what I can do. Feeling underestimated, Fang Heng walked up to a damaged breeding chamber. Hint: you have obtained the skill, mechanical repair. Hint: current damaged object, breeding chamber, current damage degree, 23%. Hint: repair completion in this round is expected to reduce damage by 1% to 3%. Tools needed: wrench. Materials needed: iron blocks *34, nails *21, basic parts *5, stamina *22. Hint: current repair difficulty. As Fang Heng took out a wrench, and a progress bar appeared above his head. After a while, hint: repair failed. The current damage degree of the breeding chamber increased by an additional 2%. The repair materials have been scrapped. You gain scrap iron *33. Hint: you have consumed an extra 23 points of stamina. Hint: your skill, mechanical repair experience +11. Oh, it failed. Fang Heng's face stiffened. He suddenly felt a chill down his back. Turning around, he saw Qiu Yaokong staring expressionlessly at him. You can leave now. Don't stay here and affect the progress of my research. Hint: Qiu Yaokang's favorability slightly decreased. Loyalty decreased to 98. Ooh. Hey. Don't be like this. It was just a mistake. My zombies can help you. Really. Trust me again. Qiu Yaokang's eyelid twitched, starting to push Fang Heng out of the laboratory. Fang Heng, I need to conduct research. I need quiet. Please leave here. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Don't get angry. It was just a mistake. Give me another chance. Trust me, I'll come back tomorrow. It's too inefficient for you to repair alone. I promise, I can do it. Fang Heng forcibly blocked the door. Fine. Do you have any basic machinery? Something that's easier to repair. Let me practice on them first. Qiu Yaokong stopped and pointed to several blood analyzers on the side. Those 3 machines are temporarily not needed. Alright, I'll take them away first, and I promise to give you a surprise tomorrow, Fang Heng said, controlling the vine zombies to carry away the blood analyzers piled up in the corner. Qiu Yaokong closed the laboratory door and began repairing the incubator. Half an hour later, After repairing the incubator's door, Qiu Yaokong massaged his temples. Repairing machinery is very exhausting. In addition, after reaching a certain stage of repair, high-level precision components are also needed. I wonder if they're in the warehouse, Qiu Yaokong thought, leaving the laboratory and heading to the underground warehouse. Except for Fang Heng, Qiu Yaokong is the only one allowed to access the basement warehouse in the entire shelter. He pushed open the warehouse door. Qiu Yaokong paused. He saw 3 blood sample analyzers that had been removed from the laboratory earlier neatly arranged in the warehouse. 7 zombies were repairing the analyzers with long readings floating above their heads. Qiu Yaokong's face showed an incredulous expression. Can zombie bodies even perform such high-precision mechanical repairs? He thought zombie bodies were already strong enough, but he didn't expect them to go further. Qiu Yaokong noticed something else. In the corner of the warehouse, another vine zombie watching suddenly made a move. It held an iron rod in its hand, slowly walked forward, and then raised the iron rod to fiercely strike the blood sample analyzers several times. Bang, bang, bang. After banging on each of the 3 analyzers, it leisurely walked back to its original position. It seemed as if nothing had happened. What is it doing? Qiu Yaokong felt a moment of confusion. Watching those zombies continue to repair the equipment despite the disruptions, Qiu Yaokong had an epiphany. He squinted his eyes and muttered to himself. So, the zombie's split body also has some kind of learning ability. Terrifying skill. I hope this ability can help us change the world. Hint. Your zombie has completed the repair. Your mechanical experience +4. Hint. Your zombie has caused damage to the blood sample analyzers. Hint. Your skill. Mechanical repair has been upgraded to LV 6. Upstairs, in the newly built cafeteria of the prison, after a night of no sleep, Fang Heng went offline and rested for over 5 hours before returning here to have a meal. He checked the game log while eating. Not bad. The repair skill has reached level 6. Fang Heng muttered to himself. He was very satisfied with the skill experience pipeline he set up in the warehouse before going offline. The zombie would destroy the instruments every 30 minutes. As long as there were enough materials, the 7 zombies could continuously repair the analyzers all night. If he left the setup overnight, the mechanical repair skill would likely reach level 10. He must go to Qiu Yaokong's place tomorrow to save face. Boss. There you are. Been looking for you for a while. Fang Heng lifted his head at the sound. He saw Liao Bufan leading a group of people, including Liu Yi, towards him. Liu Yi and his group followed behind Liao Bufan, looking dejected. What's going on? Why all of you? Fang Heng was puzzled. Did they run into trouble? Fang Heng, we've been played. Everyone sit down and explain slowly. Liao Bufan pulled out a chair and sat down, signaling Liu Yi and the others to do the same. According to the boss's instructions, these past few days, we have had contacts with players from several nearby shelters. Most players were satisfied with the conditions we offered, took the supplies, and left quickly. However, there was trouble with one particular group. Fang Heng was puzzled. What trouble? They don't want to move. There are 2 households unwilling to move, but the most troublesome is not them. Liu Yi took out a hand-drawn map and circled a location on it. This location houses a shelter built by players, relying on the system's construction. It's estimated that there are about 15 players living inside. Initially, they agreed to move and accepted our supplies. But when we went back today, we found that they had no intention of leaving at all. When I argued with them, they started acting rogue. They claimed the supplies we gave weren't enough, that it didn't cover their relocation expenses, and they wanted more. Fang Heng's expression darkened. It was clear that the other party had no intention of moving. They were just trying to scam more money out of them. Fang Heng, we must give them a harsh lesson, or else others will learn from them, and our prison's expansion plan will face big trouble. Fang Heng thought the same way. The shelter was rapidly expanding, and issues like these needed to be dealt with swiftly. The longer it drags on, the messier it gets. Liu Yi swallowed nervously. Boss, I got angry and argued with them earlier. They claimed to be from Capit Corporation and said we were welcome to come find trouble with them at any time. Capit Corporation? Fang Heng recalled. It was a multinational company, part of the industry owned by an old foreign family. It seemed that Capit Corporation had already planned to take advantage of the supplies they had. They were confident. So confident? Well, then I won't be polite. It's just a multinational corporation. Fang Heng didn't care. It just so happened that he was thinking about leveling up skills like parry and evasion with players during the day, and now he had the chance that came to him. Determined, Fang Heng raised his voice. You all have worked hard. Rest early tonight, take the day off tomorrow, and leave the issue of the shelter to me. The newcomers looked at each other. Can the boss really handle it? After all, it was a multinational conglomerate, and their shelter was already built with various defenses. Hey, why do you all have such expressions? Aren't you happy the boss is giving you a day off? Hurry. Thank the boss. Liao Bufan looked at the group of hesitant newcomers, waving his hand. The boss said he can handle it, so go rest for a day. We'll be back online the day after tomorrow waiting for good news. National Game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse, Chapter 133 of the main text hanging scroll helped to level up until nightfall. Fang Heng hid in the shelter basement. Activate the long-range control of zombies. The strength of ordinary players is nowhere near enough to stop so many tier 2 vine zombies. Not to mention, it's nighttime. Just use the simplest and most brutal method. Force it open. Just smash their shelter. And you can also test the combat effectiveness of the newly acquired Iron Spear. Fang Heng rubbed his hands. His mood was a bit excited. Apart from holding necessary AFK positions, Fang Heng controlled 100 vine zombie clones to gather, equip weapons and tools, and head fiercely towards the shelter. The player shelter located at the foot of the mountain. The small shelter was renovated from the original system building. 16 players occupied this place. After the sunset, everyone sat around the bonfire. They really sent us a batch of food. I didn't expect there would be such idiots. Ant laughed disdainfully. The short-haired woman, Mila, felt a bit uneasy. Ant, be careful. The prison over there. I've been there before. If they can take down the prison, they have some strength. Moreover, they can provide us with ample resources as compensation, which means their shelter is not lacking in food, even if they are strong. Ant, seeing Mila opposing his decision, instinctively began to defend himself. Do they dare to come and attack our camp? The first time I met them, I asked them, they don't belong to any game company. Wait a few more months, the company will send people over. By then the prison will also be ours. Ant was a bit displeased. He looked at Mila. What? We already have food in our stomachs, and now you're afraid. Mila said, it's not fear, but please consult with us before making such decisions next time. A slim player interrupted their argument. Shh, quiet, listen to that. The shelter suddenly fell silent. What sound is that outside? Thud 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 muffled sounds were heard. Oh. Those are sounds made when the buildings surrounding the shelter are being attacked. There are zombies. Everyone immediately became alert, picking up weapons and heading out. As they opened the wooden door of the shelter, the players' faces changed drastically. It was a horde of zombies. At some point, a circle of zombies had surrounded the shelter. The sky was too dark. At first glance, there were about 70 zombies. How could there be so many zombies? Ant subconsciously looked up at the moon. The blood moon was still far away. Then why were there suddenly so many zombies attacking the shelter? Trouble was brewing. There was a dense circle of spiked fences and traps set up outside the shelter. The zombies were being kept at bay by these defenses. But what made the players feel strange was that this group of zombies was different from the usual ones. The zombies were waving the spears in their hands, attempting to attack the spiked fences and traps outside the shelter. Charge out. Don't let them break through the outer defense of the shelter, or we're done for. Mila was the first to react, pulling out her blade. Once the wooden posts and spike traps were destroyed, the next target would be the shelter. Deal with them. At this moment, the players had no time to think much, following alongside Mila, trying to completely eliminate this wave of zombies. Leading the charge, Mila brandished her long knife, slashing at the front of the zombies. The blade created a gash on the zombie's neck. Hiss hiss hiss. Dense vines sprouted from the wound, wrapping around the blade and quickly spreading along its length. They are tier 2 vines. Mila's heart skipped a beat, almost reflexively letting go of her knife and leaping backward. Be careful. Don't get close to them. What the heck? They are tier 2 mutated zombies. Ant was shocked, quickly pulling out a gun and firing several shots at the vine zombies. The zombies stiffened slightly after being hit. Firearms were not very effective against the tier 2 vine zombies with over 1,000 health points. After emptying a clip of bullets, The vine zombies paused for a moment, then continued to attack the wooden posts. Tier 2 vines, with close-range vine entangling skills boosted. Don't get close to them. Switch to bows and arrows. Switch to burning arrows, Mila shouted, directing the players to defend. Her mind tensed to the extreme. The players were no longer bothered by why the shelter was besieged by so many Tier 2 zombies. In the face of a desperate situation, they erupted with immense potential, searching for the possibility of survival. Follow me. Don't let them focus on attacking the wooden posts. Vine zombies are slow. We go out to draw their attention. Redirect their movements. Rest inside the shelter every 5 minutes. Clear the dark fear debuff. Don't stay out too long at night. Why aren't the burning arrows effective against them? Quick, to more people, come help me repair the wooden posts. Don't try to kill them. Their blood is too thick. They can't be killed. Tantalize them. Lead them out. Lure them along the perimeter of the shelter. The players shouted, using bows and arrows to attract the attention of the zombies, flying kites with them. Fang Heng sat in front of the bonfire in the basement. To reward himself for playing games over time tonight, he tore open a pack of Oreos. He thought it would be a secure evacuation. But something interesting happened. Oh. Flying kites. These people are somewhat capable. They are much stronger than the snake captives. Fang Heng saw the game prompts jumping rapidly. Prompt: your zombie has been remotely attacked, attempting to block, but the block failed. Your skill. Block experience +1. Prompt: your zombie has been remotely attacked, attempting to evade, but the dodge failed. Your skill. Dodge experience +1. Prompt: your zom. Prompt: your skill block has improved to LV. 4. The experience of the block and dodge skills skyrocketed. The fighting prowess of this group surprised Fang Heng. Their shelter's defenses were well built, and they even had guns. Although after over 20 consecutive shots, they were out of bullets now. Fang Heng lowered his head, deep in thought. According to the original plan, he could manually control the zombies to counterattack by sending another group of vine zombies to attack the shelter from behind, interfering with the enemy's kite-flying plan. However, Fang Heng hesitated. Would that be a waste of an opportunity? It was not easy to find a group of players with combat capabilities to level up his skills. If he suddenly killed them all, wouldn't that ruin the fun? Greed is good. After all, the ones he sent out were clones. They could regenerate in 6 hours. After contemplating for a while, Fang Heng decided to seize the chance for a bit of greed. He hid nearly half of the zombies in the darkness to reduce the pressure on the enemies. The remaining 50-odd zombies continued to help these players level up their skills. When the skills were maxed out, then he would deal with them completely. Fang Heng perked up, downing a bottle of coffee. He kept a close eye on the game logs. One had to strike a balance. In case he inadvertently went too far, he wouldn't have any fun left to play. You have to control the output. It's really tiring. After a night of fear and trembling, the next morning, Mila logged into the game. The zombie attacks last night didn't end until 2 a.m. Everyone was exhausted. By the end, their ammunition was almost depleted. Just a little more, and the shelter they had worked so hard to build would completely fall. Luckily, they held on. But it came at the cost of 2 team members' lives. Mila had not slept well and immediately returned to the game after dawn. The other players were still offline resting. The 2 players who stayed behind were both asleep at the table. Mila took out the remaining wooden supplies from the shelter, ready to repair the perimeter spike traps and wooden stakes destroyed by the zombies the night before. She pushed open the shelter's door. Mila froze in place. In the daylight, visibility was unusually clear. She saw even more zombies outside the shelter than the night before. The zombies stood far away from the shelter, about 100 meters away. They did nothing, made no sound, just stood there dumbly. There were twice as many as the night before. Cold sweat broke out on Mila's forehead. Dang. With a thud, she closed the door and hurried back to the room, waking up all the sleeping players. A few minutes later, the sleepy players received warnings from the game and logged in one by one. They all looked tired, with sleepy eyes. They had been fighting almost all night. How long had they slept? Zombie horde. They didn't leave last night. They have been outside the shelter all along. Mila led everyone to the front of the shelter and pushed open the door. Everyone saw the restless zombie horde outside the camp. The players fell silent. A sense of despair enveloped the shelter. They felt a sense of impending doom. After last night's catastrophe, the defense structures around the shelter had been largely destroyed, leaving little left. Not to mention they were already running low on arrows. If the zombie horde attacked the shelter again, there was no way they could hold out. Why are there so many zombies? How would I know? They seem to be gathering nearby companions. This group of zombies is clearly targeting us. Are you talking nonsense? How could zombies gather companions? Should we try to lure them away? Don't. What if we anger the zombie horde, and they attack our shelter directly? Everyone calm down. Auntie stepped forward, trying to calm the players down. I have reported the situation at the shelter to the company, and they have hired a professional mercenary group at a high cost to assist us in dealing with these zombies. Hold on for another 2 hours, and the mercenaries will arrive to help us defend the shelter. Auntie's words reassured the players somewhat. With a professional mercenary group's help, they might still be able to hold out. Do you find this zombie horde strange? Mila had been pondering before, but now she suddenly looked up, her expression unusually serious. Yesterday, I killed a vine zombie, and then I carefully checked the game log. Auntie frowned and asked, Mila, what's wrong? The game log shows that after killing the zombies, I did not receive any evolution crystal shards or survival points. The other players also looked puzzled. It was understandable not to receive crystal shards, but not receiving survival points. Auntie seemed to grasp something. Mila, what are you trying to say? I was thinking, is there manipulation behind this zombie horde? Mila looked worried. I think they are likely related to the prison players we encountered yesterday. Prison players? It sounded incredible, but after Mila's analysis, it seemed to make sense. The players looked at each other strangely. Players who could control a zombie horde. They almost simultaneously turned their gaze toward Andy. If it was really the prison players, that would be troublesome. Yesterday, Andy seriously offended the people from the prison. The zombie horde had come for revenge. Don't talk nonsense. How could players possibly have the ability to control a zombie horde? Auntie angrily shouted. Stop thinking about it. It's ridiculous. The company has already hired the Blackthorn mercenary group to help us guard the shelter. Now we need to work together and survive these 2 hours. Hint. During your offline time, your zombie group completed the production of iron blocks *555 and completed the mining of iron or *2615. Hint. During your offline time, your zombies continued mechanical repairs, and you gained 5,399 mechanical repair experience points. Hint. Your mechanical repair skill has been upgraded to level 11. Hint. Some of your zombie group are on standby. Around 9 o'clock, Fang Heng just got up to enter the game. A bit tired. He had been leveling up with Captech last night until early morning. When he felt the Captech players were about to give in and start losing, Fang Heng ordered the zombies to stop attacking. He was planning to give the opponents some breathing time before continuing to level up. It's tiring to control the players to tow with their strength. Fang Heng sighed, glancing at the game log. The harvest last night was good. His dodging and parrying skills had all been upgraded to level 7. In just one night, the Captech team should have rested enough, right? It's the recovery of combat power that matters. Wait a little longer. Let them make some more arrows, fatten up a bit, and then start the slaughter at noon. Fang Heng's eyes flashed with a cold determination. There was still some time. He would first go to the hardware store to handle the follow-up tasks related to the G-virus. When he came back, it would be time to slaughter. It took an hour and a half to travel from the shelter to the hardware store. Fang Heng drove a vehicle filled with vine zombies along the path. As he was about to reach the hardware store, the vehicle happened to pass by a few walking players. Since entering the game, Fang Heng had rarely encountered other players in the wilderness. He subconsciously looked at them a few more times. Fang Heng saw a familiar figure. Through the rearview mirror, Fang Heng squinted his eyes and confirmed multiple times. It was him. Lao Hei, Old Black. Fang Heng's heart started to race. Ever since the incident in Hope Town, Fang Heng had not heard anything about Old Black's whereabouts. Old Black had vanished into thin air. After the incident, Fang Heng heard about it from Chen Yu. The federal authorities believed that Alex's riot was incited by an anti-federal organization. They even investigated the mission Chen Yu and Old Black notarized at the Federal Notary Office. But Chen Yu had confidently handled it alone, claiming to have accepted the mission alone, and even passed a federal inspection for a period. Later, Chen Yu revealed that Old Black was also a member of the anti-federal organization. Title: National Game. Idle from the start of the Zombie Doomsday Chapter 135. hidden unexpectedly met Lao He here. Fang Heng drove the truck while contemplating. When exploring the hardware store earlier, Fang Heng had suspicions. There were signs of someone having explored the hardware store beforehand. The direction of this road leads to the hardware store. What a coincidence! Could it be that Lao He and his group were the ones who explored it in advance? Fang Heng accelerated the truck to rush to the hardware store. As a precaution, he hid the truck in a clump of low trees at the roadside and left a few vine zombies to guard inside the vehicle. Later on, Fang Heng controlled one zombie to stand on the road outside the hardware store. With preparations made, Fang Heng, accompanied by a group of over 20 vine zombies, entered the hardware store. Upon entering the store, Fang Heng quickly scanned the interior. Just like when he left yesterday, the inside of the hardware store had already been cleared of zombies. There were no zombies. The shelves had also been stripped clean yesterday. Behind the hardware store, there was a small warehouse and a small office. Fang Heng thoroughly searched these two areas, but found nothing. Can't find it. Could Qiu Yaoquan have miscalculated? Fang Heng stood in the center of the room, muttering softly, scanning the room, searching for possible hiding places. As he searched, the game log suddenly refreshed with a message. Hint: your zombie has encountered an attack. Your zombie attempts to defend. Defense failed. You gain +1 defense experience. Here it comes. Fang Heng thought as he realized the zombie he left outside the hardware store had been attacked. Fang Heng quickly walked to the side of the hardware store's entrance. He concealed his figure, turned sideways, and carefully observed the situation outside. Yes, it was Lao He and 3 others confronting the vine zombies outside. It seemed their target was also the hardware store, something that even piqued the interest of someone like Lao He from the Anti-Federation organization was likely not just a regular mechanical skill book. Qiu Yaoquan's judgment was probably correct. There should be some hidden items still in this hardware store. Perfect, since I can't find it anyway, might as well let them scout ahead. Fang Heng made up his mind. But he needed to find a place to hide first. Fang Heng took a few steps back and scanned the inside of the hardware store again. Where could so many zombies hide? Finally, Fang Heng slowly raised his head and looked at the steel beam above the hardware store. There, zombie doppelgangers extended their long vines from their bodies one by one. The vines slowly rose, entwined around the beam, and lifted the zombies up. When the vine zombies climbed to the higher shelves and the steel beam, several more vines descended from above and wrapped around Fang Heng, slowly pulling him upwards. As the group approached the hardware store after clearing the vine zombies along the way, the team leader Deng Din, with long chestnut hair, observed the store with some confusion. The zombie they had just dealt with seemed unusual. The area theoretically should not have any vines. According to the plan, lure out the ghoul's claw zombies, use explosives to injure them severely, and then defeat them one by one. The other 2 male team members nodded vigorously. Lao He leisurely walked to the side, leaning against the street lamp. Be careful, I won't go in with you. Stay outside to prevent any unexpected incidents. Ding Ding and her 2 companions nodded in agreement and entered the hardware store. Since all the windows of the hardware store were sealed, the interior was unusually dark. The team members quickly scanned around with their flashlights, illuminating several corners of the hardware store. Huh? Where are the zombies? The areas illuminated by the flashlight were all clean. Ding Ding and her team looked puzzled. Strange. Where are the ghoul's claw zombies from earlier? The team had been here 2 days ago and cleared the regular zombies outside. However, when faced with the last 5 ghoul's claw zombies, due to limited ammunition, they had to temporarily suspend the mission. Ding Ding rummaged through the shelves and said solemnly, "Be extra careful. Someone was here before us and already cleared the hardware store." National Game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse, Chapter 136 Ambushed Virus. There are secret passages and safes. Listening to the conversation of a few people, Fang Heng secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, he met this group of people to lead the way. Otherwise, if he had to search the hardware store alone, it would probably take a long time. In fact, if he hadn't met Lao He and others, Fang Heng would probably have chosen to let the zombies demolish the entire hardware store. That would be time-consuming and exhausting, and he also didn't know the code for the hidden safe. Fang Heng hid in the shadows, took out a Toad Batman mask from his backpack, put on the mask, and silently gave the order to ambush the vine zombies. Ding Din and the others did not notice anything unusual. They pushed the shelves hard, revealing a hidden door behind the shelves. Just as the passage was opened, Deng Din was about to say something. Suddenly, she felt a chill at the back of her neck. Hiss, hiss. The faint sound made Deng Din shudder. Before she could turn around, her pupil suddenly shrank. Hiss, hiss. In the next instant, Deng Din felt someone grabbing her neck tightly from behind. She instinctively reached out to touch her throat. Deng Din was tightly entangled by the vines around her neck, and her whole body was suspended in the air. As her body hit the nearby shelf with a loud thud during the process, Deng Din was about to say, "What?" Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Musikin and Tang Zun, upon hearing the sound, turned around and their faces changed drastically. Vines were entwined around Deng Xin's neck from above, pulling her up, suspended in midair. Vines? Where did they come from? The two of them felt their hearts pounding heavily, immediately looking up. 5 or 6 vine zombies were lying on the vines entwined on the steel beams above. Deng Din struggled for her life. She frantically pulled out a knife trying to defend herself. Hold on. Musikin was the first to come back to his senses, rushing forward to help. Just as he was about to step forward, he seemed to trip on something under his feet, stumbling as he moved forward. Ah! Musikin let out a cry of pain. The world spun around him. He was ruthlessly pulled up into the air by the vines entwined around his feet. Musikin's head was buzzing. It was a struggle for him to get used to the upside-down world. He quickly surveyed the surroundings, trying to find a way to escape. Musikin's heart sank. It's over. Tang Zun was also entwined tightly by the vines around his feet, hanging upside down in the air. Hiss, hiss. More and more vines entwined towards them, wrapping around Musikin and Tang Zun's hands and feet tightly. On the other side, Deng Din was struggling to breathe as the vine squeezed her neck, her vision becoming increasingly blurry. The knife in her hand had long slipped to the ground. Suddenly, the vines around Deng Xin's neck loosened. Sout! Deng Din fell heavily to the ground. Barely saving herself, Deng Din couldn't help but cover her throat, coughing dryly. Cough, cough, cough. As she raised her head, Deng Din hadn't even had a chance to rescue her teammates when a dark gun barrel was pressed against her face. Deng Xin's face turned pale. Fang Heng pointed a large-caliber shotgun at Deng Din. Go ahead. Give me a reason to let you live. Deng Din looked at Fang Heng in fear. Fang Heng was completely concealed in the shadows. The cartoon Batman mask on his face gave Deng Din a creepy feeling. We can give you everything in our backpacks, as long as you let us go. Everything outside the game can be yours too. TSK TSK TSK. Don't try to deceive me. According to Federal Emergency Evacuation Regulation Article 66 Supplementary Clause, things in the main God game can be freely plundered, but once it involves things outside the game, it becomes extortion. Fang Heng smirked, tilting his head and asking, "Do you want to live?" Deng Din didn't want to die. She nodded frantically. Calming down, Deng Din realized how terrifying the mysterious person in front of her was. Overhead, a dense mass of vine zombies hidden in the darkness was all being controlled by him. This person is a devil. He had been hiding here since the beginning, waiting for the team to fall into his trap. After a brief assessment of the gap in strength between them, Deng Din immediately lost the thought of resisting. She couldn't win. Now, she just wanted to survive. Take out everything in your backpack. Deng Din immediately obeyed, emptying all the materials in her backpack and laying them out one by one on the ground. Fang Heng kept the shotgun pointed at Deng Din, looking at her coldly. Though he remained calm on the surface, Fang Heng was secretly impressed. These guys were really well prepared. She even had a pistol and a small explosive package. Fang Heng thought to himself that this group of people had indeed come prepared. He quickly retrieved all of Deng Xin's supplies back into her backpack. Good. I need to know some things. If you're willing to cooperate, I can spare your life. Deng Din nodded quickly. I'll cooperate. Fang Heng nodded and waved his hand. Hiss, hiss. Tang Zun and Musikin, hanging in the air, were immediately dragged into the darkness by the vines. Deng Xin's face turned pale. What do you want to do? Of course, to prevent collusion. That's how it's portrayed in movies. Fang Heng shrugged, his tone matter-of-fact. All right, answer my questions honestly. Don't think about hiding anything. Why are you here? Tell me in detail, from the beginning. Deng Din nodded and started from the beginning. We are a player team who received a commission in the black market to retrieve something from the hardware store. We accepted the mission 4 days ago, and the day before yesterday, when clearing the hardware store, we found level 2 Ghost Claw zombies inside, which our team could not handle at the time. So the employer prepared explosives and firearms for us today, as we intended to deal with the Ghost Claw zombies. Unexpectedly, upon arriving here, we found that the Ghost Claw zombies had already been cleared, and then we saw you, and those. Ding Din looked up with lingering fear, then glanced at Fang Heng with some trepidation. Fang Heng nodded towards the hidden passage behind him. And then, what about that hidden passage? What's it all about? I'm not sure of the specifics. The employer only told me the location of the passage and that there was a safe below with a box. Ding Din thought for a moment, then added, the password to open the safe is even. We just need to retrieve whatever is inside the safe to complete the mission. What's inside? The employer said it's the G-Virus body. Who is the employer? I don't know his specific identity. His ID on the dark web is Lao Hui. He looks about 70 or 80 years old, 1 meter 6 tall. With no specific features, he is outside now, not inside with us. Very well. Fang Heng snapped his fingers. The vines quickly spread down, tightly wrapping around Ding Din once again, lifting her into the air. Remember, don't make any noise. If Lao He comes in to investigate, don't let him discover you, or else you'll be killed by the vines immediately, Fang Heng said, as the vine zombies dragged Ding Din into the darkness to be interrogated by someone else. After confiscating all the equipment from the 3 members of the squad and verifying their information carefully to ensure their answers matched, Fang Heng finally turned on the flashlight and controlled the vine zombies to explore the passage behind the cabinet together. Qiu Yaokang's analysis was correct. The hardware store did indeed hide the G-Virus. This was a big win. Fang Heng was thrilled. The G-Virus could significantly enhance the research efficiency of the current shelter stage. It was more valuable than the T-Virus. Behind the hidden passage was a straight staircase leading downwards. Descending the stairs, Fang Heng entered the basement lobby. The interior of the basement was neat, with several sofas, wooden tables, and chairs. The safe was placed in a very prominent corner. In addition, there was a side door next to the basement. As a precaution, Fang Heng carefully controlled the vine zombie to push open the side door for inspection. It was a storage room. There were still many residual canned foods and bottled water inside. It would be considered a small fortune for ordinary players to stumble upon this, but Fang Heng wasn't interested. He even found them too burdensome. Returning to the safe, Fang Heng immediately entered the password. Click asterisk. The safe door opened with a sound. A box of medicine lay quietly inside the safe. There were a total of 18 vials in the box, but only the last 2 were left. Hint. You have obtained defective G-Virus *2. Hint. You have completed the mission. Qiu Yaokang's doubt. Hint. Please find Qiu Yaokang to claim the mission reward. Found it. Why are they defective G-Viruses? Turns out they were substandard goods. Fang Heng wondered. As he began searching the basement lobby, he rummaged through the cabinets and found a postcard from Sonmu City and an employee ID card. Postcard Lucas. Many people are wondering why you suddenly chose to resign. They all say you don't like the company's life. After you left, I discovered some issues. Some of the G-Virus bodies that should have been disposed of were found in quantity discrepancies. I checked the records, and it happened to be the day you were on duty. Well, I didn't suspect your motives. I know your daughter is seriously ill, but that batch of G-Virus was supposed to be eliminated. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you that I concealed this matter. Regardless, as your friend, I can only wish you good luck. Hint. You have obtained the item. Postcard. Hint. You have obtained the item. Employee ID card. It turned out that the owner of the hardware store used to be an employee of the Meteor Corporation. He had stolen the G-Virus that was prepared to be destroyed from within the company to save his daughter's life. It all makes sense now. Fang Heng pondered as he organized his thoughts and muttered, it's so coincidental. And it comes from Sonmu City again. Was the Meteor Corporation in Sonmu City related to the development of the G-Virus? While contemplating this, Fang Heng put the employee ID card and postcard back in his backpack and returned upstairs. He then released Ding Din, who was suspended in midair. Did you find the G-Virus? Fang Heng didn't answer but said, do one last thing for me. What is it? Go outside and bring your employer in. After you do this, I'll let you and your companions leave. I'll keep my word. Ding Din looked at her teammates suspended in the air, nodded to them, and then turned to Fang Heng. I hope you keep your promise. Of course, I guarantee it, Fang Heng said. Moving to the door, watching Ding Din leave the hardware store, Ding Din and Lao He exchanged a few words outside. Lao He hesitated visibly, but in the end, he couldn't resist the persuasion and walked into the hardware store with Deng Din. Just as he entered the room, Lao He realized something was amiss. However, before he could react, Feng Heng had already pointed the dark muzzle of a gun at Lao He's face. Asterisk bang, bang, asterisk. Deng Din and her two teammates dropped to the ground. Now you can leave, Feng Heng said, as Deng Din and her three companions left the room as if granted clemency. Lao He furrowed his brows. He watched Deng Din and her team leave, his eyes flickering. He realized he had been deceived, and the attacker was after him. When only him and Feng Heng were left in the hardware store, Lao He finally spoke up. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "Who are you?" Feng Heng removed the concave convex tone mask from his face. "Long time no see, Lao He. Or should I say Lao Hui?" As Lao He saw Feng Heng, he was first surprised, then chuckled. "Oh, it's you, Feng Heng. When I received your mission video, I thought you were quite something. Honestly, I didn't expect anyone to survive in that kind of environment." Lao He showed no signs of guilt or remorse and even teased in a friendly tone. "But Feng Heng, there are many ways for you to meet me. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to deceive an old man like this? How did you know there was a G-virus in the hardware store? And about Alex before? You already knew Alex was locked up in the Hope Town Community Hospital, didn't you?" Hey. Lao He gradually relaxed. He didn't seem afraid of the shotguns Feng Heng had in his hands. He even smiled as he looked at Feng Heng. "Feng Heng, I'm a professional intermediary. You can kill me, but if you want to extract information from me, it will cost you." Feng Heng also snickered. "Oh, you're a professional intermediary? Aren't you a member of the anti-federal organization?" "Of course not, but the federal people probably won't differentiate between us so finely." Lao He defended. "There are significant differences between me and them. Most importantly, I only work for myself. But speaking of which, it seems like there isn't much deep-seated animosity between us, right? And if I'm not mistaken, you've got the G-virus in your hands now. You've made a big profit this time. How about we call it even on what happened before?" Feng Heng coldly looked at Lao He. Lao He's words were only worth believing to some extent. There was no good solution against this fearless mercenary. "All right, businessman, let's call it even on what happened before. But as an upstanding and law-abiding citizen, it might be a good choice to hand over a dangerous person like you to the Federal. I assume the Federal will give me some rewards." Feng Heng looked at Lao He with a half-smile. "How do you plan to buy your life?" "Wow, young man, you learn pretty quickly," Lao He chuckled. "Don't even think about handing me over to the Federation. I won't resist, but I have 10,000 ways to commit suicide." He continued. "How about this? Let's be friends. I can give you a piece of information for free. To be honest, I really need a friend like you. In recent times, I have a lot on my plate, many missions for clients that I can't find people to handle. Players with your capabilities are extremely rare," Lao He said as he glanced at the lurking vine zombies in the room. In fact, after learning that the Federation had resolved the Alex incident, Lao He had conducted his own investigation into Feng Heng. He was convinced that Feng Heng's strength was far more than it appeared on the surface. Being able to survive alone in the dangerous town of Hope and even assisting the Federation in killing Alex had elevated Feng Heng to an S-class individual on Lao He's danger list. But now, he was already SS class. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow, looking disdainful. "D-Friends, complete missions? Are you asking me to do anti-Federation activities for you?" Lao He's expression turned slightly more serious. "Feng Heng, I've checked your information and know about your close relationship with the Federation in the Alex incident. I just want to advise you. Don't let the Federation brainwash you. They are not good people, and of course, the anti-Federation group isn't any better either," Lao He warned. "We survivors in this doomsday scenario are mostly just middlemen trying to earn some profit. Don't blindly trust either side. Blind investments could cost you your life." Feng Heng furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? If you want to know, why not ask the Federation? What is the doomsday eradication plan they are hiding from the public?" "I believe you would be shocked," Lao He proposed. Feng Heng was cautious. "Why don't you tell me? What if I ask the Federation and get mistaken as a member of an anti-Federation organization?" "Hehe. How would you know if you don't try?" "I won't tell you. This information is too valuable," Lao He shrugged. indicating his willingness to cooperate. Go on. What do you want to ask? I'll give you a piece of information for free. Consider it building a good relationship. We'll have plenty of opportunities for cooperation in the future. Fang Heng thought quickly. He felt that there might be some truth in Lao Hai's words about the Federation having special plans in the game world. At least for now, killing Lao Hai would be pointless. He could respond. Fang Heng acknowledged that he had been getting closer to the Federation lately, but the relationship wasn't as intimate as that yet. Working towards greater benefits was what he needed to focus on now, and what he lacked the most at the moment was an improved T-virus. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. With the improved T-virus, his shelter laboratory could start the liquor's transformation project. He hesitated as the words were on the tip of his tongue, but then a memory, the letter he found in the rental apartment flashed in his mind. Fang Heng quickly changed his statement. I want information on Urobolos. Lao Hai's indifferent expression suddenly changed. He appeared visibly surprised, his pupils shrinking abruptly, and his expression turning extremely serious. How did you know? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Urobolos was real. He had entertained some doubts before, wondering if he had hallucinated due to a lost love with his previous body. Seeing Lao Hai's reaction, all his doubts were dispelled. The records left by his previous body were indeed real. Fang Heng stared at Lao Hai. The apocalypse is coming. The game mirrors reality. Are all these things real? After a brief moment of shock, Lao Hai chuckled. Yes, they are real. So, Fang Heng, as I said earlier, in this world, there's nobody you can rely on except yourself. I think our cooperation is even more necessary now. Don't you agree? Fang Heng met Lao Hai's gaze, pondering many thoughts. Why was the game world the safest place? Was this why the previous owner of this body had established a shelter in the game? What crisis existed in the real world? What plans did the Federation have? Fang Heng, my employer is waiting for my response. Time's running out. What do you want to know? Otherwise, I'll have to leave. Lao Hai prompted. Let me think. Fang Heng thought quickly. Senior intelligence like the one Lao Hai possessed wouldn't reveal certain things. It was better to focus on solving the most critical issue at hand. I need information on the liquor's transformation T-virus. Most importantly, where can I obtain the improved T-virus for the liquor's transformation? Hehe, you've asked two questions. I refuse to answer the first one. Lao Hai responded. As for getting the improved T-virus for the liquor's transformation, the simplest method is when you visit Pinewood City. That's where the Meteorite Company's research center is located, specifically inside Building D. Either way, apart from the liquor's transformation T-virus you're looking for, the research center holds many other valuable assets. Do you know that I'm planning to go to Pinewood City? Fang Heng was surprised once again by Lao Hai's knowledge. Hehe, Fang Heng, please don't doubt my professional skills. Lao Hai extended his hand, slowly pushing aside the barrel of Fang Heng's shotgun pointed at him. This time, a large team is heading to Pinewood City. It's not a problem to obtain an internal list beforehand. To commemorate our pleasant cooperation beginning, how about adding a friend early? Lao Hai suggested. I have a strange feeling that after we enter Pinewood City, our cooperation will deepen. Fang Heng retracted his firearm slowly, opened the survival radio, and added Lao Hai as a friend. Complete trust wasn't something Fang Heng could give, neither to Lao Hai nor to the Federation. Adding Lao Hai as a friend was merely a mutual utilization. Hehe, a smart choice. If there are suitable missions, I'll find you. I guarantee that for VIP partners, the tasks I provide will be devoid of pitfalls. That's ideal. Leaving the hardware store, Fang Heng immediately returned to the Prison Research Institute. He submitted the 2 flawed G-viruses to Qiu Yaokon and also Mensch and the postcard found in the secret passage. So, the hardware store stole the original G-virus from within the Meteorite Company. Qiu Yaokon nodded, carefully examining the newly acquired G-virus. A friend of mine mentioned that the development of the G-virus was initially for treating diseases, and it does indeed have some healing capabilities. Saying this, Qiu Yaokon handed over a list prepared in advance. 7017K huh? What's this now? Fang Heng asked curiously. It's a laboratory maintenance list. On the list are the mechanical items I need your help to repair. The rest, I'll figure out on my own. By the way, some of the equipment has a repair percentage marked on them. Don't attempt things beyond your abilities. Once you reach the target repair percentage, you can stop. Thank you. With that, Qiyaokon turned around and began preparing for the preliminary analysis of the G-virus body. Ow, are you crazy? Fang Heng hesitated. Weren't you the one who didn't let me touch your precious experimental equipment yesterday? He had wanted to show off his mechanical repair skills in front of Qiyaokon and restore his reputation after yesterday's failed repair attempt. Go on. Qiyaokon didn't even turn back. I need to develop the G-virus resistance potion before you enter Pine Town to enhance your resistance to infection. If time permits, I can analyze and research more efficient potions to further enhance your basic attributes. Don't waste everyone's time. Okay. No problem, boss. Fang Heng's spirits lifted. Upon hearing about the chance to obtain potions for free, he immediately shut his mouth. Fang Heng summoned a few vine zombies from the basement. He rubbed his chin. What should I do next? Fang Heng began thinking about how to teach the zombies to understand the repair list. Qiyaokon, who was conducting experimental analysis, turned around. He glanced at Fang Heng's zombie assistants and then at Fang Heng himself, looking hesitant. Fang Heng noticed Qiyaokon's oppressive gaze and said helplessly, "What's wrong now? Where are the protective suits?" "Ow, are you referring to the zombies?" Fang Heng glanced silently at the vine zombies behind him. Qiyaokon looked around the empty laboratory. "Besides them, who else?" "All right, I'll try." Hint. Your zombies have been attacked with firearms. Your zombies try to dodge but fails. You gain +1 evasion experience. Hint. Your zombies are receiving continuous burn damage. Huh. These players are quite strong. They're actually attacking proactively. Fang Heng mumbled under his breath. Where did they get the firearms from? Initially, he had thought of giving the Power Tech players some more time to prepare, so the zombies wouldn't just roll over and the experience gained wouldn't be compromised. But these people actually took the initiative to attack. Then let's have a battle. Inside the laboratory, Fang Heng held the repair list provided by Qiyaokon, controlling the zombie assistants in protective suits to repair the experimental equipment. He remotely controlled the zombie assistants to attack from a distance and gain experience. In a forest area, near the foot of a mountain, the group of zombies in front of Blackthorn Mercenary Group's Team 7 leader, Black Tiger, caused him a severe headache. Things have been going wrong recently. 2 days ago, they encountered the vine zombies blocking the road, resulting in the injury of 2 team members. Now they encountered them again during a mission, and this time, they were even actively attacking the player's shelter. Why is it them again? Black Tiger felt a sense of foreboding. These zombies were easily recognizable. Yes, zombies wielding spears as weapons were a first in the game. The mission brief had clearly indicated the encounter with vine zombies. Therefore, this time, Black Tiger's squad was equipped with Molotov cocktails, ideal for dealing with vine zombies. However, the actual effects proved ineffective. The cocktails could set the zombies on fire for a while, but the vine zombies, with flames engulfing them and iron spears in hand, remained vigorous. This even added to their ferocity, making players reluctant to approach them. Captain, the fire attack remains limited in its effect against them. Tactic 2. Lure them away. Facing such a large and troublesome group of zombies, Black Tiger had to adjust tactics to hold their positions, prolong the confrontation, and wear down the zombies. Luckily, these zombies still had low intelligence. He seized their slow movement disadvantage, slowly wearing them out. However, after fighting for a while, with most of the gun bullets consumed, how did a zombie die? Unable to tolerate it any longer, Black Tiger turned to Anth, in charge of the shelter, for answers. How did you provoke them? Faced with this probing question, the Power Tech players wore expressions of distress. We didn't do anything. They attacked us first. Is that so? That's strange. And frown. Don't dwell on it. What reason can a group of crazy zombies have? They were probably attracted by the smell of blood. Quickly find a way to deal with them. Black Tiger shook his head inwardly at Ant's explanation. The reason was clearly flawed. Pushing aside these pointless emotions, Black Tiger contemplated how to overcome the current situation. Divine zombies had high health points, fast healing rates, and wasting resources on direct confrontation was impractical, and they had limited bullets. The team didn't have that many bullets. They had to lure the zombies away, perhaps finding a cliff or any other way to lead them down to resolve the issue completely. Unfortunately, time was running out. Creating a large corpse pit ahead of time and luring the zombies into it would have been a good solution. Just as he was thinking, Black Tiger heard shouts from the team ahead. Quick, Fall back. Captain, the zombies are acting strange. Protect the shelter. Black Tiger's face changed abruptly as he looked towards the team. The zombies, initially attracted by the players' wooden arrow attacks, were slowly being led away from the shelter, but suddenly, as if they were endowed with reason, they ignored the players from the mercenary group. In unison, they turned and started moving towards the shelter. Not good. Quick, retreat. Black Tiger shouted out loud, commanding the mercenaries to fall back to the shelter for defense. Ant was also sweating profusely, grabbing his wooden bow and shouting, "Quick, everyone, lend a hand. They're mad. These zombies are mad." The company had invested heavily in establishing the shelter, and if it were destroyed, the Power Tech Company players were too scared to think further, picking up their weapons to join the defense team. The zombies, armed with iron spears, staggered towards the shelter building. The night before, they had already been subjected to an attack by a wave of zombies. The durability of the wooden stakes and thorn traps outside the shelter was already limited. In the chaos, Ant commanded loudly, "Don't let them near the shelter. Quick, lure them away. Use fire arrows. Lure them in circles." This tactic had proven effective the previous night, but this time, Ant realized there was a problem. The zombies were different from the night before. They disregarded the players' wooden arrow attacks and forcibly used their iron spears against the wooden stakes and thorn traps. No matter how they enticed them, it was futile. Bang! Bang! The wooden stakes and thorn traps shattered one after another. The players watched helplessly as the zombies breached the outer perimeter defenses of the shelter and began their attack. But engaging in close combat, how was that any different from suicide? Hint: your shelter is under enemy attack. Please repel the enemies promptly and repair the shelter. The game log flashed in the bottom right corner of the retina like a talisman, while Ant could only watch helplessly as he fired wooden arrows at the vine zombies. Reminder: your zombie horde has destroyed the player's shelter and gained 2,727 wood, 11 nails, 60 scrap, and 2 scrap plastics. Looking at the messages in the game log, Fang Heng's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. It's quite satisfying to forcibly dismantle houses. At first, Fang Heng stupidly controlled each zombie to not fly a kite. This caused immense mental pressure. Later, Fang Heng had an inspiration. He simply issued a unified command: entangled zombies ignore long-range damage, less than 50 points per attack. As a result, the entangled zombies bore most of the wooden arrow attacks from players and forcibly dismantled a shelter. After the shelter was completely destroyed, the remaining system buildings were left defenseless. Cut the weed at its root to save trouble. Let's dismantle the rest together. Fang Heng continued to issue dismantling orders to the zombie horde. Reminder: your zombie horde is currently dismantling structures. Reminder: your zombies are dismantling brick walls, causing 30 points of damage to them, and gaining +1 crushed stone. Reminder: your zombies. As they watched the shelter's durability drop to 0, K-Pet players revealed faces of despair. It's over. Completely over. It took so long to build the shelter, yet it was taken down in less than half an hour. Faced with these unreasonable zombies, Andy felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Despair hadn't passed when he saw the spears held by the zombies being switched to hammers. What are they trying to do? Bang! 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 The heavy hammer strikes felt like blows to the hearts of Cape Tech players. The zombies had started to pound on the walls of the system's initial buildings. Crazy. They want to dismantle all the remaining system buildings too. Leave nothing behind. Cape Tech players felt humiliated. Hey Lao, who was also puzzled. After playing the game for half a lifetime, it was the first time he had seen such a phenomenon. What's up with these zombies? Why are they not playing by the rules at all? A mercenary leaned in and whispered something to Hey Lao, who was surprised and confirmed with him. Are you sure? No experience points obtained? That's right. Lao Si is the same. He has killed a zombie before and didn't get any experience points either. And the boss, I have the firearms mastery skill book. I'm sure I shot his head off, but there was no indication of skill experience gained. Compounded with the eerie events previously encountered, a Lao whose mind raised a terrifying thought. Could it be that someone is controlling these zombies from behind? At this stage, there are players who can control such a powerful force. Who could it be? Almost instinctively, He Lao who thought of the prison that brought him extreme fear the night before. Just thinking about it, Hey Lao, who broke out in a cold sweat. With the shelter destroyed, most of the remaining Cape Tech players were still attacking these zombies with bows and arrows, although their efforts were limited. Hey Lao, who walked over to the disheartened Auntie. Auntie, have you offended someone recently? Auntie's heart jumped. He turned around, looking like a cat caught by the tail, and angrily said, "What do you mean by that? I mean, do you know of a prison nearby?" Auntie's pupils constricted, transitioning from anger to guilt, and even a hint of regret. Before Auntie could respond, Hey Lao, who had already gotten the confirmation from his expression. Hey Lao, who executed the mercenary group's protocol with an expressionless face. "I'm sorry. The strength of the entangled zombie horde exceeded our expectations. Since you did not declare in advance during the mission, our team is unable to complete this mission. Someone will contact your company later for a refund. As per the agreement, we are now initiating evacuation." Hey, you guys, are you just going to leave? Do you know how much loss your failed mission has caused us? Auntie pointed angrily at the rapidly retreating Blackthorn mercenary group, seething with powerlessness and rage. "I will file a complaint against your mercenary group. This isn't going to end so easily." Myra reached out and placed a hand on Auntie's shoulder. "It's useless. Don't say any more. Even if we bring them back, it won't change anything. Report the relevant information to the company. Evacuate and leave the forest area. I don't need you to teach me what to do." Auntie gritted his teeth. Reminder: zombies are dismantling brick walls. Reminder: zombies are dismantling brick walls. Reminder: zombies are dismantling brick walls. Have they all fled? Not going to resist anymore. Seeing no more notifications of zombies taking damage in the game log, Fang Heng felt bored for a moment. Boring. Fang Heng muttered quietly and checked the character's attributes. After a hard-fought battle, his blocking and dodging skills had increased to level 10, just a little bit away from the expected level 13. Oh well, let's continue dismantling. 2 days later, in the early morning, in the newly renovated war meeting room of the prison, all 13 members of the studio, including Fang Heng, gathered. After leaving Phoenix Game Company, Old Man Jimmy, Liu Lin, and Fang Heng signed an agreement. They would provide Fang Heng with 100,000 W monthly for rent in the prison. In return, Fang Heng would provide 100% protection and food. Liao Bufan chose to work for compensation, continuing to work in the game world, with Fang Heng paying him a salary of 30,000 W monthly. Besides Liu Yi and 5 new members, the studio recruited 6 more people, after rigorous screening by Pei An, all of whom were considered reliable university students. At this moment, each player had a personal survival radio in front of them. The survival radio connected to the central power amplifier. The amplifier could allow the survival radio to receive and broadcast communication over longer distances. Fang Heng surveyed the room, eyes passing over the excited faces in front of each player's desk. Operation Fishing Plan Phase 2, commence. Liao Bufan raised his hand excitedly. "Boss, I'll go first this time." "All right, go ahead." Liao Bufan inputted a line of text into the survival radio. A few seconds later, all players saw the message in the survival radio. Liao Bufan, zombie attack. What to do? My zombies are under attack. Why are there so many zombies attacking my base? It's over. Completely over. How is that? After sending the message, Liao Bufan looked at everyone. Everyone fell into silence. Brother Fan. Liu Yi carefully rephrased. Is the acting a bit exaggerated? Exaggerated? Really? Liao Bufan awkwardly touched his cheek. Then it's your turn. Liu Yi rubbed his hands, quickly edited a message and sent it. Liu Yi, a group of zombies is gathering outside my base's door. What should I do? Urgent. Need help. Please spread the message. How about this? Once again, everyone fell into silence. Cough, everyone. Give it a try. Fang Heng cleared his throat, straightening up regardless of the awkwardness of the situation. It was time to take action if they couldn't run anymore. Yin Lei, have you guys been attacked too? Tan, what's going on? My base has already been hit by a wave of zombie attacks in the morning. Liu Yi, damn it. Upstairs, me too. How did this group of zombies suddenly come out? Zhang Fei, can't survive anymore. Encountering zombies every day is already annoying enough for me. What's the point of surviving? I've already moved. Everyone better hurry up and move too. Take advantage of now to move and maybe get some supplies from the prison side. Li Chao, they're causing trouble even before Blood Moon arrives. How are we supposed to survive? It's never easy to survive in the forest. Sun Ronyu, have you guys noticed the large number of zombies in the forest area recently? The number of zombies nearby has been increasing. A stranger's ID appear in the regional group chat. Sun Faihu, are they vine zombies? Have you also been attacked? The people in the meeting room were immediately excited, looking at each other. Hoked. Liu Yi quickly compared the list. Found it. It's one of the nail households in the North District. Liao Bufan, I can't take it anymore. I'm moving tomorrow. Damn it, it's already difficult to stay in the forest. My friends are all out there enjoying themselves, while I'm suffering here. It's pointless. Fang Heng watched the players' performances and nodded secretly. Over the past 2 days, Fang Heng had conducted a preliminary investigation of the entire forest area. The forest area was too large. Fang Heng directly purchased motorcycles and bicycles from Vidal, allowing studio members to enter the forest area, spending survival points to search the area, searching for player shelters. Once they found a player shelter, they would record it, then attempt to contact them and ask if they were willing to relocate. Unexpectedly, there were nearly 80 player shelters in the entire forest area. However, there were still over 20 nail households to refuse to move. The good news was that these were all small to medium-sized buildings, with no large player guilds among them. Since a large part of the buildings were far from the prison, it would be too troublesome for the zombies to demolish them one by one. Taking some effort to persuade them to leave would be the best option. Fang Heng now needed to spread the news that there were second-stage mutated zombies in the forest area, to prevent players from aimlessly running into the forest. Han Song, what's there to be afraid of? Just kill the zombies when you encounter them. I spend so much time building my shelter, and I'm going to run from a zombie or two. Yin Lei, brother, don't say that. Being able to live safely is the most important. No one wants to fight to the death. Better move early. These zombies are really different. Han Song, nonsense. If they dare, let them come find me. I'll stay right here. You want my coordinates? Su Qiangshao, boss is awesome. I also find it strange. Why are there suddenly so many unfamiliar IDs? I'm thinking they might be fake. Where did the zombie attacks come from? Boss. It's him. That kid was causing trouble yesterday. Here they come again. Didn't expect there were really some fearless months. Fang Heng sighed in his heart. This is what you requested, Fang Heng muttered quietly. To get this group of people to evacuate voluntarily, it wasn't just about deceiving them. The zombies needed to be intimidating as well. Yesterday, encountering some players who were big talkers, Fang Heng had already sent 3 batches of zombies to wait near the troublesome nail households. He remotely ordered the zombies to attack the shelters. Tipped. Your zombie group begins to actively attack player shelters. Tipped. Your zombies are causing damage to the shelters. The game log began to flood with messages. 10 minutes later, 3 consecutive notifications appeared on the survival radio. Tipped. A player in your area has died. Tipped. A player in your area has died. Tipped. A player in your area has died. 3 deaths. Yin Lei. Han Song, if you're the one who died, say something if you're still alive. Silence fell on the survival radio. Yin Lei. Whether you move or not, I'm moving tomorrow anyway. Can't stay in this godforsaken place for another day. Su Qiangshao. Brothers, we've misjudged. It's really not fake. My shelter was almost taken down. Zhang Yu. This place is uninhabitable. All the efforts in these days were just a waste. Fang Heng patted Yin Lei on the shoulder. Well done. Keep it up. I have some tasks to do in the next 2 days, counting on you guys to persuade the rest. Keep spreading the word. No problem, boss. Yin Lei and the new group of players nodded, working hard. After this period of contact, although not explicitly stated, the new players probably guessed that Fang Heng might have the ability to control the zombie horde. Before entering the studio, they had signed a confidentiality agreement, and they wouldn't spread rumors about Fang Heng's abilities. Leaving the 2nd floor, Fang Heng returned to the underground shelter. The once empty underground shelter was now filled with supplies. Iron chunks, timber, coal, and even newly developed copper ore from yesterday. These past 2 days, Fang Heng had been shuttling back and forth between mining points to transport ores. Every time he brought back a pile of ores, the zombies would help move them down to the basement without question. The basement now seemed a bit crowded and messy. Fang Heng checked the reserves and finally met the conditions for the first shelter expansion. It's time for a wave of expansion. Fang Heng took out the system blueprint, carried out the necessary operations, and restructured the map of the new underground shelter area. Just like before, Fang Heng didn't intend to live inside the shelter. He divided the large warehouse again, creating 12 different size storage spaces. These spaces were enough to accommodate the current surplus resources as strategic reserves. Down. Tip. Scanning player customized shelter blueprint. For player-established shelters, regular expansions were limited. Small shelters could expand up to 3 times, medium-sized up to 5 times, large-sized up to 10 times, and huge-sized up to 20 times, while super-huge shelters could be expanded up to 50 times. In addition, the expansion limit varied depending on the shelter size. In the ideal scenario, if each expansion was maxed out, some board players on the forums calculated that by the late game, the resource requirements for expansion became enormous. The existence of a city-sized shelter was only theoretical. The largest supersized shelter in the Federation had only been expanded 8 times. For the first expansion, Fang Heng chose to maximize it. After collecting so many resources for the expansion, it was only natural to push it to the limit. Tip. The player chose to expand the shelter on a customized scale, and the current template for the shelter is a supersized one. Tip. Referring to the player blueprint, the current expansion requires wood planks * 69,800, wooden frames * 76,512, nails 13,891, iron chunks * 700, small stones * 26,671, firewood * 87,111. Tipped. You have completed the first shelter expansion. According to the system judgment, your shelter can now accommodate a maximum of 50 players. If the number exceeds this capacity, your shelter will be more vulnerable to zombie attacks at night. Tipped. Your shelter has completed its first expansion, and the current shelter rating has increased to 27. Tip. Your shelter's durability has been increased by an additional 150%. Tipped. Your survival radio has been upgraded again, increasing the attractiveness of your shelter to external survivors. Tip. Your shelter can now undergo first-level reinforcement. Row after row of game prompts refreshed, Fang Heng noticed that some of the materials accumulated in the shelter had disappeared. The underground shelter expanded outward once again. After the renovation, Fang Heng gained twice the original extra space. It's enough for now. Fang Heng then checked the 2 new functions of the upgraded shelter. One is NPC recruitment. Now the shelter can attract survivors up to a maximum of Class C. This is good because survivors below Class C have almost no special skills. Class C survivors have the potential to become laboratory assistants. The other function is the increase in shelter defense value. Unlike ordinary buildings, once players establish a shelter, the shelter is considered a unified structure, and any point being attacked will reduce the overall durability. When the durability reaches a certain level, the shelter will be considered destroyed, and invaders can destroy the shelter walls. In addition, by consuming additional materials, players can replace the wooden walls originally set up in the shelter with stone walls, further enhancing the base defense value and durability. Stones, as a basic material, are abundant, so Fang Heng plans to let the zombies upgrade using stones after this mission returns. Hint. As the first player on the server to reach shelter level 25, your reputation among survivors has received a small spread, and you will receive additional rewards. PC survivors *5, please collect them in the survival radio. Hint. Because your shelter has reached level 25, as the shelter owner, you gain the exclusive skill, Oversized Backpack. Skill, Oversized Backpack. Skill description. You receive an additional backpack capacity of the current character level * 20 kg. This is also good news. The oversized backpack skill is icing on the cake, making PC relatively more powerful. Fang Heng opened the survival radio to observe. Hint. You can choose the type of PC survivor rewards. Fang Heng took a general look. There are many types of NPCs, common ones such as mechanical maintenance, cooking, combat, collection, research, farming, tailoring, mechanical development, and construction, etc. At this stage, Fang Heng's survival resources are sufficient, so NPCs involved in farming can be considered later. He directly chose research. Hint. You have selected a survivor with a research attribute, and the survivor will gather outside your shelter within 30 minutes. With the shelter upgrade completed, Fang Heng rubbed his chin and continued thinking. Now, the development of the shelter's expansion has fully entered the right track. First, the relocation plan is progressing steadily. All buildings within a 3-kilometer radius center on the prison have been cleared out. The next step is to clear out all players in the forest area, establish restricted zones, and then expand outward again. Secondly, in terms of research, most of the basic instruments in the laboratory had been repaired, but the rest are mostly limited by skill levels and the lack of advanced materials, making repairs impossible. Overall, after finding a secret laboratory from scavenging, shelter research speed has greatly increased compared to before. After all, the 2S-class researchers provide a huge research bonus. Finally, in terms of resources, the development is most gratifying. All zombies have been equipped with iron weapons and tools, and the forged iron ingots have already accumulated 2,000. It is officially announced to have entered the Iron Age. Fang Heng began thinking about the next plan. Reinforce, expand, strengthen the shelter, upgrade all to stone walls, transform the outer prison building into a spiked iron fence, and prepare to resist the first wave of Blood Moon zombie onslaught. At the same time, continue to expand outward to harvest resources until dominating this forest area. If he wants to speed up, he needs more and stronger zombie minions. Research is essential. Furthermore, the urgency to raise the character level now becomes more pressing. Fang Heng opened the page to check the player's attributes. The player level has already reached level 13. To continue upgrading, more first-tier evolution crystals are needed. First-tier evolution crystals are very difficult to obtain. They have a chance of dropping only by killing second-tier zombies. Missions from the Doomsday Merchant Vitter's side hardly had any related to second-tier zombies. The Dark Knight's internal missions are also rare. The gap from level 13 to 14 requires nearly 60 to 70 first-tier evolution crystals. Normal missions are simply not enough. He needs to start from other aspects, such as Songmu City. That dangerous area should have high-level mutated zombies. He is going to Songmu City tomorrow. If there is a chance, Fang Heng doesn't mind finding a large corpse pit there, and properly refresh survival points and evolution crystals. Just as he thought this, an NPC knocked on the door. Boss, Mr. David from the Dark Knights is visiting. I have taken him to the reception room, waiting for you. Good. I'll be right over. In the reception room, David paced back and forth, looking somewhat restless. Welcome to my shelter. David, how is everything here? Very good. Seeing Fang Heng's arrival, David smiled. Fang Heng, it's been a long time. Are you doing well? So. Come, have a seat and talk. No, something has happened. I have to rush to another gathering point later. David led Fang Heng to the table and said seriously, I am here to explain about tomorrow's operation in Songmu City. This time, we have a total of 12 teams heading to Songmu City, each team with 6 people. A total of 72 people in a team. That many? Fang Heng was surprised. And more. Including the command team, we have nearly an 80-people team. According to our current investigation, the Meteor Company has built a super large corporate park in Songmu City. Our 12 teams will spread out within the park to search gradually. David took out a map and spread it on the round table in the reception room. Specific search tasks will be assigned by the team leaders after on-site inspections. This is the nearest No. 8 assembly point to you. The helicopter will depart at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning and is expected to arrive in Songmu City by 3 p.m. If all goes well, we will stay in Songmu City for one night, and the helicopter will arrive the next day to evacuate us from Songmu City. Fang Heng looked at the location of the assembly points on the map. It was a bit far, about a 2-hour drive, so he would need to leave early tomorrow. Also, I received some very bad news earlier. David said, in a low voice, we originally planned to enter Songmu City with 15 teams, but this morning, 8 survivor points were attacked by unknown sources. 3 of them were completely destroyed. Destroy. Someone is interfering with this mission. Fang Heng's eyelids twitched. He immediately thought of Luo He. Who could have done this? It's unclear, but one thing is certain. Our operation this time has likely leaked out, and someone doesn't want us to investigate Songmu City. I will go to the scene for a detailed investigation. Hope to find something out. Be careful. David patted Fang Heng's shoulder. This is the Dark Knight's first large-scale operation since its establishment. We cannot afford any mistakes. Farewell, Davy. Fang Heng's mind was still a bit foggy. He opened the survival radio and sent a message to Lo Hei. Fang Heng wanted to test Lo Hei and see if the attack on the Dark Knight's gathering point was related to him. Seeing no immediate response from Lo Hei, Fang Heng put away the radio and ran outside the shelter to greet the new NPC arrivals. 5 survivors looked pale and thin, obviously having suffered outside. Fang Heng led them to the restaurant, got them some food, changed into protective gear, and returned to the underground laboratory of the shelter. Qiu Yaokon was discussing something with Li Bo. When they saw Fang Heng's arrival, they both stopped the discussion. Who are these people? Fang Heng noticed the bloodshot eyes of Qiu Yaokon, looking like he hadn't slept in a long time. This guy, quite diligent. Aren't you short-handed? I've brought some help for you. Qiu Yaokon glanced at the few people behind Fang Heng. He felt that these people weren't very bright, something he wouldn't have considered before. But now, in the zombie apocalypse, having live humans available was already good. Qiu Yaokon nodded at Li Bo. Li Bo understood and said to the NPCs, "Come, follow me to register first. I'll teach you some basic lab rules." After Li Bo and the others left, Qiu Yaokon took out a small medicine box from the fridge next to the test bench. "I just wanted to find you. This is our latest research and development achievement. Take a look." Awesome. A whole box at once, truly worthy of an S-level character. Fang Heng was delighted and opened the medicine box to check. Hint: your shelter's basic research on G-virus research has been upgraded to LV 5. Hint: you have gained medicine, strong anti-infection drug *10, basic T-virus infection vaccine *10, G-virus body anti-infection drug *1. Fang Heng took out one of each of the 3 different medicines from the box, looked at them in his hand, feeling like he hit the jackpot. Great, even a basic T-virus vaccine has been developed. Having your own research laboratory is awesome. Improved G-virus body anti-infection drug type. Medicine. Description 1. Made by improving the flawed G-virus body. After taking it, it can permanently slightly enhance the player's resistance to infection, permanently increase the constitution attribute by an additional 3 points. Description 2. Produced by Qiu Yaokon. Production requires consuming G-virus body *1. Strong anti-infection drug type. Medicine. Description. After use, the player's infection resistance is greatly increased within 12 hours. Basic T-virus infection vaccine type. Medicine. Description 1. A low-efficiency vaccine developed from the G-virus research, effective only when injected within 5 hours of T-virus infection, and only effective for infections below intermediate level. Description 2. There is a 20% chance of inefficacy after use. Dun dun dun. Fang Heng swallowed a bottle of purple improved medicine. Hint: you have used the improved G-virus body anti-infection drug. Your resistance to infection has slightly increased, and your constitution is +3. Earned an additional 3 points of constitution. There's also this, Qiu Yaokon said, as he bent down, searching under the test bench. What? It's a replica developed based on the live specimen collector of the Meteor Company, made by me overnight. Qiu Yaokon looked serious. He lifted box after box of heavy containers from the floor to the experiment table. I don't know why, but it seems like you keep encountering some high-intensity mutated zombies. You're likely to encounter them in Sanmu City this time too. If you meet any, collect some lead samples. Don't waste them. Hint: you have obtained a box of live specimen collectors *3. Thank you. It turned out he stayed up late for this. Fang Heng silently accepted the goodwill. The live specimen collector is indeed a good thing. Also known as the giant greed collector. Fang Heng had inquired several times before, and this kind of live specimen collector was not sold in the Doomsday Merchant Camp or Dark Knight's Camp. It is estimated that only an S+ level NPC strong like Qiu Yaokon could replicate it. With everything ready, Fang Heng calculated the time for the zombies to resurrect and the expected time to reach Sanmu City tomorrow. The number of zombies was already sufficient, so Fang Heng simply arranged for them to kill 5 companions every 20 minutes. This way, the risk was controllable and there wouldn't be a chance for the zombies to revive and cause a wipeout in a crisis area. After setting up the self-killing line, Fang Heng went offline early to rest and prepare for the next day's battle. Back to reality. 2 days ago, Fang Heng had already moved out of the rental house. He had gotten used to a comfortable life at the Phoenix Company, and continuing to stay in the rundown rental house was no longer appealing. Fang Heng decided to book a room at a nearby hotel for a long-term stay. Just as he was about to freshen up, the phone rang. Looking at the phone, there were hundreds of missed calls. Chen Yu had been calling non-stop since noon, every few minutes. Hello, Mr. Fang Heng. Please wait. Captain Chen will come to take the call immediately. After waiting for about a minute and a half, Chen Yu hurried over. Fang Heng, I finally reached you. I've already sent people to the prison to look for you. Chen Yu sighed in relief. He finally found him. Why such urgency? What's going on? It's about Songmu City. In fact, this time the mission came directly from higher-ups, and they tasked me to contact you. We've learned that you joined the mission to Songmu City, and since our federal personnel will also be involved throughout the mission, I apologize, but I can't reveal specific details at the moment. However, this mission is extremely important, and we may need your assistance during the process. We will try to make the reward as satisfactory as possible for you. The federal personnel are not that great. Fang Heng pondered. How long has it been since? Why does the federal intelligence lag behind Lo He by such a long time? No problem. On the surface, Fang Heng still agreed wholeheartedly, and took the opportunity to gather some information from Chen Yu. Do you have any understanding of Songmu City and the mission details? About that. Alright, I understand. I won't ask more. Chen Yu explained. Fang Heng, due to regulations, I can't disclose too much. All I can tell you is that this mission is closely related to the mainline task, is highly valued by the Federation. The reward for this mission will definitely be generous, but the difficulty of completion is also very high. Songmu City is S-rank in terms of danger level, filled with high-level zombies. Frankly, we don't really know why this mission was triggered so quickly. Sigh. Chen Yu sighed again. In theory, the mission should have been triggered after half a year, or even longer. Listening to Chen Yu's sighs, Fang Heng thought to himself, that was really embarrassing. I did this. It was because I accidentally triggered the mission by giving the live specimen of Iota to the Dark Knights organization. Chen Yu didn't know that this matter was also related to Fang Heng, and his current mood was very heavy. In any case, we have again been preempted by members of the anti-federal organization. This main mission came suddenly, catching us off guard, without proper preparation beforehand. Chen Yu even felt a bit lingering fear. Just as the players belonging to the Federation had just joined the Dark Knight Order and received this mission, if they were a step later, they might not even make it in time for this mission. Fang Heng asked, what about information about the mission? Other servers should have corresponding strategies, right? There isn't. Well, in the Supreme God game, players cannot disclose information related to the main mission, otherwise they will be punished, and in severe cases, they may even be sentenced to death. By the way, the Federation has not made this public. Don't spread it. Fang Heng nodded. Understood. Chen Yu continued to explain, so we can only infer the mission process from some other details. And we also found that the main mission processes on each server are different. At least servers 1, 2, 6, and 7 do not have the existence of Pine City. Well, are there any shared information? After learning about the mission in Pine City, we immediately started the relevant search and found an internal map of Pinetown and the Meteor Company's internal map. I will send it to you later. Thank you. Fang Heng didn't take things from Chen Yu for free, so he reminded him, based on the information I received, there may be a leak of a TO virus in Pine City. Spending too much time in that place can significantly increase the level of infection, so protective measures should be taken. Alright. Your information is very important to us. I will report to the higher-ups right away. Chen Yu was very serious. Go ahead. Oh, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Go ahead. Recently, we received reports from enthusiastic players saying that the zombies in the 8th District Forest area have mutated. The zombies have started wielding ordinary weapons, and some are even attacking players' bases, some going as far as destroying homes. Well, that's right. You guessed it. This matter was caused by me. Fang Heng remained silent. He thought to himself, is this call to hold me accountable? Chen Yu sighed heavily, experiencing a severe headache. The problems their team had been encountering in the territories they managed were stacking up one after another. After our research, we believe that there may be new variations in the zombies. But what? But we also received a real name report from players of Onpu Company who believe that the zombie horde is being secretly controlled by an inmate from a prison, suspecting a connection between the prison and the anti-federal organization, hoping we investigate. Fang Heng fell into silence for a moment. Those people could actually deduce who was behind the scenes, underestimating them. Ow. Fang Heng, that's not what I meant. We still trust you. Seeing Fang Heng not responding, Chen Yu on the other end of the phone scratched his head. It couldn't be something you did. I heard these mutated zombies are second-tier vine zombies. How could players possess such strong combat abilities? It's illogical. But Fang Heng, you also need to be careful. Many players have confirmed the appearance of large numbers of mutated zombies in the forest. Although your prison is on the outskirts of the forest, it's still in a dangerous area. Alright, thank you. But how is the Federation planning to handle this? Well, what can they do? Right now, we are struggling to deal with the sudden main missions. Moreover, the first round of the Blood Moon is approaching, and the superiors can't spare manpower for support. Sending another team to enter the forest to investigate is already at its limit. Chen Yu poured his woes to Fang Heng. For now, the Federation is considering posting mission guidelines on the forum, designating the forest area as a high-risk zone, recommending players in the forest area to evacuate as soon as possible. After all, in the current situation, that area is not suitable for ordinary players to survive in. Fang Heng let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Thanks, buddy. Hey, it's my duty to serve the people. Alright, I'll go report the situation to my superiors first. We'll get in touch another time. Hey, that worked out well. Fang Heng secretly felt pleased. Anyway, in the next few days, he would be taking his zombie clones to Pine City for a mission. The Federation's investigation would most likely not find anything, and with the official crisis warning, the number of players remaining in the forest would probably decrease. Hanging up the phone, Fang Heng stretched lazily. He decided to rest early today to ensure he had ample energy to battle in Pine City tomorrow and reap some benefits. After freshening up, just as Fang Heng lay down in bed preparing to sleep, his phone rang again. The caller ID showed Old Black. Old Black. Fang Heng found it strange. He couldn't recall having saved a number under that name in his phone. Fang Heng answered the call. Hehe. Fang Heng, are you finally off? I've been waiting for you for so long. How did you get my phone number? Fang Heng, your question is quite amateur. As an intermediary, this is a basic skill. Sure. Keep talking. Fang Heng smirked. Don't worry, this call is special. The Federation can't trace it, and there won't be any call records. Anyway, there's an urgent matter. I hope you can go to the 9th transmission point tomorrow. Join the 9th team going to Pine City. Trust me, this will be beneficial for you. You can inquire at the nearest Dark Knight Order camp, spend a little Knight's honor points, and you can use the transmission. Alright, good luck. Looking forward to our cooperation. Before Fang Heng could respond, Old Black had already hung up. What the heck? Fang Heng tried to call back but couldn't find any call records or messages from that number. It was as if it didn't exist. What is the 9th team situation? Could it be a trap? Fang Heng noticed that on the phone, Old Black seemed to have a lot more information about this mission. Whatever. I'll ask tomorrow first. Fang Heng admitted that he definitely couldn't outsmart Old Black when it came to intellect. He decided not to overthink and went to bed with his head spinning. On the next day, after rising and taking control of all his zombie clones, making them commit suicide, Fang Heng prepared to set off. Before leaving, he also went to the End Times merchant camp to purchase some supplies. Gasoline, small explosives, these were all necessities. Fang Heng didn't opt for a truck but chose to ride a motorcycle, considering the possibility of another attack on the Dark Knight Order during the mission in Pine City. Having the truck and the bar together destroyed would be a huge loss. According to Old Black's advice, Fang Heng decided to head to Caitlin's small bar first. Oh, you want to change your departure point and join the 9th team? Learning about Fang Heng's intentions, Caitlin couldn't help but be curious. Can you tell me the reason? 9 is my lucky number. Not honest. I think you have another motive, Caitlin scoffed, lowering her head to check. There are indeed vacancies in the 9th group, and you can join. However, it's quite far from here. When we initially formed small teams, we took distance into consideration. You can do it, right? You're correct. By spending 20 honor points, you can receive 1 teleportation, directly teleporting to the nearest Dark Knight Order contact point for the 8th group. It will take about half an hour from there to the assembly point. Then lead me there. Caitlin gestured towards the back door. Following her, Fang Heng saw a high-tech teleportation device made of metal that was filled with futuristic vibes. Is there such advanced technology for teleportation in the zombie apocalypse world? There had never been any discussions on the forum about such equipment. Another hidden feature. Let's start. Stand in the middle. The web version of the content is slow. Please download the Love Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit and download the Love Reading Novel app to read the latest chapters. The new Pen Fun Pavilion provides you with the fastest full game, starting from the zombie apocalypse to hanging up to read for free. HTTPS. Upon opening his eyes again, Fang Heng found himself at another base of the Dark Knight Order. The person in charge of the base was an old man named En, whose hair had turned white. Kaitalina already told me about you. The assembly point is to the north of the base, about a 30-minute walk away. I can lend you a bicycle, En said. Thank you, but I brought my own. Fang Heng replied, unfolding a map. This was a desert area where the most valuable resource was oil. Many oil mines could be found here. In the late game, the shelters of players began to have electricity, requiring a large amount of energy. Oil was one of the main sources. Fang Heng rode his bike through the desert. By the time he reached the assembly point, it was already past 10:30. After explaining his purpose, Fang Heng was escorted into a temporary tent by 2 soldiers of the Dark Knight Order. You're Fang Heng? Colonel Buck stood up inside the tent. I've heard of you, Fang Heng. You managed to get a live sample of Arita from the Meteor Company, providing us with valuable information. This is just a token of appreciation from the Dark Knight Order to you. Hint. Buck's favorability towards you slightly increases. I'm Colonel Buck, in charge of the operation in Sonmu City, Buck continued. Fang Heng looked at Buck, realizing he was the overall commander of the operation. Buck had a rough appearance, with bold features and a bald head, but he was very warm-hearted. Unfortunately, my squad is already at full capacity, so I can't offer you more positions, Buck explained. If you don't mind, you can temporarily join the logistical team. Once we arrive in Sonmu City, I will directly command the actions of the logistical team. There's a logistical team as well. Fang Heng couldn't help but wonder. Was this part of the old Black's plan? Well, since he was already here, as long as he could enter Sonmu City, even acting alone wouldn't be a problem. Joining the logistical team seemed fine. Fang Heng nodded and said, All right, I'll follow your arrangements. Buck stepped forward and patted Fang Heng's shoulder. Come, I'll take you to the assembly point of the logistical team. At the next assembly point in another tent, everyone turned their attention towards Fang Heng. Hello, I'm Fang Heng. He nodded towards the people, also observing to distinguish whether they were players or NPCs. Then, he saw a tall, blonde girl in the crowd. With her high nose bridge and strong figure, Fang Heng introduced her. This is Lucia, the leader of the logistical team this time. Buck turned around and winked at Fang Heng, whispering, She's beautiful, isn't she? Lucia seemed to hear it and showed a displeased expression. Fang Heng awkwardly nodded. The young man has good taste, but I advise you not to have any ideas about her. You're too weak to handle her, Buck joked. Fang Heng coughed lightly. I don't believe. Well, that's a joke, he said. Ha ha. Okay, that aside, the helicopter will take off in an hour and a half. Buck became serious, pointing towards the helicopter parked on one side and several large crates on the other side. Since the helicopter is used for transporting supplies, there are strict weight restrictions for passengers. We need to streamline our personal backpacks, with each person carrying a maximum of 100 kilograms of items. You can store items that aren't immediately needed over there. Just 1 OKG. Trouble. Fang Heng looked worried. His backpack was packed full. Players' carrying capacity and stamina depended on their character level. Generally, players could carry small or medium-sized items, materials, food, etc. in their backpack. But for resource-type items, like boards, after packing more than 10, it would indicate that more of the same type cannot be carried. With Fang Heng's backpack being way larger than the norm due to recently learning the oversized backpack skill, it could hold much more. Prior to coming here, Fang Heng had packed a lot of miscellaneous items for safety. He walked to the crate, tangled up in his thoughts. The clone zombies also had a bit of carrying capacity and inherited Fang Heng's oversized backpack skill. However, when the clone zombie die and respawned, everything in the backpack, except for equipped weapons, tools, and clothes, would be clear. Using the clone zombie for long-distance transportation of supplies was unrealistic. Kind of troublesome, Fang Heng muttered, taking out a pack of biscuits and a bottle of coffee milk, leisurely consuming them. Starting with the sample collector, which was a necessity. He couldn't disappoint Yao Kang's two all-nighters, weapons and ammunition, small explosive packs, gasoline, along with a small supply of water and food, essential anti-infection agents, medical bandages, healing packs, healing sprays, backup survival items like ropes, flashlights, and coffee. All right, let's get started, Fang Heng sighed, and began emptying his backpack, pulling items out continuously. From the moment Fang Heng arrived, a player named Mo Jiawei had been observing him. Seeing Fang Heng hesitating in front of the crate, Mo Jiawei realized Fang Heng was likely a player. Fang Heng began throwing things into the crate. Guns, ammo boxes, ammo boxes, ammo boxes *21. Torches, flashlights, high-capacity batteries, ropes, nylon ropes, flower pots, canned food, cooking packs, yogurt, canned goods, coffee, high-energy liquid, honey. Fang Heng kept digging for a full 5 minutes. Still not done. Was his backpack that big? Mo Jiawei was dumbfounded. Initially, it was food, biscuits, honey, meat. He pulled them out for another 2 minutes. Then came various sundries, ropes, firewood, lighters, crowbars. He dug for over 3 minutes. Next were various high-level weapons and recovery items, a flamethrower, healing spray, dozens of boxes of handgun bullets. Most of them were food. Did he bring a barbecue grill with him? What was this strategy? Also, fitting a bicycle in there. Was he really not concerned about exceeding the weight limit? A furnace? Why did he have a furnace with him? Mo Jiawei saw many high-value items being tossed into the crate by Fang Heng. No doubt about it. This player was definitely a big shot. How could an ordinary player have such a large backpack and so many valuable resources? Fang Heng finally emptied his backpack after a lot of effort. As he turned back, he happened to notice Mo Jiawei's expression, while the other NPC's expressions were calm. Only Mo Jiawei looked like someone inexperienced. It seemed that Mo Jiawei was the only player in this team. Fang Heng made a rough judgment. With everything sorted, Fang Heng walked over and stood at the back of the group. Mo Jiawei quietly greeted Fang Heng. "Hey, friend, you're a player, right? I'm Mo Jiawei, hailing from the snowy area. Where are you from? Suk City." "Fang Heng, nice to meet you. Let the big shot take me for a flight." "No problem, we'll cooperate when the time comes." National game. Hang up starting from the zombie doomsday. After the completion of the helicopter transport of the goods, you can advance. Buck interrupted the whispered conversation between Fang Heng and the two of them, and nodded towards the soldier beside him. Beside them, the soldiers began distributing an inhaler and a palm-sized black communicator to each team member in sequence. Hint: you obtain an inhalable anti-infection drug *1. Communicator *1. Inhalable anti-infection drug description. Antiviral drug developed through the latest formula. Inhaling can immediately reduce the current infection level of the player by 10 to 20%. Communicator description. Special communicator of the Dark Knights, can only be used within the coverage range of the base station. We detected a low concentration of the T-virus diffuse in the air in Songmu City. Long-term exposure in this environment will pose a risk of infection. This inhalable drug can effectively reduce infection, but the production capacity is very limited. Each person only has one. It should be no problem to last for more than 30 hours. In addition, there is a communicator. Songmu City has a special magnetic field inside, which shields ordinary communicators. The logistics team is expected to install a base station on the top floor of the Meteor Company D-Zone building after entering Songmu City. Once the base station is completed, the communicator can be used for internal communication. Any questions? No, sir. Buck nodded, then looked at Fang Heng. When I'm not around, Fang Heng will serve as the team leader and lead you to complete this mission. Mo Jiawei turned his head in amazement, looking at his teammate beside him. The team leader. Do well, Captain Fang Heng. Lucia will assist you as the deputy team leader. Captain. Mo Jiawei looked even more shocked looking at Fang Heng. How did this happen? He has spent tens of millions and just climbed to level to private. This guy must be a god. Hint: since your honor level is the highest in the group, you have been assigned as the team leader, Lucia as the deputy team leader. Fang Heng saw a vague look coming towards him from the side. Turning back, Lucia was also looking at him, with a somewhat dissatisfied look. Hint: Lucia's friendliness towards you has decreased. 2 hours later, Fang Heng put on the emergency parachute pack and boarded the helicopter with the team. The helicopter, loaded with goods, slowly took off. Fang Heng had never been interested in being the team leader. In fact, the position of team leader was meaningless. Once the plane arrived in Sanmu City, Buck would immediately take over the entire team. He felt a little regretful for reducing a Mrs. Friendliness for nothing. There were a total of 7 team members, including the pilot. Lucia sat in the co-pilot seat, looking back at everyone. We are officially heading to Sanmu City. The entire journey will take about 4 hours. Everyone can rest and make sure to stay energized. Rest on this journey? Fang Heng felt doubtful about the pilot's capabilities. He felt uncomfortable with the shaking of the aircraft. Mo Jiawei was already thinking about seeking comfort. He was a game enthusiast, with a good talent in the game. At the same time, he was the eldest son at home, the heir of the Mo family's mysterious real estate company. A second-generation rich kid, Mo Jiawei was almost like a chosen one, the heir to the family business, drawing an S-class talent upon entering the game. He founded a resourceful farm area in the new server, relying on his early accumulation of resources in the game. He was also very lucky to trigger the Dark Knight's mission. Later, he spent a lot of money hiring two mercenary groups to help complete the task. After experiencing life-threatening situations, Mo Jiawei completed the Dark Knight's mission. The reward was also generous. Mo Jiawei became a member of the Dark Knights. However, this mission was different. Mo Jiawei couldn't recruit mercenaries to help. With his main weapon malfunctioning, he was a little panicked now. Mo Jiawei noticed that Fang Heng seemed completely relaxed by his side. Fang Heng, aren't you nervous at all? Nervous? Is this your first time in a helicopter? Afraid of heights? It's okay. You'll get used to it. Fang Heng took out a sleeping bag from his backpack. He winked at Mo Jiawei. I will go offline for a nap. I'll be back in about 3.5 hours. Kick my sleeping bag if you need me for anything. Before Mo Jiawei could react, Fang Heng was already offline. He had wanted to discuss the next steps of the operation with Fang Heng, to understand their skills and improve their distance with the godlike player. But Mo Jiawei looked at the sleeping bag Fang Heng left behind. Is this how a god acts? Offline, Fang Heng lay back on his bed. He took out the Sanmu City area map that Chen Yu had sent him last night. There were 2 maps in total, one of the Sanmu City urban area and the other of the Meteor Company's internal map. The Meteor Company compound is divided into 5 areas, A, B, C, D, with the central S zone. From the descriptions provided, it seemed that the S zone had been destroyed during the biological disaster for some reason. The other zones had varying degrees of documentation, marking the basic situations of each area. For example, residential area in a zone, activity area in B zone, experimental area is C and D zones, and office area in E zone. However, S zone was only labeled with a name. Could the secret be hidden in the destroyed S zone? However, based on the information provided by Lao He, the target this time was the experimental area of D zone. That was the research area for the T virus. Upon entering Sanmu City, the first thing to do was to find a way to get there and obtain the improved liquor's T virus as soon as possible. Fang Heng came online again 3.5 hours later. He noticed that Mo Jiawei still looked very nervous. This was strange. Fang Heng couldn't help but wonder why Mo Jiawei was assigned to the 9th group. From his performance, Mo Jiawei was at best a decent new player. So why did Lao He want him to be in the 9th group? Lucia, the blonde beauty team leader, turned around from the co-pilot seat. Everyone, we have entered Sanmu City. According to the plan, we will dock above the technology building in Zone E of the Meteor Company compound. Please be prepared, everyone. Here it comes. Sanmu City. The helicopter quickly flew towards the Meteor Company in Sanmu City. Fang Heng looked out of the window. Through the helicopter window, he saw many Dark Knight's helicopters involved in this operation outside. More than a dozen helicopters entered Sanmu City together. Looking out of the helicopter window at the ruined city below, Mo Jiawei's scalp tingled. It's too scary. Is this place really livable? In his opinion, the previous mission he completed for joining the Dark Knights was already a hell on earth. But now he realized there were many layers of hell, and this one seemed deeper. All people's game. Starting from the zombie doomsday, there are wandering zombies hanging around on the city streets everywhere, half of which are first-level mutated zombies at a glance. There are also second-level mutated zombies everywhere. There are even a few red shadows running amok in the alleys. Second-level lickers. Mojaway's face turned pale. He was beginning to regret participating in this mission. Clearly marked as SS-level difficulty missions. Why is the difference so huge? Mojaway took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. It's too late to think about retreating now. He glanced at Fang Heng beside him. With this glance, Mojaway became even more puzzled. What the ghost? Why does the big shot look so excited? Fang Heng was indeed excited. He also looked down below, where the helicopter was flying. Good buddy. This city is simply a fun shui treasure land. Can you believe there are so many first-level mutated zombie groups? And a large number of second-level mutated zombies mixed in. Amazing, amazing. Fang Heng excitedly clenched his fists. These are all survival points. All are evolution crystals. Such a rare opportunity. Joining the Dark Knight Order was indeed the right choice. Mojaway found it increasingly difficult to figure out this big shot. Fang Heng, this mission is too terrifying. Yeah. Indeed. Fang Heng replied. Looking out the window, risk also means opportunity. Fang Heng, my talent is complementary assist, focusing on tracking weaknesses, obtaining information and vulnerabilities of the target, Mojaway explained. Besides, I can also set a short-term tracking on a specific target. And also, I am relatively lacking in combat abilities. Fang Heng glanced at Mojaway. Not bad, it's an S-tier talent, right? With just a few words, Fang Heng immediately judged that Mojaway's abilities were very valuable. Strong support ability. Yeah. Mojaway nodded. Fang Heng, are you a combat type? Darely, I can also be considered half of one. Belong to the support logistics like you. I am particularly good at collecting supplies. In the game, some players choose to keep their talent skill secret, but during mission executions, most players are willing to share relevant information when it comes to combat abilities. After all, it's a PvE game, and in most cases, cooperation minimizes risks and maximizes benefits. Oh, this is going to be tough. Mojaway touched his forehead, feeling even more distressed. He had thought before that Fang Heng was a combat-type talent master. In such a dangerous environment, with such high mission difficulty, and being in a team of to support players, how are they supposed to play this game? Mojaway was at a loss. Fang Heng knew what Mojaway was worried about. He chuckled to himself, his mouth twisting a little, then pointed to a helicopter outside the window. Fang Heng recognized this helicopter. It was Team 9's helicopter, labeled -9. Don't worry. Look, our leader is quite powerful, a colonel in the military, a good fighter. We just follow behind him and scavenge like playing a game. As Fang Heng was talking, a loud explosion shook the cabin. The helicopter shook violently. What's happening? What's going on? Members of the Dark Knight Order were also affected. Everyone immediately looked out the window to observe the situation. Not far from the helicopter Fang Heng was in, a second helicopter exploded in the air. The shockwave from the close-range explosion made the helicopter they were in shake violently. Mojaway's face turned pale. He was trembling nervously. Don't panic. Fang Heng was calm. According to the game setting, they shouldn't be given a death sentence at the beginning of the mission. He tried to comfort his teammate by patting Mojaway's shoulder and even made a joke. At least our luck is not bad. You know, if we were in those two helicopters, wouldn't we be toast by now? Mojaway didn't speak. He looked down below, his eyes filled with fear. Trembling, he pointed downwards. Fang Heng, please, don't joke around. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat and subconsciously looked down below. The tyrant, carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder, had targeted the helicopter Fang Heng was in. Oh no. Fang Heng wanted to slap himself. He felt like he had been talking too carelessly today. Why was he so sarcastic? Quick, ascend, ascend. Seeing the movement of the tyrant, the NPCs inside the helicopter shouted and directed the helicopter to evade upward, hoping to escape the tyrant's rocket launcher range. At the very least, it could affect the accuracy of his shots. Zoom. A rocket flew out from the rocket launcher on the tyrant's shoulder. Doom. The national game. Starting from a zombie apocalypse, hanging on to the main text volume 148th chapter, the station helicopter's side wing was grazed by a rocket. The whole cabin was violently shaking. The helicopter began to shake uncontrollably. The pilot, sweating profusely, shouted, "Quick! Parachute! Now! Maximum 20 seconds! Parachuting now!" At this critical moment, several thoughts flashed through Fang Heng's mind. His gaze quickly scanned the city below. That white building. "Listen to my command. Choose to land above that white building," Fang Heng shouted. At that moment, he didn't care about others and also grabbed his teammate, Mo Jiawei, before jumping. "Jump!" With that, Fang Heng jumped directly from the helicopter. Behind him, the members of the Black Knights also followed him, one by one, jumping towards the ground. "Wait for me." Mo Jiawei gritted his teeth and also jumped with Fang Heng. The emergency parachute opened in the air. Fang Heng struggled to maintain his balance in the air. Despite it being his first parachute jump, his high physical attributes quickly allowed him to master the technique. After a moment, Fang Heng landed steadily at the target location, the rooftop of the white high-rise. Hint: you have entered a low-risk infection area. Your infection index will continue to rise. If it reaches 50%, there is a probability of entering an infected state. Please be careful. Doom. Just as Fang Heng landed, he heard a loud explosion. Another helicopter was hit head-on by the rocket, disintegrating in midair. The zombies lurking on the rooftop smelled the scent of living beings and rushed towards Fang Heng and others who landed on the rooftop. The NPC members of the Black Knights landed and quickly took out submachine guns to fight. Fang Heng pulled out his machete and swiftly chopped down to swaying zombies approaching, then approached his teammate Mo Jiawei who had landed not far away. "Are you okay?" "Hiss, I'm okay." Mo Jiawei, with lower attributes, stumbled when landing, lost some blood, but it was not a big issue. He quickly stood up, took out his gun, and hid behind the elite members of the Black Knights. After a moment, the gunfire ceased, and the rooftop was cleared of zombies. Lucia looked anxious and quickly walked to the railing, searching downwards to find the direction of the crashed helicopter. Why was she crying? Tears couldn't help but swirl in her eyes. Fang Heng also walked up to Lucia and looked down at the city below. The helicopter the team had taken earlier had crashed not far from a street intersection. The helicopter had broken into several parts, with some still burning, emitting thick smoke. Several silver-white boxes were scattered around the helicopter crash site. Most likely, the pilot had sacrificed himself. Lucia realized there was someone beside her, wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, and said to Fang Heng, "Fang Heng, we are in trouble." "Oh." Fang Heng's expression was serious, thinking to himself, "I know." And the trouble they encountered was not small. "Fang Heng, our communication device needs to establish a base station to operate. All the components needed to set up the base station are on the helicopter we were on. We must quickly retrieve those boxes to contact my brother as soon as possible." "Your brother, Colonel Buck?" Fang Heng was surprised. He couldn't connect the bald Colonel Buck with Lucia in any way. Lucia looked at the time and said, "There are 2 hours left until sunset. We must retrieve the base station components within 2 hours and assemble them as quickly as possible." Hint: player completes the 5th round mission, Explore Songmu City, triggering the 6th round mission, Desperate Situation. Mission name: Desperate Situation. Mission difficulty: SSS. Mission description: your team was attacked by an unknown source during the entry. Along the way, the helicopter you were aboard was damaged, and you lost contact with the other members of the Black Knights. Optional subtask branch 1. Install the communication device base station. Mission requirement: find all the metal boxes containing the base station components. Optional subtask branch 2. Await rescue. Mission requirement: find a safe place and wait for rescue. Well done. Lao Hei. Is this also part of your plan? Fang Heng thought if he had taken another helicopter to Songmu City, he wouldn't have encountered these troubles. But it was not definite. Crisis is also an opportunity. Fang Heng roughly considered the current situation. The second option of the mission was to wait for death. Actively responding, find the boxes. Lucia was worried about her brother's safety. She turned to the NPC of the Black Knights. "We need to immediately go to the crash site of the plane to search for the communication base station components. Do you have any questions?" "Out." Fang Heng raised his hand and asked, "Do you have a plan?" "Plan?" Lucia frowned, showing a puzzled expression on her face. "Rush over, seize the supplies, quickly withdraw." Fang Heng didn't know how to respond for a moment. Lucia's plan summed up in one word: reckless. In the midst of so many mutated zombie groups rushing into the street and trying to grab the metal boxes and then running back. How brave you are. No. Fang Heng immediately shook his head to stop her. Hint. Your friendliness with Lucia has slightly decreased. Then what do you suggest? Lucia's tone was not good. Do you want to stay here and wait? No need for that. Let's go downstairs first to assess the situation. Fang Heng thought for a moment and quickly added, don't go to the first floor. Go to the second floor and find a room near the window. Lucia immediately turned back and gave orders to the team. Let's go to the second floor. A Black Knight soldier in the front kicked open the iron door of the rooftop. The team members followed. Let's hide in the back. Fang Heng whispered to Mo Jiawei, following at the back of the team. The squad entering Songmu City, or elite among the elite of the Black Knights. Their combat capabilities were exceptionally terrifying, especially with high-level firearms. Using the high firepower of submachine guns, they crushed any ordinary zombies with ease. Fang Heng saw some tricks. The weapons of the Black Knights had been modified. To avoid attracting more zombies with nose, they even pretended to have silencers. The bullets were also specially made, enhancing their power. Even when encountering first-tier mutated zombies, the dense bullets could easily crush them. Fang Heng estimated that most of these soldiers were carrying submachine guns and ammunition with all their load. He and Mo Jiawei, the support, followed at the rear of the team. The group quickly arrived at the second floor of the jewelry store. Fang Heng roughly identified the direction and pointed to the tightly closed jewelry exhibition hall. That room. Hurry. Get in. With a burst of gunfire, the team broke the door lock. They cleared the remaining zombies in the room, and two NPC soldiers moved a cabinet to block the door. Lucia walked to the window. Through the window, she anxiously looked outside. Fang Heng, what should we do next? Mo Jiawei was extremely worried. Even in the jewelry store, the number and strength of the zombies far exceeded his expectations. Wait for a moment. Fang Heng brought up the system log and checked the map imported from outside the game. The city's largest luxury jewelry store ... Here. Fang Heng compared the map to find the location of his team. Lucia stood anxiously by the side, unable to wait any longer. Fang Heng, we need to rush out immediately. It's getting dark soon. The combat ability of the Dark Knights is top-notch. We have the ability to break out. Fang Heng's gaze shifted to Lucia. He didn't deny the strength of the Dark Knights. With powerful firearms, they could even battle against second-stage mutated zombies. But now, the biggest threat came not from the second-stage mutated zombies, but from the massive zombie horde outside. The density of the zombie horde in the city streets was very high. The scent of the living and the nose of battle would attract even more zombies. Once dragged into the quagmire of zombies, it was easy to be killed alive. Is that so? Have you thought it through? Fang Heng looked at Lucia coldly, then turned his head to the window. Once we leave the building, the zombies will trace our scent, and more zombies will engulf us like a tide. I admit that the Dark Knights are powerful, but our ammunition is limited, and each person only retained a low amount of weight before boarding the plane. Tell me, how long can our ammunition last? Lucia fell silent. She clenched her fist. Although she knew Fang Heng was right, she didn't want to just sit here and do nothing. Not to mention, we also need to spend a lot of time gathering the abandoned crates. I won't drag you down. I'll go alone. I'll bring back supplies. Lucia insisted. No. I disagree. Fang Heng walked past Lucia and went to the window. He leaned out, observing outside. I am the highest commander in the team now. I demand you to stay here on guard. Everyone, stay vigilant in your positions. Fang Heng waved his hand to signal the team members to stay put. Lucia clenched her fist. She felt powerless and vented her frustration by hitting the wall hard with her fist, leaving an imprint. So violent? Mo Jiawei was startled and quickly muttered to himself, moving to the side to avoid Lucia. Fang Heng was also a bit surprised as he glanced at Lucia. Could her punch be that powerful? Had her body been modified by the virus? It didn't matter. Personal abilities were still limited when facing a horde of zombies. Fang Heng reluctantly shifted his gaze away from Lucia. The current problem was how to solve the dilemma. Headache. Taking a risk was definitely not the way. The risks were too great and the corresponding benefits too small. It wasn't worth the gamble. If Sister Lee was here, it would be much easier. As soon as the perception barrier was lifted, she could go in and pick up the crates. Now, they had to rely on zombie avatars for combat. Unfortunately, The zombie avatars would not be able to respond for almost another half an hour. Fang Heng could only wait in silence. As they waited, darkness gradually fell. Lucia couldn't bear it any longer and asked again, "Fang Heng, it's almost dark. Should we continue waiting?" Almost. Fang Heng stood by the window. From this position, he could clearly see the wreckage of the helicopter at the intersection ahead. Fang Heng counted silently in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Time was up. Hiss. As the countdown for the resurrection of the zombie avatars ended, faint magic circles appeared beneath Fang Heng's feet. The soldiers of the Dark Knights reacted quickly, backing away and aiming their guns at the circles beneath Fang Heng. Fang Heng raised his hand to calm the NPCs. "Allow me to introduce, this is my talent skill, zombie control." Dry, greenish palms emerged from the magic circles. 5 zombies struggled out from the circles. Mo Jiawei was wide-eyed, witnessing the summoned creatures crawling out. He was inexplicably shocked. Summoning zombies? So the big shot was a player with summoning abilities. Though was the casting time a bit too long? Upon hearing Fang Heng's exclamation, the NPCs withdrew their firearms aimed at the zombies. Lucia's bright eyes sparkled with surprise as she observed Fang Heng's ability. However, she was more skeptical about the capabilities of these zombies. "You took so long just to summon them? Are they strong in combat?" "They're alright, but they're better at camouflaging themselves. The ordinary zombies outside won't be hostile to them, making them more suitable for doing some dirty work." Fang Heng explained the effects of his summoning technique. As the chapter continued, the scene unfolded with actions and dialogues involving the team's combat plans and strategy against the zombie horde. Everyone's game, starting from the zombie doomsday. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds can still be heard next to the ears even with a silencer installed. A brief pause after the attack of the lickers gave Lucia and other elite soldiers the opportunity to aim. It was hit by a sniper rifle, flew out, landed, and quickly flashed back towards the alley entrance. Everyone aimed their scopes at the alley. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Following that, a series of red shadows flew out of the alley. Oh no. Lucia's expression changed drastically. She pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 5 or 6 lickers continuously rushed out from the alley, heading straight for Fang Heng's zombie clone. They waved their claws attacking Fang Heng's zombie clone. When facing lickers, the vine zombies were like lambs to the slaughter. They still maintained a slow pace, unable to evade at all. Hiss. Hiss hiss. The sharp claws of the lickers left huge wounds on the vine zombies' clone one by one. The huge impact sent the vine zombies' clones flying out one by one. The elite soldiers of the Dark Knights were not to be trifled with. Sniper rifle bullets hit the lickers precisely. Lucia aimed and shot desperately. The lickers harbored deep hatred for the zombie clones. They rushed towards the fallen vine zombies, launching another attack. 2 minutes. These 2 minutes, Lucia's spirit was at its peak. The sniper rifle continuously fired several rounds. After leaving behind 4 licker corpses, the remaining 3 lickers completely retreated back into the alley. Is it over? Are they all dead? Lucia couldn't help but put down the sniper rifle and looked up to check the situation of the zombie clones. The dispatched zombie clones were lying scattered on the ground. They had large wounds all over. But to Lucia's surprise, these zombie clones lay on the ground for a while and then one by one slowly stood up again. The zombies that suffered fatal injuries from the lickers, even those sent flying far away by the lickers, didn't die. Tiny vines emerged from their torn wounds, quietly moving forward as if nothing had happened. Lucia's face showed a pleasant surprise. Mo Jiawei on the side was even more amazed, whispering, "Wow, they're so tough. Are they wearing bulletproof vests?" No big deal. Fang Heng was very confident in the defensive capabilities of the vine zombies. A 600% increase in extra health wasn't just for show, not to mention additional physical damage reduction. In emergencies, it can directly restore 80% of maximum health. The movement speed was a bit slow, but they could really take a hit. Even the most powerful hunting animals of the second-tier mutated zombies couldn't kill them in a short time. However, Fang Heng was startled by the sudden rush of lickers from the alley just now. Clearly, the zombie clones had activated their hidden aura skill, but still fell under the lickers' gaze. Maybe it's the game god's balance of difficulty, Fang Heng pondered, rubbing his chin. Mo Jiawei on the side secretly rejoiced, stealing a glance at the big wave of blondes next to him. Luckily he didn't rush out with Lucia just now, or he would have been facing this group of ferocious lickers. Damn it, What kind of hell difficulty is this? Having repelled a wave of attackers, the path ahead was calm. The zombie clones made their way unhindered back to the helicopter wreckage. Under the watchful eyes of many zombies, they picked up metal boxes from the ground. Then, one by one, carried the boxes back. 5 minutes later, the zombie clones climbed back to the room along the escape route. They threw the boxes they had picked up in front of Fang Heng one by one. Seeing Fang Heng's plan successfully completed, Lucia's tense heart finally eased half. She eagerly checked the boxes. Hint: Lucia's affinity with you increases. Hint: you obtained ammunition supply crate *2. Hint: you obtained a damaged food supply crate *1. Hint: you obtained a damaged communication tower base station parts crate *1. Unfortunately, only one communication station part crate was found. The good news was that the rest of the boxes contained supplies. A bonus indeed. Fang Heng opened the ammunition supply crate to inspect, then wave, signaling the zombie clones to continue running outside to find more boxes. Opening the supply crates revealed the ammunition supply crate loaded with weapon ammo. Half of the food in the damaged food crate was already ruined and inedible. The remaining compressed biscuits were enough for a small team for 2 to 3 days. There were still so many boxes left near the helicopter wreckage. If all were collected, a lot more resources could be gained. Didn't expect the logistics team to have such an advantage, Fang Heng muttered under his breath. Taking a few sets of shotgun bullets, a few packs of compressed biscuits, and a few bottles of mineral water from the box, he put them in his backpack and called Mo Jiawei to come and share. After several back-and-forth trips, under the protection of the Dark Knight's long-range snipers, the zombie clones picked up all the drop boxes from the surroundings. Hint: you obtained food supply crate *5, ammunition supply crate *5, medical supply crate *1, emergency repair tool supply crate *1, communication tower base station parts crate *2. Very good. With these, the team wouldn't lack food or ammunition. Blocking the escape route through the second-floor windows, Fang Heng instructed the Dark Knights to resupply with bullets and food. Lucia hurriedly opened the tower base station parts crate and began checking the integrity of the station components. Oh no, it's damaged. Lucia's heart sank. How is it? Fang Heng, chewing on the dry compressed biscuits, walked up to Lucia. The situation is not looking good. It might have been damaged during the plane crash, Lucia replied. I can't determine if the station can still be used now. We need to assemble it to check. Lucia, worried, looked back at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, I need to quickly go to the rooftop to try and set up the tower base station there, as the signal is easier to spread. Okay. No problem. Fang Heng put down the compressed biscuits in his hand and ordered. Let's go back to the rooftop. The Dark Knight's team escorted the squad back to the rooftop. Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei became completely assisting this time. With each holding to boxes, they cooperated with the zombie clones to carry the boxes back to the rooftop. Upon reaching the roof, Lucia eagerly opened the boxes and set up the small tower base station on the spot. During the break, Fang Heng handed a pack of compressed biscuits to Mo Jiawei. Here, try it. Don't be fooled by its appearance. The taste isn't bad. You probably haven't had this coffee flavor before. Oh, thanks. Mo Jiawei smiled wryly, unable to understand how Fang Heng could still have the leisure to eat compressed biscuits. After a good while had passed, Lucia was still fiddling in front of the tower base station. She looked anxious. No, still not working. No matter how hard she tried, the damaged base station just couldn't pick up long-distance signals. Lucia was becoming increasingly anxious, tears welling up in her eyes. Oh no. This situation looks bad. Seeing Lucia's distress, Mo Jiawei started to panic. He had lost his appetite entirely and gently nudged Fang Heng, who was checking the supplies box on the side. Fang Heng, Lucia doesn't seem to be doing well. Should we go ask about the situation? Yeah. Makes sense. Let's go ask. As the sky gradually darkened, Fang Heng followed Mo Jiawei to Lucia's side. Is everything okay? The base station components are severely damaged. I managed to assemble the tower base station barely enough to be functional, Lucia said, lowering her head, lips tight. She continued to adjust the tower, but the current effect is very limited. The reception and transmission power of the base station are very low, and the signal interference is significant. At most, it can only receive signals within a range of 100 meters. Only 100 meters of reception range. Mo Jiawei felt a chill in his heart upon hearing Lucia's words. Is this a lost cause? If a shout can only reach 100 meters, what good is it? Thank goodness he didn't foolishly rush out to confront the monsters, or he would have been frustrated for nothing. Mechanical repair? What an unfortunate coincidence. Let me try, Fang Heng said as he pulled out a wrench from his backpack. Mo Jiawei was pleasantly surprised. He looked excitedly at Fang Heng. Wow. You know mechanical repair? Come on. Don't be surprised. We're all support players. Isn't that a basic skill? Mo Jiawei. These days, even support players are skilled at this. Seeing Mo Jiawei's astonished expression, Fang Heng finally felt somewhat satisfied. He pointed at himself. Let me give it a try. With that, Fang Heng took out some parts from the emergency repair toolbox on the side. A progress bar appeared above his head. In less than 30 seconds, the progress bar completed. This repair has been successful, reducing the damage level of the tower base station by 5%. Easy. Fang Heng continued to repair 3 more times, lowering the damage level to 13%. He looked up again and gestured to Lucia, who was anxiously waiting. Come and try. Is it fixed? Is it really that easy? Seeing Fang Heng effortlessly lower the damage level, Lucia couldn't believe it. Preliminary repair successful, but to fully restore it, we'll need advanced precision tools. The supply box we found is mostly damaged, and we can't find ready-made tools inside, Fang Heng said, holding the wrench in his hand. If we can find some advanced machinery to dismantle, there might be a chance. Anyway, give it a try. The signal reception range should have definitely increased compared to before, Lucia said skeptically. She walked to the tower and tried to restart the base station. Zzz. As soon as the base station was turned on, the noisy sound of electricity emanated from within. It worked. Lucia's face lit up with surprise. She realized that after Fang Heng's repairs, the signal strength of the tower had significantly increased. Fang Heng really understood repair techniques. Lucia quickly contacted Buck via the communicator after several attempts. Communication connection established. After a few tries, a familiar voice came through the radio. Lucia, is that you? Lucia, brother, are you okay? Where are you right now? I'm fine, Lucia. Our team is fine. I'm currently in the White Church area. We took over here after the plane crash, and it's relatively safe. How are things on your end? We're safe too. Brother, I'm really worried about you. It's okay, Lucia. You need to stay strong. Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei are with you, right? Help me connect with them. I have something to tell them. Lucia nodded, granting Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei communication settings permission. Fang Heng immediately took out a communicator. Fang Heng, Mo Jiawei, it's great to know you are safe. Our luck is hanging in there. But Captain Buck, your situation doesn't sound good, right? Fang Heng already had a good idea. He had just faintly heard gunshots and zombie howls from the radio. This meant that Buck's team was still under threat from a zombie horde. Additionally, Buck's request for a private chat was likely to keep Lucia out of the loop. If Lucia found out that Buck was still in danger, her impulsiveness might lead her to rush in for a rescue mission without considering the risks. Yet, the situation is not good, Buck said soberly. There's a group of zombies outside the church, continuously attacking the church. We can hold on for a while. How's your team doing? Overall, we're okay. The zombies roaming the city are too dense. We can't go out and are currently hiding in a jewelry store. We just managed to collect supplies left around the airplane wreckage and set up a communication tower base station. Fang Heng estimated roughly and continued, we expect to attempt to leave for rescue earliest by tomorrow morning. You did well, Fang Heng. We were attacked midway through this mission unexpectedly, which was beyond our expectations. We suffered heavy losses. Considering the risks, I believe this mission ends here. The mission goal changes. I need you to try to find the Dark Knight team members, confirm if they are safe, and lead all survivors to safely evacuate Pinewood City as much as possible. Evacuation. We have to evacuate before it even starts. Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei exchanged a glance. No. The game is not that simple, Fang Heng pursued. Colonel Buck, what should I do? I noticed that the creatures that attacked the helicopter before are very similar to the Tyrant discovered in the Biocrisis event 3 years ago. That the Tyrant cannot use weapons, and the enemies we encountered have higher intelligence than the Tyrant. I believe he is most likely the latest product of the Umbrella Corporation's biological weapons program. Listening to Buck's description, Fang Heng glanced at Mo Jiawei on the side. From a certain perspective, Mojawe's reconnaissance skills are also at an amazing level. Just by looking, he could obtain information that even the Dark Knight Order couldn't find out. After all, those who can join the Dark Knight Order are the top players in the game. Mojawe followed up. Captain Buck, that is the Nemesis, a product implanted with Anti-Alpha cells in the Tyrant T-103. Anti-Alpha cells? Yes, it can form a second brain in the Tyrant's body. I am not sure what Anti-Alpha cells specifically are. It's also the first time I've heard this name. The information you provided is very useful. We must transmit this information back. The Dark Knight Order headquarters outside should have already known about our encounter. According to the backup plan, at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, a small number of helicopters from the Dark Knight Order will still be sent into the city to investigate, Buck said solemnly. Therefore, before that, we must find a way to deal with the Nemesis. Mojawe panicked upon hearing this. He helplessly looked at Fang Heng beside him. Kill 4th stage mutated zombies. This is too outrageous. Fang Heng nodded calmly. He had anticipated this. It makes sense when you think about it. With the Nemesis boldly standing in the center of the city, even if the Dark Knight Order sends helicopters, they will be taken down by a rocket launcher. But how to do it? How to successfully kill the Nemesis? The strength of 4th stage mutated zombies goes without saying. Unlike before, the environment in Pinetown is too harsh. When dealing with 4th stage mutated beings in the past, Fang Heng could strategically position himself, utilizing various terrains to his advantage. While contemplating, Fang Heng heard Buck continue. Also, Fang Heng, there is something very important you need to know. What? This time when we entered Pinetown for reconnaissance, we also had a special mission. Originally, I was going to assign this task to you. However, under the current circumstances, completing this mission might be a bit challenging. Fang Heng became interested, then asked, what is the specific content of the mission? About half a week ago, we found an unknown signal source on the outskirts of Pinetown. The signal emitted by the location source is very weak, intermittent, but confirmed to be a distress signal sent by humans. We tried to communicate with the other party, but the signal was very poor, making communication difficult. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. Are you saying there are people in this city ruins? Yes. The signal appears at Pinetown Hospital. We are unable to confirm the identity of the survivor temporarily, but his ability to survive in such an extremely dangerous environment in Pinetown is something that concerns us a lot. If there is a chance, we still hope you can investigate the hospital. Good. Fang Heng agreed. Do not force it. Safety comes first. The backup helicopter is scheduled to come for rescue at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Our time is tight, and we must find a way to deal with the Nemesis before that. I understand. Also, as a personal request, please take care of Lucia from me. Tipped. Players complete the 6th stage task Extremity. Trigger the 7th stage task Desperate Survivor mission name. Desperate Survivor. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description. You have completed repairing the communication tower base station and have contacted the task force leader Buck. The situation at the Dark Knight Order is very bad, and Buck hopes you can lead the team safely evacuate from inside Pinetown. Main mission requirement. Protect Lucia and keep her alive until 2 p.m. tomorrow. Try to clear obstacles for the team to leave Pinetown. Optional mission Branch 1. Rescue Buck's team. Difficulty, SSS. Optional mission Branch 2. Find and rescue other survivor teams. Difficulty, S. Optional mission Branch 3. Explore the distress signal inside the hospital. Difficulty, SSS. Optional mission Branch 4. Kill or try to control the Nemesis so it cannot attack the rescue helicopter. Difficulty, SSS. Mojawe remained expressionless. For optional mission branches, none of them are reliable. He thought lying flat and waiting to die here would be the most comfortable choice. If he were outside, he could at least spend some money to hire mercenaries for help in case of need. However, mercenaries couldn't enter this place. Mojawe turned to Fang Heng, pinning his last hope on the expert. Fang Heng was checking the game log, analyzing the current mission's difficulty and priority. Waiting in place would definitely not work. It is highly probable that the Nemesis would shoot down a helicopter that would come to support them. The safest option is to eliminate the Nemesis and completely resolve the issue at hand. To kill the Nemesis, relying solely on the strength of their team seems a bit precarious. Viewing the situation from the perspective of a long-time gaming player from the previous world, Fang Heng believed the mission should start with rescuing their teammates. Gather the separated team members step by step, accumulate strength, and then rely on the power of numerous NPCs to solve the nemesis together. The distress signal at the hospital might be an additional bonus. Fang Heng pressed his temple. He knew that the freedom in the main god game was very high, and players could use other methods to complete missions. Perhaps by fully repairing the communication tower base station, they could contact the rescue helicopter coming tomorrow in advance through the base station. This way, they could buy more time. Mo Jiawei didn't know what Fang Heng was thinking, and he whispered, "Fang Heng, this mission seems hopeless. What should we do?" Fang Heng raised his head. What should they do? Of course, complete all 4 optional branches. Obtain the highest grade rewards. But before that, he needed to gather more effective information. Don't worry. It doesn't necessarily mean it can't be completed. I'll go offline first to assess the situation. What? Offline? Mo Jiawei was stunned. Good buddy. Does the expert have an offline think tank team for planning? Mo Jiawei had heard about similar services in the past and thought it was intelligence tax. But in this situation, the advantages of an offline think tank team were apparent. The mercenary group couldn't enter Pine Town, but maybe the offline think tank team could come up with some ideas. The expert had thought it through. He could consider setting up one as well. It's just spending more money. Mo Jiawei didn't mind. As Mo Jiawei was lost in thought, Lucia walked over from the side. After learning that Buck was safe, Lucia completely calmed down. She regretted her impulsive decision to send the team to their deaths. Fang Heng, thank you for what happened earlier, and I'm very sorry. I was too reckless. I apologize sincerely. I understand, but don't let it happen again, Fang Heng said. Lucia raised her head, raised her hand, and solemnly promised Fang Heng, "Yes, I promise." Hint, your favorability with Lucia has increased. Ha. Women, they never take things seriously. Such promises won't be useful. Fang Heng shook his head in his heart. He can't give her the chance to make mistakes again. However, her strength is still acceptable. After all, she's a well-known NTC. Thinking for a moment, Fang Heng immediately arranged the next team action. Lucia, tonight we will stay in this building to rest. I need you to lead the team to thoroughly clear the building, making sure there's no zombie horde on the first floor. Especially the first floor. I need you to seal and reinforce each entrance. Can you do it? Yes. I'll complete the mission. Lucia had no objections to Fang Heng's arrangement, and she even felt grateful. She felt that Fang Heng wasn't angry or blaming her for what happened earlier, and gave her another chance to carry out the mission. After completing the clearing, try to contact other surviving teams. Yes. Lucia turned to the Dark Knight NPC. Action. Watching the team starting the building clearance mission, Fang Heng took out his sleeping bag and nodded at Mo Jiawei. While I'm offline, keep an eye out for any issues and kick my sleeping bag if needed. With that, Fang Heng immediately went offline. In the game, the direct helicopter of the Dark Knight Order was attacked by the Goddess of Revenge, scattering the teams in different parts of the city, making communication difficult. But Fang Heng and his team were different. They were players. They could communicate through offline means in reality. Fang Heng was eager to know the status of the Federation members. And Lao He. What was his purpose in deliberately enticing himself into the logistics team? Before he could even open the game storage, Fang Heng heard his phone ringing. Most likely Chen Yu was calling him again. Fang Heng picked up the phone, and indeed it was Chen Yu. Hello, this is Fang Heng. Mr. Fang Heng, please wait. Captain Chen Yu will speak with you shortly. Chen Yu was beside, taking the phone anxiously. Fang Heng, how are you? Didn't get blown up by the Goddess of Revenge, right? Unfortunately, I did get blown up, and even had a free experience of parachuting. I suggest you try it if you get the chance. It's actually not bad. You still have the mood to joke around. Chen Yu was annoyed, but he also felt slightly relieved. If Fang Heng could say that, it meant his situation was still manageable. Where are you now? Near the jewelry store in Songmu City, close to the north. Chen Yu nodded to his assistant, who immediately marked the jewelry store location on the map in the operations office. Fang Heng began exchanging information with Chen Yu. Overall, my team is doing well. We found the supplies left behind by the crashed helicopter and set up the communication tower base station. However, the base station was severely damaged. I tried to repair it, but unfortunately, we lack advanced components to fully restore it. Currently, we are trying to restore the team's communication. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I am now part of the logistics team. Pause. Fang Heng added. Still the leader of the 9th squad. Leader? Chen Yu was surprised, but he realized it made sense. Fang Heng recruited many elite members of the Dark Knight Order when he was in prison. His armor level must be extremely high. Wait, you said logistics? How did you end up there? Fang Heng calmly responded. Well, it's a long story, but it doesn't matter. We can talk about it later when we have time. What's the situation on your end? Chen Yu was a bit confused. He subconsciously thought Fang Heng had been assigned a special mission. After all, Fang Heng's honor level in the Dark Knight Order was very high. Chen Yu quickly organized his thoughts. All right, Fang Heng, in this mission, we have 2 players from the Federation joining the Dark Knight Order, each in groups 2 and 11. Group 2 had very good luck and didn't encounter the Goddess of Revenge throughout their operation in Songmu City. 2 hours ago, Group 2 successfully landed at building according to the planned route. Due to the inability to establish effective contact in the game, Group 2 doesn't know that the other teams have been attacked by the Goddess of Revenge and are proceeding with the search mission in Zone as planned, searching for a resting spot for tonight. From Group 2's information, 7 Group, which landed almost at the same time as them, is also safe and is exploring the Meteor Company zone. On the other hand, Group 11 is more unfortunate. Their plane was attacked by the Goddess of Revenge and emergency landed near a park in the south of Songmu City. Immediately after the forced landing, they were attacked by a dense horde of zombies. Half an hour ago, they just left the park and found an abandoned mobile phone factory as a base camp. 2 team members were injured, and the situation is very dangerous. Factory? Fang Heng thought. That was a good place. Perhaps he could dismantle advanced components from there to repair the damaged communication tower base station. After a moment of consideration, he continued. By the way, what were their missions? Both of them have different missions. Group 2 players are tasked with exploring Zona, while Group 11 players are tasked with survival and finding a way to rendezvous with team leader Buck. Fang Heng continued to ponder. From the current situation, it seemed like Lao He didn't set him up. His task was indeed the most central to the main storyline, and the information he had was the most comprehensive. But this only heightened Fang Heng's curiosity. Lao He must have sent someone to join the exploration team in Songmu City. Which team was his person in? Why didn't they join the 9th logistics squad with him? What about yours? What's your mission? Fang Heng responded calmly. To find a way to kill the Goddess of Revenge. Oh. Chen Yu was silent for a while. Are you not kidding? No. My mission is stated like that. And also, I have already made contact with the operation team leader Buck. He is currently located at the Whitechapel in Songmu City, temporarily safe, but it's hard to say if the time drags on. Fang Heng added after a moment, I sense it's a bit precarious. All right, the Whitechapel. Chen Yu signaled to his colleague, passing the handwritten note to a staff member. In the tactical analysis room, federal personnel immediately began analyzing the relevant information about the Whitechapel. Also, I learned from Buck that the Dark Knights received an unknown distress signal from within Songwood City before heading there, specifically from the hospital in Songwood City. I find this rather strange. Do you have any related information or messages? A distress signal? From the hospital? Chen Yu still seemed puzzled. I don't know. I'll look into information related to the hospital now and contact you in 10 minutes. Okay. I'll wait for your call. Just as Fang Heng hung up the phone, before he could even catch his breath, Lao Hai's call came in. Hey, Fang Heng, how did the conversation with the Federation go? Fang Heng's expression turned serious, his eyes instinctively narrowing. Are you eavesdropping on my calls? Not really. I just checked your phone activity at most, knowing that you just spoke with the Federation a while ago. Lao Hai chuckled. I still dare not eavesdrop on Federation calls. My life is at stake. And by the way, was today smooth enough? Fang Heng lay back on the couch, adjusting to a more comfortable position. What do you think? Do you feel like everything is within your calculations? Don't be angry, Fang Heng. You should also understand that obtaining information about the main mission is very difficult. My information is limited to monitoring 9 groups who can closely contact the main mission. To be honest, you should be thankful to me, Lao He explained to Fang Heng. And I'm also not sure if you're willing to cooperate with me. Revealing too much information will only bring trouble to oneself. Fang Heng sneered. So, can you make a decision now? Ha ha ha, the fact proves that we can still collaborate. And you should also understand my difficulties, right? Lao He got serious. Fang Heng, I want to know what happened after entering Sonwood City. Lao He, this time it's my turn. What do you want to know? Name your price. Lao He was delighted and laughed heartily. You're quick to learn. Fang Heng, I like your attitude. 50 main god points. I want to know everything that happened after you boarded the plane. Deal. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. After confirming receipt of the main god points, he quickly recounted the development of events, no different from what he had told a Federation earlier. After hearing this, Lao He pondered for a moment and said, so he's hiding in the hospital. Hospital? Do you know the mission of the hospital? Yes. Fang Heng, I can now tell you clearly that the person in the hospital is one of the Employer's important entreaties. If you can find a way to get into the hospital and kill the person who sent out the distress signal, I can provide you with 500 main god points as the task reward. 500 points. Is he worth that much? Fang Heng's mind raced. This means that the mysterious person must be extremely important. Fang Heng, consider it. I won't force you to complete the task, especially since it's very difficult to get into the hospital in this situation. Considering our long-term cooperation, I don't want you to die in vain in Sonwood City. Fang Heng inquired. Why do you want to kill him? I can't disclose much information to you. I can only say that this person is very important, and to prevent the Federation from contacting him, the Employer feels that killing him is the simplest solution. Well, I've said enough. Whether you accept this mission is up to you. Furthermore, I will hand over the information you provided to the Employer in 4 hours. If you want to complete this mission, you'll need to act quickly. The Employer has planted personnel in this team, and that person will try to complete the task. And the entire mission process needs to be recorded on video. Lao He said as he hung up the call. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. The information from the Federation lagged far behind the mysterious Employers. 500 points were very tempting, but Fang Heng became more curious about the identity of the mysterious person in the hospital. Let's go and see what's inside the hospital. Just as he was thinking, Chen Yu called to make contact. Fang Heng, we just found out that the hospital in Sonwood City is also secretly controlled by the Meteor Company. We found the architectural layout plans, and I'm sending them to you now. Furthermore, based on some information we found, we suspect that there are also clinical experiments collaborating with the Meteor Company inside the hospital. We found out that in the game settings of District 8, a well-known leukemia clinical research center in Sonwood City is established within the hospital. We suspect that the cancer treatment center in the hospital may be conducting clinical experiments with the G virus secretly. Do you have any way to help me get into the hospital? Ow. You mean now? Yes. Chen Yu recalled the scene when he cooperated with Fang Heng in Hope Town. He felt a bit awkward. Well, it's quite coincidental. We just found the underground sewer construction plans in Sonwood City. Chen Yu tentatively asked, if it were you, perhaps you could find a way from there to the hospital? The underground sewer. That's a good idea. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Great. Hurry and send it over. Fang Heng, be safe and keep in touch. A few minutes later, Fang Heng received the underground sewer map of Sonwood City sent by Chen Yu. Sonwood City has been reconstructed many times, so the layout of the underground sewers is extremely complex. Chen Yu considerately marked on the map the route from the jewelry store to the hospital through the sewer system. No problem. It's too dangerous to walk on the surface of Sonwood City. The sewer is a good way to avoid a large number of zombies. Fang Heng estimated the distance in his mind. The hospital is not far from the jewelry store, and if everything goes smoothly, it should only take an hour to get there. Back to the game. The number of resurrected zombies has reached 20. Lucia has led the team to quickly clear the jewelry store and is now trying her best to contact each group of the Dark Knights through the base station. Mo Jiawei saw that Fang Heng was online and hurriedly approached him with a question. How is it? What did the think tank say? What think tank? It's all a mess. I went offline to inquire about the situation. Some squads of the Dark Knights entered Sonwood City early. They are investigating inside the Meteor Company's compound. Another part, like us, was attacked by the Goddess of Revenge, and the situation is not good. Mo Jiawei sighed. Alright, it seems like we're just unlucky. Night operations are too dangerous. Let's stay here tonight. You organize with the Dark Knights to reinforce the shelter again, and we'll figure out how to execute the rescue mission tomorrow at daylight. Seeing the calm and composed arrangement by the grandmother, Mo Jiawei felt more at ease. Okay. What about you? I want to go to the hospital. The hospital? Mo Jiawei was shocked. In the middle of the night, you're going to the hospital? You just said night operations are not suitable, right? It's fine. I'll go alone through the sewer system. The sewer system? Isn't that doubling the difficulty? Mo Jiawei was even more amazed. Fang Heng patted Mo Jiawei's shoulder. Add me as a radio friend. If you run into trouble, contact me anytime. Including the rooftop terrace, the whole jewelry store has a total of 5 floors. Before heading to the first floor, Fang Heng once again opened the materials box he had picked up earlier. He had already inspected everything in it. The equipment in the last 2 boxes was unexpectedly good. There was even a flashbang and a pack of medium explosives. The flashbang was a life-saving item. Even the Vengeance Goddess would be affected by a flashbang and freeze in place for several seconds. And then there was the medium pack of explosives. Its power was 5 times that of a small pack of explosives. Considering the potential dangers he might encounter on the way to the hospital, Fang Heng decided to take them all. Hint: you received 1 flashbang, 12 hand grenades, 7 small packs of explosives, 1 medium pack of explosives, 1 automatic rifle, 5 rifle bullets, 5 first aid bandages, 10 medical sprays, 20 first aid blood bags. Fang Heng then picked up a black firearm from the bottom of the box and weighed it in his hand. Automatic rifle type. Weapon. Description: a short-barreled automatic rifle that can rapidly and continuously shoot powerful shots when the trigger is held down. Minimum equipment requirements. Strength: 15. Firearms proficiency: LV5. Very strong. Unfortunately, Fang Heng's current level of firearms proficiency was not enough to use it perfectly. Additionally, the automatic rifle did not come with a silencer, and the noise produced after firing could easily attract more zombies. Bring it along, just in case. Fang Heng put away the rifle. After restocking, Fang Heng felt more confident. He carried a large machete and walked towards the first floor with the zombie doppelgangers along the stairs. The Dark Knights had done a thorough job of cleaning, and they did not encounter any zombies along the way. Arriving at the first floor, Fang Heng compared the map imported from the game and groped his way to the employee's locker room. According to the sewer map provided by Chen Yu, the nearest sewer manhole cover was in an alleyway separated by 2 streets. Since the number of zombie doppelgangers was not enough, going outside to confront the zombie horde head-on was too dangerous. After some thought, Fang Heng settled for an alternative plan. He decided to dig a large hole directly from the inside of the jewelry store to connect to the sewer. This is about right. Inside the employee's locker room, Fang Heng first resealed one side with wooden boards before finding the exact spot and then making his move. Smash! Each of the zombie doppelgangers behind him picked up sledgehammers and started smashing the ground. Hint: your zombie doppelgangers are dismantling the floor, and you obtain 2 pieces of rubble. Bang! Bang! The room echoed with heavy pounding sounds. Since the zombie doppelgangers were not equipped with pickaxes and shovels, their digging progress was astonishingly slow. It took them over 2 hours of pounding. The number of zombies had also increased back to 65. Success! Fang Heng heard a muffled sound of stones falling into the sewer. He stood up to observe. A hole nearly 5 meters deep had been dug out of the floor by the zombie doppelgangers. Fang Heng shone his flashlight down the opened hole. The zombie horde lurking in the sewer was attracted, moving toward the light and letting out mournful howls. The Songmu City sewer was also filled with mournful zombie hordes, but the situation was relatively manageable. The density of the zombie horde below was much lower than in Hope Town last time. It was within a controllable range. Divine zombie doppelgangers jumped down from the hole outside, landing in the foul-smelling sewer. Slowly, they rose to their feet and raised their iron spears, attacking the zombie horde in the sewer. The zombies looked on in confusion as their kind attacked them. Howd, sheep to be slaughtered. Hint: your zombie doppelgangers killed ordinary zombies, and you gained 2 survival points. The game log started flooding. With the higher damage of the iron spears compared to wooden spears and Fang Heng's increased strength attribute during this time, the monster spawning efficiency had improved significantly compared to last time in Hope Town. In less than 15 minutes, the zombie doppelgangers had cleared out a clean area below. Hint: your zombie horde cleared the zombies, and you gained 3,162 survival points and 162 evolution crystal fragments. 12 complete evolution crystals. Fang Heng raised his hand. absorbing the evolution crystal fragments, and then jumped down from a height. Crack! Landing. Fang Heng couldn't help but hold his nose. The nauseating stench came once again. This cursed place. Warning. The environment you are in is extremely harsh. Due to the foul odor, the longer you stay in the sewer, the more your health points will decrease at an increasingly faster rate. Hint. Your physique has been partially enhanced and has reached 20 points. You have gained a certain level of resistance to the foul odor, allowing you to stay longer in the sewer, but your infection index will continue to rise. A boost in physique had this advantage. Thinking so, Fang Heng quickly took out a bottle of specially made blue potion by Qiu Yakong and drank it. Hint. You have used a powerful anti-infection potion, increasing your resistance to infection for the next 24 hours. Fang Heng then made a makeshift mask, spraying it with odor repellent, then he put it on his face. Barely able to breathe, Fang Heng tested the mask's effectiveness and directed the zombie horde to continue forward. The pitch-black sewer had already been occupied by rotten zombie hordes. As the flashlight shone, a dirty water passage lay in the middle of the sewer, with raised pathways on both sides for walking. Many of the zombie doppelgangers were walking in the sewer, with the sewage almost reaching their knees. They raised their iron spears and cleared the way of zombies as they moved forward. With frequent pauses, the team's progress was unusually slow. There were many pus zombies on the first level of the sewer, sometimes appearing in groups. Every time they encountered them, Fang Heng had to carefully avoid them, as bursting pus would not only cause blood loss, but also lead to a significant increase in the infection index. After about 10 minutes, Fang Heng's health began to gradually decline. The negative effects of the environment began to take effect. Fang Heng had prepared for this, grabbing a healing spray and spraying it into his mouth. At this rate, it will take at least an hour. Suddenly, Fang Heng felt a threat. He put away the healing spray, made the zombie horde halt, and squinted his eyes, looking ahead. The sewage had deepened slightly at this point, already reaching the zombies' waists. Straight ahead in the sewer, strange ripples appeared on the calm water's surface. There was something underwater. It was swiftly approaching this way. And there was not just one. The sense of danger grew stronger. Please note that the site's first release domain name is, and the top novel mobile reading site is. Fang Heng quickly took out two grenades, predicting the movement of the water surface, and threw them in advance. Bang! Bang! The two grenades exploded upon hitting the water. Along with the burst of dirty water splashes, three black shadows leapt out from under the water surface. Hiss! Fang Heng stared closely at the water. At the moment the black shadows attacked, Fang Heng's brain instantly fed back information about these three creatures with dark green skin. Second stage mutated beings. Predators. They looked very much like a variation of frogs, with flat heads, short front limbs, extremely powerful hind limbs, and webbed fingers and toes. According to memory information, predators were the products of the genetic editing by Meteor Corporation, and they were better at underwater combat, with strength rivaling that of feeders. At close range, their huge mouth parts could swallow a human in one bite. Two of the three predators were affected by the grenades, with damaged skin oozing blood, but almost simultaneously, the three predators leapt up. Their powerful jumping ability allowed them to directly leap over the zombie guards and rush towards Fang Heng from behind. Damn it! Fang Heng pulled out an automatic rifle and aimed it at the airborne predator. He pressed the trigger all the way. Tap, 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 tap. The sounds of intense gunfire rang out. The two predators, already severely wounded by the grenades, fell from midair. 30 bullets were emptied in an instant. The gunfire paused. There was still one predator in midair. Z. It opened its huge mouth, aiming at Fang Heng. Rows of sharp white teeth lined the dark abyss of its mouth. Fang Heng smelled a stronger stench at close range. He took half a step back, switched to a shotgun, and aimed the muzzle at the predator's mouth, now wide open. Dang! The predator was sent flying back. Hint: you dealt critical hit damage to the predator and gained firearm proficiency experience *12. At the landing point, vine zombies quickly surrounded them, extending layers of vines from their bodies to entangle the predator. In a one-on-one fight, the outcome was not doubtful, as the predator could easily swallow the vine zombies whole. But facing a large number of vine zombies, the predator could not make a move. It was surrounded by a mass of vine zombies, lacking room to evade and entangled by numerous vines. Struggling in vain. Compared to this situation, the predator's frontal limb strength was not outstanding. It might free itself from the vines, but once entangled in 7 or 8 layers, it was impossible to break free. The remaining vine zombies began poking the predator with iron spears. Seeing all 3 predators controlled by the vine zombies, Fang Heng cautiously approached and temporarily ceased the attack. He took out a sample collection box from his backpack and extracted a collector. Despite strict weight restrictions before boarding the plane, Fang Heng did not dare discard the 3 boxes hastily made by Qiu Yaokong overnight. "While we're at it, let's take a sample," Fang Heng said, pressing the collector against the predator's shoulder. Hiss. A slight sound. A slow progress bar appeared above Fang Heng's head. Hint. You obtained a live sample. Predator *1. After collecting 3 samples, a route, Fang Heng satisfactorily closed the box. The vine zombies continued to wield their iron spears. Before long, the 3 predators were killed under the siege of the vine zombies. Hint. Your zombie horde killed 3 predators, and you gained survival points *22, and obtained a first stage evolution crystal *1. Troublesome predators. Fang Heng was relieved to realize that the sewers were not a walk in the park either. Confirming the safe passage ahead, Fang Heng continued forward. This stretch of the sewer took a whole hour and a half to traverse. 2 more predators were consecutively killed. Finally, Fang Heng saw a ladder ahead. Finally arrived. Fang Heng downed a bottle of Fast Life recovery potion once more. If not for the supplies he found earlier, he wouldn't have had enough medication for this round trip. Fang Heng climbed up the ladder. Above, the sealed manhole blocked the way. Was it locked? Bang! 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 Fang Heng took out a sledgehammer and tried to knock on the manhole cover. Troublesome. Reluctantly, Fang Heng had to jump back down the ladder. The game did not make the underground sewers any easier than the surface. With second-stage predators and the stench negative effect, now even the manhole cover was locked. However, Fang Heng had a solution. He quickly constructed several wooden frames on the spot and piled them up to form a resting platform. The zombies climbed up the erected frames, one by one, and stood on the platform, collectively hammering the manhole cover. Sout, sout, sout. The sound of striking the manhole cover echoed in the sewer. 10 minutes later, the 5,000 HP manhole cover was forcibly smashed by the zombies. Hint. Your zombie clones disassembled the manhole cover, and you gained scrap iron *28. The sky outside the manhole was pitch black. Before Fang Heng could climb outside, he heard the howls of zombie dogs from the outside. The zombie dogs, attracted by the striking sounds from before, gathered around the manhole, barking loudly. Their cries lured nearby wandering zombies close. It never ends. Really troublesome, Fang Heng muttered under his breath. He ordered his zombie clones to climb out first and clear the surrounding zombie horde. The zombies emerged from the sewers, holding spears and fighting the zombie dogs leisurely. The zombie dogs weren't easy to deal with and immediately counterattacked upon being attacked, biting at the vine zombies. However, their attacks had no impact on the vine zombies whatsoever. Hint. Your zombie clones killed the zombie dogs and gained survival points *4. Hint. Your zombie clones killed common zombies. Another round of kill announcements flooded the screen. When the noise outside subsided, Fang Heng couldn't hold back anymore. He stuck his head out from under the manhole cover, breathing in the hard-earned fresh air in big gulps. He quickly surveyed the surroundings with a flashlight. His zombie clones were still fighting zombies inside the hospital, while there were mutated zombies among the wandering undead. At least the number of zombies within the hospital wasn't as high as on the streets of the city center. Fang Heng took a few breaths, then quickly retracted back into the sewer. Making use of this time, Fang Heng began planning his next move. The next step was to find that mysterious survivor. The exit of the manhole was located in the small park within the Pinewood City Hospital grounds. The hospital was vast, and the search would be complicated. Fang Heng opened the hospital map for observation. Building No. 3. Leukemia Clinical Research Center. Fang Heng murmured softly. Chen Yu had mentioned before that the Pinewood City Hospital's Leukemia Clinical Research Center might be related to the Meteor Corporation's G-Virus human trials. With no other leads, it seemed like a good start to investigate their hotel-style apartment. Inside the room, Lao He skillfully dialed a phone number, confirmed that the third random target is currently hidden in the hospital in Sanmu City. The voice on the phone was hoarse, using a voice changer. They've appeared more than a month ahead of my estimate. Old He licked his lips, chuckled. Exceeding your expectations again? How do you want me to handle this? Kill him, and find targets 1, 2, and for as soon as possible. I need to completely eliminate the possibility of the Federal 8th Ministry opening the passage. Old Tae dryly laughed in response. My people have already found a way to intercept them on their way to the hospital, but given the current situation in Songmu City, completing the mission won't be easy. Are your people reliable? There's never a 100% reliable person. From a practical perspective, it hasn't even been half a month, and currently, no one can trigger the high-level mission of that NPC. Old Tae shook his head. What we should really be worried about is the mission itself. With the current strength of the players at this stage, without support, it's impossible to enter the hospital. Don't delay too much. Once the Federation knows the identity of Target 3, they will do everything in their power. I understand. I will find a way to eliminate him as soon as possible. Note: due to character limitations, only a portion of the text was translated. Please let me know if you would like the full text to be translated. His plan was very simple. It was uncertain how these mechanical objects aimed, but they were able to detect and attack zombies, find their weak points and consume their bullets. The ammunition capacity of firearms is limited. Once they run out of bullets, they naturally lose their attacking abilities. Just luring them once would consume hundreds of bullets. Let's see how many bullets they can waste. It was still early, and Fang Heng wasn't in a hurry. He started slowly depleting the remaining bullets of the mechanical entities. Dang, dang, bang, bang, dang, bang, dang. In less than half an hour, the firearms were already unable to continue firing bullets. Vine zombies entered the attack range, and firearms could only make a clicking sound. So soon, Fang Heng walked to the entrance of the gate, looking at the mechanical entities continually making clicking sounds at his feet, and took out a wrench. Forget it. Better not dismantle it. After some thought, Fang Heng put the wrench back into his backpack. It was highly probable that these mechanical entities were left by mission NPCs. Disassembling their things would decrease his favorability with them. What if the NPCs held a grudge and targeted him later? He passed through the circular mechanical entities and reached the gate. Another long corridor lay ahead. Fang Heng felt a headache coming on. For safety's sake, he continued to let the vine zombies block the path in front of him. Just then, he heard a faint clicking sound. He turned his head sharply. Not far ahead, there was a surveillance camera on the wall. The camera moved slightly, pointing in Fang Heng's direction. "I'm from the Dark Knight Order, and I received a distress signal from the hospital, so I came to investigate," Fang Heng said as he walked up to the surveillance camera. "Can you hear me?" After some thought, Fang Heng took out the medical records he had collected earlier from his backpack. He quickly wrote a line on the records and held it up to the surveillance camera. Click, click, click. The camera moved up and down, making a motion similar to nodding. "I'm here waiting for you." The camera nodded up and down again. Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief and waited on the spot. It would be best if he could establish contact. He didn't want to move forward alone and be shot with a barrage of bullets from unknown mechanical traps. After about 5 to 6 minutes, a middle-aged man wearing a closed protective suit and carrying a shotgun pushed open the door at the end of the corridor. Fang Heng waved to him, indicating he meant no harm. "The zombies behind me are my innate ability. You probably don't know, but many people have awakened such abilities since the zombie crisis." The man's voice was dry and hoarse, his lips already chapped. "I've heard of innate abilities. Do you have any extra water?" "Yes. There's plenty." Fang Heng took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and threw it to the man. "Drink up." The man caught the water Fang Heng threw to him. Phew. He checked the mineral water and breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you." ... Moments later, Fang Heng followed the middle-aged man to a sterilized ward on the 5th floor of the research building. Through the window, Fang Heng could see a pale-faced girl lying on a hospital bed. Victor changed out of his protective suit and gulped down most of the mineral water in one go. "It hasn't rained here for a long time. Luckily, you found me. By the way, I haven't had the chance to introduce myself. I'm Victor, a mechanical engineer from the former Meteor Company." Victor noticed Fang Heng's searching gaze. "That's my daughter, Angel. Isn't she lovely?" Victor's eyes were filled with affection as he slowly began to tell Fang Heng his story. 3 years ago, Angel was diagnosed with leukemia. I almost took her to every doctor to seek treatment. 2 years ago, I learned that a hospital in Pine City had established a clinical research center related to leukemia. With the hope of trying, I brought Angel to Pine City. They did have the ability to control Angel's condition, so I and Angel moved to Pine City and joined the Meteor Company. At first, everything was fine, and Angel's condition gradually improved. But later, anomalies occurred, and Angel fell into a coma. It wasn't until half a year later that I found out about the enhanced G virus injected into Angel by the Meteor Company. I knew that thing was dangerous, but I had no way out at that point. The G virus was the only way to keep Angel alive. I could only pray it worked. Victor sighed deeply. After that, disaster struck. One day, I received a warning from the Meteor Company that due to a biocrisis outbreak, a helicopter would take me out of Pine City within half an hour. I could leave, but Angel couldn't. She couldn't withstand such turmoil. Once exposed to a dangerous environment, she would most certainly die. I couldn't leave her alone, so I chose to stay and accompany her. I thought the Federation and the Meteor Company would return for rescue soon, but that wasn't the case. 2 days later, I lost contact with the Meteor Company. To prevent outside zombies from invading, I had to constantly fortify this place and do everything in my power to protect Angel's safety. Listening to Victor's story, Fang Heng furrowed his brows in concern. This was a father's story. Strangely, the mission given by the mysterious black figure was to kill Victor. Why? Fang Heng asked. You sent out a distress signal. Did you want to evacuate Pine City with Angel? The medication to maintain Angel is running out, and she has at most 2 more months. Fang Heng's heart jolted. What will happen if there's no medication? Victor's face twisted in pain as he clenched his fist. If the medication is stopped, Angel's body will be gradually eroded by the G virus after losing control of the drugs. I've seen reports that after stopping the medication, there is a 99% chance of direct death. The remaining 1% chance is turning into a monster, neither human nor ghost. Fang Heng looked at the slender girl lying on the hospital bed, falling into silence. Fortunately, he had arrived early. According to this game's logic, in another 2 months, the little girl would likely have turned into a monster, leading to a whole new battle. Victor forced a smile. I believe Angel, and I can make it through. How can I help you? Thank you. Hint. Your favorability with Victor slightly increased. Victor stood up and pulled out an experiment report from a cabinet. This is some information I found from a friend. The Meteor Company has developed a new drug, a G virus cell inhibitor. If we can obtain it, Angel should be able to survive the high-risk period for some time and evacuate from Pine City. You should be able to find it in Sector D of the Meteor Company's research building. Hint. You obtained the item, G virus cell inhibitor experiment report. Hint. You triggered a special mission. Victor's request. Mission name. Victor's request. Mission difficulty. SSS. Mission description. To save Angel's life, Victor hopes you can enter the Meteor Company's research building and find the G virus cell inhibitor. Also, you must be careful of the Goddess of Revenge after entering the Meteorite Company. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. It is a product of the Meteorite Company's experiments. After the biological virus leaked, the Meteorite Company released the Goddess of Revenge. They wanted to take advantage of the biochemical crisis to conduct biological weapon experiments within Songmu City, collecting relevant data and information. Strangely, the Meteorite Company disappeared completely after the disaster. Now, there is no one controlling the Goddess of Revenge. The Goddess of Revenge is still carrying out her final command to eliminate all humans in Songmu City, Victor explained, taking out a mechanical badge from his pocket and handing it to Fang Heng. What is this? The Meteorite Company controls the Goddess of Revenge through an implanted brain chip. This badge emits fixed low-frequency sound waves, triggering the chip's response and making the Goddess of Revenge think you are a Meteorite Company experimental staff, Victor explained. Fang Heng hesitated. What about you? What will you do? And Angel, I'm fine. Don't worry, Victor reassured Fang Heng. I have roughly figured out the structure of this badge, and I have also set up a signal source within the hospital, so the hospital area is relatively safe and generally not attacked by the Goddess of Revenge. Hint. You have obtained the Meteorite Subsidiary Chief Mechanical Engineer's Supervisor badge. Fang Heng accepted the badge. Great. With this item, I can temporarily block the attacks of the Goddess of Revenge. This way, I will have more room to maneuver when dealing with the Goddess of Revenge later. Still, be careful. The badge only works against the Goddess of Revenge. Other zombies will still attack you. Okay, I will find the G virus cell inhibitor as soon as possible and then come back. During this time, you should also be careful, Fang Heng said, putting away the badge and leaving some bottled water from his backpack for Victor. As he was about to leave, Fang Heng remembered something. He turned back and scrutinized Victor from head to toe. Victor looked puzzled. What? Victor, have you offended anyone outside? Fang Heng's question left Victor somewhat baffled. He pondered for a moment. Since entering the meteorite company, I have spent most of my time with Angel, and rarely interacted with others outside of work. I might have inadvertently offended someone at work, but it's not certain. Fang Heng nodded. It was as he had thought before. The employer behind Law T's speculation about killing Victor was not specifically targeting Victor. It was probably related to some game plot involving Victor. It could be triggering a special plot after killing Victor, possibly related to Angel. For example, Angel might turn into a highly mutated zombie of the Fifth Order after being provoked, causing great trouble for the Federation. Fang Heng, are you in some trouble? Fang Heng stopped his thoughts and said, Victor, before coming here, I heard that there are still people from the Dark Knight Order who may be hostile towards you. They probably know that you are staying in the hospital and are likely to come looking for you. Consider whether you want to leave here with me to avoid trouble. Victor frowned. After some thought, he refused Fang Heng's proposal. Thank you, Fang Heng, but I can't leave Angel alone here. I will stay here to protect her. All right, I understand. Fang Heng nodded. Just be careful. Stay alert and don't let your guard down for anyone. Okay. Fang Heng paused again. By the way, Victor, do you have any advanced mechanical items here? Victor looked puzzled. He was a bit confused by Fang Heng's sudden change of topic. Advanced mechanical items? Yes, we do. But they are in another building of the hospital. What do you want them for? I want to disassemble some parts from them, Fang Heng said, taking out a wrench from his pocket and gesturing in front of Victor. I need more advanced components. Victor glanced at the wrench in Fang Heng's hand and smiled bitterly. No need to disassemble. Follow me. Shortly after, Victor took Fang Heng to a storage room on the 4th floor. Upon opening the door, Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Wow, is this a mechanical scrap recycling point? Fang Heng originally thought his own ore pile was messy enough, but he didn't expect the mechanical pile here to be even messier. The room was filled with all sorts of strange mechanical components, with the central mechanical platform and the surrounding area cleared out. There were 6 mechanical arms on the platform performing operations. What is that? Fang Heng squinted, feeling a chill down his spine. On the mechanical operating platform lay a dismembered mechanical sphere. Wasn't that the mechanical spherical guard encountered in the 4th floor corridor? It's a bit messy, but don't mind it, Victor said, walking into the cluttered mechanical pile. His movements were unusually skilled. Fang Heng was taken aback. It just dawned on him. Fang Heng finally remembered. Victor was a mechanical engineer, being noticed by the meteorite company, responsible for the entire meteorite subsidiary. He must be at least in a class NPC, or even possibly an S-class. Could he be deceived back home? Fang Heng's mind was already at work. Wanting to deceive Victor back home most likely needed to involve Angel. Victor had already prepared to leave Sanmu City, but now it was a complete apocalypse outside. Where could he go? Wasn't it better to return to his own shelter? The sterile ward. Fang Heng suddenly understood. Recruiting Victor was most likely aimed at establishing a sterile ward for Angel to live in within the shelter. With Victor around, the experimental equipment in the shelter would likely be perfectly repaired, greatly improving the efficiency of the scientific research. Victor turned from the mechanical pile and asked, Fang Heng, what type of mechanical tool do you need? Just universal advanced mechanical components, Fang Heng replied. Recalling the earlier need to repair the communication base station, he asked, by the way, do you have a communication board? Type of board? We have it. Let me find it. What are you planning to repair? It's a radio communication device base station, used for signal communication, Fang Heng explained to Victor with a bitter smile. When our team arrived, we were attacked by the Goddess of Revenge, and the wireless radio base station parts on the helicopter were damaged. I repaired it as best as I could. Now its transmission power is very low, making it difficult to contact the other Dark Knight Order teams. Unfortunately, full repair is not hopeful, so I can only do my best to repair it, try to expand the communication range of the base station, and attempt to contact others. Unfortunately, Victor could not leave the hospital. With his skills, He should easily repair the base station to perfect condition. The whole game. Hang up from the zombie doomsday. I understand. It's a communication base station. Victor walked out of the pile of abandoned machinery and handed the advanced parts in his hand to Fang Heng. Specifically, what problems did you encounter during the repair? The parts you lack are advanced parts and some A-type circuit board parts. I guess it's the damaged circuit template. Victor nodded in thought. Combined with the communication interference and intermittent issues you mentioned, I deduce that there is a problem with the base circulation circuit. So, I offer you 3 solutions. The first is to use direct coupling. Fang Heng took the advanced parts passed over by Victor, silently listening to Victor's lengthy monologue. I like your self-questioning and answering. Although I don't understand, it should be very powerful. Then, the next second, Fang Heng was stunned again. A row of messages popped up in the game log. Hint. You obtained 2 A-type circuit board parts, 10 advanced parts. Hint. The friendship level between you and Victor has reached the limit. Hint. Victor has imparted mechanical knowledge to you. Hint. You listened to Victor's teaching. Hint. Your insight value is 5. You have comprehended the skill. Victor's teaching. Is this how you comprehend a skill? Fang Heng was stunned, immediately opening the character panel to check. Skill. Victor's teaching. Level. See description. All your mechanical skills levels plus 10. Awesome. Fang Heng is currently at level 13 in mechanical repair and dismantling. With Victor's teaching, both skills have directly increased to level 23. Closing the character attribute panel, Fang Heng stared intently at Victor. Just casually giving pointers results in a C-grade skill. Victor is definitely an S-grade NTC character not to be missed. He must be convinced to come back home. Just a sterile ward, right? Jeez. ... Saying goodbye to Victor, Fang Heng climbed back into the sewer. It had been over 6 hours since the first batch of zombie clones had resurrected. The zombie horde had begun to passively multiply, with their numbers reaching around 100. Fang Heng retraced his steps through the sewer to return to the jewelry store. He looked up at the large hole above and built a platform on the spot using wooden frames to climb back to the surface. Leaving 20 zombies standing by in place, the rest dispersed to start clearing the zombies in the underground sewer. After all, they would likely have to rely on the sewer later, so it had to be cleaned sooner or later. After instructing the zombie clones, Fang Heng returned to the 5th floor rooftop. At night, the members of the Dark Knight split into 2 groups to take shifts resting on guard duty. Mo Jiawei dared not log off. He also lay there resting. After all, he wouldn't be able to sleep after logging off. Closing his eyes and resting for a while would somewhat relieve his fatigue. Fang Heng didn't wake Mo Jiawei up, quietly climbing to the 5th floor, getting ready to repair the communication radio base station with the newly obtained parts. He gently pushed open the rooftop door. Lucia was still trying to use the radio for communication. Hearing a sound, she turned around alertly. Shoo! Lucia raised her gun barrel at the entrance to the rooftop. Seeing it was Fang Heng, Lucia relaxed, holstering her gun and nodding lightly at Fang Heng. Her vigilance was quite good. Fang Heng shrugged and walked towards Lucia. What's the situation? I managed to contact Squad 12 2 hours ago. They are currently in good condition. After clearing a chemical factory, they will stay at the factory for temporary rest tonight, planning to find a way out after daybreak, Lucia said, discreetly glancing at Fang Heng again. I was looking for you just now but couldn't find you. Then communication with Squad 12 went dead. Where did you go? Mo Jiawei said you had a plan and ran off alone, but we were all very worried about you. I'm fine. I went outside just now to find something good, Fang Heng said, placing the advanced mechanical parts he obtained from the hospital in front of Lucia. Look at this. Lucia looked surprised. You really went outside? At night? Lucia, I think your focus should be on what I found outside. Lucia blinked, looking at the black bulky object in Fang Heng's hand. She was more curious now. What is this? All right. Make way. I will demonstrate it to you in action. Fang Heng closed the base station, took out a wrench, and began to repair the communication tower base station. Hint. You have the skill. Mechanical repair. Hint. Current machinery to be repaired. Damaged communication tower base station. Current damage level, 13%. Hint. With Victor's guidance, this repair is expected to reduce damage by 7% to 11%. Hint. Tools required this time. Wrench, required resources, iron blocks *2, nails *17, A type circuit board *2. Advanced parts *6. Stamina *22. Hint. Current, repair difficulty. D. Victor was too strong. With his guidance, the repair difficulty dropped from a plus to D. Grade difficulty basically ensures a 100% success rate. Fang Heng immediately started the repair. A long progress bar appeared above his head once again. This time, the progression was much slower than the previous times. Hint. Your repair was successful. Current communication tower base station damage level reduced to 4%. Success. Fang Heng put away the wrench, turned to Lucia and said, "Go on. Give it a try." With the experience of the previous success, Lucia was very confident this time. She sat next to Fang Heng, restarted the communication base station. As soon as she turned on the power switch, a voice came from the tower, calling the base station. Calling the base station. "Hello, hello, base station, can you hear me?" Lucia turned her head to Fang Heng happily. The voice from the tower had some apparent static, but the communication between them was clear. Lucia immediately picked up the communication device to reply. "Received. This is the base station. Go ahead." "Great, we're finally connected. This is Squad 3 leader Yulad." "Repeat. This is Squad 3. Yulad. We have made a significant discovery during the mission search in the Meteor Company sector. We discovered a weapon factory." "Repeat. We found a weapon factory." Fang Heng and Lucia quickly exchanged glances. Fang Heng had already learned some information in advance from Chen Yu. The first team to go to Meteor Company had better luck, so they hadn't encountered the attacks of the Goddess of Revenge. They were not even aware that the subsequent forces had been decimated by the Goddess of Revenge. However, Lucia was unaware of this. Lucia quickly communicated with Squad 3 leader Yule about the attack the following teams had suffered from the Goddess of Revenge. Yule fell silent for a moment, then replied quickly. "Lucia, we found many armored vehicles during the search, but a large part of them were damaged. We will immediately start inspecting the status of the armored vehicles. If we're lucky, I think we can use the armored vehicles as transportation vehicles to gather the team scattered in the city." Armored vehicles. Hint. Your friendship level with Lucia has increased. Lucia turned her head excitedly to look at Fang Heng and gave him a hug. "Great. Fang Heng, we found the armored vehicle." Fang Heng touched his cheek, baffled by Lucia's excitement. Lucia's eyes sparkled with excitement. This news was really great for Lucia. With the highly defensive armored vehicle, they could now operate freely in the city, rescuing more members of the Dark Knight Order from Pine City. "Fang Heng, I've contacted Yulad, and they will immediately try to confirm if the armored vehicle is usable. Once they find a usable armored vehicle, they will contact us immediately. If everything goes smoothly, they will come to pick us up with the armored vehicle tomorrow morning." Hint. Your 7th ring quest, Desperate Survivors, triggers a new special subquest. Damaged Armored Vehicle. Subquest 5. Damaged Armored Vehicle. Subquest difficulty, SSS. Subquest description. After repairing the survival radio, you learn that there is a damaged armored vehicle in Area 80 of the Meteor Company's weapons factory. Subquest requirement. Confirm the integrity of the armored vehicle. Try to repair more armored vehicles to make them usable. Oh no. The sudden mission prompt made Fang Heng feel uneasy. He quickly scanned the mission prompt and felt like everything was clear as a mirror to him. Triggering the mission meant that most of the armored vehicles in the factory were in a damaged state. It seemed like he needed to personally go there to do repairs. Fang Heng turned to Lucia and asked, "What are the specific coordinates?" Lucia confirmed the location coordinates, then suddenly turned around. "Are you going to find them?" Fang Heng raised the wrench in his hand. "The armored vehicle was damaged, so I need to go help them restore the vehicle and bring them some food supplies. I remember you said the food supplies are loaded on the logistics team's helicopter, right? If everything goes smoothly, I'll come back tomorrow morning in the armored vehicle to pick you up." Lucia immediately stood up. "I want to go with you." "You?" "No, why not? I need to ensure your safety. It's very dangerous to go alone." Lucia argued. "I have enhanced dynamic vision and night vision capabilities. I can distinguish various types of zombies in the dark and target their weak points for attacks. I can also protect you in case of special dangerous situations. Furthermore, I have received special training to drive armored vehicles that ordinary people can't. Once the armored vehicle repair is completed, I can go for rescue immediately." She does have some abilities. "Huh, you can drive at night?" "Yes, I can do it." Fang Heng hesitated. The main reason was their current main quest. The current 7th ring main quest requirement. Ensure Lucia's survival until 2 p.m. tomorrow. Try to clear obstacles for the team to leave Pine Town. During the mission briefing, Fang Heng realized how important Lucia was. If they spent too much time away from Lucia, he couldn't guarantee her safety. Also, it was just early morning. If Lucia had night vision capabilities and could drive at night, they could gain a lot of time. We need to go through the sewers to get to the interior of the Meteor Company compound. And the sewage environment is extremely foul-smelling. Are you sure you can handle it? Sure. I can definitely endure it. Okay. One last question. Fang Heng gestured towards the communication station behind Lucia. As we leave, who will operate this machine? Lucia pointed to the entrance to the rooftop. Is that not okay? Fang Heng turned to look at the entrance gate. Mo Jiawei was standing there, looking puzzled. He had just been lying on the table a moment ago. The sudden game prompt had left him disoriented, so he hurried to the rooftop to see what was happening. Private Mo Jiawei, I need you to immediately learn the basics of operating the communication tower. Mo Jiawei. Fang Heng quickly thought about it. It seemed fine. All right, you have half an hour. If you can teach him to operate the communication tower, I'll take you with me. Mo Jiawei still looked blankly at Fang Heng. What's going on? Did the boss just sell me out? Fang Heng called Mo Jiawei over, patted his shoulder, and said, Learn well. I'll go offline to check the situation. Kick my sleeping bag if anything comes up. Mo Jiawei opened his mouth to say something, but a sharp gaze from the side cut him off. Private Mo Jiawei, come here. Right now. Immediately. I need you to quickly grasp the operation method of the communication tower. While Mo Jiawei was learning, Fang Heng went offline. Ding ding ding. Opening the game console, the incessant phone ringing continued. Fang Heng picked up the phone. This is Fang Heng. Chen Yu's voice came from the other end quickly. Fang Heng, how's the situation right now? I have good news. We've contacted 3 squads of the Dark Knight Order in Area E. They found the weapons development factory of the Meteor Corporation in Area E. And inside, they found an armored vehicle. If we can repair the armored vehicle, we might find a way to leave. Chen Yu nodded. In the Meteor Company compound, in Area E. Do you have the exact coordinates? Chen Yu quickly noted down the location and handed it to a colleague nearby. I will immediately try to inform the players in second team and persuade the group leaders of both teams to gather at the coordinates, but our people don't have mechanical repair skills. Coincidentally, I've learned that, so I'll go there as soon as possible to help the teams repair the armored vehicle. Chen Yu opened his mouth in surprise. How does Fang Heng know this too? This is good news. Their success rate in completing the main quest has improved again. Chen Yu didn't want to think too much. He continued. All right, one more thing. Earlier in the exploration of Area, second team saw a distress signal flare sent from Area B, with coordinates at. Upon seeing the signal, squad leader John immediately led the team to support, but 10 minutes later, when second team arrived, the entire third team had completely disappeared. The danger level in Area B of the compound has increased significantly. I suggest not getting close to that area for now until we clear the situation. Got it. I'll contact you again. Fang Heng noted the coordinates, hung up the call, and thought, why is there trouble in Sector B of the Meteor Company too? The Dark Knight Order mercenaries are very strong, yet they were all wiped out within 10 minutes. Not a single one escaped. What is hidden in Sector B? Fang Heng muttered to himself, feeling his thoughts getting a bit muddled. Anyway, let's not dwell on it. Following the main quest should be the right path. Fang Heng decided to stop overthinking and focus on following the main quest, trying to gather more squads of the Dark Knight Order. Also, he needed to find a way to outwit Victor, the engineer he needed to trick back home. With that in mind, Fang Heng immediately dialed Liao Bufen's number. Hello, boss. Sorry for disturbing you so late. It's something urgent. Liao Bufen got up from bed. He rubbed his eyes and took out the notebook next to the bed. Boss, go ahead. Get online quickly. Tell Qiu Yaokon to arrange a sterile ward in the shelter as soon as possible. It's very important. You must do your best to cooperate. If there are any special materials missing during the construction process, message me promptly. Sterile ward? Liao Bufen quickly jotted it down in his notebook. His mind was still a bit fuzzy. He thought the big shot was getting more and more extravagant. All right, boss. I'll go online later and inform Qiu Yaokon. Yes. And also, Fang Heng solemnly reminded, This matter must be kept strictly confidential. No one can be told. Understood. Liao Bufan immediately became alert. Confidential? The big shot must be up to something big. He nodded seriously. All right, boss. Besides you and me, I guarantee that no third person will know. Half an hour later, Fang Heng and Lucia arrived at the first floor changing room together. Seeing the large pit left on the ground, Lucia looked at Fang Heng in shock. How did he dig such a big hole? It takes at least half an hour to get to sectory of the Meteor Company Park from here. The sewer is extremely odorous. The infection rate increases rapidly. Are you sure you can handle it? Lucia looked down the tunnel. Yes, I'll be fine. All right, there are lurking hunters in the sewer. Be careful. Lucia nodded with a serious expression. After giving instructions, Fang Heng immediately jumped down from the hole above. During this hour and a half, the zombie avatars were not idle. They had already explored the Meteor Company Park and cleared out the zombies they encountered along the way. As soon as Lucia fell into the sewer, her expression twisted instantly. The foul smell almost made her faint. Thank you. Lucia took the black towel handed to her by Fang Heng and wore it over her face. Like Fang Heng. Let's go. Time is of the essence. Determining the direction, Fang Heng and Lucia hurried towards the Meteor Company. Initially, Lucia felt a bit dizzy due to the foul smell in the sewer. However, after walking forward for more than 10 minutes, she completely adapted to the environment. She didn't even need life-sustaining drugs anymore. Such strong adaptability. Fang Heng sprayed a ring of first aid spray on his mouth and was secretly amazed. Along the way, he had been sneakily observing Lucia. He was most worried that Lucia could not withstand the negative effects of the sewer and would eventually faint. Then he would have to rely on the vine zombies to carry her with him. That would be troublesome. Now it seemed that Lucia was completely immune to the pungent effects of the underground sewer. But how did she do it? Fang Heng was puzzled. Before, Lucia had shown extraordinary strength beyond that of an ordinary person. For instance, on the second floor, she left a fist imprint on the wall with just one punch. And Lucia appeared as the target of the main mission. She had secrets. Fang Heng shifted his gaze away from Lucia. Now was not the time to explore this secret. The two of them slowly moved forward along the sewer. As Lucia gradually got used to the foul smell, she started to jog. Fang Heng had no choice but to cover his nose and follow Lucia. It jogged. After running for about 7 or 8 minutes, Lucia stopped. She saw a group of zombies gathering ahead. Lucia was about to raise her gun when Fang Heng held her shoulder. Don't move. They are under my control. You. Lucia suddenly realized that the group of zombies seemed very similar to the ones Fang Heng controlled earlier. But how come there were so many? Are these all your zombies? Of course, the underground sewer is not easy to navigate, so I had them clear the passage in advance. Now we've caught up to them. Lucia suddenly understood. She had felt that something was off before. Indeed, why was the underground sewer so calm, without encountering a single zombie? It turned out that the special ability of Fang Heng's controlled zombies had cleared the path in advance. However, why were those zombies blocking the way ahead? Had they encountered some danger? Lucia's eyes flashed red. Through this red glow, she saw everything clearly in the darkness. The hunters. Lucia's heart turned cold at the horrifying sight. A group of zombie monsters surrounded a hunter in the center. Vines extended from the bodies of the zombie monsters tightly entwining the hunter. The sharp thorns growing on the vines pierced the hunter's skin. Black blood oozed continuously from under the hunter's skin. Those vines seemed to have a life force of their own, greedily absorbing the hunter's blood. After a moment, the hunter was drained of blood and fell to the ground. The zombies scattered and continued to march forward, wielding their spears to kill the zombies they encountered along the way. Lucia glanced back at Fang Heng. Fang Heng nodded. Let's go. We follow them. After operating their equipment, the zombie clones efficiently dealt with ordinary zombies. When encountering hunters lurking in the sewer, they relied on the numerical advantage of the vine zombies to crush them. The hunters could not resist the siege of so many vine zombies. However, this also slowed down the speed of the zombie horde moving forward. Lucia walked with the zombies for a few minutes, feeling impatient. She quickly switched to her sniper rifle and started assembling the silencer. Fang Heng glanced at her but did not stop her. After all, this stretch was a straight passageway. The zombies attracted by the gunfire would eventually need to be dealt with, sooner or later. However, in this turn, Fang Heng noticed the red glow in Lucia's eyes. Dang, Bang bang. Lucia shot the zombies in the head in succession. Fang Heng stood by Lucia's side, also taking out his automatic rifle to aim at the zombies. Aim, brace the shoulder, relax the arm. Bang, bang bang. Damn. He hit his own zombie teammate again. Lucia turned and looked at Fang Heng beside her. Fang Heng stared back, unperturbed. What are you looking at? Haven't seen a rookie before. You didn't learn shooting skills? Lucia sounded slightly surprised. Humph. Fang Heng waved it off confidently. Seriously. Who learns that stuff? So he ate things he didn't know as well. Lucia chuckled inwardly and offered guidance. Bend your right elbow. Lift the muzzle upward. And rest it on the right cheek. Oh. Like this? No. Not like that. Lucia walked behind Fang Heng, adjusting his posture. Fang Heng swallowed instinctively. He felt the curvaceous blonde girl press tightly against his back. At the shoulder, make sure the butt of the gun is firmly positioned below the clavicle. At the shoulder triangle on the inside of the right bicep, align your body to the right side with the gun. But why did Lucia's strategy guide feel so familiar? Wasn't it from a forum? He had seen and learned this guide before. The result was that his mind learned it, but his body. Fang Heng mumbled silently to himself, and a line of small text floated by in the lower right corner of his retina. Hint. Your rapport with Lucia has reached the limit. Hint. You have gained Lucia's taught skill. CAR tactical shooting technique. Fang Heng immediately opened the mission panel to check the skills. Skills. CAR tactical shooting action. Level. C skill effect 1. When using firearms for equipment judgment, the firearm proficiency skill level increases by LV to 10. When using firearms, an additional 10% increase in hit rate and 5% increase. Skill effect 2. After aiming with tactical shooting action for 1 second, the next firearm attack receives an additional 25% increase in hit rate and 15% increase in critical hit rate. Amazing. Another C-grade skill gained for free. After aiming, a full 35% increase in hit rate and 20% increase in critical hit rate. In addition, equipping firearms gains an extra 10 levels of firearm proficiency skill level. This way, after equipping a rifle, one can avoid the penalty of reduced hit rate. Fang Heng closed the character attribute panel, looked at Lucia's figure, and pondered. In the underground waterway, Lucia controlled the sniper rifle, shooting headshots. One shot, one first-tier mutated zombie taken down. What level of power does she possess? Fang Heng muttered to himself. Could she also be an S rank? Should I deceive her back to the shelter too? Fang Heng, look over there. We're here. Lucia pointed to a nearby ascending metal ladder, looking pleasantly surprised. Fang Heng, what's wrong? Oh. Nothing. Let's hurry up. Fang Heng felt guilty, as if caught red-handed doing something wrong. He focused, turned to look at the passage leading upwards, then shook the communicator in his hand. Mo Jiawei, can you hear me? Received. Fang Heng, I've confirmed your location coordinates. You are in the underground equipment room of the Meteorite Company's weapons factory, already clear and safe. Furthermore, 20 minutes ago, 2 teams have merged with 3 teams, and they are all inside the factory. Okay. Wait. It's not over yet, Mo Jiawei hastily said. Just got feedback from Captain Yue of the 3 teams, possibly due to the recent signal flare. Most of the zombie groups outside were attracted inside the Meteorite Company, and they are now launching an attack on the arsenal. What's the situation now? It is said to be under control at the moment. The entrance of the arsenal is open and cannot be locked. The team is still holding the fort. Fang Heng nodded to Lucia. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. The 2 of them immediately climbed up the ladder. Opening the manhole cover, the fresh air refreshed Fang Heng. Lucia also removed the mask from her face. Fang Heng temporarily left the zombie group in the sewer and went to the main entrance to meet up with the squad with Lucia. When they arrived at the entrance of the factory, Yule and 2 squads were guarding the entrance of the weapons factory. Team leader Yule was very lucky. They did not encounter any attacks from the Goddess of Revenge while flying in a helicopter to Pinewood City, and the team suffered no losses. After landing at the designated location, they immediately began searching the entire district of the Meteorite Company compound, where they found the weapons factory. Hello, I am team leader Yule of the 3rd team on this mission. This is team leader Zhang Fang of the 2nd team. Yule noticed Fang Heng and Lucia, who had arrived. He nodded to them and gestured to Zhang Fang, who was commanding the operation beside him. So many zombies? Fang Heng looked at the entrance of the weapons factory. Zombies kept coming out of the darkness, staggering. They sensed human presence and swarmed towards the inside of the arsenal. Looking out, there was a dense horde of zombies outside the factory. Earlier, a large number of zombies gathered outside the walls. It seems that they were drawn in due to the signal flare. Provoked by the stimulation, the zombies pushed against the wall, causing it to collapse, allowing them to pour in. The entrance of the weapons factory is open, and without power inside, the open entrance cannot be closed. If we withdraw, the armored car cannot be taken away. It would be more time-consuming to come back later to clear the factory. Yule roughly explained the current situation to Fang Heng. After observing the zombies pouring in from the outside had not yet reached the inside of the factory, the elite members of the Dark Knights were killing them one by one. With an armory here and no shortage of bullets, it was no problem for the Dark Knights to hold the entrance of the arsenal. For now, Fang Heng just needed to quickly handle the armored car. Where is the armored car? I'll go repair it. It's in the underground parking lot at the back. Zhang Feng, who was nearby, pointed with his assault rifle to where the armored car was located and shouted, "Zijing, take Captain Fan to the underground parking lot at the back." Got it. Zijing was a player from the Federation. Having recently graduated, he was lucky enough to randomly draw a mission to join the Dark Knights. He was currently earning points by killing zombies. Upon hearing the order, Zijing put away his weapon and came out from behind cover. "Captain Fan, I'll take you there." Fang Heng looked at Lucia by his side. Lucia shouldered her sniper rifle and said to Fang Heng, "You go. I'll stay here and help out." "All right. Be careful." Fang Heng retreated with Zijing, leaving towards the passage leading inside the weapons factory. "Fang Heng, nice to meet you. I'm Zijing, a member of the Federation's elite team." He introduced himself. "He is from the Federation." Fang Heng then realized and felt somewhat cautious of Zijing. "Hello, Chen, you previously told me that there is someone in the second squad. Let's add each other as friends for better communication." Maybe due to their personalities, after adding each other as friends, Zijing fell silent. Zijing observed Fang Heng carefully. He was very curious about him. Initially, when Chen Yu mentioned Fang Heng, Zijing was somewhat dismissive. After all, he was just a professional player who got lucky with an S-level talent. In the game, starting talents did not mean everything, as there were plenty of garbage S-level skills. However, his superiors ordered him to pay special attention to Fang Heng during this mission. This made Zijing wary of Fang Heng. During this game mission, Zijing quickly noticed the difference in Fang Heng. The attitudes of the two NPC team leaders towards Fang Heng and himself were completely different. This was due to the player's hidden reputation value and Dark Knight's honor value. Standing behind the Federation, it took Zijing a lot of effort to join the Dark Knights. Relying on the Federation's resources, he had only just reached the rank of rookie after completing missions diligently for 2 days. He was very curious to know how Fang Heng managed to achieve such a high honor rank in the Dark Knights and be appointed as a team leader. Even the two team leaders of the second and third teams listened to Fang Heng's advice and decided to take the risk to hold the arsenal securely. And what about the underground waterway? After receiving Chen Yu's orders, Zijing checked the underground waterway. The sewer was filled with a large number of zombies, including first-tier mutated zombies, pus zombies. How did he manage to climb up from that spooky place? Zijing thought to himself, and took out his black notebook. In the notebook, there were already 2 lines of small characters. The target may possess a cloning type skill, needs to be cautious. The target's honor rank in the Dark Knights is extremely high, needs to observe closely. He added one more sentence. The target was able to pass through the zombie-filled sewer, needs careful observation. Soon, Zijing brought Fang Heng to the underground parking garage. Nearly 20 armored vehicles were parked inside the garage. All the armored vehicles are here. We just checked their conditions. Currently, only one can be driven, but its steering wheel has a slight issue. Okay, Fang Heng agreed. He randomly chose an armored vehicle parked on the side of the road and approached to inspect it. Hint: detected that you possess the skill mechanical repair. Hint: current mechanical to be repaired. Damaged armored vehicle. Current damage level 43%. Fang Heng took out a wrench from his backpack and looked around. With so many armored vehicles parked in the garage, it shouldn't be a problem to piece together 5 complete armored vehicles by patching up and repairing them. Unfortunately, The armored vehicles were too heavy to be carried back to the shelter in a backpack. Seeing Fang Heng hesitating, Zijing asked, "Is there a problem?" "Repairing it shouldn't be a problem, but I need some time. You should go outside to help, so you don't delay your mission," Fang Heng said, waving to several zombie subordinates to come and assist. Zijing felt doubtful whether Fang Heng deliberately kept him busy. "It's okay. I'll stay here and wait. Call me if you need any help." "Okay." Fang Heng shrugged and began repairing the armored vehicle with the wrench in his hand. It was troublesome to have federal agents nearby. Fang Heng didn't want to directly expose his zombie subordinate ability in front of the federal agents just yet. Unlike Mo Jiawei, an ordinary person, the federal agents could analyze more details from the zombie subordinates, despite thinking that with the federal's power, they would likely soon figure out his ability. Maybe they already had a rough idea. Zijing was indeed observing Fang Heng at the moment. Seeing a loading bar appearing above Fang Heng's head for a minute, Zijing was impressed. In fact, not long ago, Zijing had also purchased the skill of repair from the Federal, but he had been busy with the Dark Knight's mission recently, having neither enough stamina nor time to level up his skills. Before, he tried to repair an armored vehicle with a level 1 mechanical repair skill. Each repair took 7 minutes, with an SSS difficulty. It was nearly an impossible task. The game had been ongoing for only half a month, and it was already remarkable for an ordinary solo player to learn the mechanical repair skill. Not to mention having the ability to repair armored vehicles, which were high-level combat vehicles. This meant that Fang Heng's repair skill level was extremely high. This needs to be documented and reported to the higher-ups, Zijing thought, opening his black notebook and adding a note. The target possesses a very high level of mechanical repair, personally judged to possibly have advanced mechanical talent skills, not consistent with the information provided by Chen Yu. Need to observe closely. Fang Heng sensed something, glancing up at Zijing who was recording something on his notebook. What was Zijing documenting? Fang Heng found Zijing a bit strange. Who carries a notebook all the time like that? Shaking his head, Fang Heng continued to focus on repairing. Hint: you have completed the current repair. Reduce the armored vehicle's damage level by 7%. Repairing once took more than a minute. Too slow. At this rate, it might not be finished until tomorrow morning. He needed to figure out a way to get rid of Zijing. Fang Heng was thinking about how to send Zijing away when suddenly, there was a loud explosion from the entrance of the weapon factory. Zijing turned abruptly, looking towards the weapon factory. Fang Heng felt an excuse had arrived and immediately said, "You go check the situation first, I'll continue to repair here." "Okay." With such a commotion, Zijing was also a bit uneasy. He nodded and quickly returned to check the entrance of the weapon factory. This made things easier for Fang Heng, who heaved a sigh of relief. He opened the game log and began controlling the zombie subordinates. However, before he could command the zombie subordinates to emerge from the underground passage, an emergency message came through the survival radio. Hint: you have received an emergency communication from the survival radio. Fang Heng opened the communication to see Zijing's message. Trouble. It's the goddess of revenge. Be careful. The goddess of revenge. Fang Heng was shocked. Oh no. While he may not fear the goddess of revenge with his medal, what about the Dark Knight soldiers? No. Lucia was still there. Fang Heng realized that this was bad. Lucia was a crucial part of the mission. If she died, the entire main quest would be considered a failure. Troublesome woman. Fang Heng didn't care about the armored vehicle at this point and quickly ran towards the entrance of the weapon factory. He thought, bring it on. Just as he started running a few steps forward, he heard Lucia's voice through the radio. Fang Heng, the goddess of revenge, is attacking the weapon factory. Try to repair the armored vehicle as soon as possible. I'll try to hold him off for a while. Hold off the goddess of revenge. Lucia, you reckless woman. It's better for you to stay alive than anything else. Fang Heng was anxious and shouted into the radio. No. Lucia, find a place to retreat. Don't engage with the goddess of revenge. Hey. Lucia. Lucia, the radio was silent. Pretending not to hear. Fang Heng felt like he understood Lucia's character better. He quickened his pace towards the entrance of the weapon factory. Mo Jiawei's voice came through the radio. Fang Heng, Lucia, can you hear me? Sorry for joining the group chat suddenly. I used my talent skills to scout the goddess of revenge before. The goddess of revenge has multiple forms. Currently, she is in her first form. The weakness in the first stage is the head and the left shoulder, where the parasitic parts are. Additionally, her biggest weakness is located at the back of her neck, where the anti-alpha cells were injected. Once attacked, she will sustain severe injuries. Lucia reply. Understood. Fang Heng was speechless. Now you can hear the communication. Huh. Give up on pretending. Fang Heng had just reached the entrance of the weapon factory when another loud noise erupted. Doom. A deafening roar rang out beside him, causing Fang Heng to stagger. Looking up, he saw raging flames burning inside the factory. The goddess of revenge carried a rocket launcher on her shoulder, advancing step by step and continuously firing rockets into the interior of the weapon factory. The Dark Knight's members were scattered behind various cover, attempting to shoot and hinder the goddess of revenge's progress. That's... Fang Heng's eyes widened, but Lucia had somehow reached the platform on the second floor of the factory. Seizing the moment when the goddess of revenge finished releasing the rockets, she took the opportunity to leap from a height and plunge her dagger fiercely into the back of the goddess of revenge's neck. Total War. Grinding from the beginning of the zombie apocalypse. Chapter 165 Faith Roar. A knife pierced into the back of the revenant goddess, causing her to emit a painful howl. Badly injured, she knelt down, barely managing to hold herself upright. Lucia controlled her movements, standing on the revenant goddess's back. She switched to her assault rifle, pressing the muzzle against the revenant goddess's neck. Bang, bang, dang. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, purple blood splatter. The revenant goddess struggled frantically and suddenly reached out with her right hand, grabbing Lucia from behind and flinging her forward with great force. Dang. Lucia was thrown and slammed heavily onto a nearby metal machine, making a dull thud sound. She was in excruciating pain, feeling as if her body had been torn apart. Is Lucia's combat strength really this strong? Could she really stand up against the revenant goddess? Fang Heng glanced at Lucia, then at the revenant goddess. The revenant goddess seemed to be greatly wounded, still maintaining a painful posture with one hand on the ground. Quick, fire. The Dark Knight scattered in various corners of the factory seized the opportunity, pulling the triggers frantically to attack the revenant goddess. Whoosh! Whoosh! The revenant goddess extended her hand forward once again. Her entire right hand split in the middle, breaking into swollen tentacles. The intertwined tentacles formed a protected barrier in front, blocking most of the bullets coming from the front. The revenant goddess slowly stood up, raising the rocket launcher in her left hand once again. The rocket launcher moved slowly, aiming at the wounded Lucia. Lucia's pupils dilated instantly. She felt the killing intent emanating from the revenant goddess. But she couldn't get up. What to do? Lucia's mind went blank. Just then, Lucia saw a figure flash by from the side. Fang Heng stepped forward, standing in front of her. Fang Heng, get out of the way. Don't stand there. Zijing shouted. His heart was screaming. Fang Heng must be crazy, sacrificing himself for an NPC, blocking the rocket with his body. Although players have 3 rebirths, this is still too crazy, risking his life just to increase favorability. The other members of the Dark Knights were too busy dealing with the revenant goddess to pay attention to Fang Heng. The dense bullets poured onto the revenant goddess, attempting to stop her attack. The next moment, to Zijing's surprise, the revenant goddess stopped. She stood still in place for half a second. Then, slowly, the revenant goddess moved the muzzle away. Zijing was puzzled. What's going on? Subconsciously, he pulled out his notebook from his pocket. The target seems to have scared the revenant goddess. No. Scratch that. How to write this? Zijing. Captain Zhang's voice called out to him, snapping him out of his thoughts. The revenant goddess had aimed the rocket launcher at the area where he was standing. Crap. Zijing cursed silently in his mind, tightly gripping the notebook and immediately leapt to the side. Lucia stared blankly at Fang Heng standing in front of her. She realized she was sweating profusely, having narrowly escaped death. Fang Heng also breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he made it in time. The main mission was saved. Victor's insignia saved their lives. Until now, Fang Heng's heart was still pounding. He was grateful that he had gone to the hospital first and obtained an important mission item in advance. Lucia realized her voice was trembling slightly for the first time. Thank you. Let's go. Fang Heng pulled Lucia up from the ground and dashed towards the nearby door they came through. At the same time, Fang Heng opened the communication device to inquire. Mo Jiawei, can you hear me? How many forms does the revenant goddess have? Mo Jiawei replied. I'm not sure, My reconnaissance technique only marks this as the first form of the Revenant Goddess, so I deduce that she has multiple forms. Fang Heng quickly assessed the strength of both sides. Could they kill the Revenant Goddess in the current situation? Impossible. The Revenant Goddess's biggest advantage was her powerful recovery ability relying on the Anti-Alpha cells. Given the current circumstances, it was impossible to kill her without proper planning in advance. What to do? Since they couldn't handle the Revenant Goddess, they needed to find a way to escape. Yes, escape first. There would be more opportunities later. Fang Heng felt no psychological burden about running away. The main mission only required protecting Lucia. As Fang Heng ran halfway with Lucia, he noticed that Lucia behind him had stopped. Fang Heng turned to look at Lucia. Fang Heng, I'll go divert the Revenant Goddess. Are you crazy? Lucia shook her head. I've seriously considered it, and the armored car here is our best hope now. Only I have night vision capability. Only I can divert her and have a chance to survive. I saw an intact motorcycle in the weapon factory earlier. I can drive the motorcycle to escape, shaking off the Revenant Goddess. Lucia stared at Fang Heng, firm determination shining in her blue eyes. I feel that the Revenant Goddess holds a special grudge against me. He might be coming after me. The Revenant Goddess is after Lucia. Fang Heng quickly connected some dots. In that case, the main mission to protect Lucia might make sense. Trust me, Fang Heng, I can do this. I will definitely come back alive. Let Lucia take such a risk. Absolutely not. No. It's too dangerous. Fang Heng almost blurted out unconsciously. What will I do if you die? Lucia listened to Fang Heng's words, pausing for a moment. Fang Heng thought this mission was really messed up. I worked so hard on a mission to finally reach the 7th circle, and now you just want to rush into danger. What am I doing? Fang Heng wanted to stop Lucia forcibly, but another game prompt flashed in his retina once again. Hint. Your favorability with Lucia has reached the judgment value. Hint. You triggered Lucia's special belief. Mission name. Lucia's belief. Mission description. Assist Lucia in completing her plan, or develop a better combat plan, and persuade Lucia to complete it together. Mission reward. Lucia gave Fang Heng a warm smile. Thank you, Fang Heng. Besides my brother, you are the one who cares the most about me. Lucia approached Fang Heng, giving him a light peck on the cheek. I will survive, I promise. Fang Heng touched his cheek, dazed. Lucia resolutely turned back, quickly running back the way they came. Damn. This is a brutal mission. Dang. Fang Heng pounded the wall next to him in frustration. This was a game mission, and convincing Lucia was futile. He had to find a way to solve this problem. Fang Heng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He walked towards the entrance of the factory, opening the communicator. 7017K. Fang Heng, hello, Mo Jiawei, are you listening? Mo Jiawei, I've been listening the whole time, big brother. Mo Jiawei had been listening attentively from start to finish. The way he called him big brother was truly heartfelt. Mo Jiawei thought, this guy is something else. Even in such a crisis, he can still flirt with Lucia and gain favor. How can anyone else play this situation so well? He truly understood this game. Mo Jiawei, big brother, what are your orders? Fang Heng, how many Dark Knight group subunits have we made contact with so far? Do we have their specific locations? Mo Jiawei, we have temporarily made contact with 7 subunits. They are located in. Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei quickly cross-referenced the map information, their brains working rapidly. Assuming Lucia's plan succeeds in safely extracting the Revenge Goddess from the weapons factory, how likely is she to successfully shake off the Revenge Goddess? Very low. Firstly, the Revenge Goddess is different from ordinary zombies. It possesses some intelligence. This means it can run as fast as a human, and being zombified means it doesn't feel fatigue. The virus-enhanced effect even allows the Revenge Goddess to run faster than regular humans. Even driving a motorcycle, Lucia would find it difficult to shake off the Revenge Goddess in a short time. Moreover, since there are hordes of zombies outside, once she encounters a large group of zombies, Lucia's escape route will be obstructed, slowing down her speed. She will definitely be caught up by the Revenge Goddess. To escape smoothly, a planned escape route is necessary. Fang Heng took out the communicator again. Bring Zijing from Group 2 into the group channel. Mo Jiawei, no problem. Just a moment. Mo Jiawei, hello, Zijing. Can you hear me? Zijing here. Fang Heng, Zijing. This is Fang Heng. What's your situation? Zijing had just been hit by the Revenge Goddess's rocket explosion, receiving minor injuries, and was tending to the wound with a bandage he had. He was very puzzled by Fang Heng's action of physically blocking the rocket. Even more unexpected was that the Revenge Goddess had stopped the attack. The target seems to have a special emotional connection with a specific NPC, even risking life to save the NPC. Suspect hidden secrets that need thorough investigation. When the Revenge Goddess was about to kill the target, it experienced an unknown pause, suspecting the target might possess more powerful innate skills that require in-depth analysis. Record must be documented and reported to superiors after the operation is completed. Zijing. No major issues, but the Dark Knight Group situation is not looking good right now. We can't hold off the Revenge Goddess's attacks. Fang Heng. What about outside? Do you know the zombie situation inside the Meteor Company Park? Zijing. I checked an hour ago. The overall situation inside the Meteor Company Park is relatively safe. The density of zombies in the area is not as high as in the city. Zijing. Moreover, most of the zombies are drawn towards the weapons factory and the signal flares from the previous area B. I expect fewer roaming zombies. Fang Heng. Lucia. Did you hear that? There are fewer zombies inside the factory. Lead the Revenge Goddess in circles within the park. After catching its attention, do not leave the Meteor Company Park. Lucia. Got it. Fang Heng quickly ran to the entrance of the factory. The Revenge Goddess was wreaking havoc, using a rocket launcher without restraint. The members of the Dark Knight Group were no pushovers either. They were agile, dodging in all directions. Despite their efforts, many were injured by the rocket blasts. Fall back. Find a way to hold it off. The team members of the Yule Squad orderly retreated, simultaneously counterattacking using cover to slow down the Revenge Goddess's movements. Why won't this darn thing die? Even targeting its head, the damage inflicted by the group on the Revenge Goddess remained limited. Shoo. Doom. A precise hit with an armor-piercing round struck the Revenge Goddess in its neck. Purple blood splattered. Roar. Suffering a severe blow, the Revenge Goddess let out a painful roar. It swayed its body, then turned to look behind. There was Lucia. Lucia had somehow managed to circle to the entrance gate of the weapons factory and took cover. In her hands was a black sniper rifle. Doom. The bullet was fired again, hitting the Revenge Goddess's throat accurately once more. Roar. Repeatedly struck, the Revenge Goddess lifted the rocket launcher, aiming towards Lucia's approximate location and fired another rocket. Lucia was prepared, agilely moving aside. Doom. Despite this, Lucia was still impacted by the explosion shockwaves midair and fell to the ground. Rolling a few times on the ground with pain, she quickly climbed onto the nearby motorcycle. Glancing back at the Revenge Goddess, Lucia started the motorbike and swiftly headed towards the exit of the weapons factory. The Revenge Goddess lifted its head, looking in Lucia's escaping direction. It took big steps, catching up. As the distance between them widened, the Revenge Goddess's pace picked up, eventually breaking into a full-on sprint, discarding the rocket launcher to chase after Lucia. Even more astonishing to the Dark Knight Group members was that the Revenge Goddess's sprint speed was not much slower than Lucia's motorcycle speed. Fang Heng witnessed the entire process from the side. Success. The Revenge Goddess indeed harbored extra animosity towards Lucia. However, Fang Heng was still frowning. Lucia had achieved the first step, attracting the Revenge Goddess away. Now, he needed to figure out a way to handle the follow-up. Aimlessly circling inside the park was not a long-term solution. Once the fuel ran out or an accident occurred along the way, she would still be caught by the Revenge Goddess. He had to come up with a plan to completely rid themselves of the Revenge Goddess. Fang Heng opened the map, searching the surroundings for any terrain that could be utilized. Chemical factory. Fang Heng quickly located a chemical factory outside the Meteor Company Park. He vaguely recalled Lucia mentioning that the 12th team of the Dark Knight Group was currently situated in the chemical factory. That factory also belonged to the assets of the Meteor Company. It was very close to the Meteor Company Park. Fang Heng realized something. He once again opened the sewer map, comparing the two maps carefully. Got it. A plan started to take shape. Fang Heng clenched his fists tightly. If everything went smoothly, he could even directly deal with the Revenge Goddess. Yet, executing this plan alone was not enough. Fang Heng turned around. Teams 2 and 3 led by Yule were converging on the Dark Knight Group members, aiding in treating the injured. Fang Heng approached them and said in a deep voice, "Captain Yu, Captain Zhang, I need your help." The two looked at each other. Fang Heng's strategy this time was very simple. Let Lucia seduce the goddess of revenge to the chemical factory. Then, use the highly flammable and explosive raw materials in the chemical factory to blow up the factory, along with the goddess of revenge. Although doing this will have consequences, the huge explosion sound and flames will attract more zombie groups to gather in the inner region of the Meteor Company complex, where they will be attacked by even more zombie groups later. But Fang Heng has no time to consider these details. Time is of the essence, and this is the best method Fang Heng can think of at the moment. Upon hearing Fang Heng's plan, Yule furrowed his brow and asked, "Fang Heng, I have a question. How can Lucia's safety be guaranteed?" "Don't worry, I'll make arrangements in advance to ensure her safety." Yule and John Fang looked at each other, seemingly consulting each other's opinions. Fang Heng's retina flashed with a row of game prompts. Prompt: Evaluation in progress. Evaluating the current player's Dark Knight Clan honor level, current player's friendliness level, current player's reputation value. Prompt: Evaluation successful. 2 groups and 3 groups of the Dark Knight Clan agree with your actions, temporarily obeying your commands. Yule nodded and said, "All right, no time to waste. Captain Fang Heng, what do you need us to do?" With the cooperation of the 2 captains, Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. "The most crucial thing is that I need you to immediately clear a path between the compound and the chemical factory to ensure Lucia's safety. The sooner, the better." "Understood." Yule nodded and waved, saying, "Third group, follow me." The 2 captain group's members followed instructions and immediately took action. Fang Heng took a deep breath, nodded at Zijing, and said, "Follow the second group's actions and keep in touch at all times." "Got it. Be careful," Zijing said with some admiration for Fang Heng. Apart from the various tactics that were completely different from what was in the textbook just now, he indeed had some skills. To come up with a workable plan in such a short time, and convince 2 groups and 3 groups to assist him. He clearly remembered how much effort it took to persuade group leader Zhang Fan to join the weapons factory earlier, almost talking his mouth off. He thought to himself as he followed the second group, pulling out his black notebook to record. The target person is a tough character, having just fought for NPC's life and now using her as bait to lure the goddess of revenge into a trap. Might have antisocial tendencies, needs to be careful. The target person has strong execution abilities, can stay calm, and respond quickly to emergencies. Extremely dangerous, it is recommended to thoroughly investigate their background. Watching the Dark Knight Clan members rush out of the weapons factory complex holding weapons, Fang Heng quickly turned back and re-entered the firearms room, leaping into the sewer. Just like the plan made earlier, Fang Heng had controlled his zombie doppelganger to start clearing the sewer passage from the weapon factory to the chemical factory. After identifying the direction, Fang Heng headed towards the chemical factory, opening a communication device. "Fang Heng, Lucia, how's the situation?" "Lucia, the goddess of revenge is still chasing me." "Fang Heng, hold on a little longer. Our people are clearing the passage from Area E of the Meteor Company to the chemical factory. Wait for me to have you lead the goddess of revenge to the chemical factory." "Fang Heng, can you do it? Do you know the specific route to the chemical factory?" "Lucia, I can." "Fang Heng, good. Keep in touch." Fang Heng lifted his head, hastened his pace, and with the zombie team, began clearing the remaining zombies in the passage. Half an hour later, Fang Heng stared coldly at 2 metal tanks over 5 meters tall ahead. The 12th team leader left at the chemical factory, unfortunately suffered severe injuries during the plane crash, became severely infected and died. And to 2-3 groups that came quickly absorbed the original 12th team members into their ranks. "Captain Fang, the passage has been cleared. Those 2 are extremely dangerous flammable material storage tanks. Once they explode, the power is enough to flatten the entire chemical factory." Fang Heng turned his head and said, "Thank you. Leave it to me. As a precaution, evacuate the chemical factory and return to the weapons factory." Yule frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What about you?" "I'll stay here to meet Lucia, and after dealing with the goddess of revenge, I'll return to the weapons factory to regroup with you." Yule stared into Fang Heng's eyes for a few seconds. "All right, I'll wait for you at the weapons factory." With that, Yule gestured for the team to evacuate. Zhang Fang also came forward, patting Fang Heng firmly on the shoulder and nodded at him. Take care. Second group, follow me. Return to the weapons factory. Zijing stood by. He was puzzled watching Fang Heng, who chose to stay behind. He had thought Fang Heng would sacrifice Lucia to eliminate the goddess of revenge. What's the situation now? Fang Heng chose to stay behind. Is he staying here to die? Or does he really have another plan? The sewer. Zijing knew Fang Heng had a special way to enter the sewer, but the sewer entrance was a short distance from the explosion point. Moreover, with such an intense explosion, even hiding in the sewer wouldn't be safe. The sewer could very well collapse from the blast. Zijing was uncertain. Private Zijing, what are you dawdling about? Hurry up. Yes, Zijing wanted to stay behind, observe and record from a safe distance. Unfortunately, Group Leader Zhang Fang did not give him that opportunity. Zijing opened his notebook, quickly crossing out the 2 previous records. The target person has hidden means, must be careful. Lucia drove the motorcycle with the goddess of revenge around the inner part of the Meteor Company compound. Upon hearing Fang Heng's instructions, she immediately left the Meteor Company and followed the cleared main road to the chemical factory. The gates of the chemical factory were wide open, with scattered zombies inside. Using her night vision ability, Lucia avoided the scattered zombies she encountered along the way. There was still plenty of fuel in the motorcycle. Fang Heng's voice came through the communicator. Fang Heng, have you arrived? Lucia. Yes, I've seen the entrance. Fang Heng. Lucia, I need your complete trust. When you enter the factory, I need you to go to the chemical raw material area behind the chemical factory. There. You'll see 2 gas tanks marked with X symbols by me. Fang Heng. The tanks have torches on them, making them easy to identify. Fang Heng. Once you confirm the target location, I need you to jump off the motorcycle immediately. The landing point is in the middle of the 2 gas tanks, where there's a circle marked on the ground. Fang Heng. Ensure your safety first and aim for the circle as your landing spot as much as possible. Lucia. Got it. Casual Games. Zombie Apocalypse Auto Farming Chapter 168 Faking Death. Lucia drove her motorcycle into the raw materials area of the chemical plant. She scanned the area with her eyes. Found it. 2 gas tanks marked with an X, each with 2 torches inserted. Very conspicuous. Without hesitation, Lucia jumped off the speeding motorcycle and leapt towards the marked circle on the ground. Dang. Lucia fell to the ground and tumbled a couple of times to dissipate the force. Just as she stood up, she felt something under her feet. Thin vines rapidly climbed up around her ankles. Her pupils slightly constricted, instinctively trying to get up. Fang Heng's voice came through the communicator. Don't move, Lucia. Listen to me. Don't move at all. Lucia froze in place. The vines rapidly wound up her legs towards her neck. The goddess of revenge sprinted towards Lucia, completely covered in vines. Lucia felt a sudden constriction of the vines. A powerful force pulled her backward. The vines gradually covered her head, completely blocking her view. Lucia could no longer see anything outside, only hearing the rustling sounds. She could feel herself being dragged rapidly across the ground. The goddess of revenge ran after Lucia, who was wrapped in layers of vines, until she was dragged into the sewer. Doom. The next moment, a huge explosion sounded. The small bombs attached to the chemical gas tanks exploded one after another. Doom. Doom. The ground shook violently. The energy from the chemical tank explosions radiated out, causing a chain reaction leading to the successive explosions of flammable gas tanks in the entire factory. A mushroom cloud soared into the sky. The whole factory was shrouded in thick black smoke. 2 kilometers away, the Dark Knights were clearing zombies encountered along the way to the weapon factory. Doom. An explosion came from the direction of the factory. The crowd under their feet also trembled violently. Everyone looked towards the chemical factory. In the flames, a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The entire chemical factory ruins were engulfed in flames. Silence fell upon everyone. Can anyone really survive in such an environment? The sewer must have collapsed too. Zijing swallowed dryly, holding his notebook, trying to open the communicator. Fang Heng, how are you doing now? Probably affected by the explosion, the communicator was full of static, making it hard to hear. Zijing felt a sense of unease. He was about to recur in his notebook when Fang Heng's voice came through the communicator. Fang Heng, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Go to the factory to regroup. He's not dead. Despite not knowing how Fang Heng managed it, He was alive. Zijing couldn't contain his excitement. He needed to record and report to the higher-ups. Zijing opened his black notebook and began writing. The target individual has a strong survival ability, surviving the massive explosion that could destroy the entire factory, requiring further observation. Private Zijing. How many times do I have to say it? Stop dawdling. Catch up with the team. Deep in the sewer, the vines entwined around Lucia gradually loosened. Despite this, the continuous bumps and knocks along the way almost made Lucia pass out from the pain. Lucia opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Fang Heng. Lucia knew she was safe. Fang Heng, did we succeed? Yes. Let's leave here first. With Fang Heng's support, Lucia stood up. It was only then that Lucia realized the ceiling of the sewer was densely covered with vines. It was these vines that stabilized the sewer and prevented it from collapsing during the previous explosion. Still, the intense blast had caused cracks in the sewer ceiling, with numerous debris falling. Let's go out and take a look. The entrance to the sewer they entered from had been blocked from the outside. Fang Heng had no choice but to lead Lucia out through another exit outside the chemical plant. The fire was still burning inside the chemical plant. Upon leaving the sewer, Fang Heng and Lucia immediately fired their guns, dealing with a few zombies stumbling towards the chemical plant. The explosion had attracted a horde of zombies from the city, howling and converging towards the site. With the zombies not yet numerous, Fang Heng decided to lead Lucia towards the interior of the chemical plant. Fang Heng, aren't we going back? Wait a bit longer. I need to confirm the status of the goddess of revenge. Is she not dead yet? Not certain. Fang Heng quickly checked the game log. At the moment of the explosion, news of killing zombies appear in the log, but there was no mention of killing the goddess of revenge, and the side mission wasn't marked as completed. Indeed, after reviewing it again, Fang Heng still found no relevant game prompts. The goddess of revenge was still alive. Fang Heng was surprised by the resilience of the goddess of revenge. The explosion had leveled the entire chemical plant, yet it couldn't kill her. He had to go and see. What if the goddess of revenge was critically wounded? Now might be the best time to deliver the final blow. Fang Heng returned with Lucia to the raw materials storage area of the chemical plant. There, Lucia, with enhanced visual abilities, immediately spotted the goddess of revenge lying on the ground. Her body was charred black. Not dead yet? Fang Heng signaled Lucia not to approach, found cover nearby, and took out his assault rifle. Dang, dang bang, dang bang bang bang. Purple blood splattered from the charred body of the goddess of revenge. Despite the barrage of bullets, there were no prompts in the game log. The bullet seemed to hit a dead body. Something's wrong. Fang Heng frowned. Fang Heng, look at the ground. What is that? Lucia pointed to the spot where the goddess of revenge lay. By the light of the fire, Fang Heng squinted his eyes. Is that worms? Tail purple worm-like creatures, only half the size of a palm, mostly hiding beneath the body of the goddess of revenge. Upon closer inspection, similar purple worms were seen wriggling in and out of the charred body. Fang Heng didn't have much information related to the goddess of revenge in his memory, and he had no idea what these worms were. Let's ask Mo Jiawei and Zijing. They might have relevant intel. Thinking this, Fang Heng opened his communicator. Fang Heng, Mo Jiawei, Zijing, can you hear me? I see a pale purple worm on the goddess of revenge. Fang Heng, do you know what it is? Or any information related to the goddess of revenge? Mo Jiawei, I can hear you. Sorry, I have no intel here. I can only use my talent skill to obtain information by seeing it firsthand. Zijing, I know this. Fang Heng, what you're seeing on the goddess of revenge is the third form, faking death. Zijing, after the mother body parasitized inside the vengeful goddess dies, the mother body's egg sac ruptures, and the surviving larvae emerge from the ruptured egg sac, beginning to search for a new host. Zijing, in most cases, a small number of larvae will choose to continue infecting the already deceased bodies. Zijing, after some time, the larvae will regrow inside the vengeful goddess to become a new mother body, which will once again control the vengeful goddess, what we see as resurrection. Lucia aims her gun at the worm. Dang, the worm bursts into a mass of purple pus. Mo Jiawei, huh? So, according to you, the vengeful goddess can keep resurrecting infinitely and never truly die. Zijing, theoretically, if the intensity of the immediate output is sufficient and directly kills the mother worm and its eggs, the vengeful goddess can be completely eliminated, and such a situation has occurred in the past. Zijing. Furthermore, after the mother worm dies, one can try to eliminate all larvae and worms, continuously burn or use corrosive chemicals to damage the vengeful goddess's body. However, in doing so, the larvae inside the vengeful goddess's body will be stimulated, with a probability of immediately growing into adults and completely taking over the body, causing the vengeful goddess to enter the fourth form. Zijing. The fourth form is an irreversible form, where the adult completely takes over the vengeful goddess, turning her into an ugly monster with greatly reduced mobility and lacking the powerful resurrection ability. Zijing. Destroying the vengeful goddess in the fourth form can completely kill her. Zijing. The information regarding the vengeful goddess mentioned above is classified as Federal Common Level Confidential. Please do not disclose it. Thank you. Larvae. Fang Heng sizes up the disgusting creatures. Fang Heng. How powerful are the larvae in their attacks? Do they carry an infectious element? Zijing. Unclear. No further information available. Fang Heng. Then, how long does it take for the vengeful goddess to resurrect in the third stage? Zijing. It depends on the specific circumstances. Typically, it can take anywhere from 1 to 3 to 4 hours, but it is possible to slow down the resurrection speed by freezing the body, continuous burning, or placing it in adverse conditions. Fang Heng. Understood. Thank you. Annoying. Fang Heng finds the vengeful goddess more challenging to deal with than the 2 fourth-stage mutated zombies he encountered last time. Continuous high-intensity flame burns, corrosive chemicals. This is a chemical factory. Sulfuric acid. Probably destroyed it in the previous explosion. Titty. But even if he forces the vengeful goddess to her fourth form now, can he defeat her? Fang Heng. What should we do? Lucia stops shooting. She is becoming anxious. The number of worms is overwhelming, with a large amount of worm creatures already burrowing into the vengeful goddess's body. Shooting seems futile. Don't waste bullets. Think of ways to delay her resurrection time. Anyway, dealing with the vengeful goddess in the fourth stage seems impossible. Better take some benefits from her body and find a way to delay her resurrection time, then run. Firm in his decision, Fang Heng tilts his head and says, Lucia, go check nearby for anything we can use. All right. Lucia nods, heading towards the burning factory to explore. Fang Heng cautiously observes the vengeful goddess in her faint death state. Then, he controls a vine zombie to stagger towards her. Fang Heng hands the zombie an empty glass bottle. The zombie continues shuffling forward until reaching the vengeful goddess. It slowly squats down. Crack. The glass bottle traps the worms inside. Fang Heng carefully instructs the vine zombie to place the worms inside the glass bottle and tighten the lid. Prompt. Your zombie clone has obtained a glass bottle containing an unknown creature *1. Prompt. This item poses high risks and cannot be stored in the backpack. Obtained. Fang Heng silently applauds himself. Controlling special worms that give rise to the vengeful goddess. They must hold significant research value. What if Qiu Yaokon could develop a method for the zombie clone to transform into a vengeful goddess... The zombie clone retrieves the bottle and returns to Fang Heng, but he does not reach out to take it. Carrying this item poses too much risk. Better store it away first. Contemplating this, he controls the clone to return the bottle and hide it in the sewer. Subsequently, Fang Heng gestures again. 5 more zombie clones approach. As they pass by Fang Heng, each takes a few live samples collection devices. Truly an S-class individual, Qiu Yaokon is quite insightful, foreseeing that I would encounter this situation. Fang Heng smiles wryly. This time, he brought enough collection devices. Divine zombies approach the vengeful goddess. Several progress bars appear above their heads. Prompt. Your clone zombie has completed the live sample collection of the vengeful goddess. Prompt. Your clone zombie has failed in collecting any more samples. When the game messaging indicates no further collection, Fang Heng releases the vengeful goddess. The zombies hand over all the samples collected to Fang Heng. Prompt. You have obtained live samples of the vengeful goddess *24. What should he do next? Fang Heng hesitates when Lucia's voice comes through the communication channel. Lucia. Fang Heng, I found a warehouse to the east of the factory where we can relocate the vengeful goddess. Fang Heng. Good. I'm coming over. Go see Lucia. Fang Heng closes the communication device, continues controlling the vine zombies. The zombie clones extend fine vines from their bodies and wrap them around the body of the vengeful goddess, as Fang Heng leads the way. The vine zombies follow, slowly moving the vengeful goddess's body forward. Soon, in the burning ruins of the chemical factory, Fang Heng spots Lucia. Fang Heng, what do you think of that? Lucia points to a burning chemical tank not far away. Due to the earlier explosion, the tank has been mostly destroyed, leaving only 1/3 intact. It contains an unknown liquid that is continuously burning, emitting a pungent odor. There is a toxic substance warning symbol of a skull painted on the tank. It is likely a chemical toxin, appears to be flammable and can continue burning for some time. Fang Heng's eyes light up. This seems like a good disposal point. Lucia, be careful. Let's move away a bit. Got it. Lucia followed Fang Heng to hide behind a cover. She carefully peeked out to observe Fang Heng's zombie clones. CH. 6 zombie clones were dragging the body of the revenge goddess corpse towards the liquid pouring area. The body was abnormally heavy, and the 6 zombies couldn't lift it at all. Without hesitation, Fang Heng controlled another 10 zombie clones to join in. They tightly wrapped the revenge goddess in vines extending from their bodies. Afterwards, the vines contracted. 16 vine zombies together lifted the revenge goddess high up and moved her towards the burning chemical canister. CH. Splash! The vine suddenly loosened, and the corpse of the revenge goddess was thrown into the chemical canister. Was it successful? Fang Heng stared intently at the canister. After a few seconds, several prompt messages appeared in the lower right corner of his retina. Prompt: player complete submission 4. Kill or attempt to control the revenge goddess to prevent her from attacking the helicopter directly. Prompt: within at least 18 hours, the revenge goddess will be unable to complete resurrection. Prompt: your reputation in the Dark Knight Order has significantly increased. Prompt: current submission: Desperate Survivors is estimated to have a success rate increase to 97%. Great. Fang Heng clenched his fist. Although he couldn't completely kill the revenge goddess, it was enough to complete the mission. Prompt: you have completed the mission. Lucia's belief. Prompt: your affinity with Lucia has significantly increased. Prompt: your reputation in the Dark Knight Order has greatly increased. Prompt: your affinity with Zhang Fang has increased. Your affinity with Buck has increased. Your affinity with ... A series of prompt logs scrolled densely. Initially, names like Zhang Fang, David, and Buck were recognizable. However, as the list continued, there were names completely unfamiliar to Fang Heng. Was Lucia so popular within the Dark Knight Order? Fang Heng found it strange. He directly closed the game log. Lucia, let's head back first. Seeing more and more zombies being attracted to the chemical factory by the explosions and fire, Fang Heng called Lucia to set up their guns and return through the underground sewer system. The next day, the sun rose from the east as usual. The explosions from last night have resulted in a large horde of zombies gathering towards the chemical factory, affecting the Meteor Company Park as well. The Dark Knight Order had been on shifts guarding the weapons factory all night, with everyone getting less than 3 hours of sleep. Currently, endless hordes of zombies were still attacking the weapons factory. Dang. Zijing shot and killed a zombie. While pretending to be busy, he was actually jotting down notes and drawings. Zijing clearly remembered the scene last night when Fang Heng and Lucia had safely returned to the factory. The entire Dark Knight Order cheered for their safe return, boosting morale. Even Captain Zhang Fang, who was usually stern and rigid, was visibly happy. The targeted individual's plan was a great success, solving the revenge goddess Seishu and saving Lucia, significantly boosting his reputation within the Dark Knight Order. Noteworthy. Zijing paused his writing and glanced at the gate of the factory. Thinking for a moment, he continued taking notes. The targeted individual has a close relationship with Lucia. Last night, they stayed in the underground parking lot together for a long time, not allowing others in. Very peculiar. Click. Just then, Zijing noticed the door of the passage behind him being pushed open. It was Fang Heng. Yul nodded at Fang Heng as he walked out from the parking area. Fang Heng, how's it going? Fang Heng smiled. Luck is on our side. I managed to barely repair 5 combat armored vehicles, enough for our squad's transportation. Great. Well done, Fang Heng. On the other side, Zhang Fang, who had overheard their conversation, raised his fist in approval. Zijing, on the other hand, couldn't believe it. 5 vehicles? All repaired. Was Fang Heng's mechanical repair skill level really at this point? And did he have sufficient stamina? Zijing was astonished. Even with forcibly overdrawing stamina by using drugs all night, it seemed impossible. Moreover, Fang Heng still looked quite energetic. Fang Heng stretched lazily. Indeed, his spirits were relatively high. After arranging the production line of zombie clones last night, he had logged off and rested. With the temporary threat of the Revenge Goddess resolved and the Dark Knight Order guarding outside, Lucia's combat effectiveness inside the parking lot was strong enough. He just needed to instruct the zombie clones to work. Captain Yu, Captain John, let's discuss the next operational plan. All right. Zijing watched the 4 of them huddled together, whispering, feeling envious. He wanted to join in but dared not. If he approached, he would likely get kicked out by John Fang and lose the positive buff he had accumulated. Helplessly, Zijing silently took out his notebook to record. The targeted individual repaired 5 armored vehicles in one night. Unless he has an S-level repair ability, this situation cannot be explained. Further investigation is needed. After a brief discussion, the team formulated the subsequent plan. Considering a helicopter arriving at the rooftop of Sector E at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to evacuate the team, they decided to split into 3 teams for action. One team would stay at the E Sector Weapons Factory as the assembly point. The other 2 teams would drive armored vehicles to rescue and escort other squads back to the factory. Currently, Mojiaway had already contacted 80% of the squads through communication. If everything went smoothly, most members could be assembled in 3 to 5 hours. Next, they needed to clear a path from Sector E to the top of the office building. With preparations in place, Fan Hen decided not to participate in the upcoming rescue mission. There were less than 8 hours until the evacuation from Sonmu City. He had too many tasks at hand. First was completing Victor's mission, searching for the G-virus inhibitor. Additionally, he needed to find the T-virus used by the modified liquors. If everything went well, encountering most of the 4 teams attacked and wiped out in Sector B would reveal hidden missions. Oh, and there was also the mysterious Sector S of the Meteor Company. Time was tight, and with the temporary inaction of the Revenge Goddess, it would be foolish to go off to complete low-difficulty rescue missions. He would leave those tasks to the NPCs in Zijing. Time to earn big rewards. Lucia was assigned by Fang Hen to accompany Captain Yule's team to the White Cathedral to meet up with Captain Buck. When she saw Fang Heng not choosing to accompany her, she walked up to him and asked, "Fang Heng, aren't you coming with us?" "No. I still want to explore the interior of Meteorite Corporation during this time." Fang Heng shook his head and said, "Don't forget our initial mission. We can't come here for nothing. You want to explore the interior of Meteorite Corporation alone? That's too dangerous." "It's fine." Fang Heng shrugged, looking fearless. "I'm used to danger. There's nothing to fear." Lucia pursed her lips. After hesitating, she made a decision. "All right, I'll go with you." "Huh?" Lucia actually didn't insist on going to find her brother. Fang Heng was somewhat surprised. He looked up at Lucia and scrutinized her. "You?" "Yes, I'll go with you. I can protect you," Lucia said, lowering her head to prepare her weapons. Fang Heng felt something was strange. He was well aware of Lucia's strength. Very strong. She is a tough character who can stand up to the first stage of the Goddess of Revenge. Her adaptation skills and combat abilities are top-notch. But, considering the need to ensure Lucia's safety for the main mission, Fang Heng initially arranged for Lucia to go to rescue the Buck team. Last night's explosion at the chemical factory has reduced the number of zombies on the streets. Federal Agent Xiaojing and 3 team leaders, including Yule, are participating in the mission. The rescue mission is very low risk. On the contrary, exploring the interior of Meteorite Corporation with him is extremely dangerous. Xiaojing mentioned before that the 4th squad of the Dark Knight Order was wiped out while exploring Zone B. Who knows if there is any danger in Zone D? It's too risky. Considering Lucia's reckless behavior all along the way, Fang Heng decided to first focus on completing the main mission securely. Fang Heng pondered for a moment and was about to refuse. Unexpectedly, Lucia spoke first. "I'm familiar with the interior structure of the Meteorite Corporation laboratory. I also know about the special passage leading to Sector S inside the Meteorite Corporation. I can help you if we go in together." "You know about the special passage?" "Wait, how do you know?" Fang Heng was genuinely surprised. Because I've been here before, Lucia paused. She reached out and rolled up her sleeve, revealing her fair arm with a symbol resembling an inverted cross. Meteorite Corporation. Fang Heng's mind raced. He looked at Lucia with a questioning gaze. I was once part of the Meteorite Corporation's bioweapon program. Lucia's gaze was somewhat evasive as she rolled down her sleeve again. When I was 7, my father brought me to the Meteorite Corporation to be a test subject for the bioweapon program. At that time, several hundred people of my age participated in the experiment, and I was the only one who survived. The G-virus experiment, yes. Fang Heng looked at Lucia. Then you, Uncle Quinn, helped me escape from here, and I joined the government's Special Witness Protection Program. I was secretly transferred to a new city, changed my name, and started a new life. Lucia didn't want to continue recalling those painful memories. She brushed the strands of hair from her forehead and smiled. After the biohazard incident, I joined the Dark Knight Order. That explains it. It's no wonder Buck chose to take her on the mission. It's no wonder Lucia is involved with the main quest. Fang Heng had some speculations in his mind. The special hatred of the goddess of revenge towards Lucia is likely due to this. Lucia has the G-virus in her body. Click. Lucia completed preparing her weapons. I'm ready. Fang Heng, we can go now. Fang Heng pondered for a few seconds. Based on his years of gaming experience, this is likely part of the game's design. Perhaps he needed Lucia to accompany him to explore the Meteorite Corporation to find the entrance to the secret Sector S. All right, but there are 2 conditions. First, you have to promise me that you'll follow my lead during the mission. Lucia raised her hand, solemnly declaring, I promise. Second, Fang Heng looked at Lucia's fair arm. His heart involuntarily beat faster. Is this too abrupt? Fang Heng took a deep breath and took out a silver lead sample collector from his pocket. Lucia, would you? The target person shared a mission with me to rescue the leader of the Buck team. The difficulty of this mission is not high, but the rewards are extremely generous. The target mission could have been completed independently, earning a significant amount of honor points, but the opportunity was given to me. Past misunderstandings I had about him. What Chen Yu said about him being a rare good person is true. I will fully report this to the superiors and offer appropriate compensation. The target person and Lucia returned to the auto shop together. What are they planning to do? I feel that there is something strange about their relationship. I've also heard of people developing relationships with game characters in the game. Most of these people have antisocial personalities, but with Fang Heng, it shouldn't be the case. The vehicle slowly started, heading towards the white church where Buck was located. Xiaojing silently made a note in her notebook through the armored vehicle window and glanced back with some nostalgia at the weapon factory. Fang Heng and Lucia stood together. He watched as the 2 armored vehicles left the weapon factory. Until the armored vehicles completely disappeared from view, Fang Heng opened his personal communicator and contacted Mo Jiawei on a private channel. Mo Jiawei, how's the signal? No problem, very clear. 2 armored vehicles have started to move outside the weapon factory. The remaining 3 are still at the factory. Fang Heng nodded. If you notice any of the armored vehicles heading towards the Pinewood City Hospital, immediately alert me. No problem. Dig boss, rest assured. Leave it to me. Fang Heng ended the communication. After repairing the armored vehicle earlier, he secretly hid a few signal transceivers inside. Mo Jiawei's tower could track the location of the signal transmitters. After all, the person behind the old black also sent someone to join this operation. Fang Heng felt the need to be prepared, in case Victor was resolved earlier. Wouldn't he lose an S-level NPC for nothing? Fang Heng turned to Lucia and said, let's go check out Zone D. OK. To return to the entrance of the underground sewer. At this time, there were almost 200 zombies lurking inside the sewer. The loud noise from the explosion last night didn't just affect the surface, it also attracted the zombies in the sewer due to the intense sound. Throughout the night, the zombie doppelgangers in the sewer stayed in place. They silently cleaned up the zombie horde attracted by the sound. Fang Heng, wearing a black face mask, leapt into the sewer first. National game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday, Volume 172 of the idle text, there's a layer of red evolutionary crystals accumulated in the sewer. Fang Heng raised his hand, and the red crystal bodies flew into Fang Heng's hands one after another. Hint. You obtained evolution crystal fragments * 2391. Complete Evolution Crystal 212. Lucia also followed Fang Heng and leapt into the sewer. So many zombies? At first glance, the underground sewer was densely packed together. Lucia was shocked, and she instinctively raised her firearm. Wait, are all these zombies controlled by Fang Heng? Seeing this group of zombies looking sluggish, without any desire to attack, Lucia lowered her gun again. Lucia looked in amazement at Fang Heng beside her. He could actually control such a large number of zombie groups. Fang Heng remained calm and continued to control the zombie clones to clear a path forward, planning to create a passage leading to the Meteor Company's Sector D. Next, Fang Heng walked to the corner where a pile of debris was stacked. It was all the clutter that came out when the zombie group was cleared last night. Fang Heng briefly checked it. He couldn't be bothered to pick up ordinary clutter, only selecting a few books from the pile to examine. 7 books exploded? The explosion rate was so high today. Could they all be recipes? Fang Heng had a bad premonition. He muttered softly as he flipped through the books one by one. Indeed, most of them were recipes. Hint. You obtained recipes: spicy potato slices, potato braised with eggplant, chicken braised with mushrooms, rib stew with string beans, pork braised with rice noodles, blueprint, crossbow trap, skill book, breath holding technique. Alright, guys, today it's a collection of northeastern and home-cooked dishes. Skill books. Flipping to the end, Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Blueprint. Crossbow trap. Description. Master the production of a crossbow trap after learning. Requires basic construction level. LV. 5. Skill book. Breath holding technique. Skill level. C. Skill description. After learning this skill, players gain 1 point in stamina limit and a slight increase in stamina recovery rate. With each skill level increase, an additional 1 point in stamina limit is gained. Additional notes: the highest skill level is LV 30, and the current skill level cannot exceed the current character level. Blueprints are junk, but skill books can still be useful. Fang Heng flipped through 2 skill descriptions, feeling indifferent. The crossbow trap was very impractical. Its instant killing power in the early stages was substantial, directly killing ordinary zombies. But the problem was having to reload every time after use, which was very troublesome. As for skill books, Fang Heng sighed inwardly. However, for ordinary players, the breath-holding technique was considered a small treasure. Skill books that could increase stamina limit and recovery rate were rarely seen in the game. But for Fang Heng, this skill was somewhat mediocre, as he usually had the zombie clones do the physical work. He didn't need to personally engage. It probably means I can run a bit farther when escaping in the future. Fang Heng self-deprecatingly chuckled. Oh well, since they were picked up for free, he wouldn't demand too much. Fang Heng smashed several recipe and skill books on his head at once. Hint. You learned 5 recipes. You gained cooking skill experience plus 77. Hint. Your cooking skill level increased to LV 4. Hint. You learned blueprint. Crossbow trap. You learned skill. Breath holding technique. After learning the skills, Fang Heng opened the map to roughly determine the location and pointed to one side. Lucia. Let's go. When the number of vine zombies reached a certain level, the overall strength of the zombie horde underwent a qualitative change. Even when encountering second-level hunters, the zombie clones could directly crush them by relying on the numerical advantage. The hunters often died miserably, being drained alive by the vine zombies. Fang Heng and Lucia moved forward calmly. Approximately 15 minutes later, in the backyard of Sector D, the manhole cover on the ground was pried open. Lucia popped her head out from the manhole cover. There were still many zombies wandering in the backyard. Lucia immediately turned over, pulled out her assault rifle, and started shooting. Puff, puff. The silenced assault rifle made a faint sound. The scattered zombies in the backyard were shot in the head one by one, dying under Lucia's gun. Fang Heng crawled out of the manhole cover from behind Lucia. He looked at the experimental building in front of him. It was coincidental that the improved T-virus and G-virus inhibitors they needed to find this time were in the experimental building in Sector D. Lucia, do you know about the G-virus inhibitor? Lucia furrowed her brows and thought carefully for a moment. No. But this high-tech experimental building used to be where the Meteor Company researched new antiviral drugs. There should be something inside. Let's go in and search. The two of them tried to break open the small door at the back of the experimental building and entered the interior. It was dark inside the building, unusually quiet. A red light enveloped Lucia's pupils. She held her assault rifle, quickly scanning the environment around her. Fang Heng also took out a flashlight to shine around. After confirming it was safe, Lucia lowered her firearm. Fang Heng, if you're looking for information about the T-virus, you should look for the special laboratory on the 3rd underground floor. If you can't find it there, then we can only try our luck in Sector S and see if we find anything there. Sector S? Fang Heng asked Lucia. Do you know anything about Sector S? Yes. Sector S is where the Meteor Company keeps its most top-secret items. The company's special human experiment area is also located in Sector S, escaped from there before. I heard from the Dark Knight Order that after the Biocrisis virus leak incident, Sector S of the Meteor Company was deliberately destroyed by someone. While speaking, Lucia had already brought Fang Heng to the stairs leading downwards. Fang Heng waved his hand. More than 100 zombie clones following him scatter and began to search the entire building. To save time, Fang Heng simply took a dozen zombies with him directly to the 3rd underground floor to search for the T-virus research laboratory. Fang Heng felt something wasn't right. Along the way, they didn't encounter a single zombie. The two of them arrived outside the T-virus research lab on the 3rd underground floor. The laboratory door was tightly closed. Lucia tried to press the emergency button on the wall to the side, but it had no effect. She looked up at the emergency indicator light button above the lab door. Huh? Lucia lightly exclaimed. What's wrong? It's strange. The T-virus research lab is in a lock state, which is not normal. Can't you open it? Forget it. Let's just break it down. Wait, don't. Lucia reached out to stop Fang Heng. The internal security protection of the Meteor Company is of the highest level. Forcing the door will cause the entire lab to lock down, making it more troublesome to get in later. So what do we do? Lucia lowered her head and thought carefully. Right now, there are two options. First, we can go back to the main control room on the 6th floor of the building and use the highest permissions to lock and unlock, but the problem is we lack those permissions. The second option is to go back to the power room on the 4th underground floor and temporarily cut off the backup power. Cutting off the power can prevent the trigger of permanent lockdown, so we can then use force to break open the door when the time comes. This is too much trouble, Fang Heng muttered. Going around in circles like this, it's probably just part of the game setup, but going back and forth like this will take up quite a bit of time. Considering that Vict might be targeted by the backer behind Lo Hei, he needed to hurry and complete the mission. The T-virus would have to be put on hold for now. First, he needed to figure out how to get the G-virus inhibitor, complete Vic's subplot, and then come back to find an improved version of the T-virus. Just about to ask Lucia, Fang Heng thought of something. Right? The badge Vic gave him. Previously, Vic mentioned that besides being able to block the attacks of the Avenger Goddess, the badge was also Vic's proof of identity. Knowing that Vic was the chief engineer, he might have permissions. With this in mind, Fang Heng took out the badge. Can we use this thing? A high-level permission badge. Where did you get it? A friend gave it to me. Is it useful? Yes, it is. This badge belongs to the chief engineer of the Meteor Company and has the highest engineering permissions. With this, we can smoothly enter the distribution room. Lucia held the badge in her hand and carefully examined it, then tried scanning it on the detector on the wall. Beep beep beep. Insufficient permissions. Lucia looked disappointed. Engineer permissions are ineffective for the T-virus lab, but if we have an internal employee card of the Meteor Company, we might be able to try. Internal employee card? Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Before entering Songmu Town, he happened to visit a tool shop by chance. Not only did he meet Lo Hei there, but he also found an employee card. The weight of the employee card was almost negligible, and coupled with its somewhat loose connection to the Meteor Company, Fang Heng had kept it in his backpack. Fang Heng pulled out the employee card from the bottom of his backpack. Lucia, is this what you're talking about? Do you really have it? Lucia took the employee card from Fang Heng's hand. She looked at Fang Heng curiously. Even their Dark Knight Order couldn't obtain the Meteor Company's employee card. How did Fang Heng manage to get one? How about it? Is it useful? I'm not sure, but the previous owner of this card was a researcher of the G-virus, and he should be able to access the G-virus lab. If the G-virus research area is not locked, we can give it a try. How convenient. Fang Heng was just about to look for the G-virus inhibitor. and the employee card he obtained happened to be the one for accessing the G-Virus research lab. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Heng immediately understood. Presumably, Lao He already knew some parts of the mission process in Songmu City, which was why he had sent someone to the tool shop in advance to look for the G-Virus and employee card. It's just that Lao He didn't expect to encounter him in the tool shop and missed it. Well, let's go to the G-Virus research lab first to see the situation. Fang Heng had planned to find the G-Virus inhibitor first, so he followed Lucia back to the G-Virus research lab located on the second underground floor. While heading upstairs, Fang Heng also took a look at the game log. The zombie clones had roughly searched the first and second floors of the lab. Most of the rooms in the lab were already locked. The remaining rooms showed no signs of zombie presence, which was very odd. At the entrance of the G-Virus research lab, Lucia tried to verify the validity of the card. Beep beep beep. Verification successful. Click. A light sound. Success. The door of the G-Virus lab opened in front of the two of them. The G-Virus research lab did not trigger a lockdown. Lucia exclaimed in surprise as she retrieved the employee card. While the T-Virus lab was locked down, the G-Virus lab was not. Lucia hadn't had high hopes, but the actual situation was pleasantly surprising. Fang Heng stepped into the lab. The lab was large, divided into 7 to 8 areas. The interior was tidy and didn't look like there had been a previous event of a biohazard virus leak. Fang Heng motioned, and more than 20 zombie clones accompanying him rushed in. They began searching the lab's interior. They would comb through every corner of the G-Virus lab. Fang Heng only needed to rest on the side. In a few minutes, the zombie clones returned after completing their search, placing the items they found on the lab table in front of Fang Heng. Game prompts refreshed one by one on Fang Heng's retina display. Prompt: your zombie finished a round of search and obtained 3 sets of annual budget reports for the experimental group *1. Prompt: your zombie finished a round of search and obtained 1 G-Virus inhibitor and research data *1. Prompt: your zombie finished a round of search and obtained 2 complete G-Virus samples. Found it. In less than 10 minutes, the zombie clones had found the G-Virus inhibitor needed for Vic's mission. Item: G-Virus inhibitor description. The latest research result of the Meteor Company, effective against most variations of the G-Virus, temporarily blocking its effects on the human body. Fang Heng put the inhibitor into his pocket. With this, the likelihood of fooling Vic back to the shelter greatly increased. The G-Virus body and various research data collected were also very useful. If he handed them over to Qiu-Ya-Kwan, it would likely increase the shelter's research level. Fang Heng thought to himself and roughly browsed through the research data the zombie clones had collected.